Different to get a team of people that give you a great experience, and that's what I got with moving Team 6. What's your message as the leader to your team when they go to a job site?
Hey, this is more than moving. You are here to serve somebody. You chose this job to serve somebody. Moving isn't easy, but it's sure darn rewarding when you leave and knowing that, like, hey, we gave everything we could to make that customer feel great today. That's kind of the goal that we have every single day that we walk into work.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs held on in San Francisco yesterday, 8-7 in a game where Ketel Marte homered twice, Eugenio Suarez hit a 3-run shot, and Tory Lavell got ejected, but they ended a grueling 16-game stretch with the win, and here is Lavell on that.
It was a hard-fought game, and the Giants are a good team. They didn't shut down. We were several runs up. We were in total control, but they kept chipping away, and then we held the line, and I'm really proud of the way we did that. You can sometimes feel the flow of the game, and we lost our momentum, and they kept striking, but we held on, and I'm really proud of how we won this game today.
The D-backs are off today, but they're back home for a 3-game series with the Rockies that starts tomorrow. The NFL released its schedule last night, and the Arizona Cardinals have 2 primetime games, Week 4 Thursday Night Football against the Seattle Seahawks, and they'll be in Dallas Week 9 for some Monday Night Football. For the rest of the games and more on the Arizona Cardinals, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Run, don't walk to the Memorial Day sale going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 30% off in-store and online through May 26th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Pack Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire! It's the greatest radio show ever. Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
Oh my God, he's from Chicago. That's amazing.
Vince Marotta.
Oh, who's better than Van?
And Jerry Carlin.
It can only be Jerry.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince.
Okay. Good morning. Happy Thursday, everybody. How is everyone doing? Good morning.
Doing good. It's already Thursday.
It is Thursday.
Amazing how fast time goes.
Do you remember how LeBron James once said there ain't no party like a Diddy party? Oops. Remember when he once said that?
No, he never said that,
Yes,
I don't think.
Yes, he did.
No, I don't think he did.
Yes, he did
He's
say
not
that.
sweating. What?
Yeah, I wonder if things are going to get interesting for LeBron James. But the reason I bring it up is I want to amend that. Apparently, there is no party like a Pete Rose party. Did you see what went down in Cincinnati yesterday?
A freak off?
A lot of baby oil. Reds fans going crazy as if Pete Rose were a martyr. Now, I get Pete Rose is Mr. Cincinnati. Chili and pizza and ribs. I get all that, okay? No one knows more about Pete Rose than I do. But celebrating the fact that he was gambling, there were Reds fans wearing shirts that said, bet on this, Bart, to Bartlett Giamatti, and it was Pete Rose grabbing his crotch. And then there was another Reds fan wearing a shirt that said, I'm with Pete. Give me $200 on the Reds. What?
Look, but see, here's the thing. It's like, even if you want to poo-poo the gambling stuff and make fun of it and satirize it and parody it, he's such a garbage human being off the court with so many, at best,
off the field too.
Yeah, off the field too.
Well, you should see him play basketball. But
no, listen.
But so many at best allegations, and at worst like terrible things that he's done.
This is my point. So I get, if you're from Cincinnati, the memory of Pete Rose brings you back to a time when Pete Rose made Cincinnati matter to the point where it took Joe Burrow and you know what I mean? It's validation is what it is. But like you said, as time goes on and you learn more about Pete Rose, have we become this morally unmoored? as a people?
It's complicated, I think, by geography in this one. I don't know in the history of American sports you can find an individual more tied in with a city than Pete Rose to Cincinnati.
Yeah, maybe
and he
that's
was
it.
born there.
Yeah. Well,
so
good point.
That certainly strengthens the bond, and they're going to have one of their own.
Yeah.
He didn't play his whole career there, though.
He didn't play his whole career.
He played
there,
a lot of it.
But he was born in Cincinnati, and then, was part of their greatest teams of all time. Their dynasty in the 70s. Went back and managed. It is complicated. It's a little bit over the. It's very much over the top
here's
and
the
disgusting.
other thing. I think there is a big push over the last several years against the cancel culture. So I think it went very extreme about maybe
you got a point.
15 years ago went very extreme one direction, and now everyone is sort of like they want to fight just the opposite. Oh, this guy was canceled. Well, I'm going to support him just because of that.
Because I think the collective light bulb went on after all those years of cancel culture, and we realized collectively we're all garbage human beings.
Various degrees.
Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
After nearly 3.2 million leaks, the NFL 2025 season schedule was released yesterday evening. For the Arizona Cardinals, they will open up on the road, as we talked about yesterday, in New Orleans against the Saints at the Superdome on Sunday, September 7th. The following Sunday brings their home opener against the Carolina Panthers with sharp teeth and claws on Sunday, September 14th. They'll play their first division games on the road against the 49ers and home for a Thursday night tilt against the Seahawks in weeks 3 and 4. They've got a second primetime game in week 9 following their bye, a Monday night football matchup with the Dallas Cowboys. And if you want a full look at the Cardinal schedule, you can check it out on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. We'll have a lot of reactions.
Yeah, and you'll get all our predictions.
Take them to the bank.
Don't do that.
Bet the kids' college fund. Of course, I'm joking. Week 1 in the NFL starts Thursday, September 4th. Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles hosting the Cowboys on Thursday night. The other primetime matchups that week, Friday night Chargers and Chiefs from Brazil on YouTube. Sunday night, week 1, primetime pits the Baltimore Ravens against the Buffalo Bills on NBC, and then the Minnesota Vikings visit the Bears on Monday Night Football at Soldier Field. Week 2 gives us a Super Bowl rematch as the Chiefs will host the Eagles at Arrowhead in a late window Sunday game. So there's some great matchups in the first couple weeks of the season. Elsewhere in the NFL, running back Derrick Henry agrees to a 2-year, $30 million extension with the Baltimore Ravens, largest deal ever signed by a running back over the age of 30. Henry was outstanding in his first season in Baltimore. He ran for 1,921 yards on 5.9 yards per carry and a league-leading 16 touchdowns, yet finished only 4th in the AP Offensive Player of the Year voting.
Have you seen his offseason training video that came out a few days ago?
Is it the one on the insurance commercial?
No.
No?
He's running up a very steep incline hill with a workout partner, and he's got weights chained to his back, and he's dragging, and it's pretty impressive.
It's a good deal for the best running back in football, nearly Grayson Allen money.
Almost Grayson Allen money.
Almost Grayson Allen.
A nail-biter at Oracle Park, but the D-backs came out on top 8-7 after nearly squandering a 6-run lead and hanging on for the series-clinching win over the Giants. Ketel Marte, we got the full Ketel Marte experience yesterday. He homered twice, then came out of the game with stiffness. Gino Suarez jacked a 3-run home run. They powered a 13-hit attack, although the D-backs, again, only had 2 hits and no runs after the 4th inning. Eduardo Rodriguez lasted only 4 innings, and the bullpen had just enough gas to close the door as Shelby Miller got Christian Koss to fly out to center to end the game in the 9th with the bases loaded. D-backs get their first series win in a bit, and after games in each of the last 16 days, a day off today. They'll be back home tomorrow to start a 3-game series against the woeful, and I mean woeful, Colorado Rockies. The Rockies just got swept again. They lost 8-3 to the Rangers yesterday.
Yeah.
They've lost 11 of 12. And they are the first team in modern baseball. That started in 1900 to win only 7 of its first 43 games.
Whoa.
They are on record pace to be the worst of all time. No pressure. Last night in the NBA playoffs, what do you know? The Boston Celtics rose up at home without Jason Tatum. They cruised past the New York Knicks 127-102. In Game 5, Derrick White was unbelievable. 7 3-pointers, 34 points. Jaylen Brown played stellar defense, 26 points, 8 rebounds, 12 assists. And Luke Cornett came off the bench to score 10 points on perfect shooting, 9 rebounds, and 7 blocks.
7 blocked shots for that dude last night.
Celtics tied a franchise playoff record with 22 threes. Knicks still lead the series 3-2. They're going back to Madison Square Garden for Game 6 on Friday night. Meanwhile, we will not witness Steph Curry's return from injury this postseason. The Minnesota Timberwolves made sure of it with a 121-110 Game 5 win over the Warriors. Julius Randle led the way with 29 points. Anthony Edwards had 22.
What's gotten into that dude?
The Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals for the second straight year, just the third time in franchise history. They await the winner of the Denver-Oklahoma City series, which resumes tonight. It's Game 6 between the Thunder and Nuggets in Denver. Thunder looking to close things out, up 3-2. Nuggets trying to stay alive. Tip-off 5:30 on ESPN. Suns forward Kevin Durant named the winner of the Magic Johnson Award, given to the NBA player who combines on-court excellence with cooperation and grace in dealing with media and fans. I don't know about the fans part, but the media part, yes. The Professional Basketball Writers Association of America announced that on Wednesday. Second time Durant has won the award in his career. First coming in 2011 when he was a member of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Only the second Suns player to win it. Steve Nash won it back in 2012. College hoops note, the Arizona Wildcats will play a non-conference game against San Diego State December 20th at PHX Arena in downtown Phoenix. That'll be part of a doubleheader with Colorado taking on Stanford in the other matchup. The next major on the PGA schedule is underway, the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow in Charlotte. The second of 4 majors on the golf calendar. Xander Schauffele is the defending champion. He's playing in a group today with Rory McIlroy and Scotty Scheffler. I wonder if that group has a following out there around one today. Quick look at the early leaderboard. It is Australian Ryan Fox, 3 under through 7. He is the leader. A stroke better than Luke Donald, Alex Noren, Patrick Fishburne, and Max Grazerman. How about that?
Max Grazerman.
Or Grazerman? I don't know. I've never seen that name before.
Yeah,
in my
I actually
life.
haven't either.
John Rahm, 1 under through 4. He's competing hard for you this weekend, Vic. And the Edmonton Oilers, first team through to the conference final in the Stanley Cup playoffs. They took down the Vegas Golden Knights 1-0 in overtime. Oilers will await the winner of the Dallas-Winnipeg series. Stars lead that best of 7. Game 5 in Manitoba tonight at 6:30. There you go. There is your splash for this Thursday, May 15th. Coming up next, the Cardinals schedule is out. Have you heard? We'll give our initial thoughts on what stood out to us next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals schedule fully dropped, and now we know the Cards open the season into Big Easy Week 1. Division games sit early with a trip to San Francisco Week 3, and Thursday Night Football hosting the Seahawks at the Farm Week 4. At Seattle Week 10, hosting the Niners Week 11, hosting the Rams Week 14, and finishing the season in LA at the Rams Week 18. Read what Arizona sports hosts think about the Cardinals schedule on ArizonaSports.com. Watch their reaction to it at our YouTube channel, and keep listening for more on the Cardinals and the NFL schedule on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimers.
On Saturday, May 31st, take home the Geraldo Perdomo City Connect 2.0 bobblehead, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Buy your tickets at dbacks.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Arizona's triple digits are here. Are you ready? Get a brand new AC unit today for as low as $99 a month, installed by the state's #1 ranked AC company. All of our installs are verified with our exclusive Precision Link technology to make sure they're installed perfect. Don't wait. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602 Fix My AC.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/Friday.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the Mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Wide Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Are you looking for an easy way to get a daily detox? Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. You can find Active Liver in the vitamin aisle of your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What is the most crucial part of the Arizona Cardinals 2025 schedule? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, we continue here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Thursday, taking you up till 10 o'clock. And yes, the schedule did come out yesterday at long last. I don't know about you, but being inundated by leaks and reports for 3 days got a little old for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's the worst kept secret in sports, isn't it?
Very much so. Because generally when leaks come out, well, this isn't always true, but generally leaks, the league doesn't want those to happen. These leaks are driven by the league.
I don't understand why. I think it makes sense if you want to separate the attention put on the primetime games and your holiday games. I get that. Do that like a day ahead of time and then release the schedule the next day. The NFL allowing these quote, nudge, nudge, wink, wink leaks, it's just another sign of their arrogance, in my opinion.
Maybe, and it's just probably a way to get to keep the whole thing kind of, twittering a little bit, just keeps it on the front of everybody's brain. But you're right, it's bizarre.
Who leaks this stuff? That's what I don't get.
Well, that's the other thing that was really, really making me mad is that any schmo with Photoshop skills can come up with something that looks Or just start reporting it, and people
Just
pick
say
it up and
it.
aggregate it. Oh, according to this source, there was NFL Aussie. I had never heard of that account yesterday. That's what everybody was citing for these leaks.
But it seems like it was all pretty accurate. Like, I get it that
it wasn't all accurate.
Oh, really? I get that the league, wants to leak like the big Monday night football games, the first game of the year, the Christmas games, that stuff. But like a random, that we knew that the Saints and the Cardinals was the first game for them. Like, why? How did that get leaked? Like, hours and hours before? I don't know.
I don't know, but the schedule is out. Initial thoughts on the Cardinals schedule, Bick?
I think it's very, very amenable for a team that wants to make the playoffs. I think there's a couple of trouble spots, obviously, but I think the chance to get off to a fast start is right in front of them. You've got a couple of games at New Orleans, that home against the Panthers. You should win both of those games. The Saints are a mess right now. And Carolina, even though Carolina has really had the Cardinals' number.
7-1 in the last 8 meetings.
Oof. And remember last year's game was the most confounding of them all? Like, how could you go there and lose that game?
That was a game that was like a beacon of hope on the schedule because the Cardinals were kind of circling. And you thought, oh, they can go to Carolina and keep their playoff hopes alive. And then they lose in overtime to that team.
That's right.
That won 5 games.
Then the next couple of weeks takes a little hard turn for the Cardinals. You've got to play at San Francisco, then home against the Seahawks in a short week.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of a little difficult spell to kind of have to navigate. But look, I really do like the way this thing lines up.
The first 7 games before the bye week, I think it's entirely possible, and it might be imperative for the Cardinals to go 5-2.
Mm-hmm.
I think 4-3 would be acceptable. 5-2 would be great going into the bye.
Yeah,
and I agree with you. I mean, I brought up the point yesterday. Getting the Saints in Week 1, regardless of who their starting quarterback is, and I would imagine it's going to be either Rattler or Haener because they've done it before.
Mm-hmm.
But they're probably going to be more prepared for that game than any other game they'll play this year.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But does that make up for the fact that they're just not very good?
No. The fact that you could come out possibly against a rookie quarterback or Spencer Rattler, that's a great opportunity for this defense to kind of like make a real early impact and set the tone.
This is our new identity, guys.
Yeah. So I think the first 2 games of the season are very a nice on-ramp for the Cardinals.
Yep. Bye week comes in week 8.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any issue with that. It's the earliest bye week they've had in a while.
Yeah.
But
mid-season, that's what you want, right?
Well, it's not really mid-season, but
I
it's,
mean,
it's
7 before. It's close. I
8,
think
9,
close
or
enough.
10 is pretty much.
Yeah, it's close enough.
But those teams that get those really late buys, it's such a disadvantage for those teams. I really think that's something that needs to be fixed.
You think that's a bigger disadvantage than a week 4 bye and then playing like 12 games in a row or whatever?
I don't think that's fair either. So they're in the money spot, I think, for a bye week. And then it starts out with Monday Night Football, the second half of the schedule, at Dallas against the Cowboys, where we know Kyler Murray just does not lose.
Well, he doesn't. He never has, right?
No.
High school, college, pros.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They won't mention that on the broadcast, though, right?
Oh, yeah, right.
I think that might get a note or two. Then back-to-back road games the next Sunday, also a short week. So they'll play Seattle twice this year on short weeks, both at home on the Thursday night game and then on a little bit of a shorter week on the road in Week 10.
After playing Monday Night Football, right.
And Seattle's one of those teams, like, I really don't know what to expect. They have such a different look, second year with their head coach. It's always a tough team to play. They're always prepared, but I don't know how good the Seahawks are going to be. They've got the lowest projected win total in the division.
Because once again, no one knows what we're going to get from Sam Darnold. Are you going to get the first 15 games, 16 games of Sam Darnold, or the last 2?
We thought they were rebuilding and rebooting as a franchise, and then they just kind of switched around parts.
Yeah, Darnold, Cooper Kupp. Week 11 at home against the 49ers for the second time. I thought that was interesting, that they will be done with both the Seahawks and 49ers before they get a look at the Rams. First look at the Rams, week 14.
Isn't that crazy?
It is.
Yeah.
But back-to-back home games following San Francisco, week 12 against Trevor Lawrence and Travis Hunter and the Jacksonville Jaguars. They did get a break on the Tampa Bay trip.
Yes, they did.
Because it will be it'll be beautiful that time of the year.
Yeah, late
Tampa
November
Bay.
is perfect time to go there.
Home against the Rams. And one of the things I don't like about this schedule is finishing 3 out of the last 4 on the road.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah, and at the end of the season is where you might find the real tough quarterback challenges stacking up against you, because you're talking about Matthew Stafford, then C.J. Stroud, then Michael Penix Jr. if he is all that, and then Joe Burrow after that.
And then Stafford again.
And starting good has not been Kyler Murray's problem.
Finishing
as a
good
Cardinal,
has
right.
been Kyler Murray's
That is
problem.
true.
Yep.
That Week 17 Cincinnati game, really the only game that stands out as a possible
weather game,
weather-affected game.
Yeah, they'll be nasty.
I even went as far to look up the average high and low temperatures in Cincinnati on December 28th.
Did you?
42 is the high, 26 the low.
And as
but we're hot because Cincinnati is cold, or whatever that lyric was from our good friend Mac.
Are you going to rap next? Is that what you're going to do?
I'm going to rap with him when he comes on our show at 8:30 a.m.
You're going to rap with him?
No.
Okay. I put this in my column as a heads up to all Cardinal fans who are looking to road trip. Heads up, even though that New Orleans trip looks like a lot of fun, that's hurricane season in New Orleans. September 7th is the day of the game. For reference, Katrina happened on August 30th.
It's always hurricane season when you're there. Don't you drink a bunch of those when you're there?
No, not anymore, man.
Yeah, that is early September. That is, ugh, yeah.
So be careful, kids.
But they don't have any stretches of 3 consecutive home games. They don't have any stretches of 3 consecutive road games.
Mm-hmm.
They only have 5 games against teams that made the playoffs in 2024.
Yeah.
It's a favorable schedule.
I think it is. There's by contrast, you can look at some other teams. Go take a look at the Detroit Lions schedule and look at the teams stacked up against them this year.
It's luck of the draw, and a lot of it is cyclical. But when you get matched up against your division matchups are against the AFC South and the NFC South, you should be in good shape.
You're in a good cycle.
You would agree, though, that it's a little the strength of schedule stuff is a little deceptive.
A little bit. You don't know what's
year
coming.
to year,
Don't know what's coming.
In the NFL.
Yeah. But that's why you look at quarterbacks, and that's why that's where you pivot from. And I think all in all, this is a very manageable schedule for a team that needs to make the playoffs this year, or at least make a run for the playoffs this year.
I would agree. We'll have more thoughts on that. And like Jared said, Rocket Ship himself, a.k.a. Mac Wilson Sr., he's going to join us to talk about his track for the schedule release video and the upcoming season. That's coming up at 8:30. Coming up next, the D-backs got the full Cattell experience, and they actually won a series. We'll take you through the highlights of a nail-biter in San Francisco and D-backs Daily next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Giants.
D-backs lead by 1. The pitch. Swung on, a little flare into center. Thomas went out, now he comes in and he makes the catch. The ball game is over and the Diamondbacks survive. They win it by a final score of 8-7. By no means was it pretty, but a win is a win, and that's a series win on the road against the Giants.
A D-backs day off before hosting the Rockies Friday night at Chase Field. The Arizona Diamondbacks play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena. The role they play in their injured clients' recovery drives them to produce the best results. Just listen to this story. A client's world changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle and left him with severe injuries. He couldn't get the insurance company to help him at all, and after all the frustration, he called Sweet James. His team of attorneys stepped in to make sure he got the medical treatment he really needed, and they wouldn't let up until they delivered a massive $7 million win for him. In this situation, caring and winning go hand in hand. It means medical care, maximum compensation, and justice. That's Sweet James. If you're ever hurt in an accident, the results matter. Call the attorneys at Sweet James and don't wait. 800-9-million. That phone number, once again, is 800-9-million. That's 800-900-0000, or you can find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Savolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs held on yesterday in San Francisco 8-7 in a game where Ketel Marte homered twice. Eugenio Suarez had a 3-run shot, and Tory Lavell got ejected. But they ended a 16-game grueling stretch with a win and a series win. The D-backs are off today, but they're back home for 3 games with the Rockies. That starts tomorrow. The NFL released its schedule last night, and the Arizona Cardinals have 2 primetime games. Week 4 Thursday Night Football against the Seattle Seahawks, and they'll be in Dallas Week 9 for some Monday Night Football. For the rest of the games and more on the Arizona Cardinals, head to arizonasports.com. And the Boston Celtics stayed alive last night, beating the Knicks 127-102 to force a Game 6 back in New York. And the Minnesota Timberwolves have advanced to the Western Conference Finals. They beat the Golden State Warriors 121-110 last night. Tonight, the Thunder look to punch their ticket to the Western Finals, while the Nuggets are playing for their playoff lives in Game 6 in Denver. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs trying to win a series in San Francisco, trying to do it with Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound in the finale at Oracle Park against hard-throwing San Francisco right-hander Jordan Hicks. And the D-backs jumped on Hicks early after Corbin Carroll led off by flying out to left field. Ketel Marte stepped in.
And now Hicks is 1-2. Swung on. That is crushed. Out towards right. If it's fair, it's gone. It is hooking inside the pole, and it's a 1-0 start.
He did the exact same sequence. Fastball, sweeper, sweeper. Marte with a great bat toss there. He knew it was gone as long as it stayed left of the foul pole. and he tried to throw that sweeper down and in, and that's the wrong place to throw a lefty.
Chris Garagiola, Josh Colmenter on the call. Marte jacked a 1-2 sweeper from Hicks 364 feet around the pole and right. D-backs had a 1-0 lead. They would add more padding in the second inning. Gino Suarez reached on an infield single. Pavin Smith doubled to left. Runners on second and third with nobody out for Geraldo Perdomo.
As the 1-1. Ground ball. Base hit into right field. Suarez scores. Pavin will be held at third. It's now 2-0 Diamondbacks as Perdomo gets now his 31st RBI this season.
He's become a run-driving-in machine, Geraldo Perdomo. That lead would grow 2 pitches later thanks to Alek Thomas.
There's now the 0-1. Breaking ball, that's lined into left field, a base hit. Pavin scores, Perdomo holds it third. It's another single here for the Diamondbacks. And they've opened up this one with a 3-0 lead.
Yep, 3-zip at that point. Jose Herrera then drew a 5-pitch walk from Hicks, loading the bases. Nobody out. Corbin Carroll, the batter, with a chance to bust things wide open.
Hicks comes set, the right-hander's 2-0. Carroll hits a line drive. Oh, it's caught by the first baseman. He dives on the bag ahead of Herrera, and that's a double play.
Well, what a play by VR. He dives once to catch it, and the second time to double off Herrera.
Yeah, huge double play for the Giants. 2 outs, runners on second and third for Marte, but he struck out, and the D-backs did not maximize what could have been a huge inning. San Francisco pounced in the bottom of the second against Rodriguez, who walked Willy Adames, leading off the inning with 1 out. Sam Huff, the old Giants linebacker, singled, and then Erod issued a free pass to VR to load the bases. That would bring up the newest member of the Diamondbacks Slayer Club, Christian Koss.
Bases loaded, 1 out, 1-0 pitch. Koss swings, and he dinks one into right field. That's a base hit. 1 run will score. The throw is headed towards third, not going to be in time. The Giants go station to station, and the bases are still loaded as it's now a 3-1 game.
Yeah, 3-1, only momentarily. Elliot Ramos, a sac fly to right field, scored Huff to make it 3-2. D-backs would answer again in the third. Gurriel doubled. Naylor reached on an infield single. Bob Melvin, the San Francisco manager, said that is enough for Hicks. Called on Hayden Birdsong to face Gino Suarez, and it didn't work out well for the Giants.
Birdsong ready. 1-2 now. Suarez swings, hits a high, towering, majestic shot to left. On its way it goes. It is way gone. A 3-run home run for Eugenio Suarez. It's his 13th of the season. And the D-backs now extend their lead. It is 6-2.
Yeah, more offense coming from the D-backs in the fourth. Carroll had a 1-out single. That brought up Marte again.
3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Runner at first. And now the pitch to Marte. Swung on. That's crushed. Deep right field. Back goes Matos. Turns. Looks. Home run. His second of the day. And the lead continues to grow. It's now 8-2 in favor of Arizona.
Another multi-home run game for Marte. Rodriguez could not keep the lead at 6. In the fourth, he walked Luis Matos leading off. 2 batters later, VR reached on an infield single with 2 outs. Ramos stepped in.
The 1-0. Ramos laces one inside the left field line. That's a fair ball, extra bases. How many runs will score? Matos scores. VR rounding third. He will score. A 2-run double here by the leadoff hitter in Elliot Ramos. And the Giants now only trail it 8-4.
Yeah, Rodriguez would strike out Wilmer Flores to end the inning and end his day, meaning Tory Lavell was leaning on the bullpen to preserve a 4-run lead for 5 innings.
Yeah.
I was hit with that fear immediately. Like, oh, that's a long time. D-backs produced base runners in the 5th, 6th, and 7th innings, but no movement on the scoreboard. In the bottom of the 7th, Ryan Nelson, in his 2nd inning of work, allowed a single to Flores to bring up Jung-Hoo Lee.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Lee swings, sends a high drive out to right field. Carroll turning, looking, it is gone. A home run for Jung-Hoo Lee, 2nd consecutive day that he's homered. This 4-run lead has been cut in half. It's now 8-6.
Yeah, Nelson kept the Giants in check from there, posted a 0 in the 8th, but not without drama. With 2 outs, Nelson walked Koss. Then Ramos, the hitter, and all hell broke loose.
And now the 1-1. Swung on, ground ball to third. That's a fair ball. Backhanded by Suarez, and from foul territory, his throw not in time. Runner is down at second. They throw to second and tag him out. The inning comes to an end, and my goodness, Koss has a significant injury. He'd rounded second and then just collapsed over. I don't know if it's the knee or the ankle. Upon video review, the reason why Koss was down is that there was a collision between him and second baseman Jordan Lawler at second base. And it looks like the ruling that they made was that this was fielder's interference. Lavell in total disbelief, now pointing at the different umpires, including crew chief Mark Ripperger. And it looks like Lavello's soon to be ejected. There it is. He's screaming. I mean, he is full-throated, just in fury right now.
Obstruction the call on Lawler. Lavell lost his mind. He earned a very visual ejection.
Yeah.
Nelson got Flores to pop out to Herrera to end the inning. Shelby Miller on in the ninth. Matt Chapman singled with one out. Adames followed with a ground rule double. Then Miller walked Patrick Bailey to load the bases. Miller did bounce back and strike out Mike Yastrzemski, blowing him away with a fastball. Still 2 outs. Pinch hitter Lamont Wade Jr. He, the owner of a 157 batting average, facing Miller.
The 3-2. Outside ball 4. That is a walk. It brings in a run. And now the Giants are down 8-7. And the winning run at second here in the bottom of the ninth.
Were the Diamondbacks getting ready to craft another candidate for worst loss of the year? Koss stepped in to face Miller.
D-backs lead by 1. The pitch. Swung on, a little flare into center. Thomas went out, now he comes in and he makes the catch. The ball game is over and the Diamondbacks survive. They win it by a final score of 8-7.
Good gravy.
Yeah, wild ending. Shelby Miller stretched that as far as you could go.
He threw 36 pitches in that inning?
36 pitches in that inning, and that thing came down to 3-2 count, bases loaded, two outs. Mercy.
Well, Miller did ultimately a good job and got the job done. It wasn't clean. It wasn't easy. But going back to that Wade at-bat where he walked in the seventh run, what are you nibbling for? Like, he had him in a full count and tried to be perfect with a pitch and walked in the run.
Yeah.
It's man, every game is something.
Yeah, I felt a little, he was all around, he was just around the strike zone. I kind of like it when pitchers are like that, when they're on it than off it. But yeah, that was a lot of, that was quite a nerve-wracking way to end a very strange day of baseball.
Yeah.
From Ketel Marte hitting 2 home runs, then asking out of the game. When Tory Lavell took Ketel Marte out of the game, you saw the reaction on social media.
I was part of it.
Okay, and so as again, this once again tells you the manager is sitting on a powder keg here in Arizona. You can feel it. For whatever reasons, fans are very, 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 very quick to turn on him now. So there was that, and later you find out it's Ketel Marte asking out of the game because he was stiffening up, because he was standing on a breezy day with the breeze at his back, and because asking him to play 2 night games and a day game is a real big thing to ask of him.
It was cold.
It was cold. Okay, what are we dealing with here with Ketel Marte?
We're gonna get more into that.
Okay, we'll get more into that. Then there's the Jordan Lawler play.
Yes.
That confused Chris Garagiola. What are you doing getting right in front of a base runner?
I don't know. That was a weird play on all fronts.
Have you ever seen a player who? Okay, we got a break. All right, we got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, we'll have.
There was a lot of highlights.
There's a lot of highlights today, unfortunately. So we'll have a lot of analysis coming up at 7. Coming up next, the Warriors are officially done in this year's postseason. Are they done for good? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. The the future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvese here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature, and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Hey, it's Wolf. The valley's heating up, and if you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends at All Pro Shade Concepts. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no glare, and total privacy. Now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio and support our heroes. Go to allproshade.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores, so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, fresh Heritage Farm bone-in chicken drumsticks or thighs are on sale. Just $1.29 a pound with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Oh, this opportunity comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. 30% off everything in-store and online, and 35% off for all active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbetting.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Arizona sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, I felt confident that we'd come out and play well. And I felt like we caught a
figured out like an offensive rhythm the last game, I thought. They give you a lot of, like we said, puzzles to solve. I thought we'd come out and play well. Really did. Fortunately, we had the cushion. I think we looked a little bit gassed at times. Everybody stepped up and played really well. Led by our vets today. Mike, Rudy, Julius, they were really kind of leading the way. It was great to see Dante with a big game. Just a really solid effort by everybody.
Chris Finch, head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves, moving on to the Western Conference Finals for the second year in a row. And this year he's doing it with his leg intact.
Yeah, how about it?
Last year he had to coach from behind the bench after what happened in the Sun series. But the Timberwolves taking care of business. They won round 1 in 5 games. They win round 2 over Golden State. In 5 games, pretty decisive win last night in Game 5, 121-110. And the Warriors are done.
Done. D-U-N done. Couple things. Chris Finch doesn't get a lot of run when people talk about great NBA head coaches. I really respect the guy. I don't know a ton about him. Other than I was hearing an interview with him once, and he said his mother was one of the original Rockettes.
Really?
Yeah, how about that, huh? Hey, see, that got Jared's attention. All right. So, and I say that because not only does he coach hard and has the ability to be very critical of his best player, in Anthony Edwards, as we've talked about, but what that program...
Second best player.
Well, there you go. What that program has done to unlock Julius Randle is something else.
Yeah, Randle's been fantastic in the
unbelievable.
Postseason. On the flip side of it, though, lots of people wondering what's going on with Golden State. They were the team that once they got Jimmy Butler, they were very free and very confident in sharing, hey, we're going to win the championship this year. Draymond Green was among those that said it. Draymond Green also talked about the future of the Warriors after this playoff exit.
I think we'll be right back at it. Sucks to end this way, but we think we got the pieces to make another run at it and do it again, and that's going to be our mindset going into the summer. Do all that got to do to improve. We got one of the best ownership groups and front offices in the NBA who know they'll do whatever they feel is needed to help the team improve. And us as players, you got to get back in the lab and do what you got to do to get better.
And now people are examining what the Warriors did at the deadline. They end up with Jimmy Butler, and there's a lot of people that are painting this scenario now. It's like a movie that starts out great, and then the second half of the movie stinks and the ending is terrible. That's been the Jimmy Butler experience. The honeymoon period is over for Jimmy Butler in Golden State.
Yeah, it sure is. So this has been a recurring theme in the playoffs where things that have been validated as great trades or great acquisitions suddenly now are loaded with question marks. Add Jimmy Butler to that list. Jimmy Butler, once Steph Curry went down with that injury, he playoff Jimmy disappeared. And then it was just Jimmy Butler. And the shot usage, while he gave them a ton of minutes, he just didn't try to lift the team or put the team on his back. Even the most telling thing was Dwayne Wade last night during a streaming thing he was doing. He basically said, "Jimmy, if you can hear me, do something."
Well, Steve Kerr, after the series was over, said this about Jimmy Butler.
Well, I think he was definitely compromised through all series. I think the injury in Houston definitely impacted him. He's been playing through pain. And I think the biggest thing in this series is that without the spacing that Steph gives us, that forced Jimmy to play a lot of one-on-one against a long athletic team. His whole game is to ISO, get the ball into the paint, and then move it to generate shots. They made things difficult on Jimmy. Once Steph went out, it changed everything for our whole team, but especially for Jimmy.
Now, Kerr's not just making things up. We all saw the fall that Butler took in the Houston series.
Yeah, that is true.
He missed some time with it as well, but that is also part of the Jimmy Butler experience that people don't talk about. He's hurt a lot, and he gets hurt in the playoffs a lot. And it also is another illustration of just how fragile the balance is. If you've got all your pieces together, things work well. If you're missing a piece, and in this case, the biggest piece that makes the Golden State Warriors go in Steph Curry, you've got no shot. You have no shot. So does Jimmy Butler deserve a little bit of criticism? Yes. Does he deserve the heaping criticism he's getting from Warriors fans or other critics? I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I don't think it's a very well-constructed team, quite honestly.
Okay, I do agree with that point about his injury status. That was a very, very hard and awkward fall he endured. So he probably is playing through a lot of pain, and once it became And he's probably not physically able to put that team on his back at that level. But I will tell you this. There are a lot of fan bases crowing about this. Listening to some of the Dan Le Batard show, which is based out of South Florida, where he blew up the Heat, they were having a good laugh at it. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of people who are cautioning the Warriors, saying you should trade Jimmy Butler right now before he blows up your team.
Evan Cohen said it this morning on ESPN Radio. Got to get rid of him. They just gave him a 2-year extension.
Right.
But what is he blowing up at this point? They're at the end anyway.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. Do you think with the rising powers of all these young teams in the West, do you think that this is it? Done?
I think so, but there's people that are trying to make this even more prematurely over, in my opinion. This is Emmett Golden from ESPN Radio on Steph Curry's future.
He's one of those guys. I think LeBron is another. How we feel about him is how we feel. It ain't going to change. Another title is not going to influence it. If they never make the playoffs again, won't change how we feel. So his legacy is written. He's going to be a guy that changed the NBA, and there aren't many guys that can say that. Revolutionized the way the game is played. So, I'm not necessarily saying he needs to retire in the offseason, but I do think soon it would be cool to see Steph kind of walk off into the sunset because he's done so much. And I actually expect him to have a great career doing whatever when he's done playing basketball.
I mean, here we go with the legacy talk again. Do you think these players in real time care about their legacy?
Of course not.
No. And he's right. Steph Curry changed the game of basketball more than any single individual in our lifetimes, in my opinion. Some people will argue not for the better.
You could make a very strong case that while Steph Curry is not a better basketball player than LeBron James, he made more impact on the game than LeBron James.
I would agree with that. But
on the literal playing of the game, for sure.
Yeah.
Just general impact.
But Steph Curry also strikes me as a guy, he's still very effective. He was energized by the addition of Jimmy Butler, and he looked a lot of times in the second half of the season like old Steph Curry. Like, this is not an injury that's going to end his career. Why? I mean, I don't know why everybody wants to,
I hope he
finalize the
steps
legacy.
away. Well, I hope he. What are you talking about? You hope he steps away.
Look, I get frustrated by the Warriors because of all the success they've had.
Yeah.
He's a player I want to see play as long as he can.
Right. Nobody can. You can't hate Steph Curry.
You can hate what he does with his mouthpiece.
Well, there is that. It is very, very disgusting.
For the first time ever, All Elite Wrestling brings you one of the biggest pay-per-view events of the year as AEW Double or Nothing invades Desert Diamond Arena May 25th. Tickets on sale now. You can win a pair by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, yesterday's D-backs game may have given them a series win, but it also left us with questions about Ketel Marte, Eduardo Rodriguez, and Jordan Lawler. We'll try to answer some of those questions next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Big weekend for golf, a major tournament taking place this weekend. And if you get inspired watching golf, know that my friends at Turf Monsters can build you a world-class putting green and or putting facility if you're a golfer. What could be better than practicing your short game in the comfort of your own home? I've checked out a lot of samples of what Turf Monsters has done with putting greens. Their work is absolutely incredible. In fact, they did the putting course at Dobson Ranch Golf Course for him. That's how much they trust Turf Monsters. Turf Monsters Landscapers have been serving satisfied customers in the greater Phoenix area since 2018. They can build you whatever you're looking for. Customized fire pits, built-in barbecue grills, hardscapes like patios and sidewalks. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you a beautiful lawn without the seeding, without the water bills. Whatever you're looking for, they can make it happen. Check out their work on their website. Also check out the near 1,000 5-star reviews. Gives you a real clear picture of this company. TurfMonstersAZ.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out.
experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, it's Wolf from Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445. It includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs held on in San Francisco yesterday in an 8-7 win. In a game where Ketel Marte homered twice, Eugenio Suarez added a 3-run shot of his own, and Tory Lavell got ejected. But they ended a grueling 16-game stretch with a win and a series win. And here's manager Tory Lavell on that.
It was a hard-fought game, and the Giants are a good team. They didn't shut down. We were several runs up. We were in total control, but they kept chipping away. And then we held the line, and I'm really proud of the way we did that. You could sometimes feel the flow of the game, and we lost our momentum, and they kept striking, but we held on, and I'm really proud of how we won this game today.
The D-backs are off today, but they're back home for a 3-game series with the Rockies that starts tomorrow. The NFL released its schedule last night, and the Arizona Cardinals have 2 primetime games on the schedule. Week 4, Thursday night football against the Seattle Seahawks, and they'll be in Dallas Week 9 for some Monday night football. For the rest of the games and more on the Arizona Cardinals and its schedule, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Hey
everybody. It's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks have the day off today. Wait, what? They have the day off today? How are we going to talk about baseball? We'll find a way at straight up 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show.
And the Giants are a good team. They didn't shut down. We were several runs up. We were in total control, but they kept chipping away. And then we held the line, and I'm really proud of the way we did that. You could sometimes feel the flow of the game, and we lost our momentum, and they kept striking, but we held on, and I'm really proud of how we won this game today.
Tory Lavell on the win, another white knuckler, 8-7 the final in San Francisco. Like I said earlier, good gravy. Can they just make anything easy?
No, I know. And Tory, how about Tory just constantly gassing up his team after victories? How proud he is.
I think there's a method to the madness, but...
Well, I think... I'm sure there is a method to the madness, but it kind of speaks to the fragility of this team, doesn't it? In some ways?
Yes.
Okay.
What area do you want to start with?
You tell me.
We could start with Eduardo Rodriguez and get that out of the way. There's not a whole lot of Eduardo Rodriguez post-game sound that's related to him. He now has the worst ERA of any qualified pitcher in Major League Baseball. He went 4 innings yesterday when he was staked with a big lead and couldn't keep the lead, couldn't even get to 5 innings, couldn't lessen the load for the bullpen. I told you during D-Backs Daily that feeling of, yes, this is a big lead, but this is the Diamondbacks bullpen, and to get through 5 innings with any combo right now seems like a Herculean effort. They got through it. And we had Jack Summers on earlier this week, and coming off one bad start from Eduardo Rodriguez, when you have Ryan Nelson, who was really effective as a starter last year, and the Diamondbacks trying to elevate, how much leash does Eduardo Rodriguez have to continue these performances?
I don't know. I wouldn't think much longer, especially when Ryan Nelson is capable of being so dazzling. Yeah, I think that leash is probably one more start. If it's another clunker, then I think you've got to consider putting him in the bullpen, I would assume.
Yep, the Ketel Marte question.
Okay.
He leaves the game, and there's not a lot of visual proof on why he left the game. I know people were going back, and he was wincing after he hit the second home run. Here was Tory Lavell talking about removing Ketel Marte late in the game.
I asked him last night after the game, you're going to play your first day game tomorrow. What would you like to do? I'm thinking that let's be safe. It's cold at night here. You're going to have a nice day tomorrow. He pounded the table and said, I want to play. I want to play. We got to win the series, and I want to play. So it was a big ask to go night, day. First time that he's done that. He's in a return to play full-time progression. And then through the course of the day, I was in constant contact with him. And then about the 6th inning, he said he's starting to get really, really stiff. And then before I went down there, I talked to him. Or before I removed him, I went down there, and I said, what do you got? He says, I need to come out of this game. And I want to respect that. I want to respect the athlete who knows his body. We've talked about this before. So it wasn't a foregone conclusion. It wasn't going to happen until I went down there. But I wanted to respect what he was trying to do and gave us already up to that point in the game.
Yeah, because there was some thought maybe that Tory just said, all right, Ketel, we're up big. You take some innings off, and we'll lessen the load. That wasn't the case. He asked out of the game.
Right.
He joked about it afterward through a translator and said everything hurts. My teeth hurt.
Even my teeth hurt, he said.
What's going on with
I don't
Ketel
know.
Marte?
Listen, Ketel Marte has been a fabulous player for the Diamondbacks. He's flirted with MVP kind of status.
He's been great since he came back.
He's been great since he came back, but it's starting to kind of have a Bradley Beal feel to it.
You don't know when he's going to be available.
Right. And that's the idea that he's that fragile or his body is that susceptible to, I don't know whether this is related to his recent injury. I certainly agree, and if the athlete like that tells you I'm stiffening up, even my teeth hurt, that you take him out of the game. Absolutely. But the Diamondbacks chose to give him $116 million this offseason. And a lot of people thought, he's 31?
At his age?
At his age? And so it just seems like there's a level of fragility to him now that I don't know if I'm comfortable with. And what's weird too is because Ketel Marte might be the best athlete we have ever had in Phoenix where we don't know a lot about him. And a lot of that is due to the fact that he speaks to the media through an interpreter. Now, I know he speaks English, but he chooses to speak to the media through an interpreter. And as a result, there's walls that go up. It just happens. And so I don't know. I think people don't know what to make of it or this guy.
But by all accounts, and they're talking about it on the broadcast recently about Ketel Marte just seeming to have a looser mentality. Like he used to be a little bit more of a loner. Now he's much more of a leader. And what he did for Jordan Lawler in the locker room on this very road trip, which leads you to the last question we have. And look, we're not going to have answers on Ketel Marte. It seems right now through a 40-plus game sample that this is going to be a tightrope that's going to be walked by he and Tory Lavell all season long.
Yeah.
And that sounds exhausting to me.
Well, it absolutely it does. And it also I think it also gives some more clarity to what made my mind go kaboom earlier in the week when they sat him against a series finale against the Dodgers. I thought that was insane. But maybe dealing with this and this player is that level of exhausting. I don't know. Okay, let's move on to Jordan Lawler.
The Jordan Lawler question I have for you is, should he be on this roster right now? Well, and I'm going to circle back around because Jordan Lawler, in his major league experience, if you go back to 2023, I don't know if it was a great depiction of what he's capable of. He was a part-time player. He really struggled. He was with the team during their run to the World Series, so I think that was valuable. But now you've got him in a situation where he was raking and playing dominant baseball at the AAA level, to the point where, okay, there's nothing else he can prove down here. But unless he's playing every day, I wonder about the usability, the utility of Jordan Lawler, because he hasn't really done anything right since he's been with the big club, including the obstruction play yesterday.
Yeah, it just seems like a young player who just doesn't. I don't know if he feels overmatched at this level, but it's just the way he carries himself. It leads me to believe I don't know if he's ready.
But I will say this. I'm rooting for him to do well because, to me, one of the great things about being a fan of a team in baseball is when a highly touted prospect comes up, it energizes the fan base. Now, it can go one of two ways. It can go really well, or it can go really poorly and end up back in a demotion. But when you look at the landscape of what this Diamondbacks roster has, we know Lawler can play three positions. He can play second. Ketel Marte is an MVP candidate when he's healthy. You can play short. Geraldo Perdomo is having an unbelievable career year to this point, and he is the emotional, unquestioned leader of this team.
No doubt.
And at third base, you've got Gino Suarez, who plays pretty much every day and prides himself on it. And by the way, can hit home runs in bunches like almost nobody else in Major League Baseball. So where is the room?
Their thinking is that those guys don't play every day, though, and that they'll plug him in at one of those three positions.
Well, then
then
you'll have to get him on a regular schedule. But it's also probably that they realize we might be dealing with this Ketel Marte thing all year long.
Maybe, and that's frustrating in its own right. I would love to see. I would have loved to have seen an opportunity for Jordan Lawler to say, okay, you're on the big league club from day one. You're going to play every day or close to it.
Yeah.
Take this opportunity or don't. But I just think
which is what I thought that
this situation is complicating things for him, in my opinion.
I thought that's what Mike Hazen was saying, that when we call him up, we're calling him up for good, and he's going to play.
Yeah, but if you call him up for good when all three of those guys are healthy and he's getting spot minutes at second, short, and third, and he's struggling,
I didn't get the time.
What are you accomplishing, other than proving he's not ready to play every day in the major leagues?
Well, and what does that do to his psyche? You know, he's a 20-something-year-old kid that is getting called up to hopefully stay around and not knowing where you're going to play every day or if you're going to play. To your point, Vinny, it's like it can't be good for the kid.
Yeah, and I just want to see him do something positive.
In closing, let me just tip my proverbial cap to Shelby Miller for getting out of that yesterday. That was a huge win to get.
Yes.
For getting into it and then getting out of it.
Yes. I prefer to look at the getting out of it because a lot of guys who get into it at that level don't get out of it. So they got a series win that they really need. They got a day off today. And let's hope.
And the Rockies coming in tomorrow.
Let's hope the turbulence is done for a while.
Coming up next, Cardinals fans, spoiler alert, if you stay tuned, We will tell you exactly what's going to happen this season from a win-loss standpoint. Next, it's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Listen, I think so much of the time, somebody who hits an awful lot of home runs and drives in runs, I mean, let's face it, that is your MVP right there.
I'm trying to put the stats together as you're talking, so I have some of them, okay, just for the case of Corbin Carroll. Number 3 in the National League in runs, number 2 in home runs, number 2 in hits, number 1 in triples, number 8 in RBIs, number 1 in total bases.
That puts him squarely right in the conversation of MVP.
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Business is insane at Santan Ford because they have employee pricing going on right now. It's the Memorial Day sales event with special offers galore. And the kicker? Selection, selection, selection. Right now, thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to test drive. The Ford you really want is at Santan Ford, and the time to buy is right now. Go to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What is the most crucial part of the Arizona Cardinals 2025 schedule? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
K1 told me what's the play. Let's fine tune some things, then we off to Tampa Bay. Love the Superdome on the road against the Saints. Cheese in the safe at the crib, Green Bay. Get in the field, you know the boys make.
All right, was it a banger, Vic?
I, as somebody who does enjoy rap in some areas, I actually thought that was very well done.
I'm not a big rap guy.
Fire beats.
The
good flow.
Production was great.
Production was great.
Mac Wilson, a.k.a. Rocket Ship, he's going to join us at 8:30 to talk about the release of the song and the Cardinals' schedule in the upcoming season.
I think maybe I misunderstood this. I think the Cardinals dropped another one of his songs afterwards.
Did they?
I think so.
They did, yes.
I checked
later that night.
Right at 5 o'clock, I checked the Cardinals' Twitter account. The video was up. I checked Apple Music at like 5:02. It had already been uploaded to Apple Music. Like they're covering all their bases. So, job well done by the Cardinals social media team and by Mac Wilson. And we got to learn what the schedule is too. We tried this exercise the other day of win-loss just based on opponents because we didn't know the order of the games.
Yeah.
It was a weird exercise.
Yeah.
Didn't make a whole lot of sense.
I had a hard time with it.
I don't know why it feels more comfortable to do it when the schedule is sequential, but here we are.
Yes, I'm mentally unlocked now, Vinny. I can participate now.
All right. I'm glad you're unlocked.
I'm unlocked.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Week 1. Cardinals at Saints.
Yeah. Great way to open the season. Maybe a rookie quarterback, maybe Spencer Rattler. Either way, this is a victory for the Arizona Cardinals.
I agree with you. Week 2.
Well,
what are you guys doing?
Yeah,
Jared,
let's get Jared and Sammy involved.
You playing along?
Yeah,
it's a win.
It's a win.
All right.
I will also say that when I went through this whole thing, I added it up and I was like, this can't be right. I have to go back and find more losses.
See, but yeah, you can't do that.
I know. All right, yeah, but win versus New Orleans.
Right. Okay, and Jared, track your own. I'm going to keep a track of yours.
Okay, I got it right.
All right. Week 2, home opener against the Carolina Panthers, a team that has had the Cardinals number for years.
Have they ever?
But
but I think this is going to be a big time grudge match for the team and the coaching staff. Home opener, win.
I've got a win as well.
Carolina, very popular team to be picked as one of the most improved this year.
Yes.
They think they're going to take that next step, but it's all about the quarterback, who I don't think is very good. Win for the Cardinals.
Well, one of the reasons why they're being picked to be improved is because he did improve.
I know.
In the second half.
I know.
Remember his career was over?
Right.
Yeah.
And now it's not?
Yeah.
Sammy?
Yeah, win. Home opener. Red Sea bumping. Win.
They're on pace for a 17-0 season. Week 3 on the road at San Francisco.
I got this as a loss. I think San Francisco is going to, I think they're going to get off to a good start this year. As I wrote about it today at ArizonaSports.com, 49ers have played a ton of football games from 2019 to 2023. They played 12 playoff games in that span. That's a lot of extra football. They didn't win a Super Bowl. It all came crashing down on them last year. They had a long offseason by their standards. I think they win this game. Cardinals' first loss of the season.
Yeah, I've got San Francisco winning in Santa Clara as well.
I think San Francisco will be better than people think this year. Win for the 49ers, loss for the Cardinals.
Cards win.
Cards win.
I think they're better.
3-0, you got them starting.
Yep. Yep.
All right, and then back home, short week, Thursday Night Football against Seattle.
Yeah, I think the Cardinals are going to find a way to win this game. I think they also want to get a little revenge against Sam Darnold, who had that great comeback against them with the Vikings last year.
Yeah.
So I've got them winning that game.
I just think the NFC West is so tightly bunched that it doesn't matter home or away in those 6 division games. I think a split is possible, but I do have the Cardinals winning this game at home.
It's one of the few home games where Cardinals fans will be able to sell their tickets if they want to an opposing fan base. I think Seattle wins that game.
Really?
It's going to get weird. I think if they beat the Niners, they beat Seattle. They either go 2-0 in that stretch or 0-2. I have them winning.
Gotcha.
So you got them at 4-0?
They're 4-0 going into week 5, Eddie.
4-0 going into week 5.
All right, week 5, a visit from Cam Ward. Not the hockey goalie, the rookie quarterback in the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, I think that Nick Rallis and this defense, they're going to have their way with rookie quarterbacks. Cardinals win this game.
I've got that as a win as well.
I got it as a win. I think Tennessee is going to be terrible this year.
They were 3-14 last year.
Longer week to prep. Cardinals are 5-0. Start the season.
What was that season? They started 5-0 and then or 4-0.
Ken Cobb.
That was the last year of Ken Wisnell, right?
Yeah. Yikes.
Yeah.
Week 6 on the road at Indianapolis.
Yeah, Indianapolis struggling. Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson. I guess you're going to get Daniel Jones. You're not going to lose to Daniel Jones. Win for the Cardinals. I've got them at 5-1 at this point in time.
I actually have this as a loss on the road at Indianapolis.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. I have this as a win for the Cardinals and a 4-2 start.
Okay.
I have it as a loss, the first loss of the season. In Indy, it's going to be a weird one.
Yeah, if your scenario played out, what a letdown that would be.
I know.
Go 5-0 and then lose to the Colts.
Yeah.
And then last game before the bye at home, the Green Bay Packers and the Cheeseheads in Glendale.
This is going to be the worst scene of the season in Glendale. In fact, tickets for Week 7 in Arizona, they're already over $200 for nosebleed seats. Section 7.
Really?
Yeah. So this is the game when everybody is going to sell their tickets. I've got the Packers winning this game.
I've got the Packers winning as well.
I think if the Cardinals are for real this year, this is a game that they should win and show that they're for real.
Okay.
So you got
it's
it as
your
a win?
schedule release. You don't have to justify it.
I have the Cardinals winning this game.
Sammy?
Also have the Cardinals winning this game.
Wow. So you got them 6-1 before
6
the
and
bye.
1 before the
I've
bye.
got them 4-3 before the bye. I think I got the low mark, don't I? It's weird that I would be pessimistic.
I mean, 4-3 before the bye would not. It'd be a little disappointing.
It would be a little 5-2. I think would be something
About
to shoot
right,
for.
yeah.
4-3 is acceptable. Bye week in Week 8, on the road at Dallas. Monday Night Football.
I've got that as a win.
I've got it as a win.
Kyler Murray never loses at that stadium.
Until this year, I think the Dallas wins.
The Dallas wins.
The Dallas
Cardinals.
That Dallas wins.
Off a bye week, they win.
Okay.
All right. Man, Sammy's
7-1 now.
Don't worry, guys. It gets bleak.
All right.
On the road at Seattle.
They're losing that game.
I've got that as a loss.
I got them splitting with Seattle, so I have them winning, and they often like to win on each other's home fields.
Okay.
Also split. I have them losing this game.
Okay. Home versus San Francisco.
I've got the Cardinals winning that game, Vinny.
Them as a win as well.
I got the Cardinals winning that game.
Loss.
Uh-oh. It's turning.
Home versus Jacksonville.
All right, so you know that somewhere on this schedule there's going to be a bad loss, a bad beat for the Cardinals. This is going to be it, in my opinion. Jacksonville's going to come in here and win.
Wow, I got this as a win.
I think the Cardinals win because Jacksonville, I can't see a possibility where they were going to be good this year.
Trevor Lawrence, Travis Hunter.
I can.
Travis Lawrence. Oh, Travis Hunter. Yeah, it could be exciting, but Trevor Lawrence is what he is.
Okay.
Mediocre.
All right.
Win.
All right, you got that as a win.
Yep.
Then the back end of the Florida two-step in Tampa Bay, Week 13 against the Bucs.
I've got them losing that game as well. So right now the Cardinals have lost 3 times in 4 weeks in my book.
Yep, that's a loss for me.
I got them losing to the Tampa Bay.
It's a win for me. I don't think Tampa's that great.
Week 14, home against Matthew Stafford. First look at the Rams.
Yeah, I've got the Cardinals rising up and winning this game.
I have it as a win.
Cardinals win. Rams have no fans that travel, really, so they'll have big home field for that game.
I hate that they play the Rams twice in 5 weeks, but I have them winning the first game.
Okay, Week 15 on the road at Houston
I've
against C.J. Stroud.
got Kyler Murray putting on a late season show, beating C.J. Stroud. Give me a win.
I got a loss.
I got a loss, too.
Also a loss.
All right, 16, home against the Atlanta Falcons.
Third consecutive victory for Kyler Murray. Win for the Cardinals.
Well, you have them surging late. I like it. I've got it as a win as well.
I don't think much of Michael Penix, at least so far this year, this season, in his career is what I mean to say.
You don't have.
I got the Cardinals winning.
You don't have Penix envy? Is what you're saying?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
I have the Cardinals loss.
Losing to the Sammy is way out from the consensus here. Losing to Atlanta at home. At Cincinnati, Week 17.
Week 17, battle of MVP candidates, and Kyler Murray and Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, and Cincy wins this game.
I've got this as a loss.
Could be cold weather. Joe Burrow, Cincinnati wins.
Cincinnati wins.
And Week 18 on the road, SoFi against the Rams.
In my handicapping of it, this is going to be a game for the NFC West title, and the Cardinals are going to lose.
Ooh, I got it as a loss.
Admittedly, this is the game I went back and changed because I had them too high of win total, and they lose. Cardinals lose to the Rams.
I also have them losing, I think, for the NFC West as well, to cap off a 4-game losing streak to end the season.
Ooh,
I
can't believe you went back and changed the W and L's because you didn't like how it turned out. You got to embrace it like Burnsy did last year.
I just didn't think I had them at 10-6 instead of 11-5.
Vic, what'd you finish with?
10-7.
I have them
10-7.
I have them at 9-8.
10-7 instead of 11-6.
I also have them at 10-7.
Roller coaster of a season. Head this morning. Are you okay?
Did somebody sock you in the bean, Jarrett?
You have them at 10-7, Jarrett.
Yeah, 10-7.
Okay, and Sammy?
10-7 after starting 5-0.
Yeah.
4-game losing streak to end the year, Sammy, huh?
I'm losing 3 of 4.
Oh, man, the narratives that we'll have.
I mean, Sammy's following the patterns. They play well early. They don't play well late.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Coming up next, big stories on this Thursday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot with Sammy Cebulka. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Giants.
D-backs lead by 1. The pitch. Swung on, a little flare into center. Thomas went out, now he comes in and he makes the catch. The ball game is over and the Diamondbacks survive. They win it by a final score of 8-7. By no means was it pretty, but a win is a win, and that's a series win on the road against the Giants.
A D-backs day off before hosting the Rockies Friday night at Chase Field. The Arizona Diamondbacks play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Not that long ago, if you were rolling through Fountain Hills, you might have seen a Waltz fan out in front of my house, and that's because my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance, he came out to my house, brought me an 83-inch OLED television, a soundbar so good it doubles as my in-home stereo, put those two together on a downstairs wall, and bam, just like that, I have gotten magic. My setup is money. Waltz gave me a great price, great experience, great installation. They will do exactly the same thing for you. Waltz has got everything you need to take your fandom to the next level. Great selection, all the major name brands you are looking for, all the big screen televisions you can imagine, all the way up to 115 inches, all the great expertise. Their staff is extremely knowledgeable. It's everything you will not get at the big box stores, and Waltz is as competitive, if not better, at pricing. In fact, to prove it, they will price match. You think you found a great price? Bring it to Waltz. They will match it. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. When you're there, drop my name. You get a little extra sugar, 10% off installation labor or a 3-year warranty for free just by dropping my name. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Are you thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers available by making one call? That's exactly what you get with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or Carol will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, Carol delivers. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Caroline seller must agree on price and possession.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Right, your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Right, your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota. But it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, Come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Wide Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs held on yesterday in San Francisco 8-7 in a game where Ketel Marte homered twice. Eugenio Suarez added a 3-run shot of his own, and Tory Lavell got ejected, but they ended a grueling 16-game stretch with a win and a series win, and the D-backs are off today, but they're back home for a 3-game series with the Rockies that starts tomorrow. The NFL schedule was released last night, and the Arizona Cardinals have 2 primetime games. Week 4 Thursday night football against the Seattle Seahawks, and they will be in Dallas Week 9 for some Monday night football. For the rest of the games and more on the Arizona Cardinals and the schedule, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning, it's 7:34. It's the Rush Hour Reboot, and we start with the Arizona Diamondbacks. They seem to make it more and more difficult to watch them as the game goes on, but they did sneak away with a 8-7 win where they led 8-2, but they finally have an off day after 16 games where over that 16 spell, they went 8-8, and their opponents were, their records combined are 426 and 267, so the strength of schedule was honestly as grueling as it looked on paper, and here was Eugenio Suarez on that 16-game stretch.
We appreciate a lot. Our body, we are human. We need a rest. Our body need a rest. We've been playing like 16 games on the row, and I feel like our body had to rest a little bit, and finally we got an off day tomorrow, and we got to, just rest and be prepared for the next day and home.
A lot of the use of word rest, and they finally have an off day. So how badly did this team just need a day of rest, and how badly maybe do they need the Rockies to come to town this week?
Yeah, listen, baseball is much harder than it looks on the body. A lot of people are like, well, they're just standing around. Baseball can be grueling. It's death by paper cuts. Foul balls off feet, nicks, sliding. There's a lot of attrition that comes with the sport of baseball that does not get proper recognition. So 16 games in 16 days, that's a legit stretch of hardcore baseball, especially against really good competition. And the fact that you won yesterday's series, the fact that you finished 8-8, which was their expressed goal before the thing even began, I think they come home feeling good about where they're at.
I agree with that, all of what you said, but I remember going back before this 16-game stretch, too, that started with that trip to New York against the Mets, and thinking, looking at the schedule and how daunting it was with the travel, with the opponents and the quality of the opponents, that I said, May 14th, we're going to know maybe a lot more about this Diamondbacks team. Do we know a lot more? I mean, if we do, that means 8-8 is kind of who they are. I mean, that's I suppose, a pessimistic glass half empty way to look at it.
Yeah.
See, I think maybe on the flip side, maybe you can say, again, 16 games is just a sample size, but maybe the next 16 games of this season is when we really find out who this team is. You have the Rockies, you have the Dodgers, then you have the Cardinals, I believe, and then the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah.
Those are games that maybe aside from the Dodgers, you're expected to
You don't
win.
want to go 500 over that next stretch of baseball.
No, and that's followed by that homestand is Pittsburgh and Washington. So they have an opportunity to make a little hay. They can't afford to even lose one game against the Rockies.
That's true. Yeah, listen.
When you get soft spots in the schedule, take advantage of them. They're going to need to do that.
Yeah. The NFL schedule did release yesterday, and they've been making a big deal about the schedule release videos when they leak stuff. And the Cardinals release video involved a Mac Wilson rap, I guess you'd say. We have him on the show at 8:30 today. But music aside, what about the schedule first worries you? Is it the kind of daunting stretch after the bye? Is it some trap games maybe?
No, there's two things. It's the 49ers and the Seahawks right there in weeks 3 and 4 with a short week in between them before you play Seattle. Those are going to be a couple of proverbial bloodbaths. And then the stretch of quarterbacks you're facing at the tail end of the season. From C.J. Stroud to Matthew Stafford to Joe Burrow, Michael Penix Jr., that's the two notable areas for me.
I mean, the stretch between week 9 and week 15 is tough. For me, though, it stands out more as the last 4 games of the season, playing 3 of those on the road, because I have them 8-5 at that point, and I don't think that last stretch, at least the way I see it now, is not going to be kind to the Cardinals. So the biggest concern for me is the last 4 weeks of the season.
Yeah, so you honestly just led right into the next question. Given the track history of the way the Cardinals like to go about their season, it's kind of impressive the first half of the season, and if you're playing for a playoff spot, don't bank on the Cardinals. But the last little stretch of the season is challenging. Right now, with the way that the roster's constructed, do you have more trust in them this season, going into this season, to maybe get things done on the back end?
I want to. Mm-hmm. I think they're capable of it. If there's a team that's capable of breaking that trend, it's this one, but they have to show me first.
Yeah, listen, I think the bullpen's going to get whole. I think that issue's going to get solved. You've got Ryan Nelson sitting there in case the Erod thing blows up. As you and I have discussed, the one thing that this team does that does not bode well for their focus is when they get up early on teams, they tend to go to sleep for a while. Now, a lot of people were complimenting the Giants' bullpen and the job they did yesterday at tamping down the Diamondbacks' offense. But this is a recurring thing for us.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like they were going to score 20 runs yesterday with the way they were pounding the Giants' pitching staff, regardless if it was Hicks or Birdsong to start out, and then 2 hits after the 4th inning. With this bullpen, it's not a recipe for comfort. It could be a recipe for success. I don't think anybody wants to go that.
Yeah. To wrap it up, only one NBA playoff game tonight. Thunder Nuggets Game 6. Which team do you trust more in the Mile High City tonight?
Ooh, do I trust more?
I think Denver wins.
There we go.
I think Denver wins and they force a Game 7 in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Not so much. It's that I don't fully trust Oklahoma City yet. Even though that was a sturdy finish to that game, but they're not going to be backed by their home crowd tonight at Ball Arena. So, yeah, I think that this feels like a 7-game series.
I hope it does. I think it ends tonight, but...
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I think Game 5 was a lot for the Nuggets, and they needed to win that one, but I think it wraps up in Denver tonight. But, yeah, you guys have been rebooted.
All right, thank you, Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy.
Big stories of every morning at 7:30 in the Rush Hour Reboot. Coming up next, it's time for our weekly visit with the president and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Derrick Hall. He joins us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals schedule fully dropped, and now we know. The first team they'll face that had a winning record last season, the Seahawks in Week 4 at home. That's also the Cards' first primetime game of the upcoming season. Cards' first game versus a team that was in the playoffs last year, Week 7 against the Packers at home. A Week 8 bye week. Monday Night Football in Dallas, Week 9.
Read what Arizona sports hosts think about the Cardinals schedule on ArizonaSports.com.
Watch their reaction to it on our YouTube channel. And keep listening for more on the Cardinals and the NFL schedule on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. The little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work, or you meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. That's life, and it's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, too. And that's why your checking account should be helping you, not working against you by charging you fees. Well, that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account is going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's big. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date, so just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Oh, this opportunity comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. 30% off everything in-store and online, and 35% off for all active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
Bankruptcy, foreclosure, bad divorce? Don't worry. Desert Wind Harley is now considering all credit applications. Couldn't get financed in the past? Don't worry. No perfect credit, no cash down, no problem. Get financed on a new Harley today. Visit desertwindharley.com.
On approved credit.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the president. I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the president.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The president.
On Now with Bickley and Murata.
D-backs back in the win column on a Wednesday, and it's time for our Thursday chat with the president and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Derek Hall, who joins us right now here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Derek, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Doing well. Yesterday, after I got off the air, I went down the street to the pharmacy and I picked up my prescription for Losartan, which is my blood pressure medication. And
I take the same one, and I think I doubled it.
And I'm glad I did, Derek. Man,
goodness.
I will say this about the 2025 Arizona Diamondbacks. They are not boring.
Well, you know what? We were cruising there for a while, and you figure anytime you're in a divisional game and it's the rubber match, you're on the road, it's not going to be easy, and especially up there. And they've been playing really good baseball all year, and they just kept chipping away. We had opportunities. I mean, you think about Corbin Carroll getting robbed with that liner down the first base line, and what a double play that was, and it was a killer. We would have gone way up at that point. But nonetheless, the bullpen, as tough as it was, they got it done. And as Vic said earlier, really tip your cap to Shelby for getting it done, because he did. He closed them out. We got the win. We'll take it.
Tory Lavell snapped yesterday in a comical way on a play in which he was not right. Was that performative on any level? What did you see from your manager?
I think a little bit. I think, obviously when managers get tossed, a lot of times they're sending a message. I think that was pure frustration for the way things have been going the last couple of weeks. I think the way that game was going, you felt the momentum turning a little bit. And he may not have known that play was right or was called right from his vantage point. So I got to say, I'm sure Major League Baseball doesn't like hearing a president and CEO say, "Oh, I like the way he got tossed. I thought it was energetic. It was great. Right? He showed fire." But I really did. And pointing at and tossing every umpire, just really, really good. Of course, they didn't go anywhere.
It was fantastic.
But you know what? It shows the fire that he has. I mean, fans don't see that side of Tory a lot that we all do. We see it behind closed doors. We see him with players. I mean, he is that fiery when he needs to be. And I just thought it was very entertaining, and it has to be done every once in a while.
Derrick Hall, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We were having the Eduardo Rodriguez discussion earlier. He got through 4 innings yesterday. He struggled a bit in his last couple starts, has been up and down this season. I know a major investment was made in Eduardo Rodriguez last year, $80 million worth, Derrick. But I think there's a lot of people wondering how secure his place in the rotation is. And if it is secure, do you think that's bolstered by the fact that he's still the only left-hander available in the starting rotation?
Well, very good questions. And I think, Vince, we've never made a decision based off how much someone gets paid, especially in the rotation, and we're not going to do that. We're going to do what's best for the organization. This is Captain Obvious, like I said before about Justin. I mean, just something is not right, with him. I don't think it's necessarily delivery. I don't think it's, arm angle. I'm not sure, and I'm not the pitching expert or pitching coach, but something is not right. So we've got to figure that out first. It's nice having an option to make sure that we had the backup yesterday with Ryan, and that was the plan. If Erod had any trouble, if he wasn't going to go deep in the game, and I think he could have gone deeper, we just thought, now's the time to make the change. We've got a guy stretched out back there who can now come in with a completely different look and style. And we were hoping to get, say 4 innings out of Rhino, and he had a little trouble yesterday as well. But again, we do have a lot of arms. It's no surprise. It's not ironic that you look at when we started to struggle, when we started losing, not losing, but we were on a roll there at the beginning of the season, winning series, taking care of business. But we also had Justin and AJ, and when they were no longer on our roster, that's when we put all the pressure on the back of that the bullpen. We put even more pressure on our rotation to try and go deep. And when those things happen, you spiral. And, I think we're going to see a turnaround. We've got Justin throwing the ball. He threw to live hitters yesterday. They said he looked great. The velocity was back up. His confidence was there. He was electric. Get him back. Let's get AJ on a throwing program soon. And then hopefully that'll settle down. Long-winded, I'm sorry, Vince, but hopefully that'll settle down all the starters as well. We're starting to see good starts out of Corbin. We're seeing it out of Zach. We're seeing it out of Merrill. Hopefully that would help someone like Erod as well.
You may have heard me lose my mind on Monday, Derrick, and I apologize, but I woke up Sunday so in the mood for that series finale against the Dodgers, and not having Ketel Marte playing just made me insane. Now, after yesterday, kind of rethinking things, what are you guys dealing with Ketel Marte and this apparent fragility health-wise with him?
Bick, I did hear it. I listen all the time, as you know. I even have to hear lines like Penix envy out of Vinny.
Come on, that's gold, Derrick.
It was good. Vince, it set me back. That's all.
You and me both, Derrick.
All right. Yeah, you know what? You sound like when Gonzo came in the box to watch the game with me, and he's got the lineup card in his hand, and he sounds like you on that game. And of course, but Cattell is in a different situation in that, and we all discussed and we all heard who's responsible for making that decision for him not to start or just go 2 out of 3 when he's coming back. First off, he had a very significant injury, and we knew we had to take it slow with him. I think there's a lot of people in the room discussing it who would say, let's wait a little longer, make him rehab a little longer. He wanted to come back. So the front office doesn't really get involved in those discussions. It's more listening, but it is a training staff that is very established and very experienced. 20 individuals chiming in there. It's the manager and his coaching staff, but it really does come down to medical. And I would also say, like you said just now, Bick, maybe your mind is changing. Maybe ours too. And how right were they, right? When the medical staff says, go 2 out of 3 games to start, don't do night, day. And we're all thinking, really? I mean, he wanted to come back. He's ready. Well, they were right. He started stiffening up yesterday. That's after 2 home runs and a great game. So they were onto something. So I think we have to listen to them. We also know just how important this player is to us. So we don't want to risk that at all. So if we're getting recommendations, and again, they seem to be right, that we take it a little slower just to make sure he's on the field and that he can impact our games, then let's follow those instructions.
Talking with Derrick Hall, president and CEO of the D-backs here on Arizona Sports. Jordan Lawler is with the big club. He's tearing it up at Reno. And everybody wants highly touted prospects like that to come up and contribute and be in a good situation. And we've seen Jordan, again, struggle at times. And he hasn't had a big sample, obviously, this year. But we were talking about earlier with stalwarts at second, short, and third, the positions that he plays. I guess the question is this the perfect time to be integrating Jordan Lawler into the roster?
Well, he definitely deserved the promotion, and arguably even before that. So he should be up here. He puts a lot of pressure, or we do, on him. I don't think he does. I actually think he's got a very slow heart rate. I think he, takes the game at the right speed, and he enjoys playing different positions. The balance is going to be for us to make sure he plays a lot. And I think when we talked about him getting up here and staying up here, that means he's got to play. He can't just sit on the bench. So we've got to find opportunities for him to play. As you were saying earlier, Vince, and you're right, you've got a guy at third base who prides himself in playing every day. He does not want to be taken out of a lineup. I think Perdomo feels the same way, but yet he wants to do what's best for the team and for the development of Lawler. And, he took a day off the other day. Marte needing to take 1 out of 3 off for a little while. I don't know how long that's going to be. That's another opportunity for Jordan. And you could always designate, DH those guys. Jordan could DH. Sure. Gino could DH. Marte can DH. So I think there's going to be enough playing time for him, but that's really the balance. I think once he gets, that first hit, once he turns that double play, but, like the mistake yesterday, I mean, he was at second base. He's expecting to have a force-out throw from Gino, but, he knows he's got to get out of the way to avoid a collision there and interference.
All right, lastly, you had hoped that 16 games in 16 days that you guys would go 500. That would be a successful road trip for you and a stretch of baseball for you. You got that done. Now, how important is it that you do even better given the fact that the schedule kind of tampers down a little bit?
Yeah, well, first off, I hope I didn't cause that, and I hope guys weren't listening when I said I'd be happy with 8-8, and that's what they did. Maybe I should have said 10-6. Right? That's like when you go in, you go in and ask your boss for a raise. You go, "Can I get 5,000?" They go, "Sure." You walk out, and go, "Dang it! How stupid was that?
Why didn't I ask for 10?
Yeah, right. So that's probably on me. But, I do think this stretch is going to be important. I don't love that we're going to L.A., yet we play the Dodgers very well. I think what people are missing is our next series after that at St. Louis. I mean, they're 9-1 in their last 10. Yeah. They're the hottest team in baseball right now. That's just the way it's fallen this year. We're taking on teams when they're playing their best baseball, but that's okay. Again, we have a series coming up this weekend, like I said, where we can't, just play to the level of the competition. We've got to take care of business. I do think it's starting to ease up. That's what we were hoping for. And, I expect good things to come from this team. I think being 2 games over 500 right now, I keep saying that. It's been 3 weeks in a row. I've said that to you guys. We can't get to that 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Hopefully that's coming. But being 2 games over after that tough schedule, after the injuries, I'm okay. But now let's turn it up a gear. Let's go.
And good giveaways and fireworks this weekend at Chase. Good weekend.
So good. Post-game fireworks Friday. Saturday is a replica jersey, which have been very popular. So hopefully our crowds will be okay. And I do want to thank all the Dodger fans and D-backs fans. Last week, the 4-game series, over 180,000 fans. It was unbelievable. Wow. It was electric, energetic, loud, good baseball. So thanks to everybody.
Yep, Derrick, good stuff.
Thanks,
we'll
Steve.
talk again next week.
All right, guys. Look forward to it.
Thank you. Derrick Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, answering all the questions posed to him, as he does every week.
No, he's great about that.
Yep. Here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, you get the Thursday edition of The Blast on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks President and CEO Derrick Hall.
Your home for everything Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Southwest Gas supports the lifestyle of Arizonans, and so much of what Southwest Gas provides also improves sports fans' lifestyles as well. Whether it's cooking for friends and family for the big game, outdoor dining for a backyard barbecue, to just enjoying the game from the warmth of your home or the comfort provided by a post-game shower, you can thank natural gas. In fact, more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances, but natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the home. It supports economic development and growth in the community as well. Southwest Gas Holdings has been at the forefront of it. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among companies listed publicly worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Choose an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. Southwest Gas. Discover more about these recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence by visiting swgas.com.
Welcome to Scorpion Speed Dating, where spring flings can turn into full-blown infestations.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I like long walks on ceilings, snuggling up in empty shoes, and stinging people on bathroom floors.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Spring officially kicks off Scorpion season. They're out scouting for romance and a midnight snack, but that doesn't mean your home needs to play host. For proven scorpion control, call 602-BLUE-SKY. We'll shut the door on Scorpion season. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445 and includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues? If you do, you need to go to DISC. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Doctors Dr. Chris at Disc has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. Disc surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. Disc surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that on a worldwide basis. Enjoy life again or get back to living. Disc website is www.sciatica.com, or pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs held on yesterday in San Francisco, 8-7 in a game where Ketel Marte homered twice. Eugenio Suarez hit a 3-run shot of his own, and Tory Lavell got ejected, but they're ending a grueling 16-game stretch with a win and a series win. The D-backs are off today, but they're back home for a 3-game series with the Rockies that starts tomorrow. The NFL released its schedule last night, and the Arizona Cardinals have 2 primetime games on it. Week 4, Thursday night football against the Seahawks, and they'll be in Dallas. Week 9 for some Monday night football. For the rest of the games and more on the Arizona Cardinals, head to arizonasports.com. Tonight, the Thunder look to punch their ticket to the Western Conference Finals, while the Nuggets are playing for their playoff lives in Game 6 in Denver. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit assetpreservationwealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Diamondbacks have had a crazy season so far, so crazy that yesterday's white-knuckle nail-biter in San Francisco doesn't even crack the top 3 of the wildest baseball games so far this season. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm ready for more victories and less turbulence, and in some ways, I feel pretty confident. The bullpen will surely level up with the return of Justin Martinez. The offense remains extremely potent, even if they tend to put it on cruise control when they mash early in games, and they have Ryan Nelson on deck if Eduardo Rodriguez continues to struggle. But this Ketel Marte thing is becoming something of an issue. He's a great player when healthy, but he's putting out Bradley Beal vibes when it comes to availability. From his request for a day off in the home stretch of a playoff run last year to the kid glove treatment he's received ever since his return from a hamstring injury. Meanwhile, manager Tory Lavell is sitting on a powder keg. He takes a lot of heat, covering for a lot of people, and yet fans seem strangely eager to turn on him, and either he crashed out yesterday during a comical ejection, or he wanted to create a diversion from some of these heavier questions. Either way, the Diamondbacks played 16 games in 16 days and went 8-8 just like they hoped. But for an encore, they better break out the brooms and sweep the hapless Rockies. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Very. I've already had a little extra time in the 8th and the 9th inning today, so I was visiting with him, and he said he feels good. He was getting some treatment. He was on the table, and I asked him how you're doing, and he said he feels really, really good, and he's ready to go on Friday.
All right, that's Tory Lavell making reference to the fact that he got ejected late in that game. Had more time to talk to Ketel Marte. Ketel Marte himself answered questions from the media through a translator, said this.
No, I'm good. It's solamente preveniendo y yo creo que esa fue la mejor opción.
Just being precautious. I think that was the best resolution.
Also, Lavell was asked, hey, Marte said he felt stiffness. Where did he feel stiff?
It's usually his hips. It's the hips that turn into the hamstrings and the back. So that's the first sign. And he knows when it's tight, he needs to come off the field. So he's an elite athlete. He's wired very, very tight. And when the wind's blowing in your back for 2 innings or 2 games like it was the past couple nights, and then you're standing out there for long innings, it adds up. And it's once again, he played a day game after 2 night games, so we're in a very positive space. He'll be in the lineup on Friday.
There's a school of thought in a lot of sports. Golf happens to be one of them, that you do not want to get too yoked up. You do not want to become too muscle bound to be at peak performance as an athlete.
Certainly was the thinking for decades and decades in baseball as well.
And so you worry a little bit about that with Ketel Marte, because he does look noticeably bigger than last year.
He looks like one giant muscle.
He does.
What he looks like.
He does. So I hope that this is nothing, but it does kind of stop you in your tracks, because they need Ketel Marte in that lineup.
Yeah, because also he got that extension. It's a sizable extension.
It is.
He is right now 31 years old. He's going to be 32 in October. And they need him to be able to go. We had a listener, one of our faithful listeners, you said it was Seabacher, 44, right? Who said, just give Ketel Marte the entire Colorado series off.
And let Jordan Lawler get some experience and some real at-bats. But the problem is...
It's not the craziest thought.
No.
But like you're going to say, the problem is...
You got to beat the Rockies. You got to beat the Rockies.
Can you imagine... we come back on Monday morning and we're talking about the Diamondbacks losing 2 of 3 to that team?
No, that is something that cannot happen. I think it's also interesting, though, that Derek Hall kind of pulled back the curtains a little bit. Clearly, it's not just talk show hosts and baseball fans who are frustrated with limited availabilities, prescribed days off. You heard Derek Hall say that yesterday what happened with Ketel Marte might be kind of validation for this medical system they've got in place over there. Where if you want to laugh about, oh, come on, it's baseball. Play. Now, again, I'm not backing off my thoughts that you got to play that game against the Dodgers, but if Ketel Marte and the medical staff is saying, with what we're seeing with this young man, it's got to be what it's got to be. It's got to be 3 days on, 1 day off. And you can tell that this is a point of friction, and you've heard the manager at times talk about negotiations.
Yeah, but exactly, because part of that negotiation was the night before,
right
after Game 2 in San Francisco. Ketel Marte, quote, standing on there, banging on the table. I hope he didn't hurt himself banging on the table.
Yeah, don't do that, Ketel.
But banging on the table saying he wanted to play.
Right.
They don't win that game without Ketel Marte yesterday.
I know. And nobody is going to take themselves out of a game in which they've hit 2 home runs just because, hey, you know what? I want to go lie on the training table for a while.
Because there also could have been another movement in the name of caution. And that would have been, okay, we appreciate that, Ketel, that you want to play. But you haven't done a day game after 2 night games, especially in San Francisco. Let's ramp up and have you play 3 games in a row where a day game's not involved. It's hard to do sometimes with the schedule, especially going into a weekend, because those Sunday games are usually day games. But let's try to get that as the next goal before you go day, night. But man, like I said, I think this is something right now. I hope it's not. I sincerely hope it's not. But it just seems like something that's going to hover over this team for a good portion of the season, if not the whole season.
And hence the Bradley Beal vibes. And Ketel Marte is a much more impactful contributor.
We're just trying to cover themselves a little bit, but in reality, there was obstruction called. I was trying to do the math, and I didn't know how the third base umpire could be watching a fair foul ball and then the throw get off and still see the obstruction. But he pointed to it, and he had it. When I looked at him, nobody put their hands up. Nobody put their hands out and pointed obstruction. And, that's why I thought they were kind of inventing a call, but they got it right. They were really good. Umpires were good, and I stand corrected.
Yeah, it was the right call. After all, in the heat of the moment, he got that in there.
What's so funny about it to me was in watching yesterday's game, I thought that home plate umpire was about as good as I've ever seen in terms of not missing. Maybe, one pitch.
It's a high strike. The D-backs got the benefit of the call.
Yeah, there was a handful, but overall, pretty good job.
I thought he was really, really good and consistent from some of the garbage I've seen this year.
Yeah.
And so for Tory to toss every single
It's the
one
best.
up.
It only exists in sports. Like, can you imagine if you got in a fight with somebody at work, and you just like,
you're out of here! You out of here!
The part of it that bugged me, it was clearly obstruction on Lawler. They made the right call. Koss acted like he was dying, and to the point where we heard the highlight from Chris Garagiola on radio saying he's got a significant injury. Right. And Geraldo Perdomo's motioning to the San Francisco dugout, you got to get out here. He didn't even come off the field. He had a little bit of blood from the mouth. He could have easily got back to the bag. So it was a total flop sales job, and he got away with it. Now, the weird part was there was no extra bases awarded, which Bob Melvin got pissed about, that the runners weren't awarded second and third. Bullet dodged. It was an entertaining scene, though.
It sure was, and I hope it for some Diamondbacks fans who so easily want to blame Tory for everything. I hope that performance kind of shows you that he does have fire, because a lot of people think he doesn't.
That is true. Day off today. Ringing in the ears of the Diamondbacks. They need. You know what? I need a day off from watching them too. So this goes pretty well.
It works both ways.
Coming up next, what part of the Cardinals' schedule is most important if they want to be a playoff team this season? That and more thoughts on the NFL schedule release from yesterday. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals schedule fully dropped, and now we know. The Cards open the season into Big Easy Week 1. Division games hit early with a trip to San Francisco Week 3, and Thursday Night Football hosting the Seahawks at the Farm Week 4. At Seattle Week 10, hosting the Niners Week 11, hosting the Rams Week 14, and finishing the season in LA at the Rams Week 18. Read what Arizona sports hosts think about the Cardinals schedule on ArizonaSports.com. Watch their reaction to it at our YouTube channel, and keep listening for more on the Cardinals and the NFL schedule on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. About 5 years ago, I tore my meniscus playing tennis. I did not want to have surgery. I did not want to have to deal with rehab. Somebody told me about non-surgical regeneration at QC Kinetics, and I thought, I am going to try that. And guess what? It worked. Here I am, back in the gym, back doing what I love to do, and I never had to have surgery. This is what people are getting from QC Kinetics. They're the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain, with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain, shoulder and hip pain, now living pain-free. They use regenerative cell therapy to restore tissue in your aching joints. The patient satisfaction reports are incredible. Emmett Smith raves about what QC Kinetics did to help him deal with all his joint pain. This, again, is what they are doing for people. And the best part is no drugs, no surgery involved, no downtime. This is an all-natural option with real lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. Learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. And you can reach them at 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Business is insane at Santan Ford because they have employee pricing going on right now. It's the Memorial Day sales event with special offers galore. And the kicker? Selection, selection, selection. Right now, thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to test drive. The Ford you really want is at Santan Ford, and the time to buy is right now. Go to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Hey, it's Wolf. What is the most crucial part of the Arizona Cardinals 2025 schedule? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
We continue on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here from the Arizona Sports Studios, taking you up till 10 o'clock. It was schedule release day. How did you celebrate schedule release day? How many videos, schedule release videos, did you watch?
I didn't really. I was so anticipating what was coming down the pike with the Cardinals, and then you heard early yesterday that, wow, Mac Wilson Sr. is going to be performing a rap song.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, this is going to be really super cool. So I didn't sample what other teams did, to be quite honest.
I watched 4 of them.
Did you?
I watched the Cardinals video. Thought it was very well done. We're going to talk to Mac Wilson Sr., a.k.a. Rocket Ship.
Rocket Ship.
Coming up at 8:30. I watched New England's. They did an egg drop video, which really had nothing to do with the schedule release, but it was kind of entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
It was orchestrated by Josh Dobbs.
Wow.
The scientist, the pastronaut.
Uh-huh.
That kept my interest. I watched Cleveland's because people said it was so bad, and I have no idea what it was. It was really...
The mascot, right?
Yeah, it was bad. And then I watched the Indianapolis Colts because they deleted theirs.
Oh, let's talk about that. Throw those details out there.
They did a Minecraft themed video with the animation that went through opponent by opponent. And it starts out the first opponent in there's like a Minecraft dolphin in the water. It's got a Tyreek Hill jersey. And the Colts mascot or whatever comes up on a Coast Guard ship, and it depicts Tyreek Hill getting arrested. So this was out for a while. The video also for the Cardinals game it's got Kyler Murray riding around on a chicken and proclaiming, "I'm a chicken jockey."
Oh, that's brutal.
So they pull this video.
So the content department came up with this, thought they had a banger, started playing, and the team's like, "Get that off!"
Yeah, and they've also released, and they apologized. They said they pulled it because of a different agreement reasons with Microsoft because of the Minecraft thing.
Oh, okay.
And they also apologized to Tyreek Hill.
No apology to Kyler Murray?
No apology to Kyler Murray.
I think another team also did a Minecraft video.
The Chargers did.
There was at least 5 video games. One did Oregon Trail, one did Mario Kart, one did...
Oh, I also watched the Bills. Did you see the Bills video?
The Bills one was great. I thought it was hilarious.
So the Bills video is Brandon Beane, the general manager, and he calls up Josh Allen, who's at the facility shooting hoops, and he's on the phone, and he said, "Hey, need help with the schedule release video." And Josh Allen's like, "Just use AI. Everybody's using AI these days." So he says, "Okay." They decide, and the big graphic comes up. This video is generated by AI, and it's Brandon Beane actually interviewing Allen Iverson.
Oh, that's funny.
And it's funny because I don't think Allen Iverson is a Bills fan.
He's not at all. And
He's
he was kind of uncomfortable throughout
He
the whole
was.
video.
Wow. It was funny.
He's a money fan, I'll tell you that much.
Brandon Beane says, "Can I get a go Bills?" And he kind of smirks, and he's like, "Go Josh Allen."
Yeah, I'm sure the price was right.
Yeah. Well, the Chargers are generally considered at the top of the top of the heap, right?
They're the big dog.
They're the big dog in terms of creative content schedule drops. Okay.
About the schedule itself.
Well, how about the Kansas City Chiefs having to play on Thanksgiving and Christmas Day?
Yeah, that stinks. 7 primetime games for the Chiefs. They got the most, surprisingly. I had a couple questions on that front, too.
All right.
7 for the Chiefs, 6 for the Cowboys, not surprising, 5 for the Bills, 5 for the Chargers, 5 for the Miami Dolphins, who I think are going to stink out loud, 5 for the Atlanta Falcons. Why is there... this is like 2 years in a row the Falcons have had a bunch of primetime games. Why?
And the whole Cowboy thing, it's
the
just...
whole world has Penix envy.
Oh, boy. The Cowboy... the Cowboy thing is just infuriating, predictable. Colin Cowherd said, do you remember back in the day when Apple Music or whatever put that YouTube album on your phone and you couldn't get away from it even if you didn't want it?
Yeah, people were so mad.
Yeah, that's how he feels about the Cowboys.
I think mine is still stuck in my library. I never went and deleted it. And when it comes up, I'm like, I don't want this. Yes, and then there's 3 teams that don't have any primetime games. Titans with 0, Browns with 0, and the Saints with 0. Okay. 2 of those teams on the Cardinals schedule.
Wow.
And that's kind of an indicator of what the league thinks of them. Cardinals have 2 primetime games. Obviously, the Thursday night game against Seattle, the Monday night game against Dallas. But the portion of the schedule you think is most crucial to the Cardinals returning to the playoffs this year. For me, you can look at that back end and come up with any number of games where you say this is a crucial stretch. They got to make their hay before the bye. You have to stack 4 wins minimum, in my opinion, if you're the Cardinals in those first 7 games, if you want to be a playoff
Listen, team. I agree with that, but I also agree that this is the year when Kyler Murray has to perform in December. That he's got to change that narrative. He's got to be able to play high-level football without the glitching and get some of these games and get a season to the finish line. And so I think both can be true at the same time. I really believe you get to the bye week, you better have 5 wins. If you've got 4 wins, you still have a winning record, but I think it will be a lost opportunity.
Yeah, 5 would be ideal. Because that would be the difference. We went through our win-loss exercise earlier, and I had them with 4, only because I could see them tripping up on the road at Indianapolis with a early kick, eastern road swing, not all the way to the coast. But if they get to 5, I'd feel great about it, because that, to me, would be the difference between 9 and 10 wins. And I don't think 9's getting you in.
So, yeah, I tend to agree with that. When I kind of went through my exercise, creating the narrative of what I thought the season was going to look like, I had a stretch of 3 losses in 4 games leading into Week 14, which means there would be tons of criticism around Kyler Murray. Oh, it's happening again. So, in my mind, I've got Kyler Murray silencing those critics to a degree by beating Matthew Stafford, by beating C.J. Stroud, by beating Michael Penix Jr. in succession going into the last 2 games. Now, that's wishful thinking on my behalf. But no matter how well you play in the first 7 weeks, Kyler Murray is still going to have to perform in December, better than he ever has.
I agree with that as well. It's an intriguing schedule. If you want to see the whole thing, you can check it out at ArizonaSports.com. Coming up next, the Cardinals did celebrate their schedule release with a highly produced rap video that was created by Mack Wilson, senior Cardinals linebacker, a.k.a. Rocket Ship. He will join us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. After the NFL schedule release, Dan Bickley writes that the Cardinals will be a playoff team. Diamondbacks end grueling 16-game stretch with a much-needed series win. And Tory Lavell was tossed telling the umpires they're ejected. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Refi.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the 2nd largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See team with the full details and disclaimer.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
We're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Life can be stressful, but selling your home doesn't have to be. I'm Carol Rice with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I make home selling easy by properly pricing your home and getting it in front of thousands of my exclusive qualified buyers. Do what Jackie and Mark did, selling in just 5 days for full market value. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value or I'll pay the difference guarantee. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 five-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
Hi, Shane O'Grady here with Life Changer Loan, and we've all heard that time is money. That's why your 30-year mortgage is killing you financially regardless of the rate you have. On a Life Changer Loan, you're able to do your banking inside your mortgage so you can pay off in just a few years without changing a dime of spending habit, all while keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Finally, a financial tool for those with great credit. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day. So no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US to H2024. Other restrictions apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs held on yesterday in San Francisco 8-7 in a game where Ketel Marte homered twice. Eugenio Suarez added a 3-run shot of his own, and Tory Lavell got ejected, but they ended a grueling 16-game stretch with a win, and here is Lavell.
It was a hard-fought game, and The Giants are a good team. They didn't shut down. We were several runs up. We were in total control, but they kept chipping away. And then we held the line, and I'm really proud of the way we did that. You could sometimes feel the flow of the game, and we lost our momentum, and they kept striking, but we held on, and I'm really proud of how we won this game today.
The D-backs have an off day today, but they're back home for a 3-game series with the Rockies starting tomorrow. And the NFL released its schedule late last night, and the Arizona Cardinals have 2 primetime games on it. Week 4, Thursday Night Football against the Seattle Seahawks, and they'll be in Dallas Week 9 for some Monday Night Football. For the rest of the games and more on the Arizona Cardinal and its schedule, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Run, don't walk to the Memorial Day sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 30% off in-store and online through May 26th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
K1 told me what's the play. Let's fine tune some things, then we out to Tampa Bay. Love the Superdome on the road against the Saints. Cheese in the safe.
A limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. If you want more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. What you are hearing is the soundtrack to the Cardinals schedule release video. 18 bars by Rocket Ship featuring Thai beats. Big head music, Arizona Cardinals music, and the man responsible for it, Mac Wilson Sr., linebacker for the Arizona Cardinals, joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Mac, good morning to you.
Good morning, fellas.
Congratulations on the track. Congratulations on the video. I thought it came out awesome, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, it was dope.
Yeah, man. The beat was fire. Your flow is fantastic. How did this all come about? When did you start rapping?
Yeah, honestly, me as a kid, I always not really rap, but like would freestyle at like with friends or around family or anything like that. But I really didn't start rapping until like last year when I actually got a chance to go into a studio with Jesse and Zach Pascal, and kind of started from there. And my brother, he's an artist as well out of Detroit. Named Lando Lowe, original name Orlando Fikes, and just being around him and hearing him rhyme and going to the studio with him, and I think it all started there, just kind of like being on the phone with my brother, a lot and hearing him rap, and, just kind of being in there with him and picking up on like rhymes and just the flow of things, and kind of started there, honestly.
This particular track, I mean, obviously we see the finished product, and it's coinciding with a schedule release. But I mean, just take us through how this whole process, when the idea was born, and how early did you have to get started on this whole process, Mac?
Yeah, they reached out to me. I was actually, I think I was in Houston back home at the time, and they reached out and kind of asked like, would I be cool with doing it? And I was like, yeah, why not? I thought it was pretty cool, and I didn't know how serious they were at the time, but like a week later, they sent back a whole like package of kind of like rough draft of kind of like what they was expecting of how they wanted to get things done, basically. And I showed my fiance and told my family about it, and they was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. So I kind of just jumped on it, and I was ready to go. Honestly, I felt like it was a cool opportunity to just do what I like to do, honestly. I enjoy just rapping and making rhymes.
Yeah, there's some great references there. The 2 B's for Buda Baker, 8-5 for Trey McBride. Did you write the thing entirely yourself?
Yes, sir. Definitely.
That's fantastic. Well, were some of your teammates tripping on this? Were they surprised that you had these skills?
I mean, they kind of, last season, I was rapping a little bit with Jesse and Zach, like I mentioned, and we made a few songs and stuff like that, and we played a few songs around the guys, and they heard some of my rhymes before, so they weren't too surprised. They were more so concerned about how I knew we was playing, but I told them I didn't know we was playing. I didn't know who we was playing. I just knew where we was playing as far as home and away. So they was more concerned about me knowing the schedule already.
Yeah, the track is called 18 Bars. You can hear it on the video on social media. It's available on Apple Music. That's where I listen to it. Congratulations on that again. Really well done, Matt.
Yeah, really well done.
What do you think of the schedule now that it's out?
I think we got a nice schedule. I feel like it's gonna be fun, competitive. I'm excited to obviously be traveling to New Orleans. Week 1, I've never played there before, so it's gonna be a dope experience.
All right, I got one last question about your rap song here. What line that you wrote, what are you most proud of? Because it's pretty dope. I like it. But what did you like the most? When you penned it, you went, that's it. That's the bar.
Let me see. I'm trying to think.
I like the hit so hard like we had 12 men in Seattle, then your Levi's on, quick trip to the 49ers.
Yeah, I like those two for sure.
Yeah. Okay, that's good stuff.
Those two pretty catchy. I also, by the way, to mention that, I also have the second song dropped last night, the One of One at 9 o'clock. I'm not sure if people caught that one. And I also did 3. So it's a total of 3. The other one dropped tonight.
Oh, nice.
At 9 o'clock, so basically did like a whole little EP.
Yeah, it's like an EP. I was going to say that.
I was a fan with that.
All right, so later on today, we will feature your second rap song as our song of the day, so we'll get you some run there, Mac.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay, so over the weekend at the charity basketball game, you said there is no ceiling for this football team. Are you that confident in what the team has put together this year?
No, definitely. And that's just building off the momentum from last season and the camaraderie we built. And I feel like just coming into this off-season program, I just felt the energy amongst the guys, and you can just feel the urge to get to work with everybody. And I just like what we're building. I honestly feel like we're headed in the right direction. Monty and JG did a great job with the new additions we've had on the team, and I feel like we're ready. We just gonna take it one day at a time and see where we end up. But I like our chances. So,
Mac Wilson, senior of the Arizona Cardinals, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You personally, first year in Arizona last year, you had a really good year for a team that made strides. You won 8 games, big improvement over the year before. And you mentioned some of those new additions to the team. Tell us about some of the guys at your position group specifically, like Akeem Davis-Gaither, and have you had a chance to meet and interact with Cody Simon, the rookie, yet?
Yeah, Cody just got in the room with us this week, and I've been with Akeem obviously since OTA started. I'm excited to get to work with both of those guys. Both of those guys do a lot of good things, and got similar play styles as far as athletic ability. I feel like all the guys in the back room got similar play styles, and are great and unique in their own ways. I feel like so I'm excited to get to work. Like I said, Cody's going play. I feel like he's gonna contribute on special teams and stuff, and and as far as the team, whoever compete for the start spots and things like that, but I feel like those guys are ready to work, and may the best man win. They know that it's competition all over the room, and to earn a spot on this team in general.
Yeah, I want to ask you what's going to be happening up in front of you on the defensive line. Yeah, Dalvin Tomlinson, big Calais Campbell comes back home. Darius Robinson's coming into year 2. Sure, he's going to be a lot better. You got a Super Bowl hero in Josh Sweat. What do you think about what they did to the defensive front?
Yeah, it's been great, honestly. I feel like we got a good thing going on up there. It's going to be fun, honestly, to be playing behind a defensive line like that. Obviously, just excited to get to work with those guys to see how everything just meshed together. Honestly, I just can't wait to see how all of it just come together and just see how they play off one another.
Mac, you mentioned starting the season off in New Orleans. Cardinals haven't opened the season in New Orleans since 1983. You said you've never played there before. Is there another game that really stood out to you now that you've seen the full schedule that you're really looking forward to playing?
Yeah, being able to go play in Houston as well, because my mom stay in Houston. I had bought her a house in Houston a year ago, so being able to go play in Houston and have all my family out there, and that's why I stay as well. So that's another game.
Well, Mac, thanks so much for joining us again. Congrats on the track, and best of luck with the music. You gonna get any more releases as the season goes on? That's team related stuff.
Yeah, we'll see. Whatever they ask me to do, I'm willing to do it. I mean, I do it for fun. So whatever they ask me to do, I'm willing to do it. I'm a team player.
Go do a collaboration with K-Dot. Go do something with Kendrick Lamar.
Hey, that'll be awesome.
Thank you, Mac.
Thanks, Mac. Appreciate it. Mac Wilson, Sr. 18 bars of track out yesterday that coincided with the schedule release. Again, you can see it on social media, on the Cardinals channels, on Apple Music. I think it's on Spotify. I'm not a Spotify guy. I think it's there too. It is pretty good. It's got the Dan Bickley seal of approval.
Yeah.
And we know how much rap you've been listening to lately. You've been talking about it.
I know, dude. I'm telling you, I had never listened to a Kendrick Lamar track before I saw him at the halftime show of the Super Bowl. Blew my mind, and I love the guy. Love the guy.
Coming up next, are we seeing a passing of the torch in the NBA's Western Conference? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Which one of these contracts will end up being the best for the Diamondbacks? Which one will end up being...
My initial thought is Corbin Carroll. If he's going to be a top 5 MVP candidate, you're talking about $111 million over 8 years. That could have ended up at least double, maybe triple that amount of money.
I'm not going to argue with you on that one. I would make a case for Brandon Pfaadt.
$45 million over 5.
45, okay, even better. Even better.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you've got missing or loose teeth, if you've been wearing dentures that really don't fit, if you've been struggling to eat because of these inconveniences, or if you do not like taking pictures, if you cringe at selfies because you think your smile's kind of whack, got great news for you. New Life Dental Implant Center doing amazing things. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere. So in order, the amazing quality comes from the fact that everything is now 100% digital, which means there's no human error, there's no guesswork. It means your new implants and your new smile is going to turn out absolutely perfect. Great convenience, everything from lab work to surgery to follow-ups done in one place under one roof, and the unbeatable prices. This is truly what they're vibing on. The most affordable implants you are going to find in the industry. They want to make these implants available to everybody, even people with limited insurance or no insurance. Give them a call, find out what they can do for you. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tory Lavell.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open.
An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who are some of the candidates the Suns are looking at to be their next head coach? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
I think we have. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason that we've had, I think, 6 straight years with a different NBA champion. Like, it's just hard to build a dynasty. The second apron makes it very, very difficult. You know, and then they brought in Jimmy Butler, and they signed him on a 3-year extension. So they kind of said, this is the dude we're going to put next to Steph Curry. Unless you add a young piece somehow, and I don't know how you do that without the CBA implications of that, it feels like the Warriors are stuck. But I think the bigger question beyond that is because they've got 4 rings no matter what happens from here. How much longer does Steph want to do this? You know, he's kind of in one of those weird spaces where you know he's never leaving Golden State, but you also don't want to be the guy who's 40 years old and your team's playing under 500, playing in the play-in, maybe not getting to the playoffs. So as much as we've talked about when will we see the end of LeBron, when will we see the end of Steph also has to be a conversation.
Myron Metcalf, ESPN Radio. Was that a little shot at LeBron? You don't want to be 40 years old and playing on a team that's under 500.
Well, there is something to be said for that.
Look, I think there's very similar aspects to the junctures of the careers of Steph Curry and LeBron James, despite the age difference right now.
Yeah.
People are asking the question about Steph Curry. I don't think he's near the end. But I think the Golden State Warriors are. And I know Charles Barkley talked about this on TNT last night, too. It's like, you're going to go into battle next year, again, with your core being Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler. That's 3 old players.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hang with the young pups in the Western Conference? And, you know, the young pups right now, Minnesota, Oklahoma. Minnesota's already through to the finals. Oklahoma City can get there tonight with a win over Denver. There's other up-and-coming teams in the Western Conference.
The Spurs, Houston,
certainly.
Memphis.
Yeah, all those teams. Have we seen the last shreds of relevance from the Golden State Warriors? And
Well,
look, they were a 7 seed this year, Bick.
I know. And they almost coughed that last week of the season. They got into scramble mode. They were 23-8 in their last 31 games with Jimmy Butler once he arrived. What he brought the team in terms of belief and leadership, you couldn't go a day without hearing someone on the Warriors rave about what Jimmy Butler brought to their team. And there was a belief, Steve Kerr said after the series loss in Game 5, that if Steph was healthy, we would have had enough to make a real run at this. So clearly they're going to give this one more shot. But like you, I don't know if I really like their chances. It's the more you look at what is really sustainable and what is really formidable in the Western Conference, well, it's all kind of playing out in front of our eyes. And if Oklahoma City gets past Denver, Oklahoma City and Minnesota, these are teams that can defend you all night long with big wings and aggressive physical dudes. And each team has that one killer, and the rest of it is all just deep quality stuff. And that's kind of the future of the Western Conference. Those are the teams you're gunning for now. It's not taking down LeBron anymore. It's not taking down Steph and Draymond anymore.
No, those are now become the teams to beat.
Yeah.
And Minnesota, they got there last year, got ushered out pretty quickly by Dallas. They lost that series in 5 games. So for Minnesota to make it back-to-back to the conference finals is significant because of the history of that franchise. But both Anthony Edwards and Rudy Gobert last night were asked, are you satisfied getting to the Western Conference Finals?
There's no satisfaction. Yeah, if we just got here. We haven't done anything yet, so no, he's not satisfied.
That's exactly how it feels. It feels good to get to that step, but his stomach is not full, not at all. It's just one step.
And it's a strange place for the NBA to be in, and I think it's a great place for the NBA to be in right now.
Yeah.
Because there are 7 teams standing. I don't eliminate any of them from being able to win a championship this year.
I completely agree with
and
you.
I've never felt that way in my lifetime about
even the
this.
Pacers. I wouldn't be surprised if they win a championship.
No, this stage of the NBA playoffs, I think any of these teams that's still alive, now that Cleveland's done, because they got nothing.
Because they got nothing. And then the monster and the mother of all basketball games is going to take place tomorrow night at Madison Square Garden, where the Celtics without Jason Tatum beat the Knicks by 25 points. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on New York to be able to close this thing out. The sound in Madison Square Garden. What I realized from watching Game 4 in Madison Square Garden was that place. When Knicks fans are feeling it, there's no other building in the NBA that sounds like that place.
No. When they're not feeling it,
it's like Game 3. How about Game 3 when they got crushed at home?
Right.
Yes.
And so if you're a Knicks fan, I don't know if you saw at the end of the game. First of all, Jalen Brunson getting 5 fouls in 9 minutes. I'm like, what was Tony Brothers doing last night?
Tell Jalen Brunson to stop fouling people.
Yeah.
Even elbowed Jaylen Brown right in the.
Well, that was a foul, but
that was a foul.
But so they showed Jalen on the big screen on the Jumbotron, kind of clowning on him a little bit, and he just looked up and waved like he was a fan. It's great. You can find it online. He just looked up as if it was somebody sitting in the 15th row.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
And the thinking in that series was, okay, Tatum's done. They're down 3-1. There's no way the Knicks can blow this. But Jalen Brunson thinks otherwise.
Yes, they're missing a big piece. But like I said before, I mean, they're a team, a well-oiled machine that has been in situations where they play without him, and they played well, and we need to understand that, and we need to, trust the game plan and play accordingly. It's that simple.
Look, the Boston Celtics won a title last year, and yes, Jason Tatum was on the floor, and his presence helps, but it's not exactly like he was the bus driver to their title.
No,
that was Jaylen Brown.
Yes.
There was a lot of help from supporting cast as well. So. And I don't know if I heard this stat right. I don't know if you heard the stat either. During the game, it came up on the broadcast that the Celtics had won 16 straight games at TD Garden without Jason Tatum.
Did that something?
I mean, not all playoff games, obviously, but that's a remarkable number.
Well, he's great, but how often do they rely on him to win a game? They have a whole team full of three-point shooters and defenders.
They can win without him. That's my point.
Yes, they can. The system is so strong when it's clicking. And even go back and get the game where he got hurt. He was magnificent in that game, and they lost.
They're 10-2 this year without him, and they just have to. I mean, you said it. Their system. They hit 22 threes, and Luke Cornett gave them 10 points and 7 blocks. Like, if you're a Knicks fan, you hang your hat on. You're coming back home we win. We go to the Eastern Conference Finals. We have the best player in Jalen Brunson, and you hope that they don't make 23s.
But if you're also a Knicks fan,
yeah, you're nervous.
You're thinking that we already had 2 games versus Boston where Boston absolutely shot terrible from 3,
and they were still up 20 in both of those.
Can we beat them if they play regular?
Yeah, the scoring flow in this series has been fascinating.
Oh, yeah.
Because, like, you brought up the stat a couple games ago, or even before this last game, how big a percentage the Celtics have been leading for this series. How much have they been up by double digits? How much have they been up by 20 points for a good portion of the series, and they're still facing elimination? It's crazy. It's like the 2001 World Series. The biggest run differential ever in a World Series, and it went 7 games.
That's hysterical. That's pretty good.
Because when the Yankees won, they squeaked by. When the Diamondbacks won outside of Game 7, they pretty much pounded them. That game tomorrow night.
It's going to be insane.
And Madison Square Garden is going to be a sight to behold. Coming up next, we roll into the 9 o'clock hour here on this Thursday. Sammy Sabolka is going to take us through some social studies on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Over the past 20 years, the accident attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough clients fill an entire sports arena. Here's another sporting analogy that proves why if you're ever injured in any kind of accident, call Sweet James. So here, there are 450 players in the NBA. They all play basketball. They're all good. Very few rise to stardom because very few win at a level that puts them in that elite category. Well, it's exactly the same thing with personal injury firms in Arizona. There are a ton of them out there. They all say the same things. Sweet James, one of the very few firms that are elite in everything they do, especially when it comes to litigating. Their attorneys have extensive trial experience, which is kind of rare in their industry, if you can believe it, and it gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies who don't want to pay you a nickel, who do not care about your sense of justice. That's why Sweet James is proud partner of your Phoenix Suns, and sports fans know better than anyone, you need the best when it matters most. Sweet James, that's the attorney, that's the firm you want in your corner in your time of need. 1-800-9-MILLION. Remember, the consultation is free and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Phoenix.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employer pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445. It includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. 1 pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs held on yesterday in San Francisco 8-7 in a game where Marte homered twice. Eugenio Suarez hit a 3-run shot of his own, and Tory Lavell got ejected, but they did end a grueling 16-game stretch with the win and a series win. Here's manager Tory Lavell.
It was a hard-fought game, and the Giants are a good team. They didn't shut down. We were several runs up. We were in total control, but they kept chipping away, and then we held the line, and I'm really proud of the way we did that. You can sometimes feel the flow of the game, and we lost our momentum, and they kept striking, but we held on, and I'm really proud of how we won this game today.
The D-backs are off today, but they're back home for a 3-game series with the Rockies that starts tomorrow. The NFL released its schedule last night, and the Arizona Cardinals have 2 primetime games on it. Week 4, Thursday Night Football against the Seattle Seahawks, and they'll be in Dallas Week 9 for some Monday Night Football. For the rest of the games and more on the Arizona Cardinals, head to arizonasports.com. Tonight, the Thunder look to punch their ticket to the Western Conference Finals, while the Nuggets are playing for their playoff lives in a Game 6 in Denver. This report is brought to you by Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour is upon us on this Thursday. Time to hand the reins over to Sammy Cebulka to take us through social studies.
Yeah, good morning. Be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata. That's where we post most of our questions, and if you want to respond, it'll be there. And on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook at Bickley and Murata, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports if you want to watch us. So the NFL schedule fully came out yesterday after some leaks had been given, but we asked Cardinals fans first and foremost, what games are you A, most looking forward to, and B, most dreading, and why maybe?
Ooh, most looking forward to? Look, it's always cool to be on Monday Night Football, and when it's against the Dallas Cowboys at their place, that's
everyone's going to be talking about that game.
That's the one. Kyler Murray is 9-0 in that stadium. That's the game.
That is amazing.
Yeah. Green Bay will be an interesting matchup, but again, I already know what that stadium is going to look like. It's going to be green and yellow, and there's going to be cheese heads everywhere.
I mean, maybe we could be optimistic. Maybe if they are, in fact, 5-1 or 6-0 at that point, maybe the Cardinals fans bandwagon is big enough to keep out some of the Packers fans. I don't know.
I think a lot of tickets have already been resold today.
Yeah.
How about this for optimism? Do you remember the 2021 season turned when A.J. Green did not turn in the Thursday night game against Green Bay?
Absolutely.
Maybe the home game going into the bye, that's a chance to exercise the demons.
Oh, I like it.
Of the cheesehead.
I like it. The game I'm dreading is the Cincinnati game in late December.
Could be miserable.
Because A, it's going to be freezing, and B, it's about that time with a game or two where Cincinnati needs to win probably, and the Cardinals will probably need to win.
Probably because the Bengals will likely start out 0-5 again like they do every year.
Exactly. So that's going to be a probably must win for maybe both teams, and it's going to be freezing. I'm not looking forward to that.
Now, across the rest of the NFL, by the way, you've got to believe that the NFL believes that Aaron Rodgers is going to sign with Pittsburgh because the Steelers are playing the New York Jets in Week 1 in New York.
Mm-hmm.
That's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
Will he be ready for Week 1 against his former team?
He'll be ready. Just don't ask him to go to OTAs or mini camps.
It's so weird that they went so heavy on division matchups, but not across the board.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
You think that would have just been a thing? Like we're going to start every team with a division matchup.
I'm glad they. I don't like the division matchups in Week 1. I think they should all be between like weeks 5 and 13, all the division matchups.
Yeah.
That's the meat of the schedule.
A couple of responses. Chuck Harris said, Monday Night Football at Dallas is the only game I feel confident in K1 will absolutely ball out. He doesn't lose in Dallas. He is indeed correct. Let's see. Tino says, dreading the Carolina game because no matter how trash they are, we seem to never beat them.
So true.
That is true.
It's Carolina and Detroit are two games and two teams where the Cardinals always play funky games.
That is true.
And let's see, Matty J says, until K1 and the Cards can prove they can win in November and December, the dread is everything after the bye. They're 12 and 27 in games post-bye week since 2019. That's crazy. Not necessarily a good stat. All right, moving on. We're talking a little bit of basketball, and we're talking about we're molding both the Mavericks and the Spurs getting high lottery picks, and the Thunder and T-Wolves maybe on a collision course in the Western Conference Finals. So, as a Suns fan, which Western Conference team are you going to fear most over the next 5 years? Is it the Thunder? Is it the T-Wolves, the Mavericks, or the Spurs?
You mutton head.
Yeah. Yeah.
No room for that today.
No room
It's
today.
not, for me, it's not the Mavericks. Yes, they're going to get Cooper Flag, unless they trade him. You want to talk about misalignment in terms of timetable? You got aging stars in Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis who break down a lot. I don't fear the Mavericks for the next 5 years. You can make big cases for the other three teams.
You sure can.
I would probably, of those three, I'd probably vote for the Spurs.
That's kind of where I would vote as well, even though Minnesota has got possibly the next superstar face of the league and a great defensive team behind them.
And back-to-back Western Conference Finals already.
Yeah, and even though Oklahoma City's coming off a 68-win season and they're very, very young and they're only going to get better.
Got
and their
every
GM
asset in the world.
Yeah, every asset in the world.
You have to remember the finances of all of it.
Yeah,
Those teams are all going to be affected by it. I was in the car last night. I was listening to the Timberwolves broadcast on Sirius XM. And during the game, they were talking about how great Julius Randle has been and what this does for his future. Does he opt out now because he's upped his stock so much he's going to get a huge deal? He might be gone next season.
Or they could have to pay him a lot more money than they want to.
That is true.
The results, 52% say the Thunder, 22% say the Spurs, 16% the T-Wolves, and 8.6% say the Mavs. And in the comments, there's a couple interesting ones where Nolan says, honestly, whoever gets Giannis, he's a big factor in this, where if the Thunder do maybe lose in the finals or lose before, they can go get him. Houston could get him as well. Like, if Giannis,
I think Giannis is going to stay in the East.
Yeah, you brought that point up yesterday or Tuesday, and it makes a lot of sense. The landscape is so clogged in the West for a guy who's already on the other side of 30, and he really wants to win another title.
And the East is wide open.
That is for sure. But out East, there's not a lot of teams with those assets like you have in the West. So I guess we will see. Daylight Film says, why isn't Suns ownership and management on the list? That's who fans should fear the most. Man, didn't think we'd catch a Suns stray.
That's quite a
They
stray.
caught one there.
It is. Okay, our last question. Jared, what was the context?
Well, we
of it
started off the show with Dan saying that LeBron said there's no party, like a P. Diddy party.
Sure. So
LeBron is a partier, which made me think.
What is the sports figure who you would like to party with? And why?
Ooh. I've had the same answer for a while.
Yeah.
And I thought it was going to happen once upon a time. Remember when we had Bruce Arians on Weekly?
Oh,
and
yeah.
he told us about getting together with Charles Barkley, and there was a verbal plan being made. We'll have you guys over in backyard, and we'll smoke cigars and have some drinks. And
Come
I thought,
down to the lake house, baby. I'll have you over.
B.A. and Chuck, who've both been on the show a ton over the years. I'd like to have a drink
That
with
would be
those guys.
fantastic. Yeah, sign me up for that.
That's a nice combo. We've got Andy Bryant said Joe Namath back in the day. He'd be fun. A lot of Gronk, which rightly so, and a lot of Charles. But Ru Kai Shogun says Charles Barkley for this reason. 27% chance you're going to get in a fight. 30% chance you're not the weird one in the group, and 100% chance you're going to eat well. I think he lays it out pretty good. Willie Tweet He responded, "Gotta be John Daly. Party starts early on the course, and I'm guessing finishes after lunch at Hooters, and I'll be home no later than 4 in the afternoon." Which, in John Daly's life right now, he's probably home before 4 in the afternoon now.
I think Hooters went out of business, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, Hooters or a sports bar. I think that
certainly did not go out of business.
I don't know if you're right
Bankrupt.
about that, Jarrett.
I thought for sure I heard they went bankrupt. I
Going
guess that doesn't
bankrupt
mean
and out of business
that's
is
true.
two different things.
That's a good. I'm sorry. I
And then-
didn't insult you, Vinny. I'm sorry.
I think my favorite one is Alex Havig. He said, "These guys back in the day," and it's the picture of Steve Nash and Dirk Nowitzki, and they look bomb.
It's the best.
Yeah.
That's my favorite one. So athletes you like to party with, be sure to keep responding, because there's some good ones.
Can I puff my chest out for a second? 'Cause
Sure.
I got a vote in this from Resball Python. So I would have to say avid tennis great and former pickleball phenom Vince Marotta, because I also too love spending my weekends researching obscure sports facts and records and watching old teenage high school movies.
There you go.
I don't know if he's
a kindred spirit.
I don't know if he's a kindred spirit or if he's poking fun at my pathetic nature.
Now, if he said he also likes Mexican lager, then man, that's a
Boom,
match.
boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, right.
How about it? But there you go. There's some social studies for you today.
All right, thank you, Sammy. Social studies. You heard where you can track us down. You know by now where you can track us down. Coming up next, finally, a day off for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Will it be something they can capitalize on? But there are questions that remain. We'll tackle some of them next. Bickley and Marotta mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Giants.
D-backs lead by 1. The pitch. Swung on, a little flare into center. Thomas went out, now he comes in and he makes the catch. The ball game is over and the Diamondbacks survive. They win it by a final score of 8-7. By no means was it pretty, but a win is a win, and that's a series win on the road against the Giants.
A D-backs day off before hosting the Rockies Friday night at Chase Field. The Arizona Diamondbacks play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and the time has arrived. Triple-digit temperatures, sizzling hot steering wheels, hours upon hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get prepared for summer by getting your air conditioning unit tuned up before it's too late. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons does a lot of great things. Prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs, prevent breakdowns. It also gives you peace of mind that you need, because the last thing you want is for your AC to stop working during the heat and the height of summer. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. All of their technicians trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. All have passed drug tests. All have passed background checks. They're the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Memorial Month is underway. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? Memorial Month savings are here. Upgrade your ride now with exclusive discounts across our entire vehicle lineup. Save $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $13,000 off a Hummer EV. There's a deal for everyone and big-time Memorial Month savings.
Kick off summer strong with a new ride from Liberty GMC. Visit Chris in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
School's out and soccer is in. Celebrate the end of the school year with Phoenix Rising on Friday, May 17th at 7 p.m. as they take on Monterey Bay at home. It's the perfect way to kick off summer, and every fan gets a free Phoenix Rising tote bag at the gates while supplies last. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Class dismissed. Let the celebration begin.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks have the day off today. Wait, what? They have the day off today? How are we going to talk about baseball? We'll find a way at straight up 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo show.
You know, I think just there's not one that I can necessarily pinpoint. I think we just need to play more consistent as a team across, all 9 innings. And I think every night, even a lot of nights when we're winning games, we can pinpoint 2 or 3 things that we did that might have lost the game for us. And we have to just start cleaning those things up. And I think we're starting to see that a little bit more every day, but there's not one I'll just pinpoint.
Sammy Alsade, Assistant General Manager of the Diamondbacks, on with Wolf and Luke yesterday here on Arizona Sports.
Mm-hmm.
How about the perseverance showed by Burns and Gambo? They will find a way to talk baseball today.
God bless them.
Got to take shots when you can, right?
Of course.
That's how we operate on this.
Of course. No sacred cows here.
Starting to clean things up. That has been a subject of a lot of, a very well-covered subject with the Arizona Diamondbacks this year because it has been different things that have plagued them. And yesterday you saw some of those things come to the forefront. You didn't get a good start from Eduardo Rodriguez despite having a big lead and a lot of early offensive support, but we touched on it earlier. This one is really starting to bother me, is when the Diamondbacks do get that early outburst of offense, Bick. I don't know what happens, if it's an adjustment by pitchers or if it's a subconscious, we got this kind of feeling.
Maybe.
Because their bats do go into hibernation way too often.
Not a new phenomenon. Though. Feels like last year, too.
And I guess that's probably across the board with a lot of Major League Baseball teams. You're not going to score multiple runs in every inning, but it just goes from hot to cold so quickly. You go from 8 runs in 4 innings to getting 2 hits the rest of the game.
I think the answer as to why that happens can be found in the fact that when the Diamondbacks are locked in, they produce the kind of at-bats that require patience, grinding, working counts. It's very difficult to do. And I think once they do that and they get the lead, maybe they just zone out a little bit. They just don't stay as locked in as you need to be. But it's a recurring issue.
The Eduardo Rodriguez question, we posed that with Derek Hall. How much of the flexibility that he gives as the only left-hander in the rotation, how much do you think that gets weighed into future decisions?
I think what's even more interesting is Derek Hall saying there's something not right with him.
Yeah,
we can tell. So we need to do a deep dive and find
comparing him to Justin Martinez.
Right. Find out what exactly is going on with Eduardo Rodriguez.
Which is weird, too, because they're completely different types of pitchers. Rodriguez, obviously, more of a finesse guy.
Yeah.
So you're not seeing major drop-off in his velocity, which is not his strength anyway. But it just, like I mentioned earlier, he has the highest ERA of any starting pitcher at Major League
That's
Baseball right
unbelievable to me. And he had a real hard time throwing strikes yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, this is a couple of really ragged outings in a row for him. He doesn't necessarily field his position all that well. So I hope he gets right. Like I said, when you look at the baseball team and you look at the issues that have been plaguing them the most recently, help is available or arriving. And so the bullpen, will it get straightened out with the return of Justin Martinez? You sure hope so. If he comes back and he's got that sizzling stuff again, it's got to help significantly.
Absolutely.
Ryan Nelson, it looks like it's only a matter of time before he gets his rotation spot back.
And look, let's face it, Ryan Nelson pitched 3 innings. You know, Rodriguez goes 4, then Thompson comes in for 1, and Ryan Thompson was good again yesterday, and he's been up and down this year. Ryan Nelson pitches 3 innings, gives up 3 hits, 2 earned runs, walked 2, struck out 5, and he gave up the home run. But thank goodness for Ryan Nelson yesterday. If not for his availability, they lose that ballgame.
I know.
Because there's no way they're getting through 5 innings, even with a 6-run lead, without a guy that can churn up 3 innings right now.
Yeah, no, it's really, really true. But I think, again, the Ketel Marte thing is the thing that's kind of really, I'm like, wow, this is something that playing in cold weather in the midst of a game, a day game, and 50s? It's not that cold. But wow. It's like Merrill Kelly. It's like these are fantastic baseball players, but it's like walking on eggshells.
And
how much can you rely on them?
Yeah, the similarity is it even affects them in games where they've had major influences on the outcome of the game.
Yeah.
Like Merrill Kelly's had to leave dominant starts with cramping. Yesterday, Ketel Marte, 2 home runs. Has to leave because he gets stiff. It's
should they work him back in maybe just as a DH then to keep him in the lineup?
It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea.
Like give him a couple weeks as DH until he's totally. Or will he ever be totally back?
Are you torquing yourself more swinging the bat at the bat speed that he swings at, or playing in the field?
I don't know.
But that's kind of a dangerous game. We've seen it before where you try to work someone back and put them in the DH, and then all of a sudden they're just your permanent DH. That's happened quite often.
I mean, okay. His bat is the most valuable thing, especially if you're bringing up Jordan Lawler anyway. It plays the infield. I don't know. To me, if you could play every day, DH is better than playing 2.5 out of 4 games.
Yeah, but I mean, we're wondering about this and its effect on the remainder of this season.
Yeah.
What about the remainder of the contract?
That's the other thing. That was what, 6 years and $116 million they put on that?
Sounds about right.
Yeah. And he's 31 now, so that contract's going deep. Yeah, there were a lot of people in real time who thought, wow, that's surprising. That's kind of risky. So I've just got my fingers crossed because I love watching Ketel Marte hit. And when he is right and he's in that lineup, he brings an element of swag and sizzle and fear, all that stuff that you need to make a lineup crackle.
Yep. 16 games in 16 days. D-backs just finished that stretch at 8-8. Here was Gino Suarez talking with Todd Walsh about finally getting a day off.
We appreciate a lot. Our body, we are human. We need a rest. Our body need a rest. We've been playing like 16 games on the row, and I feel like our body had to rest a little bit, and finally we got an off day tomorrow, and we got to, just rest and be prepared for the next day and home.
Shelby Miller talking with Todd Walsh on the same subject.
It's huge. I think a lot of us are excited to, get back home, just kind of take a day off tomorrow, spend some time with family and loved ones, and it's a baseball season, a long year, so right back at it on Friday.
Are you willing to say tomorrow's another opening day for the time?
The 4th one of the year?
And they didn't even start in Japan.
No, right?
I wonder what the effects of seeing Colorado. I mean, Colorado is historically bad.
Yes.
And that is a good way maybe to feel a little bit better about yourself after a day off. And that's backed up by a visit from the worst team in the last 50 years.
Yeah. And suddenly if you do get that sweep, now you're 5 games over 500. You feel like you're in a real good place then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's, you can't win 3 games at once. You can't go into a series thinking sweep, but I do believe that perceptually it would be very, very important to get that done this weekend.
For the first time ever, All Elite Wrestling brings you one of the biggest pay-per-view events of the year as AEW Double or Nothing invades Desert Diamond Arena May 25th. Tickets are on sale now. You can win a pair by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, we've got another round of Mock My World on this Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals schedule fully dropped, and now we know. The first team they'll face that had a winning record last season, the Seahawks in Week 4 at home. That's also the Cards' first primetime game of the upcoming season. Cards' first game versus a team that was in the playoffs last year, Week 7 against the Packers at home. A Week 8 bye week. Monday Night Football in Dallas, Week 9. Read what Arizona sports hosts think about the Cardinals' schedule on arizonasports.com. Watch their reaction to it on our YouTube channel. And keep listening for more on the Cardinals and the NFL schedule on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. And building wealth is difficult to do if you're starting from scratch, if not impossible. But the best way to do it is to reduce your debt. And that is why if you're buying a home, if you're looking to refinance, your first phone call should be to Life Changer Loan. If you are a good fit, they will save you a ton of money. This is an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You pay all principal first, which means you wake up down the road and that house payment is going to be gone. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things, but mostly it gives you a lot of time to build that personal wealth. That's how you get ahead. Now, you've also get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity, gives you the power to pay off, pay down, borrow back whenever you want. If you've got financial needs that come up out of nowhere, you literally can just borrow the money from yourself. Lots of great things with the Life Changer Loan, but it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials. You've got to be a good fit. They will be upfront with you if you're not, but if you are a good fit, you are going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Welcome to Scorpion Speed Dating, where spring flings can turn into full-blown infestations.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I like long walks on ceilings, snuggling up in empty shoes, and stinging people on bathroom floors.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Spring officially kicks off scorpion season. They're out scouting for romance and a midnight snack. But that doesn't mean your home needs to play host. For proven scorpion control, call 602-BLUE SKY. We'll shut the door on scorpion season. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Oh, this opportunity comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. 30% off everything in-store and online, and 35% off for all active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Kimberly.
I'm Ken.
And we're the Owens family. I love living next to my parents because when we live 10 minutes from them, sometimes I would dread a phone call coming because I wouldn't know if my mom was like, okay, your dad fell. He needs help. Can you get here right away? Now, since they're right next door, if anything happens, I can be there within a matter of minutes.
Ford home communities are wonderful. It's a very comforting feeling. You know, it's kind of seems to be a sense of family, you know, which I think everybody wants. And so, you know, when you have that opportunity to live in a situation like that, it's just, it's everything.
We're always trying to get our friends and families to move over here. We would recommend Fulton Homes to our friends and our family, and we have recommended Fulton Homes to our friends and our family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs held on yesterday in San Francisco 8-7 in a game where Marte homered twice. Eugenio Suarez added a 3-run homer of his own, and Tory Lavell got ejected. But they ended a grueling 16-game stretch with a win and a series win. They have the day off today, but they're back home for a 3-game series with the Rockies that starts tomorrow. The NFL released its schedule last night, and the Arizona Cardinals have 2 primetime games. Week 4, Thursday Night Football against the Seattle Seahawks, and they will be in Dallas Week 9 for some Monday Night Football. For the rest of the games and more on the Arizona Cardinals and its schedule, head to arizonasports.com. Tonight, the Thunder look to punch their ticket into the Western Conference Finals, while the Nuggets are playing for their playoff lives in Game 6 in Denver. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question is involving the Cardinals with its schedule release, and it's simple. How many games will the Cardinals win in 2025? Our options are 6 and under, 7 or 8, 9 or 10, or 10 or more.
I think we all landed in the 9 or 10 range, didn't we?
Range. Yeah, we did.
Yeah. We can cast a whole show, one show vote in all of our voices.
So the 3 of us were 10 and 7, and you were 9 and 8?
Yeah.
Yep. That's where the majority of the vote is. 49% on between 9 and 10. 23% say 10 or more. 21% say in the 7 to 8 range, and 7% say 6 and under.
All right. You can make your vote be heard at arizonasports.com in today's Sanderson Ford poll question.
Bickley and Murata. Mock My World.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Stop it, you just didn't do it again.
Are you mocking me?
Mock My World is back after the controversy of a week ago, where our subject was drafting teams of athletes and celebrities known mostly, predominantly, for one moment. And Jarrett Carlin, with his 3rd-round pick, made the selection of Monica Lewinsky. Never heard of her, Gracie.
Some moments are more memorable than others.
Ran away with the voting. 42 points. Yeah, never mind. Asked for 42.6% of the voting for Jarrett Carlin. A landslide, 21.3% better than second-place finisher Sammy Cebulka. The rest of Jarrett's team, by the way, Steve Bartman, Bucky Dent, and Brent Barry.
Excellent.
Joining Monica Lewinsky.
Unbelievable.
Bick, you finished 3rd at 18.9%, and I was a distant 4th at 17.1%. I even liked my team, but oh well. This week, we're going with athletes and sports figures in honor of the new Pope.
The Pope.
The Pope.
The prayers.
We're going with sports figures with religious-themed or sounding names. Could be first names, could be last names, could be a nickname they went by.
Right, and caveats.
There is a caveat.
First one is don't stretch it too far, so you can't say like, oh, David or Joseph. Those are biblical names.
Yeah, I didn't go down that road.
Yes.
The other caveat is we could all go down probably at this time and just draft athletes named Christian.
Yeah.
We've got a 1 Christian limit on each team.
You heretic.
You don't have to pick somebody named Christian, but if you do, you're limited to 1. Are we good?
I love it.
All right. In reverse order of last week's results, I will have the first pick. Bick will pick second. Sammy's got the 3rd pick. And Jarrett Carlin, whose team was decidedly non-religious last week.
Decidedly.
We'll have the 4th pick. With the first pick, I got to take advantage of it. I got to go local. I got to pick Buda Baker.
Very good one.
That was my number 1 pick. Well done.
All right, Bick, you got
All
your
right, with
first
my
selection.
first pick, the Houston Rockets, Amen Thompson.
Oh, good one.
That's really good.
I didn't even think of him.
I
I did like extensive research.
I didn't
on
think
this
of
and
Buda Baker.
I had a similar.
I had neither of those two players on my list.
All right, Sammy, who did you have?
My first pick, he's well known for the basketball move and also played for the Wizards. It is God Shamgod.
God
That's a good one.
Shamgod is a legend for that one move.
Isn't he a coach right now?
Yeah, he's coaching on the Mavs staff
Yeah, he
right
does
now.
coach on the Mavs staff.
All right, I got
He's
two.
going to teach that move to Cooper Flag.
I got 2 picks here.
You got 2 picks.
I'm going with Moses Malone, and I'm going with Priest Holmes.
Oh, good picks.
Priest Holmes was my second pick. My second pick is going to be Muhammad Ali.
That's a great one.
Ooh.
Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad.
Oh, after the Prophet Muhammad.
His
Very
mama
good.
calls him Clay. I'm going to call him Clay. Nobody? Nothing?
Yeah, from Coming to America, right?
Pick, your pick.
Oh, okay. I will take.
Is there people with religious names?
Thanks for buying me a second there, Jared. I appreciate that.
Not celebrities, sports figures with
Right.
religious names.
Right. I will take Contavious Caldwell Pope.
Ooh.
Nice.
I don't know if that's going to fit in the graphic.
It's going to
A
be
lot of
hard.
letters.
Casey Pope.
Contavious Caldwell Pope. I got 2 picks. I'm going to go with one of the most feared defensive linemen of all time, the father of the head slap,
Ooh,
Deacon Jones.
That's a good one.
Weird. We got through 2 full rounds. No Christian.
Well, there you go. Pick one.
Um,
People with the sports figures with religious names is what we're trying to. We're really going through it here. So
I'm going to pick Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey. There
Christian McCaffrey off the boards, ladies and gentlemen.
My Christian has been extinguished.
Go. Okay, my pick.
Yep.
I guess I will take Christian Walker then, because it's the run on Christians now. It's like the NFL draft.
It's like when all the wide receivers.
Tremendous
start.
upside pick right there.
It's my pick. All right, I'm gonna go with Angel Reese.
That's a good one.
It was on my list, but I didn't want to pick her.
I didn't either, but I have to. I'm going to.
All right.
Could you make a layup yet?
My last 2. Last 2 picks on the religious sports figures draft.
These are figures with religious-sounding names.
With religious-sounding names
Yes.
is what we're going with.
Yes,
here.
that's what we're going
Okay, well,
for.
I'm going to pick then Malik Monk.
Oh, I stored that away. I didn't think anyone was going to take that.
And then I'm going with Zion Williamson.
Oh.
Those are good picks. Oh man,
Jarrett did very well this week.
Wow.
That's a good team.
I have 2 other really good ones, too, that probably aren't going to get drafted by anyone.
There was a lot that I came up with.
All right, my last pick. I'm gonna go.
Well, what's the topic? It's religious
It's religion.
names
Religious
for sports
names
figures. Yeah,
for sports
That's
figures.
okay. So what do you got, Sam? Your turn. Here we go.
Fine. I think this is the most religious. I'm gonna go Moses Moody.
Ooh.
There you go.
Moses Moody.
Second Moses off the board.
Second Moses.
All right, we're neck and neck. 2 Christians, 2 Moseses.
That's very good.
Who's going to break the tie? You can't pick a Christian, Bick. You have to go Moses.
Okay, I'm going to put this one up for the team to decide because the last name is it has a lot of religious intonations, but I don't know if it fits the category. Mark Grace.
He was on my list.
I like it. I like
Okay.
it. I like it.
Mark Grace. I got a number of different ways I could go here.
These are religious sounding.
Is that what it
these
is?
again?
The honorable mentions
This
are
is
gonna
what-
be hilarious.
I'm going to go with a former Cardinal, Freddie Joe Nunn.
Oh, that's a great one.
So I had Kendrick Nunn.
I had
on my
Kendrick
team.
Nunn.
Yep. So there you go. There's the teams. We did not see the one that I thought of that was very similar to yours that I didn't want to do because of it. Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I
has
had
two.
I had Amon-Ra St. Brown, but for the Saint part of it.
Yeah.
It has three of them then. So he has Amon, he has Ra, the sun god, and Saint. Damn,
wow.
Someone of us should have picked that.
I just had the Saints as like the team down, but I didn't think that
Well, you could have picked the Devils. You could have picked the Padres.
No one took Joakim Noah.
No,
nobody took former NBA player Brian Cardinal.
Oh, that's good.
Mark Pope.
Leonard Pope.
Michael Bishop.
Bishop
that's
Sankey.
a good one.
I had Meta World Peace on there.
Could this have counted right here? Juju Smith-Schuster.
Jesus.
I had it, but I didn't know
about
if
it
would.
too.
How about we didn't go on the other side of religion?
No, we didn't.
Oh.
We didn't go with former NHL winger Miroslav Satan.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Satan. We didn't go with tennis star Yannick Sinner.
Oh. Those are great.
Robert Parrish. Garrett Temple.
Oh,
that was a lot.
Boy, if we'd have had to draft a second team, Vinny would have won in a...
My depth would
That's
have been just too much to
fantastic.
deal with.
If you could have, if you were doing nicknames, which you did for Deacon Jones, Reggie White was the minister of defense. I don't know if that's too big a stretch.
I meant like a nickname
Like
that
Tiger
that
Woods.
they went by.
Yeah.
Exactly, like Deacon Jones. So the again, what were these, Jarrett? Sports
These
figures
were-
was
That's right. Sports figures with religious sounding names.
my team: Buddha Baker, Deacon Jones, Christian McCaffrey, and Freddie Jonan. I went football across the board. Bick went Amen Thompson, Contavious Caldwell Pope, Christian Walker, and Mark Grace. Sammy's got God, Sham God, Muhammad Ali, Angel Reese, and Moses Moody. And Jarrett's got Moses Malone, Priest Holmes, Malik Monk, and Zion Williamson. I think this could be a tight vote. We'll get this up on social media on X. You determine the winner every Thursday in Mock My World here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and buyer beware is great advice when buying a new vehicle, as in beware the high price of mediocrity. It is everywhere in the automotive world. You will not find mediocrity anywhere near Chapman BMW. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They have 2 great locations, which means you are going to get the best selection you are going to find in the valley, no matter what you're looking for. Brand new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, great lineup of electric vehicles. Whatever you're looking for, it is there at Chapman BMW. And as many of our listeners will attest, they are committed to delivering an exceptional car buying experience. And once you purchase from the Chapman family, you become part of the Chapman family, and their state-of-the-art service center, staffed by BMW certified techs, ensures your vehicle will receive expert care. Finally, you also have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. So go take a test drive, find what you like. Ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He ensures every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get the very best deal in Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Business is insane at Santan Ford because they have employee pricing going on right now. It's the Memorial Day sales event with special offers galore. And the kicker? Selection, selection, selection. Right now, thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to test drive. The Ford you really want is at Santan Ford, and the time to buy is right now. Go to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Check out this fresh deal on General Mills Giant Size Cereal. Select 20 to 29 ounce varieties or 3 for only $10 when you buy 3 with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
OTAs overturned when I'm in action. Team over you, we ain't never lacking. That's what lead all 53 attacking. Bird gang over everything. Put the work in, get fresh and hop on the plane. New Uline sound, baby. We up with the same.
As promised, this was the second song released last night by Arizona Cardinals music, Mac Wilson, a.k.a. Rocket Ship. One of one. He's got something.
Wow. He's good. He's got the flow. Yo.
There's a lot of times you hear an athlete do a rap track and you're like,
yeah, like Shaq. Shaq's okay.
Shaq was decent.
Yeah.
Like Deion Sanders, that song was an embarrassment to anybody that could hear it.
But what I'm saying, if you turned on like Sirius XM radio and heard this, you would just think this is a rapper.
I would think that too.
And if he truly did, and why not believe him, wrote all of this himself, good, very impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, this 18 bars was released. This is called One of One, the other track released, and another one coming tonight.
That's right.
Man.
You asked if he was going to do a collaboration with Kendrick Lamar. I thought you were going to say a collaboration with me.
Oh.
I do Cardinal songs every week.
But he's not mocking the music. He's actually making the music.
You know, if there was a Sirius XM channel of just Jarrett's song parody?
I'm sure, listen, I'm sure that we can work with the Cardinals and arrange this. You want to do something with him? Want to do a rap song?
Don't do that to Mac. He takes pride in his music. Come on.
Does he know 1960s golden oldies? Because that's more my...
Jarrett could ad-lib in his next song. That could be the collab.
Oh, no. I'm not a good freestyler.
It's a two for Thursday. Here's the other one from Mac Wilson. I just ran out of time. It was a short track. One of one. Mac Wilson Sr., a.k.a. Rocket Ship. Today's Song of the Day featuring Ty Beats.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Isn't it amazing? In the last 2 days, we had a Cardinals player whose nickname is Rocket Ship and a Cardinals player whose dream is to become an astronaut.
Wow. Jarrett.
And neither one of them is Josh Dobbs.
Right.
Hayden Connor's line about realizing he was going to be too big to go to space. And he mentioned his YouTube channel.
Okay.
I pulled up his YouTube channel, and he has stuff that's like 9 years old on it.
Uh-huh.
In fact, he's got a picture of himself in a video from when he was 9 years old. He was 5'9.5" and 195 pounds.
He was
at 9 years old.
Uh-huh.
You pretty much know you're going to be a lineman at that point.
You
don't
know, you ain't fitting in the spaceship.
It's been a great. I'm sorry, Sammy. Go ahead.
That's bigger than me right now. When he was 9.
Yes.
Isn't that crazy?
Are you ready for the first ever edition of Great Moments in Naming Things?
Yes.
Have you guys been following this media? There's 2 media stories this week. ESPN is going to have a direct streaming product that all this speculation about. So you can subscribe to ESPN on streaming, and they needed a name for it. Did you hear what they're going to name it? They're calling it ESPN.
Wow.
They thought they're tinkering with the idea of calling it flagship for a while, but they just relied on ESPN. Really exciting. So HBO was HBO for a while, and then there was Cinemax, and then there was the combination of both of them, HBO Max, and then they made this big to-do of we're dropping the HBO, we're just going with Max, and then there was Discovery Channel. They're re-changing the name back to HBO Max to capitalize on the HBO part of it.
Yes, the only part that people care about and get and subscribe for the service for.
HBO is a heritage name as much as you can have a heritage name in cable television. These people can make millions of dollars for these decisions.
Right, they make millions of dollars to make these decisions and then unmake them to fix them. Yeah, ridiculous. I saw that.
Troy Aikman and Joe Buck were on Good Morning America earlier this week, speaking with Robin Roberts about the upcoming NFL schedule, release, and the season, and they ended with this.
We got 10 seconds left. Who's going to win the Super Bowl this year?
I'm going to say Buffalo finally wins it.
Ooh.
Cowboys.
Come on.
Yeah. Come on, Stray.
He's back over there right now.
You know better than that. Come on, Troy.
All right, I found that maybe it was just a throwaway at the end.
Yeah.
And Troy Aikman hadn't thought of it. Troy Aikman, I give him credit for being a guy who played his entire career with the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
He doesn't give them preferential treatment in his coverage or his analysis.
No, he doesn't, but he openly cheers for it. So I respect that as well.
But picking the Cowboys with a straight face to win the Super Bowl? Well, they're not even going to beat the Cardinals on Monday Night Football.
No, they're not. Well, I feel like, because Cowboy fans would probably feel very betrayed if something is meaningless as a Super Bowl prediction if you don't indulge them that way. You know what I mean? Because no one's going to hold you to a Super Bowl prediction. So you might as well, show your loyalties to the uniform you wore.
Is anybody going to hold you to a win-loss prediction that's made in the middle of May? If that's the case, then I was way too tempered. 9-8.
No, what's wrong with that?
It's unremarkable. It's a one-game improvement that probably doesn't end in a playoff spot for the Cardinals.
Okay.
But hey, that's how I see it.
It's okay.
On May 15th.
Yeah. No, the whole purpose of the exercise, and this is why I was getting on you, Jared, is to go down each week and assign a W or an L. Or a T if you want. A W or an L. And then add it up, but you got to live with the results.
That would have taken chutzpah if I would have picked a tie from one of them.
It would have been great.
I know. But also, though, you have to look at the big picture and your expectations for them this season, and I just didn't see them winning 11 games.
Yeah.
So I went through it.
I got you. I know.
But maybe they will.
Can I add one more religious theme?
Sure. Oh, I would like to as well. I found one.
What did you come up with, Sam?
I can't believe we missed McJesus. Connor McDavid.
Was that what they call him?
That's like his main nickname is McJesus.
I think the judges would have.
We'd have bounced that.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
We can't do nicknames.
Unless
he goes by McJesus McDavid.
Right. Or Connor McJesus exclusively.
Connor McJesus.
Who do you got, Vinny?
Former 4-time All-Star of the Brooklyn Dodgers in the late 40s and early 50s, Preacher Rowe.
Preacher Rowe.
What a year he had in 1951, Bick. 22-3 with a 3.04 ERA.
Preach! Wow.
That was a fun category. I enjoyed that. It
was good.
And I'm sure we missed a ton more. That is going to do it for us on this Thursday. Congrats to a member of the Bickley clan.
Cameron Bickley, graduating college this evening.
College graduate tonight from Arizona State. And you know what they say, Bick? With a degree from Arizona State University, the world is your oyster.
I just thought of another from when you should have drafted.
Who?
From the Cardinals. Rabbi Taylor Demerson.
Your Juju Smith-Schuster was fantastic. Vinny's Yannick Sinner was transcendent.
Thanks to Derek Hall and Mac Wilson Sr. for joining us. We'll catch you tomorrow, bright and early at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If you're the Suns and you're trading Kevin Durant, and I don't think any of us buys that garbage from the Rockets that they don't want Kevin Durant anymore. Now I think you can insist on the 10th pick in the draft being it. I have to also think when Houston made that trade to get the Suns picks, the narrative was like, yeah, they're doing this to eventually make a trade with the Suns. Houston doesn't need all these additional picks. They can't use them all. They're not going to be able to play all these players. So at a certain point, you're going to just be wasting assets. Why wouldn't you trade it for a Kevin Durant or whoever, if they want to trade for Giannis or whatever?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When you think of hot, you might think about the tragic time you ate too much wasabi. Or about getting into your car on a summer day when it feels more like stepping into a sauna. But heat can work in your favor, like during Verizon Red Hot Deal Days. Get hundreds of hot deals on all your favorites, like iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad, on any plan. Only until May 28th for new and existing customers. Offer available on My Plan. Only at Verizon.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. Exclusively the Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
DQ presents how to hit summer's sweet spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. Exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving.
Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner. Fish for dinner. No, stop. This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota. But it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs held on yesterday in San Francisco 8-7 in a game where Marte homered twice. Eugenio Suarez hit a 3-run shot of his own, and Tory Lavell got ejected. They ended a grueling 16-game stretch with a win and a series win, and here's manager Tory Lavell.
It was a hard-fought game, and the Giants are a good team. They didn't shut down. We were several runs up. We were in total control, but they kept chipping away, and then we held the line, and I'm really proud of the way we did that. You could sometimes feel the flow of the game, and we lost our momentum, and they kept striking, but we held on, and I'm really proud of how we won this game today.
The D-backs are off today, but they're back home for a 3-game series with the Rockies that starts tomorrow. The NFL released its schedule last night, and the Arizona Cardinals have 2 primetime games. Week 4, Thursday night football against the Seattle Seahawks, and they will be in Dallas Week 9 for some Monday night football. For the rest of the games and more on the Arizona Cardinals and its schedule, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Thursday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's going on?
What's up, Luke?
Just a little bit of everything.
Yeah, you know what? Ready to broadcast today, man. It just kind of feels, it doesn't feel like it's May for whatever reason right now. It doesn't feel like it's May. Maybe it's because, I don't know, the NFL released its schedules yesterday. Maybe that's the reason why I don't feel like it's May.
It's funny you say that because I was talking to somebody in this building yesterday. I don't even remember what the circumstance was. And we were talking about something in June. And I was like, yeah, it's like 2 or 3 months from now. And they're like, dude, it's May.
Yeah.
June's in 2 weeks.
Oh, no, not the middle of June. Not the middle of June. Anything but the middle of June.
Oh, there you go. It's too late for that. It's
okay, but it is. It is quickly approaching, is it not? And once again, the schedule drop is a big deal now, isn't it? It's a big deal in the NFL.
Huge. I one of these years, and maybe, I can still just do it this year, I guess. I just want to sit down and watch every team's schedule release video. I just want to. I'm sure somebody has ranked them all 1 through 32 or whatever. I'm pretty sure the Colts got 32 because they had to delete their videos. So that's probably going to put you in last.
That's podcasting in Indianapolis.
Yeah. Well,
he dropped it.
But it is. It's a huge deal, and the NFL, they're geniuses for how they market this stuff. But they also have a product that makes a lot of sense to market it that way, right? Because every team doesn't play every other team, and the schedule really is a big deal. And Wolf, I'll tell you this, schedule drops yesterday, and when we put together what we wanted our ideal schedule to look like, we did Dallas, New Orleans, Carolina the first 3 games. But we knew and we acknowledged it's not going to be Dallas week 1 because Dallas was already playing Philadelphia.
Yes, already knew.
So we knew it couldn't be that. Well, it is New Orleans and Carolina to start the schedule. It's basically the ideal start to the schedule that we had mapped out.
Once again, the New Orleans Saints coming down. Are you kidding me right now? This is awesome. Week 1. I love it for so many different reasons. I'm going to start with the fact that it's the Big Easy. You're on the road, and it's the Big Easy. I love the fact it's a road game. It's something JG can point to and say, listen, we're going to a distant village in week 1, okay? We're going to have to be ready to actually go out there and fight once we walk in between those white lines. I love the fact that you're going on the road. You're going to be in a hostile environment. It's going to be a sold-out, jacked-up crowd. We're going, can you imagine the hype that is going to be going on in that game? Because it's week 1, and it's that way everywhere in week 1 in the NFL because everybody's got a chance. That fires me up right there, and we can get some great gumbo.
Well, you can't. Unless you have travel separately.
You know what,
road
honestly,
tripping.
I don't know. I think, is there anything wrong if we road trip that thing?
That would be great if we just did the show from the city. The Cardinals did every road game, and they'd be like, hey, why didn't
Let's see, I'm going to have to bring the Warrior Queen.
Fair.
If we leave on maybe we leave on Thursday, we broadcast Friday.
Hey. Gumbo Fridays?
One
Gumbo Friday?
I'll have the chicken and andouille, please.
We could probably call our order in right now for
could
September
I have it
5th.
over some dirty rice? Oh, my goodness. Okay. Anyways, I digress.
Wolf's going to show up to the first game.
But
it's
you know
gonna
what
be
else?
Great.
You know what I love more than anything else, and we were talking about this yesterday. When you look at it, the New Orleans Saints, base and earnings, they've had some issues, shall we say, stopping the run over the last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you've noticed that. Number 31 and number 31, as a matter of fact, in rushing yards per game and play allowed. And yesterday I said this, but you could still hear the screaming of the labs. Can't you, Clarice? Been that, and I'm line up and let's hammer these guys.
I like everything about that game. And look, we already knew the teams. We already knew where the games were going to be played. You're not looking for, hey, give me the easiest path through. I get that. Like every game's going to be tough, and some games that look easy now are going to be tougher, and some games that look tougher are going to be easier because there's going to be injuries for those other teams. But in week 1, where the Cardinals have not won a game since 2021, and I think it's imperative you get off to a good start. So you're not chasing the season. Now, I know with the Cardinals, it's a bigger deal how you finish, and we can get to that part of the schedule in a second. I like the idea of playing the team who doesn't know who their quarterback is yet. Because, as I said yesterday, even if they figure out, hey, you know what? It's Spencer Rattler. This guy's good. Or, hey, it's Tyler Shuck. This guy is good. They're not going to know that in week 1. So just go on the road. You should be on point because it's a road game to start the season anyway. Get that win, and we can just go from there.
Yeah, no games are easy, base earnings. They never are going to be easy. It never works out that way. And week 1, as we were talking about as well, it's a wild card. It is. You don't know what you're going to get because so much of the time now players don't play in the preseason. They don't play their starters in the preseason, or they get 3 reps in the entire preseason.
Yeah.
It's really, and it's one of the reasons why, brothers, here's a little prediction from your Uncle Ron. It's going to go away. Preseason, I think they might have one preseason game. They're going to go ahead and take another bye in an 18th game. Forget about this three preseason games. That's going bye-bye. Game 18 and another bye, an international bye, because every team's going to play one international game. You heard it here first.
You actually did hear it here first because you were saying that 3 years ago. So
Correct.
You heard it here even before you just heard it here.
It was even before 3.
Oh, that's true. But I can only remember 3 years back at this point.
Right.
Everything's a blur. The other part of that, and maybe the better way to say it with New Orleans is I think New Orleans, they're going to be a weaker team in week 1 than they will be in week 12. How's that?
Yes.
Just because of the way they're constructed and they're going through transition at the quarterback position, that is a team. It's not that they're going to be easy, but New Orleans is going to be easier in week 1 in theory than they would be in week 12. Now, we got to look at the end of the schedule though, Wolf. From Thanksgiving on, okay?
Well, where's the bye once again?
Well, the bye's in week 8. Are you cool with that?
I'm really good with the bye
Okay.
right now. You know I look for that first. That's
Yeah.
what I do right there. I'm okay with that. It's not great. It's good. You play 7 games, you get a bye. Playing 8 games or 9 games would be even better, and then getting the bye. Okay, but it's close.
You sort of had me freaked out the other day, though, when you're like, man, they've had a pretty good bye later in the season the last couple years. They might get burned this year. And they didn't get that. This is right at the lowest end of where you would like it if you're going to be a playoff team, I would say.
Yeah.
All right, so then, let's just do coming out of the bye. You go to Dallas. You go to Seattle. Okay? I do like that it's not 2 Seattle games at the end of the season again like it always is. You get Seattle in week 4 at home. So that's November 9th. You're in Seattle. Then you're home San Francisco, home Jacksonville. Then you hit Thanksgiving, okay? And this is what's after Thanksgiving. Road game in Tampa, that's a playoff team last year. Home against the Rams, playoff team. Road game in Houston, playoff team last year.
Trouble.
Home against Atlanta. Who knows? Road against Cincinnati, who at least looks at themselves as a playoff team.
Yeah.
Road against the Rams.
The Rams.
That the schedule makers were like, hey, you want to show us you're better in the second half of the season? Well, you're going to have to prove it because that's not an easy stretch to close out the year.
Yeah, what's amazing about that, 3 10-7 teams in a row at the Bucks, the Rams, and at the Texans.
Awesome.
Okay, so those are good teams as far as I'm concerned right now. What's interesting, though, brothers, as well, if you do and we're going to do this at some point in time, but if you do this, you go ahead and, okay, is that a winnable game? Or is this going to be a tough game? Is this a winnable game? When you just make guesses, not predictions. You just make guesses. When you look at it, I could see 5 wins, and we're going to do this week by week later in the broadcast. I could see 5 wins before the bye, and I could see 5 after it. Okay?
It's the 5 after that have me
I'm
intrigued.
just saying right now.
Got to start winning these games after the bye, obviously.
But nothing is guaranteed. Do you understand? Nothing. You've got to go prove it, don't you? Everything.
We're going to do those picks. We're going to do those with command and control. We're going to spread it over probably 2 segments so we can do it right. Wolf's picks are guaranteed. The rest of us are just guessing.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, when we come back, Diamondbacks got the series win over the San Francisco Giants yesterday. Got a little dicey at the end. Got a little sideways. But we'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals schedule fully dropped, and now we know the Cards open the season into Big Easy Week 1. Division games sit early with a trip to San Francisco Week 3, and Thursday Night Football hosting the Seahawks at the Farm Week 4. At Seattle Week 10, hosting the Niners Week 11, hosting the Rams Week 14, and finishing the season in L.A. at the Rams Week 18. Read what Arizona sports hosts think about the Cardinals schedule on ArizonaSports.com. Watch their reaction to it at our YouTube channel, and keep listening for more on the Cardinals and the NFL schedule on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick. What do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, gather round, brothers. Listen, this opportunity, it only comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. 30% off everything in store and online. 30% off everything in store and online. And 35% off for all active duty and retired military. How sweet is that? The sale will end May 26th, but don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbetting.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for a Memorial Day sale that is going on right now for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Upgrade with new windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. With our exclusive SI window brand, made right here in the USA, you'll get a full lifetime warranty, including glass replacement, for ultimate peace of mind. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you and start your project today. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Granger. Granger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimer.
Maybe the best part of owning V's is to seeing the journey that the little guys have gone on when they started going to V's for their first haircut. And when they come to see us for, a haircut before they go away to college, they've become friends with the barbers. They've become friends with the brand. They look for it when they move to their new school. And nothing can make me happier than that. We accomplished something. We touched some people. And we want to do that on a daily basis to another generation. When Dave Burns takes his son to the barbershop before his wedding, all of the things leading up to that, 20 years from now, you're going to remember going to the barbershop with your boy before his wedding. That's what a barbershop can be. Why change it?
Especially considering I took my boy to a V's barbershop to get his haircut when he was 2 or 3. Then here we are 25 years later, and he's getting his haircut before his wedding. It's something we'll never forget.
You'd be hard-pressed to find another parallel in your life that's as consistent as your experience with your boy at V's.
You're going to love it. A great haircut or a hot lather shave, so book today at vbarbershop.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks have the day off today. Wait, what? They have the day off today? How are we going to talk about baseball? We'll find a way at straight up 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show. Wolf, I want to remind everybody we're live on YouTube. I'm looking at the YouTube chat right now. Gray Mantle says, welcome, Wolf and Luke. That's nice. G-Block Live, pretty fired up for the start of Cardinals season right around the corner.
Yeah.
Quite a few fire emojis.
Yeah.
Kind of like when you text, you like to send the fire emoji. You're a big emoji guy. Let's get to baseball, Wolf, because in the middle of everything yesterday, right before the schedule release, the Diamondbacks played the 3rd and final game of their 3-game series against the Giants, the 16th and final game of their 16 games in 16 days streak, and they won. But by the end, it almost felt like... It almost felt like a loss. Like, it was like, wait, what's going on here? A win is a win, and you'll take it. But, man, did it get a little spicy there at the end.
Oh, my goodness. Where do you begin on this one right here? Well, the Diamondbacks, they got off to a nice lead, an 8-2 lead. They got off to that. It was really, really comfortable. You were thinking to yourself, man, this is nice right here.
This is nice.
I enjoyed this game, and it's just so fun to see it. When they had that 8-2 lead, you were thinking to yourself, man, that feels so right, so good. Then, of course, you knew it was going to happen at some point in time, but the Giants came back. You just didn't think they were going to come back to a point where they were going to load the bases and be down by a run.
In the ninth inning.
And, I don't think Tory actually thought that was going to happen either.
No. That game had a lot. You had a couple more home runs from Ketel Marte. You had Ketel leaving a little bit early, though. You had another home run from Gino. You had Shelby Miller get the save, but Shelby Miller looked shakier than maybe we've seen him all season, although he did get the save.
He got the save.
You had Tory getting tossed. And then it sure looked like he was trying to throw out all the umpires, which I'm not sure you can do, but more power to him for trying.
Yeah. You know what? It was amazing because Ketel Marte had his own parte, as we like to say in the Wolfley compound. Had his own parte. Hit that solo shot in the first inning. How good was that? Really, really nice. And then went at it once again. Hit his second home run, okay? And suddenly, Ketel Marte was back in the saddle once again and has been when you look at him over the last 5 games in particular, it looks like he's coming around.
A week ago at this time, we were talking about how he didn't have any home runs yet this season, and he has 5
That's
now.
right, and now he's got 5. So, okay, here we go. Tell Marte, and all of a sudden he gets stiff out there. In a baseball game, he gets stiff, and he's removed from the game in the 7th inning. That was odd. More on this as the show unfolds.
And the season.
And the season. I mean, well said by you.
You see how good the offense is when he doesn't have to hit home runs, but just when he's playing and hitting. And typically when he plays, he hits. But yeah, it's not, I don't think anybody looked at it and they're like, oh, he's hurt again. But it's just like, okay, he was injured for a while. And he came back and they're trying to rest him. They're giving him the days off occasionally to avoid stuff like this. They're hearing about it when they give him a day off. Oh, you're sitting Ketel Marte, but then you play him and he leaves early with whatever that was. So hopefully just the day off gets him back on track and the bullpen back on track and everything. And yeah, I mean, it's been 2.5 weeks since they've had a day off. Even if you love what you're doing, 2.5 straight weeks of doing it, you kind of need a break just to reset.
When it was the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, did you think the Diamondbacks were going to lose the game? Did you think that, Basin O'Neill? Because when they made it an 8-6 game in the 8th, I was kind of wondering about that. I really was. 6 outs. You're 6 outs away from beating the Giants and winning the series. And feeling really, really good about what you have done in the NL West as well. And, it didn't feel like they were going to pull that one out.
It didn't. I won't say I felt that way in the 8th. I did start to wonder, hey, are the Diamondbacks going to have to score in the 9th? I mean, that's just kind of the way they're playing lately where, okay, yeah, we're up 8-2. Well, that means the other team's going to come back, but then we're going to come back. Where I started to wonder, though, was the bottom of the 9th when you have the bases loaded, and it's just like, okay, I mean, a single ends this game. And even the last out wasn't like an easy play. It was like, hey, Alec, you going to get that?
The Diamondbacks, Basin O'Neills, are tied at number 3 in all of baseball with 7 other teams in blown saves. They have blown 8 saves. Okay, so they're right there. You've got the Blue Jays who have blown 9 and the Red Sox who have blown 11. Okay, so they're number 1.
Better luck next time, Boston.
Oh, my goodness. It does get a little bit of a smile right there, does it not? Just that the Red Sox have blown 11 games, blown 11 saves. Anyways, we're not going to throw stones when we're tied with 7 other teams.
I was going to say, the Red Sox have like 18 World Series wins in the last 12 years.
Okay, all right.
So.
Thank you. But, again, this was a situation where it felt like it was slipping away.
Quickly.
And somehow, some way, the Diamondbacks found a way to win it.
Here is Tory Lavell afterwards on the win.
It was a hard-fought game, and the Giants are a good team. They didn't shut down. We were several runs up. We were in total control, but they kept chipping away. And then we held the line, and I'm really proud of the way we did that. You can sometimes feel the flow of the game, and we lost our momentum, and they kept striking, but we held on, and I'm really proud of how we won this game today.
Yeah, I'm not exaggerating. I really do feel like the games against the Giants, there's 13 of them. They don't play them again until June 30th, but I do feel like the games against the Giants may prove to be the most pivotal ones when we look back at the end of the year. Because I'm of the belief the Dodgers are getting in, and probably the Padres too. Maybe the Padres would be second on that list.
Yeah.
But you play San Francisco 13 times, and I'm not sure that there's room for the Giants and Diamondbacks to both make the playoffs. I mean, you have to deal with that reality at least. And right now you're 2-1 against the Giants. I mean, it was a huge win yesterday. You could argue that was their biggest win of the season because of what it might mean at the end of the year.
You know what? Because of what it might mean in the immediate time right now, the immediate window that is open right now, had they lost that thing.
Especially if they had lost in the 9th. Because then who's your closer again?
Even the thought of that right now is terrifying, isn't it? And it's amazing because I almost... Everything you just said, Luke, I kind of blanked out because Tory said, hold the line. He said, hold the line. And anytime somebody says, the line, I think of Toto. I do. And Basin O'Neills, I'm so sorry about this. Okay, but I do. I think of Toto. And interestingly enough, we don't have hold the line right now, do we, Rick? We don't have that one up. Okay,
hold the line.
Great.
We'll get that for
Hold the line. We'll get that for you. But for me, it was really a situation where, man, I was thinking to myself, this looks like a loss. And then you pull it out of the fire and you win that thing? with the bases jacked and juiced, and man, maybe this is going to bring a little when they needed it the most.
Yeah, it does feel like the sort of game when you consider also that it's at the end of that 16 games and 16 days run. I mean, just think about as a team, you're now going into this. I said this on the postgame yesterday, Wolf. It feels like they're going into the All-Star break. They have one day off. I mean, they play tomorrow. But when you haven't had a day off since April 28th, one day off feels like an eternity. And the difference between going into that eternity.
Please stop it.
off
it's
of
a little
a win.
It's a little late right now, Rick. He said hold the line a long time ago.
Well, you're still holding the line, I guess.
This is right. You know what, Basin Onions? It was songs like this that I used to roll on the ground and gouge my eyes out.
This does not feel like tunnel time music. I got to be honest.
This is Toto is. It's one of the worst bands in the history of mankind.
Well, we were going to have Toto on as a guest next hour, but I guess
man,
not.
I'm
The
sorry. The lead singer?
All of everybody.
Okay.
And all their fans.
I'm so sorry.
But
if
now,
you're a Toto fan, I'm sorry. But when somebody says hold the line, you think of it. Tori, I'm sorry. And I know, Tori, you know.
I was just saying.
You know this song, Tori.
Do you think he thought it after he said it? Do you think he was like, uh-oh, now everybody's thinking Toto?
I guarantee he said it, and he thought, hold the line.
What are the odds you accidentally or on purpose call him Toto Lavell at some point during the show today?
I really strongly dislike this band, too.
Oh,
this
my
is not my
goodness.
jam.
Isn't this who does the...
Toto.
They do Africa, though,
God
right?
bless the rain. Yeah, no.
And everybody on the planet covers that song.
Look, we've had enough Toto.
Toto Lavell.
That's it. Toto. Oh, my goodness.
You did this.
Don't do... No. Don't
did
say
this.
that. Do not. It's Tory Lavell.
Is that going to be our drop for Tory?
We're just no. It's no, not that song.
I
we
would
talk
love
about
to
Tory
know,
too
though.
much.
I mean, Tori, if you are listening right now, I would love to know if you did think of Toto when you said hold the line. when you did think about it, right? Did you just in the back of your mind, Tori, go, oh, I shouldn't have said that, Toto.
I don't think he was thinking it as he said it.
No.
Once he said it, he was like, oh, man, now everybody's just hearing Toto. They're not even
Right.
listening to me.
Yeah.
Or maybe he was thinking, like, I want to throw another umpire out of this game.
Right, Tori, if you did, just go ahead and at me. Let me know, okay, bro?
Just go ahead and add him, and then we can all see it. When we come back to football, which parts of the Cardinals' schedule could potentially be the most challenging? We're going to ask ESPN Cardinals reporter Josh Weinfuss. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
What do you need more? Do you need a fifth starter more? Or do you need a guy who can actually close a baseball game because they've blown 8 saves?
I think because Puck and Martinez and Graveman are coming back, I still think you need a starter more. Not now, but you will.
At some point.
At some point, you will. I still think that's a more valuable spot.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basin Onions, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. And, you know, maybe you've got a neck, maybe your spine, maybe your back is jacked up. If you do, Basin Onions, do what I did, man. I went to Desert Institute for Spine Care. That's right, Dr. Chris over at DISC. They've helped me in the past. I give them my highest recommendation. DISC treats all patients from the professional athlete, and I mean professional athletes, brothers, from all over the world come right here to the Basin because of DISC. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend sports enthusiast just trying to get your life back, DISC is for you. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures. That's right. Time to enjoy life again right now. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals 2025 schedule is out. For more on the schedule, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Refi. And the Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a series win with a wild 8-7 victory over the Giants in San Francisco. They are finally off today for the first time in 16 games. They will resume play tomorrow and begin a 3-game series at Chase Field against the Colorado Rockies. This report is brought to you by Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hello, mon ami. This is Remy Boudreau-Lebron, and I'm going to eat some gumbo, some étouffée, et some beignet. Because, I heard the New Orleans Saints are starting the season with the Arizona Cardinals, who will baste me with butter and call me a crawfish. We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata.
All right, you get all that?
Yeah.
I'm seeing Mac Wilson Sr. on Good Morning Football right now, Wolf.
And it's amazing. 18 bars, ladies and gentlemen. 18 bars. And he's talking about dropping bars, something I've done in the past often.
I believe he did 3 songs, I think he said. I think the other 2 are coming out today.
Oh, he doesn't have 18?
No, he did 18 bars.
Okay,
but then I think he's actually doing 2 additional songs.
Oh, I see. All right, very cool.
We got Josh Weinfuss, ESPN Arizona Cardinals reporter, joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Josh, what's going on?
What's happening, guys? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, appreciate your time, Josh.
Josh, when the schedule comes out, like Wolf always looks for where the bye week is. I'll be honest with the Cardinals. I look at the end of the schedule right now just because of what's happened the last few years. What drew your attention first when the schedule came out?
Well, I'm like Wolf. I look where the bye is. I look if they have any, Thursday night games, Monday night games, kind of get a long weekend here and there. And then with a couple kids at home, I look for what the Thanksgivings schedule's like. I look for the Halloween schedule, and then I start getting into the rest of it. And both of those are okay. They're on the road after Thanksgiving this year, which isn't ideal, but both the deal. And then Halloween is right after the bye, or it's right the weekend of the bye, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So that'll be good too. So everything seems to be working out okay this year.
So as you looked at it, Josh, as well, what were your thoughts on where you thought the schedule got really difficult as well? There's always that one area of the schedule, the suck buttermilk part of the schedule, as I like to call it. Where is that part of the schedule for you?
I think it's the last 6 games, right? Like before that, I think there's 2 stretches that are going to be crucial to this team making the playoffs. The first 4 games, all NFC teams, 2 of which are in the division. So I think those are going to be very crucial to setting kind of the pace for the year. And then the other small stretch is when they play the Cowboys, Seahawks, and Niners after the bye. Monday night game, kind of the world will get to see kind of who this team is. Then 2 more division games. Again, 3 more NFC games will be crucial to them kind of separating themselves or kind of just falling back in the pack. But that all leads into the final 6. They're at Tampa, home against the Rams, at Houston, home against Atlanta, at Cincy, at the Rams. That will decide the season, in my opinion. I think we're looking at Week 17 in Cincinnati, depending on what's being played for. Could end up being the game of the year, but there's 4 games in there against playoff teams. That's going to be the gauntlet that's going to decide the season, I think.
Yeah.
Talking to Josh Weinfuss. Josh, I couldn't agree more. And no matter who those teams were, it was going to be what defines this Cardinals season just because of how the last few seasons have ended. But yeah, that's the toughest part, it looks like. Just your thoughts on what the team has done this offseason in general, whether it's at the draft or free agency or combined, in how much they have revamped and added to this defense for Nick Rallis.
I mean, I think what they've done on the defensive side of the ball is commendable. I think we need to look at what Monty Ossenfort has been able to pull off in free agency, getting Josh Sweat, getting some help in the interior of this line, and then in the draft. We know what he wanted to do, and that was bolster a defense that is going to carry this team through the season. Wolf knows this. Defense wins championships, and this offense will put up points. There's no doubt about it, but the defense will be the ones who keep them in games, will help them win games. I've always looked at this as a 3-year rebuild. The first year, tear it down to the studs, which is what they did. Year 2, you kind of put some of the guys in place, and then year 3, you kind of go for it. And I think this is the year that they put in place the pieces that they need to make the playoffs. I think last year, by getting into, by leading the West in November, it kind of reset expectations a little too early. But I think this year, if those expectations, if they start really hot, those expectations will be warranted. And I think that this defense will be the main reason why.
No, I'm with you on that. That is well said by you, Josh. As you look at the schedule right now, do you have a favorite week? Everybody has a favorite week, do they not? Everybody. You look at it,
you have
for whatever reason,
weeks.
you have a favorite week of the season. Josh Weinfuss, do you have a favorite week of the season?
Yeah, it's tough because there's a favorite
and you
week
can't
from a football
pick the
standpoint.
bye, Josh. You can't pick the bye.
That's okay, fine. I've like favorite weeks from a football standpoint. I think going to Dallas on Monday Night Football, Kyler returns to the Lone Star State. I think that's going to be unbelievable. From a personal standpoint, I love New Orleans. I love going to Indianapolis, so that'll be fun. But I think Monday Night Football was a week 9. At Dallas in Jerry's World, like it's going to be, if the Cardinals are cruising at that point, it's going to be kind of their coming out party to a degree. I think that's going to be a good chance for Kyler to show the world, like, this is who I am. This is what I can do.
We're talking to Josh Weinfuss. Josh, I'm going to ask you about a team that should not be a rival for the Cardinals, but it seems like they play them every single year, and it seems like they lose to them every single year. I kind of like the idea of getting Carolina out of the way in week 2, just because I'm sick of Carolina, to be honest. But I think that's Wolf and I were talking about what's the ultimate revenge game on their schedule yesterday before the order came out. And we both had Carolina even above Seattle because it just feels like they always catch Carolina when Carolina isn't even good, but can do damage to the Cardinals, and they seem to do it.
100%. In week 2, teams still don't know who they are. They're still trying to figure themselves out. It's still kind of an extended preseason to a degree. So I think both teams will not be kind of who they are midseason or late season, which is probably good for the Cardinals, because if you just throw those guys on the field, I think from a talent standpoint, especially on defense, Arizona's roster is better than the Panthers at the moment. So I think that'll give them an advantage. But to get that win out of the way, especially losing to them so late in last season, which knocked them out of the playoffs, I think it'll do a lot for the guys who were here a year ago, for their mindset, for their confidence, and I think that could help them going forward.
So, Josh, I know you did this. I know you did. You looked at it. You looked at week one, and you said, that could be a win. And you went down week by week, and you said that could be a loss. And what could it possibly be? We all do it, right? I mean, this is what we all do when you look at the schedule. So I'll ask you, Josh Weinfuss of ESPN, I'll ask you once again, what do you see the Cardinals? How many games do you see them winning?
Wolf, I'll be honest with you. I predicted the first 6. I think they can go 4-2 in the first 6. I'm looking at the schedule right now just to help everybody out here.
So you're saying you didn't do this already? You didn't go down?
I did not.
Josh!
No. After the first 6, I was like, this could be a 4-2, 5-1 start. Like, just based on who they are at the moment, I would not be surprised, Wolf, if they go, 17 games now?
Yeah.
11-6.
Oh,
Wow.
Okay. Wow.
Now, Wolf is berating you for not having done it, but he hasn't done it yet either. So we're going to do it in a little bit here. And I want to see if he gets to 11.
Actually, I have done it, Josh.
Oh, you've already.
Of course.
Okay.
Week by week.
What do you have on that? What do you have on that?
Well, you're going to have to tune in and listen, Josh.
Josh, before we let you go, I just wanted your thoughts on Mac Wilson Sr. I mean, that was a pretty, that sounds like a real song. When you hear, hey, a player's going to do a schedule release song, you're like, okay, let's see how good this is. That could just be a real song. What'd you think of his performance there?
I was impressed. So I've been listening to rap since I was like 9 years old. And if you did not tell me, if I heard that on the radio and you did not tell me who that was, I would be like, oh, it's a bona fide rapper, right? Like, I think he's, the lyrics, I thought the way he weaved the words together, I thought were great. Obviously, he knows what he's doing. He can spit. Like, I thought it was really good.
Yeah, it was
Josh,
solid.
I got to ask you this. Where are you right now, man? Where are you?
I'm in a parking lot right now.
Okay, you're in a parking lot. Okay, you're sitting in. It looks like the ceiling is lit behind him, does it not?
It's probably
looks like
sun. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
There it is. Okay.
Hey, hold on,
Josh.
Hold on. Let's see. Here's the sky. Right, it's opening up right now for everybody.
Oh, look at that.
There it is.
That's why it was lit. It was the sunroof. Okay, Josh. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Josh.
We really
appreciate
appreciate your time, brother.
Absolutely, guys. Talk to you later.
All right, you too. That's Josh Weinfuss joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. We come back to baseball. How concerned are you about Ketel Marte's health moving forward into the second and third and fourth quarters of the season? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Which one of these contracts will end up being the best for the Diamondbacks? Which one will end up being...
My initial thought is Corbin Carroll. If he's going to be a top 5 MVP candidate, you're talking about $111 million over 8 years. That could have ended up at least double, maybe triple that amount of money.
I'm not going to argue with you on that one. I would make a case for Brandon Pfaadt.
$45 million over 5.
45, okay, even better. Even better.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You know what would be great is a checking account without a bunch of stressful fees. That would be real ideal. And Chime is the answer. No maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. So learn more at chime.com. When I first got into radio, I was working a couple jobs. I was actually going to grad school as well. Not a great time for an overdraft fee to hit, and they always seem to hit at just the worst possible time. You don't need your bank working against you. They should be working for you, and Chime is going to take care of you because they've spotted members over $32 billion to date. Learn more, again, at chime.com. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress.
Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if I am ever hurt in an accident, I am calling Sweet James. That's right. I already know that's the team I want on my side, and so should you, because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most. For example, one of our listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light. The insurance company offered them $60,000. Now, that might seem like a lot of money, but with Sweet James protecting them, they were awarded $745,000 instead. Now, they can't guarantee outcomes, but the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION for a free consultation, and don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. Call the firm that wins the most. Call Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvi's here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature, and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Can the Diamondbacks feast on the woeful, and I mean woeful, Colorado Rockies? All the fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Well, there's always something, right, Wolf? Diamondbacks go out there. They win yesterday. It's if you didn't watch the ninth inning, it's a nice win, 8-7, win the series over the Giants. If you watched or listened to the ninth inning, you probably stressed out there for a little while. Even the eighth inning, when you had Tory Lavell getting tossed too, there was a lot going on at the end of that game.
Yeah. You know, in retrospect, maybe the fact that they loaded the bases up, of course, and it looked like it was falling apart, and it was an 8-7 game, and, man, it looked like there was going to be a walk-off situation for the Giants. Maybe the fact that it didn't happen might be the best thing for the Diamondbacks going forward.
It was a literal save. Like, this game is going the wrong way. You're going to go into this this day off finally on a horrible bullpen loss, and instead they go in with a win. And a major reason why they won the game was Ketel Marte, 2 more home runs, 3 RBIs in the game. That wasn't an exaggeration earlier. A week ago at this time, so last Thursday at 10:47 in the morning, we would have been talking about Ketel Marte. I know we did on that show, how he had 0 home runs and just 1 RBI all season. And we acknowledge, look, he's missed a bunch of games, but still, he has played at that point.
Played in 11 games.
Yeah. Since then, he's played in all 7 games. I would say, to be fair, he's really played in 6. He was a pinch hitter at the end of the game on Sunday. But either way, 6 or 7 games, however you want to frame it up, he has 5 home runs and he has 7 RBIs in the last week. So he's coming around quickly. But He left the game early yesterday with stiffness.
Yeah.
It's always something.
I don't know. Stiffness? Seriously, I'm having a hard time with this one right here, Basin Rings. I really am. Stiffness. It was cold. It was cool out there, and it was cold. We all know that. The wind coming off the bay, oh, my goodness. It gets a little chilly in San Francisco. We all understand that. Ride a bike. Get on the bike.
Just put a bike down the third baseline.
There's got to be a bike in the dugout. Ride a bike. There's got to be something he can actually stretch. Go into the back room and stretch. Get stretched out. There's got to be some way to not be stiff. He's a professional athlete. To me, I have a hard time understanding how that is happening. I've played in a lot of cold weather games.
Yeah.
A lot of cold weather games. You got to stay loose. You have to. You have to stay mobile.
Well, and that was the 7th inning. I feel like when people saw it, what the score was 8-4 at that point. I wonder if people, when they saw it, like, okay, they're trying to get Lawler in at bat or something. Can you imagine if that game had gone extra innings and you didn't have Ketel Marte available?
Yeah.
And it's not. They weren't trying to get Lawler in at bat. Ketel Marte left the game early with stiffness, which doesn't sound like it's going to be a huge deal. In fact, here's Tory after the game saying, don't worry about him for Friday.
Very, very. I've already had a little extra time in the 8th and the 9th inning today, so I was visiting with him. And he said he feels good. He was getting some treatment. He was on the table. And I asked him how you're doing, and he said he feels really, really good, and he's ready to go on Friday.
Yeah. For me, too, I always, what gets lost in translation? Can I just say that? Does something get lost in translation right now? We were talking about this with Justin Martinez, of course, and now the same thing with Ketel Marte, the Spanish interpreter as well. You do wonder, you wonder if something really gets lost in translation right here. But communication is so important. You have to be able to communicate between players, of course, communication amongst players, massive in any clubhouse or locker room. It's so important that you do that, especially when you're talking about to your skipper or your coach. You have to be able to communicate and let them know how you're feeling. Between Merrill Kelly and the cramping hamstring and Ketel Marte and stiffness.
Yeah.
I don't understand a lot of it.
Well,
I really don't. I'm not a trainer, nor do I try to play one on radio.
No, and I know you're isolating those two specific ones because of the actual injury or whatever you want to call them. But I mean, there's the Justin Martinez there for a while. It's more of a baseball injury. Justin Martinez's injury, it sounds like, but for a while there, you're like, so can he pitch or not? Like, is he available on Tuesday?
Well, they thought he could pitch.
Yeah, but then there were games where it's like, we can't go to him here tonight. And not your typical he's pitched 2 or 3 nights in a row or whatever, but just like we wanted to go to him, but we couldn't. It's like, these are key players on this team. When we talk about this team being a playoff team and a team that can challenge the Dodgers in a best-of-5 or best-of-7 series, or a team that can make a run in the National League, that is contingent on them having Ketel Marte and Merrill Kelly and Justin Martinez.
Yeah.
They got to have their main guys.
Yeah, and I know that, once again, it's a different ballgame, based on it's Ron Wolfley reporting. Baseball is different than football. It is. But I'm just thinking to myself right now, any football player that is listening to this, can you imagine walking up to your coach and saying, Coach, I can't play, man. I'm just stiff. I'm stiff. From head to toe, I'm just stiff. Well, loosen up! Run, jog! What are you doing? Like it would be incomprehensible.
Do you remember earlier this week when you were like, hey, what if I was managing the D-backs? This is another chapter
I know.
What if Wolf was managing the D-backs?
Just once again, can you imagine that? I don't know. Stretch, jog, stay loose. I'm getting stiff. I'm just saying, Basinonians, that is unsatisfactory to me. That is an unsatisfactory answer.
You're going to put that in the negative
category? Stiff. Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, just because it has been I don't want to say injury-plagued season for Ketel Marte. We're a quarter of the way into the season. But they just gave him a day off against the Dodgers, and everybody freaked out and like, what are you doing? You're sitting him against the Dodgers. And my understanding was they gave him that day off so that it didn't get to a point where he had to pull himself out of a game.
Yeah, just imagine. I mean, you can stretch if you're out there. You're in the field. You're playing second base. You can stretch. You can move around. You could actually pull up in between at bats. You could pull up your leg and stretch it out a little bit. Move around. You know what I mean? I don't understand what he said. It's cold.
The people walking by the window in the newsroom are like, why is Wolf stretching while he's on the air?
But honestly, I don't get that.
For those listening, not watching on the YouTube or ArizonaSports.com.
Wolf is actually stretching.
Wolf is stretching. Right now he's in like a deep squat.
It feels good, too, because I pulled my groin a week ago, and this actually feels good.
We don't want you tapping out in the fourth hour of the show because of stiffness, so make sure you do what you got to do.
I just don't, I feel good, just a little stiff, said Cattell.
Well, they did ask Tory Lavell.
That always happens here in San Francisco. Well, it's a little cool out there.
You might be playing San Francisco.
You might want to just go ahead and keep the blood, moving around.
Playing them
legs.
in October or something in a playoff
I
game.
don't get it, man.
Tory was asked for more details on the stiffness.
It's usually his hips. It's the hips that turn into the hamstrings and the back. So that's the first sign. And he knows when it's tight, he needs to come off the field. So he's an elite athlete. He's wired very, very tight. And when the wind's blowing in your back for 2 games like it was the past couple nights, and then you're standing out there for long innings, it adds up. And it's once again, he played a day game after a 2-night game, so we're in a very positive space. He'll be in the lineup on Friday.
And Tory went on to say, "I want to respect the athlete who knows his body." And I love the fact that he's got his players back. And every player in that dugout, every player in that clubhouse knows he's got their back. I just wonder what he says to him alone. Cattell.
He said he had the 8th and 9th inning to catch up with him in the dugout.
I'm just saying, Cattell, man, stay loose.
I tell you, though,
You're stiff.
The one thing I'm taking out of that, again, not a doctor, but when he brought up the back, that's the one thing where it's like, and I'm not saying like, oh, he should have played or should. It's just like, is this going to be a thing all year?
Oh, it is a thing.
Yeah,
right now.
I mean,
it is a thing.
I don't want to play doctor based on what you're just watching, but the game.
He got stiff in the hips. Look at, boy, there's a lot of guys. Paul Calvisi is stiff in the hips, based on audience. I mean, you want to see a guy dance?
Paul's just driving around right now.
I mean, Paul, seriously, he's like a folding chair on a cruise liner. I'm just saying,
I don't
Paul.
even remember what I was going to say.
Folding and then standing. That's how he dances.
The other day when Cattell pinch hit and he came in and grounded out and just kind of jogged back to the dugout, he looked like he was stiff in that moment too. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on,
bro.
Hopefully it's nothing.
Stretch.
Maybe it was nothing more than just a launching pad to get a shot in on Paul Calvisi. I don't know. Maybe that's how this all works out.
Ride the bike.
When we come back. All right, we're going to do this. Wolf, you said everybody needs to have done this. You need to start going game by game in the schedule.
Oh, here we go.
I actually haven't done it yet. I waited till we're going to do it on the show. So we're going to go through the first part of it. We're going to do the first half up through the bye week. We'll do that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
All right, Rick, what do you... No, as a matter of fact, I don't need you on this one. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com, as a matter of fact. How much can I pack into this commercial? We're going to find out. Maybe just the big stuff. So here it goes, Basinonians. Business is just insane at Santan Ford right now. And the reason why it's insane is because they have employee pricing going on right now. What they pay, what the employees of Ford pay, you can actually pay right now, Basinonians. It is the Memorial Day sales event that is coming up with special offers galore. And the kicker, the big one here, is selection. It's just absolutely, whether you want the Ford F-150, the Ford Expedition, that's what the Warrior Queen drives, whatever it is, Santan Ford is loaded. Right now, thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to test drive. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And with you on our side, we are going to end animal cruelty around the globe. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602-ROOFING for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Ogden Nation.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals 2025 schedule is out. They begin the season at the New Orleans Saints, begin their home slate in Week 2 against the Carolina Panthers, and wrap up the season at the Los Angeles Rams. For more on the schedule, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Refi. And the Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a series win with a wild 8-7 victory over the Giants in San Francisco. They're off today before beginning a series with the lowly Colorado Rockies tomorrow at Chase Field. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Hello, mon ami. This is Remy Boudreau-Lebron, and I'm going to eat some gumbo, some étouffée, and some beignets. Because, I heard the New Orleans Saints are starting the season with the Arizona Cardinals, who will baste me with butter and call me a crawfish. But boy, about it at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata.
All right, we're going to do what everybody does when the schedule comes out. Usually you pick up the schedule for your favorite team. I don't think anybody goes through every team's schedule and tries to predict out the whole season, except maybe Chad Reuter of NFL.com while he's doing his 7-round mock draft with trades. But we're going to go through the Cardinals' schedule, and realistically, we know ourselves on this show. We're not getting through all 17 games right here, Wolf. So here's the goal, okay?
Yeah.
We're going to try to get to the bye week. You, me, Jamal, and Rick are going to make our picks.
All right.
Is somebody writing these down? Do we want somebody to write them down?
I mean, I wrote mine down. I can write everyone's down if you want me to.
Let's see how this goes.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Let's see
if we're right or not.
This
First.
goes right
All right. Who's starting? I'll start.
Okay.
No, Wolf will start. Wolf's already done it before. He already has his list together. I'm flying by the seat of my pants.
Okay,
all right,
that's
starting
great. Based on earnings, I will start.
In New Orleans, Week 1, September 7th, Cardinals at the Saints.
Okay,
Wolf.
that's what Week 1 right now. The New Orleans Saints, you can still hear the screaming of the lambs. They're just going to get pummeled. I honestly think the Arizona Cardinals are going to run the ball 70 times. Okay, I'm exaggerating, firing for effect here. I say the Cardinals win that game. So I'm putting that down as a big W.
Okay. Now, you just wrote the letter W on a piece of paper, but with no context around it.
Yes.
I'll write everybody's down. I got it right here.
Oh,
okay?
you got it. Okay,
All
great.
Right. I'm also going to go win. That needs to be a win. That's a team that doesn't have their quarterback set up yet. You got to win that game. And it would be the Cardinals' first win in the opener since 2021.
Need to win.
Right out of the game. Also a should win at the same time. All right, Rick?
All right. I am going to go with the Cardinals in that one. I do not trust the quarterback situation in New Orleans. My apologies to local kids, Tyler Shuck and Spencer Rattler. But, yeah, Cardinals win that one.
Okay. All right. Jamal?
Yeah, I'm going to go win, too.
Oh, the sweep.
Okay. There we go.
Great. Here we go. We're all predicting a win in Week 1.
Okay,
we're already. Okay. Carolina. Home against the Carolina Panthers.
Okay. Home against the Carolina Panthers.
1-7 in their last 8 against Carolina.
Retribution draweth nigh. Does it not, brothers? I think this is the grudge game of the season.
Carolina Panthers with sharp teeth and claws. We growl to win this game. We call perfect ball.
Okay, knock it off. They hammer the Carolina Panthers.
Just for that song alone.
As well, yes. Week 2 at home. I'm going to say that's a win.
They better, man. Yeah, I have a win that, like I said, if I were a player on this team, I would have that game circled maybe above any other. This is ridiculous.
Grudge.
The Carolina keeps messing up our season. All right, Rick.
I'm going to go with the Cardinals just because they're home this year. If it was on the road, then I would take the Panthers.
I think early. Wow, really? Well, I mean, I can't fault somebody for even considering taking the Panthers because they keep beating the Cardinals. Jamal?
I'm going to say they win, and I'm kind of with Rick. If they're on the road, I probably would have taken the Panthers, but yeah, since they're at home, and if they don't beat them by at least 45 points, I'm finding a new team.
I'm going to be disappointed.
45, Jamal?
Okay.
Oh, you were firing for effect right there yourself.
That's like running the ball 70 times in Week 1. Yeah. I was going to say I'll be disappointed if they can't beat Carolina. Really, if they don't start 2-0, looking at the schedule, but I'm not expecting a 45-point win.
Yes.
All right, Week 3. Sunday, September 21st at San Francisco.
Okay,
Wolf.
listen, early in the season right now, still finding themselves offensively, defensively against the 49ers, and I think the 49ers are going to have a bounce-back season. I think they're going to win more than 6 games. I think the 49ers beat the Arizona Cardinals in Week 3 at home.
It's in San Francisco, or are you worried somebody might get stiff because of the wind?
Well, no. I'm not kidding. Right. Stop it, Rick. Stop it.
I didn't realize Jamal's mic was on.
Yes.
I'm gonna go. I also will go lost. I'm not gonna sit here and pick 17 wins for the Cardinals. Road game. San Francisco's tough. I think you're looking to split with the Niners this year. And early in the season, Christian McCaffrey's probably still playing too. So yeah, I'll go lost with San Francisco. Rick?
Yeah, you guys said it perfectly. I'm gonna go with the loss.
Okay. Jamal?
Wow. I'm also going to go with the loss.
Wow. We
Okay,
could have just
there
done
we
this
go.
as
Wow.
a show. This is
All right. What about week 4, though?
all right. Week 4, short week. Got to point this out. They play San Francisco in San Francisco Sunday, turn around and host Seattle on Thursday. So typically better to be the home team on a Thursday night.
Yes.
But it is a short week against the Seahawks. Wolf, what do you got?
Yes, man, this was tough right here.
This is a tough
Especially coming off the 49ers, the road game, second road game. But the 49ers and the first division game coming off of that, and now you're playing the Seahawks on 4 days rest. I'm going to go W right there, though, because they're home. I'm going to go with a W. I think they split with Seattle.
I never know how to pick the Seahawks games, honestly. I truly don't. Seattle will be coming off a home game against New Orleans 4 days earlier. The Cardinals will be coming off a road game against San Francisco 4 days earlier. I think that actually favors Seattle. But give me the Cardinals. I think if you're going to do it right this year, you got to beat these teams that messed up your season last year, and that's specifically Carolina and Seattle. Rick?
I first off want to say that I think it's so dumb that the NFL schedules short week division games after another division game. I think that's ridiculous, but I think the Cardinals will come home and they'll win this one.
Okay.
Rick, don't tell me about the storm. Just bring the ship in.
Jamal?
Well, the last time the Cardinals played on Thursday night, there was an iconic photo made, and it was at home, and they won by almost 45. It was like 30-something.
Wow.
I'm gonna say they win. I'll say the Cardinals win.
All right, so we've all picked exactly the same, and we've almost gone through the entire segment. We got through 4 games.
Okay, good.
All right, so then a longer week. They host Tennessee in week 5.
Okay, week 5, that's a W right there. It better be a W. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Cam Ward is going to be their quarterback, and I believe that the Arizona Cardinals can win that game at home.
I'm exactly the same. They better win that game. I'm not going
That's
to
a
say
4-1 start
I'm not
right
going to
now.
say it's a given though, just because he's a rookie quarterback. Because by then he'll have played a month, and he could be really good. This could be like a Jaden Daniels type situation. I don't think he's quite that good, but I'm going to go win because if you're going to be a playoff team, these are the games you need to win. Rick?
I'm gonna go win as well. Rookie quarterback. I don't think Tennessee is going to be very good.
Okay. Jamal?
Yeah, like you guys, this is a must-win. You got to beat the lowly Tennessee Titans.
We have all picked the games exactly the same. Let's do
Okay.
one more. Let's do at Indianapolis in week 6. Wolf?
Okay, you know what? This is a win as well right here. At Indianapolis, 8-9 team, a team that is going to be improving, but I'm going to say that's a win.
Yeah, I got a win as well, which means I have the Cardinals at 5-1, which I was not expecting, which means the second half of the season is going to be interesting again. Rick?
I have a win as well. I don't think the Colts are very good.
Okay. Jamal?
Yeah, Colts, another team with some quarterback controversy. I think they're going to go into Indy and disappoint Pat McAfee.
All right. Last game before the bye week is home against Green Bay on October 19th. Wolf?
Yeah, you know what? I think that could be a loss right there. I think that could be a loss. A 5-1 start, an excellent start by the Arizona Cardinals, but the Packers are a good team. Not a great team, but a good team.
Yeah, I got to go loss. I can't have them 6-1 going into the bye week. That feels like that's too optimistic. Green Bay, I agree. Really good team, not a great team. I could see this flip and the Cardinals beat Green Bay but lose to Seattle on that Thursday night game. But I do think 5-2 going into the bye week is very realistic. Rick?
That's a loss for me.
Okay. Jamal?
I also have it as a loss.
Wow. This is unbelievable. We've all picked exactly the same in every
Everyone's
game.
5-2?
I think,
wow.
Not just 5-2. We've all picked the games exactly the same.
I think the first 7 weeks of the season, it's the easiest to make a guess. I think it is.
Yeah. And it does put a lot of pressure on the start of the season.
That's right.
You better at least go 4-3. All right. We'll do the rest of the games later on in the show. When we come back, what traits do you want the Phoenix Suns to look for in their next head coach? And do we think they're actually looking for them? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Picture this. Find your dream home. You move in right away. You don't have to wait to sell your old place first. None of that extra stuff. It sounds perfect, right? You just buy your new home when you find it. Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program is going to let you do. Buy your new home now. then focus on selling the old one later after you get moved into the new one. Well, here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, none of that. Waiting on other people is like the worst thing when you're trying to pull something like this off. No double moves, none of that either. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home. They're going to make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, you're just curious, want to see if this is for you, visit Orchard.com. Get your free home valuation. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employer pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $499 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445. It includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tory Lavell.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tory. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who are some of the candidates the Suns are looking at to be their next head coach? Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, well, it was Gambo who had the report the other day that the Suns are looking at about 15 to 20 candidates, getting ready to start working towards a second round of interviews. And I'll pull up the exact timeline he said, but basically in line with what I think a lot of us have been thinking and kind of what the Suns have been saying, that they're not in a rush to hire one, but you don't need it to drag out forever either. Gambo's exact post on X was that they have cast a wide net in their search for the next head coach, reaching out to and interviewing 15 to 20 candidates. The second round should begin soon, but he would not expect a final decision this week or next, likely closer to the end of the month or early June, which is fine. You get it done in the next end of the month is 2 weeks, early June, 2.5, 3 weeks, that's fine. But you don't want it to happen like the day of the draft. You know what I mean? Like, you want to have your coach in place for the draft.
No, you definitely want to do that. And again, taking your time. I think it's the smart thing to do. And you can also compare and contrast. The more coaches you actually interview, the more coaches you actually sit down with, the better feel you have for what it is that you're truly looking for. Now, again, Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory, and this is what I do like about Brian Gregory, once again. He was a coach. You can say whatever you want. Well, if he was a coach at the college level, you can say it whatever you want. This guy understands the game of basketball. He has a basketball intelligence that many do not at the general manager position. His challenge is going to be, can he orchestrate? Can he manage a team? Will he master that? And that's the problem with it right now for Brian Gregory, because typically you don't try to learn on the job.
Yeah.
And he's going to be learning on the job. That's going to be his challenge right there.
In the middle of everything.
Yes.
It's not, we've talked about this. It's not like you're easing into it. You can't get the wrong coach because they can't really fire another one. I mean, I guess they can but like at a certain point, come on, what is it? 8 coaches in 11 seasons for Devin Booker, or going into his 11th season? Here are the attributes Brian Gregory, when he spoke last week, said that they'll be looking for in that new head coach.
Unbelievable basketball IQ, tremendous communicator, shares our vision and what we understand needs to be done to be successful in basketball in this new NBA, the toughness, the physicality, all those different things, and has the ability to hold the players accountable to doing that, playing and having a systematic approach offensively and defensively. Those attributes, in addition to understanding this is what our identity is, and we're going to coach to this on a daily basis.
Here's the whole problem with this right now. When you talk about a coach that is going to hold players accountable, you need to define what that accountability looks like. You need to do that. Because if you have a coach hold players accountable, you will create factions in the locker room. You will. That is going to happen. Do coaches need to tell players the truth? Oh, Bezos, all day, every day. That's how you keep players accountable. You tell them the truth. You don't use this Jedi mind trick. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to coach this guy up by telling him you're not doing well when he is doing well. Okay? Don't do this stuff. You need to tell the player the truth. And you don't have to embarrass them. You don't have to do it. You don't have to call them out in front of your teammates. You don't have to do it that way. But you need to tell him the truth. And when you're watching tape, it's the best time for a coach. It's the best time for a coach to talk to a player, point out what he's doing wrong, and letting everybody else see exactly what's going on. Tell the truth as you're watching tape together as a team. It is a great way to reinforce your culture, period. You got to tell the truth as a coach. But if you start holding players accountable by walking up to them and start eyeballing them and saying the stuff that a player should be saying to him, you're going to create a faction because he's going to get butthurt. And then when you get butthurt, what happens is you try to go and see if there's anyone else in the locker room who's been butthurt as well. And now all of a sudden you get this faction of butthurt guys that are in the locker room.
That doesn't sound like a formula for a championship.
They don't like coach. And they start undercutting. And this is what is dangerous about it. That's why you need players. You need teammates to be able to walk up and look you in the eye.
They got to have some accountability.
What are you going to say about that then, Luke?
And you got to have it. Yeah, you have to have it. They clearly haven't had it the way they've needed it the last few years, and they're clearly looking to change things. What I wonder, and there's no way, I guess, to really answer this unless you're Matt Ishbia, but how much of the previous head coaching experience with Mike Budenholzer, how much is that influencing what they're doing right now? It could be a good thing. They may have looked at it and said, you know what? We didn't prioritize these things that are basic things. We just overlooked them, and it completely derailed our season because we didn't have the basic things. We were looking at this higher level stuff, and this guy's won a championship before, but we left out the most basic stuff, and we assumed he was going to take care of that. But maybe we have to be more intentional about that with our next hire, or it could be a bad thing. You could just be looking for the total opposite of Mike Budenholzer and not even really looking at the actual people you're interviewing. So I just wonder how much the misery of last season is going to impact this offseason. It could be a good thing ultimately. I mean, we saw this with the Cardinals when in that 2022 season where it was a miserable season, but they are getting better in a more stable way now, I think, because they went through that season, because they were so intentional coming out of it of saying, this isn't happening to us again.
Exactly. It's all about the intent once again. And it's very, very important that you hold players accountable by telling them the truth from the coaching perspective. Tell them the truth. But man, it's so important from a player perspective, that one-on-one, eyeball to eyeball, jaw to jaw, that is like, dude, what are you doing? We need you on the... That gets everybody on board for the most part, especially when it comes from somebody that is a leader, somebody that is one of the best players on your team, if not the best player on your team. And suddenly he walks up and you respect this guy, and he walks up and calls you out to your face. You don't think that's the coach. That doesn't create factions. That actually unites a team when you do it. It's kind of like in the game of football. You get in a fight with your teammate out on the field, and you're suddenly grabbing his face mask, and you're trying to jerk it down over his nose. And suddenly after practice, you hug him, and you tell him you're sorry.
Obviously.
And suddenly the accountability that happens inside that locker room, it makes the locker room stronger, not weaker, stronger.
Well, they need this because there was a lot of problems last year, and I feel like there was also just a lack of clarity. If you do what you just said, if you have that just heart-to-heart conversation, and you have the difficult conversation, and you get in his face, and you're like, look, this has to change. You got to be accountable. Like you said, what are you doing? You're killing us out here. They're either going to get better, it's either going to lock them in, or they're not. And if they're not, then they just can't. And then you at least know what you have to work with. I mean, the Suns are in an offseason right now where you're trying to figure out, what are you bringing back? What are you letting go? Yeah, everybody always talks about Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant, but there's a bunch of other roster decisions you have to make too based on what you're doing with those guys. And I would hope, and you never know this when you're switching coaches, but I would hope they know internally, this guy can play. Or this guy can't. This guy just doesn't have what we're looking for. And he'll go play for somebody else then. But if they don't have clarity, this is going to linger into next season.
Yes, listen, I just want to finish with this. This is the reason why it's so critical that your best players believe in what the culture is and model that culture for everyone else. Like OKC, like the Celtics. That's what they do.
All right, we come back. Diamondbacks won yesterday, but did it take Tory Lavell getting tossed to make sure they won yesterday? Because he definitely went out in a blaze of glory. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information right now. Listen, it's stressful. If you've tried to move yourself, you know it can really be tough right now. I'm just saying, man. Let Moving Team 6 remove that stress from your plate. This is what they do, and they love doing it. They are the pros, Basinonians. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons Garrett and JT and run the business right here in Phoenix. Of course, they're honest, they're trustworthy, and they're experienced. And the reason why I know that is because I know the Lee family personally. That's right, Basinonians. The deal isn't done until the move is done. You can trust Moving Team 6 to finish the job and do it in detail, man. MovingTeam6.com is the place you need to go. Check out their 5-star reviews from people just like you when you go to MovingTeam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimer.
When you think of hot, you might think about the tragic time you ate too much wasabi. Or about getting into your car on a summer day when it feels more like stepping into a sauna. But heat can work in your favor, like during Verizon Red Hot Deal Days. Get hundreds of hot deals on all your favorites, like iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad, on any plan. Only until May 28th for new and existing customers. Offer available on My Plan. Only at Verizon.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. Exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals 2025 schedule is out. They start the season at the New Orleans Saints, begin their home slate in Week 2 against the Carolina Panthers, and wrap up the season at the Los Angeles Rams. For more on the schedule, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Refi. And the Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a series win with a wild 8-7 victory over the Giants in San Francisco. They're off today before beginning a series with the lowly Colorado Rockies tomorrow at Chase Field. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Can the Diamondbacks feast on the woeful, and I mean woeful, Colorado Rockies? All the fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Well, if you know my theory on this, when Tory Lavell gets ejected from a game, he goes full Salvatore Lavell. He goes by the full name. He goes full Italian. It's just like. And he got tossed yesterday. I feel like sometimes Diamondbacks fans need to see this, because you said this the other day, and you're right. He's so what's the word? It's not mellow, but he's so like controlled in his post-game press conferences, regardless of what happened. He doesn't get overly emotional one way or the other, right? And so as a fan, sometimes you get frustrated, like, man, why isn't he as angry as I am? Well, I don't think anybody was as angry as he was at the end of that game yesterday when he got tossed. So there you go.
Stop and think about it, too, right now. A little context. I think we all need context. 16 games in 16 days. The Diamondbacks went 8-8 over that stretch. They played the Mets, the Phillies, the Mets, the Dodgers, and the Giants. That is a tough stretch. When they played the Mets first, best record in baseball, and then they played the Phillies, and the Phillies were second in their division in 7 games above 500. And then they played the best record in baseball, that being the Mets once again, and then the new best record in baseball, the Dodgers at the point they played them.
Yeah.
And then the Giants. Tory was on the edge right there. Can you imagine managing 16 games in 16 days?
I worked out the winning percentage of the teams that they had played over that stretch.
Yeah.
And so, like, if you played the Mets 3 times, I just put their record in there 3 times, right? So just the winning percentage of your opponent of each of those 16 games. And it may have changed a little bit after I did this last night because there might have still been 1 or 2 games going, but if anything, it went up. The combined record I had was 426 and 267. So about a 615-ish winning percentage.
Wow.
And it actually might have even been a little bit higher, like I said. So you're talking about teams that collectively, I know in baseball you're playing the same team over and over again, but fine, they played the same team over and over again, and those teams were on pace to win like 100 games the way they were playing up to this point in the season.
Yes, and once again, I think that's why Tory was yelling. That's why he was yelling when the opportunity presented itself.
Well, you can relate to this, I'm sure, if you're at work and you're working overtime and you're covering for other people or whatever, and all of a sudden you haven't had a day off in 16 days. Probably a little on edge, especially when it looks like the last day and you're ready to go home. You might blow a save in the 8th or 9th inning.
It had to be that too, Luke. I mean, that was it. I think Tory knew that Jordan Lawler obstructed the runner. I think he knew it.
That would have been such a horrible way for them to lose if if they lost because of that.
I know. I think that right there, though, I think he knew that. And it was that knowledge that was the last straw for Tory Lavell after all of this, saying, are you kidding me? I think he felt the game slipping away at that point. And I think Tory had enough. And because of that, I also think it was a calculated move by him to say, you know what? I need to vent. First of all, I need to get this out. I need to go out there and start yelling and waving my arms.
Throwing umpires out of the game.
Gesticulations and pointing to each one of them and saying, you're gone. I need to do that. But also,
so awesome.
Maybe it will get the attention of my players in that clubhouse, too. Maybe it will inspire them. Maybe it will shake them up. I think he did it for a purpose as well.
Yeah, if you believe that managers sometimes do it, for a very specific reason like that, the timing, it was good timing, I would say. Just with everything you just said, you're at the very end of this 16-game stretch. And this game that you were up 8-2, and this is one of the most important games, if not the most, that you played in that stretch, is slipping away.
Right.
And it's starting to slip away in a weird way with that play at second base, not to mention the bullpen has had issues. And if you ever just need to, okay, I'm going to give my team one last jolt here for an inning or two or whatever, here we go. Here's Tory after the game.
I don't know. I still don't know. What I do know is that it wasn't adding up in the heat of the moment. It wasn't adding up to me, and I felt like they were just trying to cover themselves a little bit. But in reality, there was obstruction called. I was trying to do the math, and I didn't know how the third base umpire could be watching a fair foul ball and then the throw get off and still see the obstruction. But he pointed to it, and he had it. When I looked at him, nobody put their hands up. Nobody put their hands out and pointed obstruction. And, that's why I thought they were kind of inventing a call, but they got it right. They're really good. Umpires are good, and I stand corrected.
See,
win's a win.
Honestly, I think he knew that. I think he knew that. And after 16 games and 16 days, the brain potatoes were flying. And I think Tory knew that and was okay with that. And again, stoking the fire. There's nothing wrong with actually doing that. But can you imagine to see that game slipping away the way that it felt like it was? Jeff Bannister almost got tossed.
I know.
I
was looking up. I was like, Jeff Bannister just got back, and he's out there getting tossed.
He's out there, and he was starting to wave his arms a little, like pointing, and, Jeff, what are you doing?
Jeff, you just go out there and finish this game. Now, the other thing with Tory, too, 3-4 days ago, they're at Chase Field, and he's watching his pitcher balk 3 times in an inning and a half, and he's going out there to the umpires like, can you explain to him what he's doing wrong? Whatever you're seeing, explain it to him. Remember, Tory was like, explain it to him in English and explain it to him in Spanish.
Yes.
Because this is already, so he's already been on edge a little bit, and they're winning every other game and losing every other game, and to your point, the winning percentage and the quality of opponent, I think it all just boiled over in that moment that is not a typical moment. You don't typically see a guy get called for obstruction. And by the way, that guy's a rookie who just got called up, too.
You know what was amazing about it as well? You're just watching Tory. He was moving from umpire to umpire.
Yeah, he was. He wanted to get everybody.
As well. He was getting everybody. This was, again, have you ever lost at base earnings? Have you ever? I'm sure. There are people out there, and it's not a good thing. I'm not putting this in the positive category. It's never good to lose your mind where you just start doing things and making all sorts of gesticulations that you shouldn't be making, okay? It's never good to do that. But have you ever? I will ask you that.
He looked like you the day you came in on your day off after the Cardinals lost to the Carolina Panthers. That's what.
No way. I was not. Well, I was yelling, as a matter of fact, at that point in time.
We have audio.
But again, that's happened to me. It's happened on the football field to me, where you lose your mind. I think all of us, I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe it's the guy in front of you that isn't acknowledging the green arrow. Maybe
Maybe that's baseball
the
for me.
problem.
We're off the field. We're now in traffic.
Just saying, does anyone do that?
I mean,
what are you doing?
I actually have a
You know.
baseball story if you guys want to know.
Let me quickly throw the traffic one. I was behind somebody who was sitting through a green arrow the other day, and it was clear we're just going to be sitting through this again.
Okay.
And you know how this always works? That person always wakes up and goes right as it's turning red, and we're all stuck.
And you get it.
Yeah. And I've gotten a ticket that way before. I was the second person in line, and I got a ticket for running a red light. And I'm like, the light's been green for 5 minutes. I didn't get to go. But that's not this story. This story is the person behind me laid on their horn, went around all of us, went off into the intersection, horn still down, and drove away. And the person in front of me didn't go. And I just sat back and I was like, better you than me, but I'm with you, man. Way to go. All right, sorry, Rick. Go ahead.
Well, I thought that in 7th grade, I thought that the other team was throwing at me. And so I got really cocky and stood in the box, and they hit me. And then I started yelling at the umpire that they hit me, and I guess I made 2 steps toward the mound. And so because I made 2 steps toward the mound, I got tossed. And I threw my batting gloves at the pitcher. So yeah.
Oh, Rick was losing.
I was losing
Rick
it. Yeah.
on edge. And when Rick took those 2 steps, the NBA suspended Amari Stoudemire and Boris Diaw too, just out of solidarity.
And then
how can we screw the Suns over again?
And then I went into a slump because I felt like every ball was coming at me from
he
that
got in your
for,
head.
for like a week after that.
We need
yeah.
to get that pitcher on the show.
You think about it, though. Tory is a guy that does not let the public see his rage often. He does not. He's not going to sit there at a press conference and satisfy your desire to throw his players under the bus. He's not going to do that, okay? And I think a lot of that has to do when you see a coach who doesn't yell, when you see him lose it, okay, for the most part, it has a dramatic impact.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if that's what he was doing as well, just trying to dramatically impact his players in a situation where it looked bleak.
I'll play that cut real quick, too. They asked him if the players managed to hold on for the rest of that game because of the ejection.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't do that very often. But, I mean, I lost my essay, and I just felt like it was unacceptable, and they responded, and they're just a bunch of really good baseball players that fight, and I'm proud of what they did. If they did it out of response to what I did, maybe I need to do it more often.
Tory, I'm going to take that as a yes, Tory.
We have a cut of Gino explaining what his reaction was when he watched his manager try to throw the umpires out of the game, too. We could play that later because we're up against the break. All right, it's National Water Safety Month. Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes are reminding you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids around water. For life-saving water safety tips and to enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy, text SWIM to 620-620. All right, when we come back, it's already starting. People are calling Kyler Murray a dark horse MVP candidate. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Now his at-bats become must-see stuff, right? Like every single night and where he plays in the field. And you know we're going to have these conversations. Do we like him better at short? Do we like him better at third?
Where does he like him better at third?
Where does he project to? So, well, I mean, yeah, you say that, but there's been some thought about eventually moving Cattell over to first.
So good.
And making Lawler at second. He is, but with the injuries and the hamstrings and things like that, would he be less prone to get injured over there?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DIS, ladies and gentlemen. As a former football player, I've done a lot of damage to my back and my spine, I can tell you that right now. And a couple of years ago, I actually went to see Dr. Chris at DISC, and he helped me. He's helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation for you. If you're out there and you're battling spine or back issues, you're just trying to mow the lawn, you can't get it done, well, listen, you need to go see DISC. DISC treats a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated disc, bulging disc, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease as well. Disc surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems. Listen, DISC offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients suffering from back and neck pain. Enjoy life again. Call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks on May 26th as we celebrate Memorial Day at Chase Field. Arrive early to the game and receive a special edition red poppy cap. Secure your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time, exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, fresh Heritage Farm bone-in chicken drumsticks or thighs are on sale. Just $1.29 a pound with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Disturbed. Live. Oh, the 25th anniversary of the 5-time platinum album, The Sickness. 2 sets, 1 show, The Sickness in its entirety, and greatest hits with special guests, Daughtry, and nothing more.
May 15th, PHX Arena, formerly Footprint Center. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. Disturbed. Live.
It's easier not to be
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks have the day off today. Wait, what? They have the day off today? How are we going to talk about baseball? We'll find a way at straight up 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show.
I'll read to you here, save your eyes. You'll need them, your boat is its.
All right, we're back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning. This is going to be weird. No D-backs game tonight.
Yeah.
Like, what? No schedule release, no.
Wow. 16 consecutive games.
Who's playing in the NBA tonight? Well, okay, Oklahoma City, Denver. That'll be pretty good, huh?
Yeah. All right, everyone settle down. We know that is one of the better posts in broadcasting, ladies and gentlemen. Not a big fan of REM. You? Big fan?
No, but isn't this live? This is
live. It live? Yeah, sorry. As you can see, I'm not a big fan of live either.
Take that, REM. Yeah. I'm going to listen to live, not like the song, and blame you for it.
Not a big fan of either,
I'm going to go out on a limb and say you're not a big fan of REM if you blame them for other
bands' songs. But it was a nice post,
songs.
Was it not? That was a post.
The live's got some heavier songs than that.
I see, really.
Yeah, we play them on the show.
Oh, interesting.
They better than Toto in your mind, or
better than Toto?
Okay.
Much better than Toto.
Wolf, we learned earlier in the show, not a big Toto fan.
Wow, Toto just awful, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe that's why Tory lost it yesterday. Maybe one of the umps said, "Hey, toe the line." Hold the line, or whatever he says in that song, and he just lost it.
Hold the line.
Hold the line. So, Wolf, I'm going to play this cut from Trevor Sikkema on the Up and Adams show. And
did you say Trevor Sikkema?
Yes, not Vi Sikkema.
Okay, thank you for that.
I'm going to play it, and I want to get your reaction. I'm not mentally ready to go here yet. Okay, that's how I'm going to set this up. But I'm going to play it because he obviously is.
Do you have a dark horse pick for MVP?
I don't know how dark horse this is. I feel like it's dark horse enough. I'll say Kyler Murray. I think he's going to play well. It's the second year of him in Drew Petzing's offense with him as his offense coordinator. Last year, he had his highest big time throw percentage outside of that 2021 year where he looked like he could have won MVP. The turnover worthy play percentage was still pretty low at 2.5%. So if he takes that next step up, if he gets the big time throw percentage into like 6-7% again, we're going to be talking about the Cardinals potentially winning that division. And if Kyler balls out, he's going to have the opportunity to be an MVP when it's all said and done. So year 2 in Petzing's system, I'm expecting to step up. So
he's tied with Saquon and Tua, plus 5,000, my friend.
Might have to sprinkle a little something on the Kyler Murray odds there.
Sprinkle Salt Bay a little something.
Wow. Okay, so here we go. So it begins. The dark horse candidate for MVP. I almost said KMVP. Wasn't that interesting? A little Freudian slip right there, Basinonians. But can you imagine that for MVP right now? Kyler Murray. I don't want to hear it.
I don't either. I'm glad that was your reaction. It's fine. Trevor Sikkema's a national guy. I mean, that's cool. Like it's not us locally being like he's going to win MVP. So I that's cool and all. I don't know. It's not that I don't think it can happen.
I just want to prove it mentality.
I'm just fatigued on it.
I know.
Because we've heard it in the past. When we've heard it, he's had two seasons where he was so good in the first half of the season. Yeah. One, that 2021 season where he probably was the MVP in the first half of the season. Right. But the way the second half played out obviously made it he wasn't even in the conversation by the end of the year. And so, to me, Wolf, I could see this team winning more games than a lot of people expect. I could see them making the playoffs, but I think it will be mainly driven by the defense. Obviously, Kyler Murray's got to be a big part of it, but I don't know that he will have the stats to be the MVP of the entire league, if that makes sense.
Could I see it happening? I could see it happening to a point where, again, if Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray get on the same page, that could be really, really good right there, and that could be the tip of the spear in terms of doing something special. Yet having said that, It's just me. It's the former player in me, Basinonians, and it's always going to be this way. It's never going to go away. Just have a hard time looking at that and hearing somebody say MVP. Man, the thoughts as a former player are all about how are we going to do this year? And I have a lot to prove. Year after year after year. You've got to prove it every year. You have to have that mentality every day. Just go out and do it. Prove it. And I'm hoping Kyler adopts that mentality, which I think he will and has. I think he has adopted it. I just don't want to hear anyone talking about MVP.
I really have to scroll to find him as far as MVP odds. You heard Kay Adams in that cut say he's tied with Saquon and Tua. He's just barely ahead of Drake May, and he's just barely behind. He's just barely ahead of Drake May and Sam Darnold. Okay, now
well, they did say dark horse, right?
They did.
They did say that.
They did. I mean, if you told me I had to pick one of those five, Kyler, Saquon, Drake May, Trevor Lawrence, or Tua, then I would pick Kyler because it's impossible for a running back to win. So you can just rule Saquon out. I mean, look at the season he just had. It's still not enough. So it's going to be a quarterback almost certainly. But yeah, I have Kyler Murray MVP conversation fatigue. How's that? Because I feel like if this team plays to its potential, they won't be asking him to put up those stats. If they're asking him to put up MVP-worthy stats, I don't know that they're going to be winning enough for him to win it. You know what I mean? The one thing he said at the very beginning of it is this is his second full year in Drew Petzing's offense. I do still put some credence into that, even though there were times last year where that offense was sputtering.
Yeah.
The way an offense is going to take off is if the quarterback and the OC are just in lockstep, and if that's going to happen, it's going to be this year.
Yeah, once again, and this is not fair to Kyler at all. Kyler Murray is not thinking about, I'm going to be the dark horse MVP. That's what I'm going to be. He's not thinking about that. I would imagine he's thinking about just being the best quarterback he can possibly be in this offense going forward. I think there is a possibility, there is a scenario that you could convince me that the Arizona Cardinals are going to be really, really good offensively. There is a scenario that is out there. A lot of that is not based on Kyler Murray.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
A lot of it is based on their offensive line and how their offensive line plays.
Yeah.
And most importantly, Marvin Harrison Jr. and how much better he gets in terms of catching balls that are contested.
How many wins do you think they'd have to have? Like, let's just say Kyler had the numbers. And again, I don't know that he would get the numbers because I think for them to win a lot, it's going to be the defense making plays and James Conner running and Trey Benson running a lot. And then Kyler making plays, but plays that win you games, not plays that give you stats that would win you MVP. But let's say he had the numbers. How many wins do you think that you have to have for your team to win MVP? I mean, you have to be in the double digits. Nobody's winning MVP with nine wins.
Right, or 10 even.
No, you got to be.
Matter, as far as I'm concerned, you're looking at 12, 13, 14.
I'm not sure I see the Cardinals winning 13 or 14 games yet. I could see them winning double digits, but I don't know about that. All right, coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high, deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, All Pro Shade Concepts are celebrating 20 years of shading Arizona homes. That's right. Their 20th anniversary this May. 20 years of keeping patios cool, private, and protected. Locally owned and operated, Robert Mulvin and his team have earned the trust of thousands of Arizona homeowners. 20 years of shade means 2 decades of quality, custom-installed patio shades, awnings, and sunscreens, offering free installation on all products and free estimates. These shades are custom-built to block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays, cut the dust and wind, and drop temps some 20 degrees. Choose from manual or motorized options with a variety of colors and fabrics to match your outdoor space. Man, it's time for you to schedule your free in-home consultation at allproshade.com. Go to allproshade.com. You gotta have shade, bruh.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back, and that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere, and that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to goodrx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And if you love animals, you're part of our world. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals 2025 schedule is out. They begin the season at the New Orleans Saints, begin their home slate in Week 2 against the Carolina Panthers, and wrap up the season at the Los Angeles Rams. For more on the schedule, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Refi. And the Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a series win with a wild 8-7 victory over the San Francisco Giants. They are off today before beginning a series with the lowly Colorado Rockies tomorrow at Chase Field. This report is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Dine and donate during the month of May at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. $1 off each purchase will benefit the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Thursday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
The Arizona Cardinals 2025 schedule has been released. They open up the season at the Saints on September 7th and wrap up the season in Week 18 at the Los Angeles Rams. Which games intrigue you guys the most?
It's just nice to have it here. Like, I'm looking at the schedule, and it's here.
All of it.
We're almost, yeah. Which games intrigue Wolf the most? Just the first 17 and the possibility of an 18. I don't want to talk about the Carolina game. In fact, I may never bring it up again until September 15th when we're hopefully talking about a win over Carolina. To me, it's the stretch at the end of the season because that was the first place I think a lot of us looked, and the games after Thanksgiving on paper are tough. Stuff can change, especially with the games at the end of the season because there can be injuries or whatever. Some team like Tampa that we think is going to be good just might not be good or whatever. But that's a tough stretch at the end of the season. The Rams twice in the final 5 weeks. If you are actually contending for the division title, it's going to get decided in those last 5 weeks with 2 games against the Rams.
You know, for me, once again, I have to focus on Week 1. I know it sounds cheesy, Basinonians, but it is. It's Week 1, and it all starts with 1, and you're going on the road, and I know you're playing the Saints, and it starts with 1, and the Saints are they're looking for a quarterback, of course, and they have a hard time stopping the run, and that should be a win on the road. You're looking at it, and you're saying, man, if we just play up to our capabilities, we should win that game because we're going to give you James Conner and Trey Benson over and over and over again because you can't stop it.
Over and over again.
Marshawn with a frying pan to your face. So I'm going to focus. That's got my attention right now. Week 1 at New Orleans. Gumbo.
I was going to say, you just want Cajun food, and they're playing in New Orleans.
The gumbo game.
Sticking with the Cardinals schedule, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, how many games will the Cardinals win in 2025? 6 and under, 7 to 8, 9 to 10, or 10 plus?
Well,
it's tough, man.
So you can go 9 to 10 or 10 plus.
Yeah, that's you can pick 10 twice. It must mean more than 10, right? If I can
it's
go,
got to be. Yeah, 9 or 10.
Yeah, I kind of think 10, so I don't know where to click here.
I was going to say 10. So I'll take 9 to 10 because that gives me another chance of.
Yeah, but if you go 10 plus, you get 11, 12,
yeah,
13,
but
14,
I'm more
15.
sure that it's 10.
10 or under, okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's go 9 to 10, Rick. Let's do that.
All right, 9 to 10 is 49%.
Whoa.
10 plus, 22%. 7 to 8 is 20%, and 6 under are Seahawks fans and are at 8%.
Wow, that is pretty optimistic
So
right there.
71% of responders have the Cardinals above 500 at least. All right.
Let's go.
I like the energy. All right.
Yeah, let's do it.
The Arizona Diamondbacks captured a series win yesterday in San Francisco with an 8-7 win over the Giants. However, Ketel Marte did leave the game with what was described by manager Tory Lavell as stiffness.
I asked him last night after the game, you're going to play your first day game tomorrow. What would you like to do? I'm thinking that let's be safe. It's cold at night here. You're going to have a nice day tomorrow. He pounded the table and said, I want to play. I want to play. We got to win the series, and I want to play. So it was a big ask to go night, day. First time that he's done that. He's in a return to play full-time progression. And then through the course of the day, I was in constant contact with him. And then about the 6th inning, he said he's starting to get really, really stiff. And then before I went down there, I talked to him. Or before I removed him, I went down there, and I said, what do you got? He says, I need to come out of this game. And I want to respect that. I want to respect the athlete who knows his body. We've talked about this before. So it wasn't a foregone conclusion. It wasn't going to happen until I went down there. But I wanted to respect what he was trying to do and gave us already up to that point in the game.
Are you guys concerned about Ketel Marte?
Well, first of all, maybe that's why Tory got tossed because of all that. And then the next inning he went out there and got tossed. We didn't even look at that possibility.
That was part of it.
I'm a little concerned just in the sense of if your back is tightening up on you like that, if that's sort of what Tory was describing. You kind of went into more detail a little bit later on, a different cut that we had played earlier. If that's a thing that's happening, that can kind of creep up at any time.
Yeah.
Now, they've got, you're a professional athlete. You've got trainers. You've got people that give you a workout, a stretching regimen, or whatever you got to do to strengthen your core. I don't know. I mean, he had 2 home runs in the game, so it's hard to be like, well, Ketel, he looks hurt. He's smashing everything when he plays. So I'm only concerned if it's a back thing. That's where the only time I'd be concerned.
Okay, for me right now, Bates and Orleans, I am a little concerned, and I'll tell you why I'm concerned. Because would you say Ketel Marte has a huge impact on the Arizona Diamondbacks when he's in the lineup?
Yeah.
Yeah. He has a huge impact on this lineup. And he has a problem with being stiff. His hips get stiff and it goes into his hamstring and then his back. Stretch, move, do something. So I guess what I'm saying is if he'll come out of games for being stiff, I'm worried about that because he has such a profound impact on this team.
Yeah, you talk to people around the team. And
I mean, if he's telling Tory, I need to come out of this game.
Yeah.
I'm coming out of this game. Man, that makes me, that does furrow my brow.
Talk to people around the team, and they will tell you that he is maybe their most important hitter. Now, Corbin Carroll might be taking over that role, but you really need both of them. If you're talking about winning 80 games, then okay, Ketel can miss games. If you're talking about making the playoffs and maybe taking a team like the Padres or the Mets or the Dodgers or somebody out in the playoffs or multiple teams like that, you're going to need him at full strength.
I can't see the Predator coming out of games because he's stiff.
I like how we just let it echo that time.
I'm just saying.
All right, we're going to have an NBA playoffs segment later in the show, so I will ask you guys about the NHL playoffs. The second round of the NHL playoffs continued last night. Edmonton defeated Vegas 1-0 in overtime to win that series in 5 games. Tonight, Carolina looks to eliminate Washington in Game 5 of that series, and Dallas looks to eliminate Winnipeg in Game 5 of that series. Have the Stanley Cup playoffs been less intriguing this year?
I mean, there's been a lot of buzzer beaters. There's not like a ton of teams that I necessarily like that are left, and I kind of feel like Edmonton's going to win the whole thing, and so then that's Canada's first cup in 30-plus years. But I would say the actual games, it's the exact opposite of the NBA, really. Like, the NBA, the storylines, I think, are there more than they are in the NHL right now. But as far as if you're watching the games, the actual action has been more compelling still in the NHL to me because there's been at least 4 buzzer beaters that I can think of that have swung entire series.
I've just found the series to be kind of because they're just not going very long.
Well, this round, I mean, 3 of these series could be over in 5 games. That's not great.
I feel like we're not used to that in hockey.
Brutal, as a matter of fact. I agree with everything Luke said.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. As always, when we come back, Erod pitched yesterday. Wasn't terrible. It wasn't great though either. What's going on with that spot in the rotation? Is Ryan Nelson going to be in consideration? Are they going to make any sort of move there? Are they even talking about it? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Giants.
D-backs lead by 1. The pitch. Swung on, a little flare into center. Thomas went out, now he comes in and he makes the catch. The ball game is over and the Diamondbacks survive. They win it by a final score of 8-7. By no means was it pretty, but a win is a win, and that's a series win on the road against the Giants.
A D-backs day off before hosting the Rockies Friday night at Chase Field. The Arizona Diamondbacks play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. I want to make an announcement. Gather around the transistor and press the ear. Join me at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Yeah, Retirement on the Brink, June 10th at 5 p.m. Now, listen, I wouldn't call it a starring role in this documentary, but I do make an appearance in Retirement on the Brink. Once again, you can join me June 10th at 5 p.m. at Desert Ridge AMC. I'm going to be there. You can sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. And when you do, show your VIP badge for a complimentary popcorn and drink. Maybe you think you're ready for retirement? Well, think again. Retirement on the Brink uncovers what the industry won't. Premier seats are filling fast. You need to reserve your VIP seat today at retirementonthebrink.com. For Trajan Wealth, go to retirementonthebrink.com.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of these 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Caroline seller must agree on price and possession.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Memorial Month is here. What kind of freedom-inspired savings can customers expect at Liberty GMC this month?
What's up, Dave? Now's the time to kick off summer and prepare for the perfect summer road trip. With only $29.99 down, you can lease the 2025 GMC Train for only $359 a month for 36 months. Whether you're hitting the road or cruising the city, the Train is built for it.
So kick off summer at Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. At your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Upgrade with new windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. With our exclusive SI window brand made right here in the USA, you'll get a full lifetime warranty, including glass replacement, for ultimate peace of mind. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you and start your project today. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Check out this fresh deal on General Mills giant size cereal. Select 20 to 29 ounce varieties or 3 for only $10 when you buy 3 with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks have the day off today. Wait, what? They have the day off today? How are we going to talk about baseball? We'll find a way at straight up 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show. All right, the Diamondbacks did win yesterday, a game that Eduardo Rodriguez started. He did not get the win. Ryan Thompson got the win. Erod in the game, Wolf, 4 innings, 4 earned runs, 5 hits, 3 walks, struck out 4. His ERA is now over 7 on the season, 7.05. It doesn't seem like he's hurt or anything. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem like his numbers are bad because of anything physically. This is kind of baffling to me, honestly. Like, I know we talked about this a week or two into the season. We're like, okay, which starter would you be the most worried about if like something was off with one of them?
Yeah.
And I said Erod at the time, but I just never expected this. And that was more so because Corbin Burns is so steady, Merrill Kelly's so steady. The expectations weren't as high at that point on Brandon Pfaadt. And I always, maybe to a fault, maybe I'm too optimistic about Zach Gallen. I don't know. But so my answer would have been Erod. But I thought his ERA might, like if things went bad, it'd be up around 5, not 7. So what's going on here?
Yeah, what is going on right now with Erod? So much of what he does, his stuff, it's all predicated on nibbling around the strike zone. It really is. He's out on the edges. He's got to live out on the edges. And although when he does that, he can be effective, there's no doubt about it. When he's hitting his marks, when he's not, he's in trouble. And he's been in trouble a lot as of late.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the teams that he has faced, and obviously the Diamondbacks have had a rough schedule here to start things off. I get that. His last 4 outings have been the Giants, Dodgers, Phillies, Mets. So that's 4 pretty good lineups right there. But at the same time, man, he's given up 21 runs over his last 4 starts. That's difficult. And one of those starts, only one of them did he go more than 4 innings, too. I mean, that's the other thing. He's taxing the bullpen. I think the best case scenario, obviously, is that they just stick with him and he gets it right. But, Rick, this is the question you asked, right? Didn't you ask this question to Tory Lavell last
Correct,
Friday?
yes.
Okay, so I'll play this first. Why don't you just ask the question again, Rick, and I'll just play the answer.
Hey, Tory, would you like to, or have you thought about switching Eduardo Rodriguez and Ryan Nelson's roles?
No, we haven't had that conversation. Erod's been throwing the ball well enough. I think early on, if we had picked up the ball behind him defensively, he would be in a totally different scenario. He's had some good wins for us and good games for us, so we haven't had that conversation.
Okay, so that was that Friday pregame or postgame?
Postgame.
Okay, so that was after
his rough start against the Dodgers.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, yesterday wasn't good. Like I said, it wasn't good. I mean, that's a 9 ERA for the game. It wasn't as bad as the Dodgers game, but it wasn't good. I don't know where you go here, Wolf. I mean, I do think you stick with him a little bit longer. You don't want to disrupt things if you can help it by, okay, we're going to make this reliever a starter and make this starter a reliever. You really
but
would
he
like
stretched
to
out
avoid that.
though.
Yeah, but you would like to avoid doing that if you could. But if at a certain point you're not going to be able to avoid it.
Yeah, and here's the other thing too. How much money are the Arizona Diamondbacks paying Eduardo Rodriguez right now?
Yeah.
They're paying he's a lot of money.
I think he was the second highest paid player on the team last year. That's not the case now, but I'm pretty sure he was the second highest paid player, and he's signed for a little while.
Yes, no, absolutely. So once again, always remember that comes into play in a big, big way. We don't make decisions in a rash kind of way when sometimes they can actually make the organization look bad, right? I mean, let's face it. You signed him to this big contract, this 4-year contract. He's making an awful lot of money, and he has not really delivered.
I'll say this. Let me first say the disclaimer to what I'm about to say. If I were a GM of a baseball team, we probably wouldn't be very good. But if I were, I would really try to do I like the model of draft and develop your hitters and then go out and get the right pitchers, basically. Just because developing pitchers, I mean, I know you have to do that too. But there's so much risk where a guy he'll be a young pitcher and, okay, this guy's good and he's a flamethrower, and all of a sudden he's out for a year and a half with Tommy John or whatever. The Diamondbacks are kind of following that model. If you look at their payroll, Erod's the 3rd highest paid player on the team. Jordan Montgomery's 2nd highest paid player on the team, and then Corbin Burns is the highest paid player. I don't know, like I'm shocked that we're anywhere near having this conversation of this being, you don't want a Jordan Montgomery situation, right? Where all of a sudden you're taking your starter that you paid a bunch of money to and is signed for a while in this case, and you're putting him in middle relief.
He's got 2 more years left. He's got 2 more years after this left on his contract, correct?
3 more after this, I believe.
Okay, I thought it was a 4-year, $80 million contract. That's what I thought it was right there. And this is year 2.
What I'm looking at has him signed through 2028.
Okay, all right.
Either way, he's signed past this year.
Either way, he is. And can I just say this, too? ERA over 5 last year. Once again, I think we felt that. We said as much.
Yeah.
We were a little disappointed by that, no doubt about it. And this year, 7.05. It's just not going well.
His 2 worst ERA years of his career. Now, last year he only made 10 starts, and this year he's only so far made, 8? So I understand they're 2 of the smaller sample sizes of his career, too. Yeah. But just in terms of raw stats, I mean, his ERA in previous years, 3.30, 4.05, 3.82, 3.81. Like this, 5.04 and 7.05 isn't Eduardo Rodriguez.
Right.
But at a certain point, if this continues and he's 9 starts in now. I mean, if we get like 15, 16 starts in, then yeah, they're gonna make some sort of move. Here's Derek Hall on with Bickley and Murata this morning talking about Erod.
We've never made a decision based off how much someone gets paid, especially in the rotation, and we're not going to do that. We're going to do what's best for the organization. It's nice having an option to make sure that we had the backup yesterday with Ryan, and that was the plan. If Erod had any trouble, if he wasn't going to go deep in the game, and I think he could have gone deeper, we just thought, now's the time to make the change. We've got a guy stretched out back there who can now come in with a completely different look and style, and we were hoping to get, say 4 innings out of Rhino, and he had a little trouble yesterday as well. But again, we do have a lot of arms. It's no surprise. It's not ironic that you look at when we started to struggle, when we started losing, not losing, but we were on a roll there at the beginning of the season, winning series, taking care of business, but we also had Justin and AJ. And when they were no longer on our roster, that's when we put all the pressure on the back of that of the bullpen. We put even more pressure on our rotation to try and go deep. And when those things happen, you spiral. And, I think we're going to see a turnaround. We've got Justin throwing the ball. He threw to live hitters yesterday. They said he looked great. Get him back. Let's get AJ on a throwing program soon. And then hopefully that'll settle down. Long-winded, I'm sorry, Vince, but hopefully that'll settle down all the starters as well. We're starting to see good starts out of Corbin. We're seeing it out of Zach. We're seeing it out of Merrill. Hopefully that would help someone like Erod as well.
And we have already seen the Arizona Diamondbacks go through this with Jordan Montgomery to some degree. We have seen this, and now it's with Erod. I think the sample size, I think what you said is true right now. Still only 19 starts for Eduardo Rodriguez. I think the sample size is small enough right now where they're going to give him every opportunity to pitch up to the caliber they expect from him. I think they're going to give him that opportunity.
Rick, you have the contract numbers there for Erod?
Yes. So he is signed through 2027. However, he has a $17 million mutual option in 2028 with a $6 million buyout, and the option may become guaranteed based on his innings pitched in 2026 and 2027.
Okay. So 2028 is there, but it's not necessarily guaranteed. If it's me, I'm still giving him a few more starts here, Wolf, because the reality is he has faced really tough lineups. Now, again, keep giving the caveat. At a certain point, you got to get through those tough lineups because this team's not trying to just play 162 games. They're trying to win. But 10 starts last year, 9 starts this year. And it's not – look, I like Ryan Nelson. But his ERA is over 5.
Yeah.
Last year, his ERA, he was pitching lights out.
Yes.
But we talk about him sometimes this season compared to Erod, like, Ryan Nelson hasn't allowed a run all year, and Erod's giving up 12 a game.
Right.
His ERA is better, and he's in a tougher spot because he almost has to be perfect every time he gets a chance because he keeps getting stuck on the outside. He's your guy you're going to at some point, but I'm still giving Erod a couple more starts, although the next one's against the Dodgers, so that's not going to be easy either.
And so, once again, when you are paying somebody $80 million, you're going to give him every opportunity to work his way out of it.
All right, we come back. Which games will be the hardest and the easiest for the Cardinals to win in 2025? We'll dive deeper into the schedule. Wolf, we did this earlier when we were talking about schedule. We got through 1.5 games, so we'll get through the next 15.5 next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals schedule fully dropped, and now we know. The first team they'll face that had a winning record last season, the Seahawks in Week 4 at home. That's also the Cards' first primetime game of the upcoming season. Cards' first game versus a team that was in the playoffs last year, Week 7 against the Packers at home. A Week 8 bye week. Monday Night Football in Dallas, Week 9.
Read what Arizona Sports hosts think about the Cardinals schedule on ArizonaSports.com.
AutoZone.com. Watch their reaction to it on our YouTube channel. And keep listening for more on the Cardinals and the NFL schedule on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system, up to $2,500. Because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445 and includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat?
Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul.
That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing.
One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof.
And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is.
12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned.
More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi.
Or you mention Gatos.
Or Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR.
Get that free inspection.
602-960-ROOF.
Or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing. They've got you covered.
ROC number 186438442.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals 2025 schedule is out. They begin the season at the New Orleans Saints, start their home slate in Week 2 against the Carolina Panthers, and wrap up the season at the Los Angeles Rams. For more on the schedule, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Refi. And the Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a series win with a wild 8-7 victory over the Giants in San Francisco yesterday. They are off off today before beginning a series with the lowly Colorado Rockies tomorrow at Chase Field. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, the proof is in their reviews. If you have an AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com, proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
K1 told me what's the play. Let's fine-tune some things, then we out to Tampa Bay. Love the Superdome on the road against the Saints. Cheese in the safe at the crib, Green Bay. Get in the field, you know the boys make it happen. Brought the heat with us cause it get cold in Cincinnati. The Bird Gang get home against the Atlanta Falcons. Another fight I came, cowboy hat cause we in Dallas. Yeah, we scrap it up, get ready to battle.
Mac Wilson right there. 18 bars, Wolf.
That's right. That is Mac Wilson right there. Basin Onions dropping some bars.
18 of them, actually.
18 of them. 18 bars. That kind of threw me off yesterday. 18 bars. Interesting.
Well, they hooked us up. They dropped off for you and I a couple gift boxes with the shirts, which I am wearing, if you can see it on YouTube Live. And they gave us like the little card with the, kind of a heads up on what was coming at 5 o'clock, because we got this around noon yesterday. It was right when the show ended yesterday.
Yep.
Because the Diamondbacks game was an early start. So we posted the video of that, but we hadn't heard the song yet, obviously. The song didn't come out till 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's good. It sounds
I like it, man.
If you don't listen to the words, it just sounds like a song you would hear on the radio.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. What about you? Command and Control, boys? How do you feel about this?
It's good. Yeah.
You like it?
Solid.
Okay, cool.
I like it. Yeah, it was catchy. It was definitely, I was listening to it. I was like, oh, this is not bad.
I like where they're counting. 1, 2, 3. Right, I like that. Like counting. Just kind of cool.
There was a couple.
What are you counting? That's the question I ask.
You got to write the follow-up song. We need Mac Wilson featuring Wolf. This is where you could just be the guy that says, "Hey, yeah,
hey, yeah." That's right. Hey, Mac, did you hear that? Mac Wilson Sr.
Wolf in the stew.
Yeah.
This is how we're gonna do this. We've been talking about getting you on one of these songs. This is the song.
It's good right there. Just point to me when I have to say, yeah.
Like it's a live read?
Yeah. So good.
Point to Wolf and he starts doing a live read instead of saying, yeah. They had him on, Mac Wilson Sr. on Bickley and Murata this morning. It was interesting because he said he's been freestyling since he was a kid. But he said he really only started getting into a studio and doing that, like actually rapping, last year, which is crazy. That sounds pretty polished. He said he was...
Yeah, honestly, me as a kid, I always not really rap, but like would freestyle at like with friends or around family or anything like that. But I really didn't start rapping until like last year when I actually got a chance to go into a studio with Jesse and Zach Pascal and kind of started from there.
Yeah, that is so cool, man.
That's pretty polished for doing it for like a year.
And he's getting all sorts of love, man, from the national broadcast.
I like it.
That are out there.
It was a creative way to do it. Like I said, I've only seen a couple other teams' schedule release. I'm going to try and just watch like half of the league tonight. Tennessee's, I've seen theirs. Theirs was funny. I mean, it was it was funny. The Bears one was really good. The Bears one was like a full movie, but it was really good. But the Cardinals, really creative, unique way to do it. So it was cool to see that. And, we'll see where that goes. Wolf, you were looking at the schedule, and you had some specific types of games you look for. So why don't you throw those at us?
Let me start with this, Space Earnings, right here. What could be the hardest game to win? When you look at the Arizona Cardinals schedule, what could be the hardest game to win? This was something that I thought about for hours. I'm going to say the Dallas Cowboys ultimately in Week 9. And the reason why I say that, Basin Earnings, is because the Cardinals don't play a great team on their schedule. Green Bay, I'm not counting as a great team. They won 11 games last year. I understand that. But I don't think the Packers qualify as a great team. They're a really good team, not a great team. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like
I agree with that.
A great team to me is going to win 13 games, 14 games, you're gonna be a great team. So my standard is really high. I think they're a really good team. So having said that, I looked at it and thought to myself, coming off the bye week is always a crapshoot. It is. Playing on Monday night football means an extra day of waiting coming off the bye week.
Yeah.
If you can imagine. So now all of a sudden you have to go through that entire week and wait once again for a Monday night game. Playing on Monday Night Football means an extra day of waiting, and playing on Monday night means a nationally televised game. And a nationally televised game can create distractions, can it not?
It can.
Especially when you're talking about Kyler Murray going back home, going to Texas. Kyler Murray. It could be a distraction. And also, it's the beginning of the second half of the season.
Yeah.
And we
You
all
got me
know,
there.
and we all know they're going to have to prove that they can play well in the second half of the season before anybody starts believing they're going to be a playoff team.
Yeah. I especially can't argue with that last point. Kyler's played pretty well against Dallas, if I recall, but it's not like he's played them 10 times. At the start of the second half of the season has been an issue for them in the past. I'm going to go a different direction for the hardest game to win, Wolf.
Okay.
Because I agree with you. They don't play any great teams, but they play a lot of good teams. It's possible the Rams are the best team on their schedule, or maybe
Could
San
be.
Francisco. I'm actually going to go that Thursday night game on September 25th. Playing Seattle.
Okay.
But a short week coming off of you just played San Francisco, whereas Seattle is coming
Which
off
is
of playing
in
New Orleans.
San Francisco
Yeah.
as well.
And I'm assuming San Francisco is going to be a very physical team again. So a
Yep.
short week,
It's a good
back-to-back
one.
division games. It's not so much about Seattle. I mean, they're always tough games when the Cardinals and Seahawks play. I get that. But it's the short week off of a physical opponent when Seattle is coming off of playing New Orleans. Look, not like New Orleans doesn't know how to tackle, but
Yeah.
San Francisco is a punishing team.
So there are no easy games on the schedule, base earnings. There are no easy games. But what should be the easiest game to win for the Arizona Cardinals, as you see it, looking at the schedule, Luke?
Week one.
Week one.
Yeah.
Really?
Playing a team that doesn't have their quarterback established yet.
Okay.
Playing them in week one, that should be your easiest game of the season.
Okay, for me, it was week 5 against the Tennessee Titans. With Cam Ward as their quarterback, of course, in week 5 of the season. That seems like a very winnable game. The Tennessee Titans won 3 games. 3 games last year. That's really, really bad right there. That's tough. I've been in that range. I know what it's like to go out there and be 5-11 on the season. Very difficult. 4-12 one year. That was brutal. So you win 3 games in a 17-game season. Yeah, that one right there, that's going to be tough. That should be a game they win. Period.
Be. Yeah, I don't disagree, but I do still have flashbacks to week 4 last year, playing a rookie quarterback, and Jaden Daniels just went off on them. But different quarterback, different team too, certainly, and different Cardinals team this year too. But yeah, for me, if you're what's the easy one on paper? To me, it's definitely that week 1 game against the Saints.
So what could be the highest scoring game when you look at the schedule? What would you say immediately?
Highest scoring game.
For me, can I just jump in and say, Babes and Onions, it would be the Packers. The Packers in week 7, right before the bye. Could be a little distracted defensively. Just saying the Packers, week 7, Green Bay was number 8 in points per game in 2024. They lit it up. Their offense, a top 5 offense, number 5 in yards per game, number 5 in yards per play, number 5 in rushing yards per game, number 6 in rushing yards per play. They're an excellent red zone team, top 10 red zone team, scoring almost 60% of it. I mean, this is a team that's going to be able to score. Now, will the Cardinals' defense improve that much, and will their offense be able to score?
You know what? I'll go the exact opposite side of the bye week. I'll go with that Monday night game in Dallas. Because Dallas, I believe, was 31st in points allowed per game last year.
Ooh.
And look, Dallas, I think, will score. Even if Dallas isn't good this year, they tend to find ways to score, right? So I think you'll have a game that could potentially be a back and forth where, because if you're going highest scoring, total points game, it can't be like New Orleans in week 1. You should win that 31-10 or something. But the Dallas game, I could see just back and forth, and all of a sudden it's Monday Night Football and it's 34-31 in the fourth quarter or something. So I'll
that applies to the Packers as well.
I like our answers, and we're going to totally forget them when the season starts or when the next segment starts.
No, we're not.
For the first time ever, All Elite Wrestling brings you one of the biggest pay-per-view events of the year as AEW Double or Nothing invades Desert Diamond Arena May 25th. Tickets are on sale now, and you can win a pair by visiting the contest page on ArizonaSports.com. All right, so when we come back, which games that don't include the Cardinals are we most excited about this season? Now that the whole schedule's out, we'll dive into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
In my opinion, the idea that Kevin Durant doesn't fit the Rockets' timeline, I'm going to reject that. Because if you're in the business to win a title right here and now, then he fits your timeline perfectly. But I think the bigger question is, would you as the Rockets look at what Kevin Durant did or did not do for the Phoenix Suns and then come to the conclusion that the idea of trading for KD is not exactly in alignment with the reality and the experience of having Kevin
Bickley
Durant?
and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Listen, at Aria Dental Implant Center, they want you to have the smile that you deserve right there. Let Dr. Joe, with over 20 years of dental implant experience, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Dr. Joe will give you that. I can tell you right now, I have had the all-on-4, and it really is a game changer. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective for you. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Bada bing, bada boom. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. You know what? Tell them Wolf sent you. Get a free consultation today. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Everyday savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602 Roofing for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602 Roofing or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
Purchase a special event ticket pack for Women's Night on Friday, May 30th to receive an exclusive D-backs cap with your game ticket. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com/women.
Hello, mon ami. This is Remy Boudreau-Lebron, and I'm going to eat some gumbo, some étouffée, and some beignets. Because, woo, I heard the New Orleans Saints are starting the season with the Arizona Cardinals, who will baste me with butter and call me a crawfish. We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata.
I think you hit 8 different accents there, and I don't think any of them were real, to be honest. All right, Wolf and Luke on a Thursday afternoon. We got the full NFL schedule here now, Wolf, so let's go game by game, all 18 weeks, every game. That's what we should have done. We should have picked the winner for every game for the entire season.
Yes.
Just any games that really jumped out to you. I've got one. Okay, that really jumped out. Is it week 2? I think it's week 2. Chiefs, Eagles in week 2. I know, real tough. Pick the Super Bowl rematch.
Yes.
But
you got to do it.
Yeah, and I think there's a little extra to it this year. If the Eagles go out there and just handle the Chiefs again, like when's the last time we watched the Kansas City Chiefs play football and didn't think they at least were one of the top 2 or 3 teams or could win the whole thing?
Yes.
They got smoked so badly in the Super Bowl, and anybody can have a bad day. I get that. But if they were to go out there and get handled by the Eagles again in week 2, I think it would actually kind of change. It wouldn't change my perception of like Patrick Mahomes, but it would kind of change my perception of the balance of power, just in the sense of like, yeah, man, the Eagles are built in such a way that they are just going to keep beating the Chiefs.
Yeah.
So, I'm paying attention to that one in week 2.
No, that is a really, come on. How could you not? That early in the season as well. The Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
Here we go. The NFL, they know what they're doing right here. Can I say, week 1, the Baltimore Ravens at the Buffalo Bills. Okay, I know. I get it, Base Earnings. I'm from Orchard Park, New York.
I like that one too.
I love the park. The Bills, of course, can you imagine right now, the Buffalo Bills taking on the Baltimore Ravens, hosting the Baltimore Ravens. That is going to be a bloodbath of a game, and I say that metaphorically, of course. That is one that stood out to me, and I love that. That's one of my favorite games so far.
I love looking through the schedule, and you're looking at these matchups, and you're like, man, all of these like Thursday night games are looking good, and these Monday night games. And then we get into the season, and like half of them are not the best matchup because something happens. Like I'm looking at week 2's Thursday night game, Commanders-Packers. That's a good game. Right?
Right.
But you start to go, they're not all going to be good games, like even as we go into them. Like, oh, yeah, that's going to be a great game, I'm sure. I'm trying to look at the Thursday night games that might be a little bit weaker. I'm not really finding a ton early in the season.
How about the Thursday night game between the Cowboys and the Eagles?
Yeah, to start the whole thing.
To start the whole thing. And once again, you say the Cowboys. Okay, the Cowboys, Wolf, really the Cowboys? Well, once again, the star. There it is. That's going to open the season.
Chiefs Bills week 9 too. I mean, it's such a lose-lose for the Bills, right? If you lose to the Chiefs, like, say, Josh, you can't beat the Chiefs. If you beat the Chiefs, it's like, who cares? It's not the playoffs.
Okay, for me too, one game that I circled when I saw it was the Detroit Lions at the Philadelphia Eagles, week 11. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? November 16th. Sunday, November. It's going to be a Sunday night game right there. The Lions and the Eagles in Philadelphia. Let the batteries fly.
I got one for you.
Okay.
Lions at Chicago last week of the season. So you're right there, like right around New Year's. You think it's going to be cold in Chicago?
Man. Yeah, real cold.
I mean, I'm assuming Detroit is still the best team in that division. I do like a lot of what Chicago's doing. So I hope they're both in it at that point. But the fact that game's outdoors in the middle of winter, and it might decide something, right? Yeah, I like that one. The middle of winter in Chicago.
That is really a good one right there. Okay, I've got another one for you. Let's stay in the same division, shall we?
Okay.
The Minnesota Vikings at the Detroit Lions, Week 17. That is a Thursday night game, December 25th. Does that sound familiar? That's Christmas. Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me? The Minnesota Vikings at the Detroit Lions. That is going to be a brawl on Christmas.
Yeah. That's the other one I like too was Bears Commanders Week 6, just because of how that game ended last year when they played and how it just destroyed Chicago's season. For I understand it was a brutal loss, but they just never recovered after
on
that.
Monday Night Football too.
Yeah,
that game is
October 13th, Monday night. Rick, how do you feel about the Commanders this year?
I think they're going to be really good. The only concern I have is that they signed a lot of guys north of the age of 30.
Okay.
But
so they're in win now mode.
Yeah, win now mode.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go through some of this audio from Trey Hendrickson, Wolf, because I was looking at Cincinnati's schedule. Yeah, 35 sacks over the last 2 years. Okay.
Yeah, the rumor out there, of course, is the one team that really could use Trey Hendrickson, the Arizona Cardinals.
Well,
I think there's a lot more. That was the headline that I was reading, and I was like, there's a lot of teams who could use Trey Hendrickson.
35 sacks over the last 2 years. I would think a lot of teams, including Cincinnati, could use him. But did you see this headline the other day where Trey Hendrickson said it's gotten, quote, personal, unquote, with Zach Taylor and the Bengals? So that's not great. Here's more from Trey Hendrickson earlier this week.
Well, I can raise a hypothetical with a hypothetical. I wouldn't be standing here with you if I got the deal in January, so to say I'm going to sit out or to say I'm not going to, what I can say is I'm very disappointed with the communication that's been had. I'm hoping it doesn't come to that.
Wow.
That's going well.
So, if it has become personal, it's over.
That was the first thing I thought when I saw that, was you always saying, wait, did something happen where it became personal? And I read the quote earlier this week where he was like, yeah, it's personal with the Bengals.
And it really is difficult because that puts the Bengals in a tough situation because every general manager that is out there knows that it's gotten personal.
Yeah.
And they know what that means.
Then you
have to get rid of him.
Teams like the Houston Rockets who are like, oh, we don't even want Kevin Durant on our team. We don't want Booker either, by the way.
Exactly right.
But yeah, you lose all your leverage. And I know Cincinnati's already paying a ton of money to Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. And I get it. You got to pay those guys. But nice to have a weapon like that on defense, too. And then your guy, Wolf, Derrick Henry getting an extension. Here's Isaiah Likely on game night yesterday talking about his teammate's extension.
It means the world to the fans. I mean, watching DH score every time, really just watching him be him, deuce, have the ball in his hands. I'm always just throwing my hand up every time I see him in open field because I'm just knowing he's going to score. So just understanding, a phenomenal Hall of Fame player that you have in the backfield with Lamar, that just makes, other skill positions, that much easier in our job. So really just understand that we have him for another 2 years and knowing that, since he just got that big payday, that the first meal's on him.
There it
First
is.
meal's on him. 1,921 rushing yards last year for Derrick Henry. 16 touchdowns, 2 more through the air. The dude is just wired differently.
It is so cool to actually see that. Once again, I love culture, and we love to talk about culture. Derrick Henry is the culture of the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, he should have been there all along when they signed him. But to be 31 for a running back, those are different than just being 31 at any other position on the field or just as a person, right? 31 years old as a running back. The way he runs, Wolf, and he's an Alabama running back. A lot of them get worn down even in college, or at least that used to be the case before they even get to the NFL, and he just keeps getting better.
Incredible.
Yeah. All right, we come back. How much will the Diamondbacks finally having an off day, which they do today for the first time since April 28th, how much could that potentially benefit them going forward? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com, and I've been telling you about Presidential Pools and Spas for years. And the reason why I'm telling you about this is because they came over to the compound and they did an incredible job for us. They put that pool in. They told us what the shape of the pool should be, what features we should use. Maybe you're looking to build your dream pool. Go with the name Arizona trusts the most, and that is Presidential Pools and Spas. As the #1 pool builder in the state of Arizona by volume, they earn my business, and I am recommending them to you right now. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts right now for military members and first responders. Presidential Pools, they love our military and first responders. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445 and includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. 1 pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals' 2025 schedule is out. They begin the season at the New Orleans Saints, start their home slate Week 2 against the Carolina Panthers, and wrap up the season at the Los Angeles Rams. For more on the schedule, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Refi. And the D-backs came away with a series win yesterday with an 8-7 victory over the Giants in San Francisco. They're off today before starting a series with the lowly Colorado Rockies tomorrow at Chase Field. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Looking for a career that's more than a job? The Window Depot has positions available in customer service, design, and warehouse operations. Apply online at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Can the Diamondbacks feast on the woeful, and I mean woeful, Colorado Rockies? All the fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports. All right, final hour of the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday. Wolf, I'm looking in the chat on YouTube. We're live on YouTube. And, oh, man, now I can't find it. Oh, yeah, okay. Jay said, Diamondbacks better win tomorrow. Wolf's getting too hyped and jacked.
Oh, no. Yeah.
And, look, I'll just add to that. I am not Jay, but I'll add this. Also, Corbin Burns is pitching against the Rockies.
Yeah.
Need to win these games.
You got to win.
I am reminded of what Bob Nightingale said, where this division might come down to who wins 12 or 13 against the Rockies, because the Rockies are they're walking through it right now, Wolf.
You know, yeah, more than anything else, too, brothers. We just want to see the Diamondbacks start playing up to a standard, their standard, whether it's driving in runs, whether it's fielding their position, whether it's taking the ball and going out and looking like you have one of the best rotations in baseball. They need to start putting it all together and being more consistent. And it's about the Diamondbacks and the kind of baseball they're playing going forward for me.
Gray Mantle also wrote in that Erod has a whip of 1.7, which is true, and that's not great, and asked, when are we doing the rest of the Cardinals schedule?
Oh,
I have an answer. We're doing that next segment, actually.
Oh, are we? Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I saw a few people weigh in through the first 7 games because that's how far we got. We went to the bye week earlier in the show.
Yeah.
A lot of people have 5-2.
5-2.
Where we are, yeah. Which is where all 4 of us on the show, so far we've picked every game exactly the same. So I told Jamal during one of the breaks, I'm picking last in Week 18. If we've picked every game the same, I'm just picking the opposite of you guys.
Okay.
I don't want to be that show.
All right,
Oh,
good.
we all think exactly the same.
Yeah, well, no, that's good. You know what, though? The second half of the season is going to create differences, shall we say.
I would imagine so. It'd be kind of strange if we kept picking the same. Looking at what the Diamondbacks faced, you brought this up earlier, Wolf, the caliber of opponent they faced for these 16 games. This is a section of the season, right? This is 10% of the season, and they played it with no days off. And
no days off.
I hear Bill Belichick somewhere.
Bill Belichick owns that. Think about that for a minute.
If he doesn't have to split custody of it. So
whether you're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was going to be it.
Thank you.
So the
no days off. No days off. No days off.
Yes.
Thanks, Rick. Thank you for that. The stretch, they go 8-8 in those 16 games, Wolf. They played teams with a combined record of about a 620 winning percentage. When you factor in the Mets 6 times, the Phillies 3 times, the Dodgers 4 times, you just played the Giants.
Yeah.
They're tough schedule, no breaks. Are you trying to go better than 8-8? Yes, you are. But all things considered, 8-8 is surviving it, I would say.
Yeah, those 16 games, once again, let me break it down this way.
Okay.
best record in baseball, the Mets, when they played them.
Okay.
Second place Phillies, 7 games over 500. Second place Phillies, of course. Then they played the Mets again with the best record in baseball. And then the Dodgers, after playing against the Diamondbacks, the Dodgers surpassed the Mets. So now the new best team in baseball, they were playing the Dodgers. And then, of course, they finished up with the Giants, a division rival who also was 7 games over 500.
Yeah, and there were
That's a tough stretch.
That's a brutal run.
16 games in 16 days against that kind of competition.
And it's one of those things, too, that when you just look at the schedule at the start of the season, you're like, okay, yeah, that's a tough run there. You got the Dodgers, and you got some of these tough teams. I don't think anybody expected San Francisco to be quite this good. But you don't necessarily, with baseball, look at when the games are being played. But to do 16 in 16 days, and we talked to Mike Hazen about this a week and a half ago or whatever, and like I said, I thought it was refreshing that he wasn't just like, oh, yeah, no, we never paid attention to that. He was like, no, we know going in, like, this is going to be a grind. It just is. You're going to probably have some schedule losses in there. He didn't say that, but I'm saying that. But they also had some nice wins in there, too. They end up, though, this is so D-backs right now. Played the Mets 6 times, went 3-3. Played the Dodgers 4 times, went 2-2.
Yep.
Then they went 1-2 against Philly and 2-1 against San Francisco.
There you go. You know, it is 8-8 over that 16-game span right there. And, you know, once again, I think that was one of the reasons why Tory was yelling. I just think it's a lot of stress. Those are 16 really contested good teams that you're playing, 16 games. And, man, there had to be a lot of stress and decisions that were made by Tory, of course, in those games, whether you agree with them or not. The stress was there. And to see it come down to that final game, and oh, by the way, if you can just hold on to this lead, if you could just hold on to it late in the game, are we really going to blow another game late? Because our bullpen and the back end of our bullpen is a mess. Are we really going to do that and then lose that last game of those 16 games and then lose the series because of it? That's why he was yelling.
Started throwing umpires out of the game. He started trying to throw the umpire out.
That's right. He was ejecting I think it all came to a head for Tory.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think he lost it.
What was your stat you had yesterday? I don't remember what you called it, but was it comfortable wins? Where you win by 5 or more?
Yes, comfortable, yes.
They had none in that 16-game stretch. So if you think about it, and they really didn't have – they had the 8-1 loss, I guess, on Sunday. That was kind of weird at the end with all the balks and the 3 runs in the ninth for the Dodgers. And they had one other game against the Mets. They lost 7-1 on May 7th. But it wasn't just 16 games in a row. It was 16 games that were all pretty hotly contested until late in the game, at least, wins or losses. So – we'll see. You know, it's just one day, although you got the Rockies for 3 coming up. But I wonder what it does for the bullpen. And I wonder what it does for a guy like Ketel Marte, who what do they keep saying? He's on a return-to-play program, basically. Here's Shelby Miller from D-backs TV after the win yesterday. They asked him about finally having a day off.
It's huge. I mean, I think a lot of us are excited to, get back home, just kind of take a day off tomorrow, spend some time with family and loved ones, and it's a baseball season, a long year, so right back at it on Friday.
Wow. That really is, huh? I'm thinking about that right there. I mean, to play 16 games, it's the thing I'm fascinated with the most. What is that dynamic like? What is the intensity level like when you have to play 16 consecutive games, and in the NFL, you're playing 1 game a week?
Yeah.
Now, I know it's a lot more physical and brutal, but still, you can't tell me it's not a challenge for those human beings playing in 16 consecutive games to get up for every game and be ready to go. That's got to be really hard.
No, and I saw somebody put this in the chat. Like, I think we've all worked stretches in our life where we worked more than 16 days in a row, but it's kind of what Shelby Miller said right there. By the time at the end, it's like you haven't seen your family basically 16 days, because when you've seen them, you've been getting into game mode to go play, and you're playing against other teams that aren't playing 16 in a row. Now, you'll catch them when they are later in the season. I get that, but we'll see how much this kind of just one day can kind of give the Diamondbacks a jolt. All right. We come back. Let's do the rest of the Cardinals season. We'll predict the rest of the games after the bye week. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals schedule fully dropped, and now we know the Cards open the season into Big Easy Week 1. Division games sit early with a trip to San Francisco Week 3, and Thursday Night Football hosting the Seahawks at the Farm Week 4. At Seattle Week 10, hosting the Niners Week 11, hosting the Rams Week 14, and finishing the season in LA at the Rams Week 18. Read what Arizona sports hosts think about the Cardinals schedule on ArizonaSports.com. Watch their reaction to it at our YouTube channel, and keep listening for more on the Cardinals and the NFL schedule on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. At your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. At your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated, and the lawyer you choose needs to be equipped to handle them. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. After the NFL schedule release, Dan Bickley writes that the Cardinals will be a playoff team. Diamondbacks end grueling 16-game stretch with a much-needed series win. And Tory Lavell was tossed telling the umpires they're ejected. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Refi.
All right, we all have the Cardinals at 5-2 right now through the first 7 games into the bye week. So let's go through and let's do the rest of these right now. It's going to be Wolf, me, and Command and Control going through these. So start week 9, November 3rd, coming out of the bye week, Monday Night Football in Dallas. Wolf, what do you got?
Yeah. Oh, man, that was really, really tough right there, Base Earnings, because I was looking at it and I was thinking to myself, that is going to be a hard game to win. I know you say, well, you're coming out of the bye. Are you kidding me? Yeah, you're coming out of the bye, all right, but then you're watching an entire week pass away, and you're playing on Monday. You're playing on Monday night. Week 9 at the Cowboys, Monday Night Football, lots of distractions. I actually marked that down as a loss.
Man, I'm going back and forth on this one. I think they get it done. I think Kyler finds a way against Dallas. For whatever reason, he does tend to play them well. But you nearly convinced me right there, honestly. Because, and this also partially, maybe I shouldn't have this thought in my head. I don't know that I see the Cardinals being a 6-2 team, and I have them there right now.
Yeah, 5-2, and yeah.
So I'm gonna take a win over Dallas, though. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk myself out of it because I just want them to beat Dallas. Rick.
Yeah, Kyler plays really well against the Cowboys, so I'm going to go with the Cardinals.
Okay.
Jamal?
Yeah, I think they're going to run all over the Cowboys after that bye week.
Ooh, right.
Literally, like James Conner running.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a close game.
Okay.
I like that, though. I hope that does happen.
This is the first Wolf's like,
Flat
that's
boots.
pretty good.
Yeah, scrape it up.
All right, week 10 is the second matchup with the Seahawks in Seattle, short week.
Okay, for me, once again, I marked that down as a loss. They split with the Seattle Seahawks. At home, they win. On the road, they'll lose. Again, this is just a guess, Space and Onions, but also coming out of the bye, they have not done well for the most part coming out of the bye in terms of keeping their focus, not only in the first game, but games after that right now. I will say the Seahawks win that game.
What I like about this exercise is it does kind of give you a sense of where the swing games could potentially be this season. I have them losing to Seattle. It's a short week for the Cardinals. That's twice they play Seattle this season where, one, they're coming off a game against the 49ers on a short week, although Seattle has a short week that week too. And then the second time, Seattle does not have a short week. The Cardinals do, and they're going to Seattle. We've all seen enough of these Cardinals-Seahawks games that it's really tough to pick a season sweep for the Cardinals. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll take a loss there against Seattle. Rick?
Short week, 12th man, that's a loss.
Okay. Jamal?
Yeah, same. I think they're going to lose.
Okay. San Francisco in week 11, November 16th at home, second meeting with the 49ers. Wolf?
Yeah, you know what? I've got them splitting with the 49ers as well. I think this is a win at home against the 49ers, and they right the ship.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah. I mean, I have them with a much better record than I was anticipating right now, but I have them beating San Francisco, Rick.
Yeah, I also have them beating San Francisco.
Okay. Jamal?
Yeah, same here. I think they split.
Rick, Jamal, and I have the exact same results
there
up
you
to
go.
this point, which
Okay.
means you can almost just assume the exact opposite will happen. All right. Then Jacksonville in week 11.
Week
12, actually.
Week 12, as a matter of fact. They're hosting the Jacksonville Jaguars, the 4-13 Jacksonville Jaguars. That's a win for the Arizona Cardinals.
Okay. I can't pick a loss against Jacksonville for almost.
And again, that's not a prediction. That's a guess.
That's a guarantee from Wolf. All right, Rick?
So there are these games in the NFL where football happens and, every team has NFL players, and we saw it with the Panthers game last year. This is going to be that game for the Cardinals. I think Travis Hunter has a big game in this one. If he's able to stay healthy the whole season, and yeah, I have the Cardinals losing that one.
Okay. This is the Travis Hunter game, Jamal.
Yeah, I think the Cardinals win. I think they win.
All right.
Week 13.
Week 13 in Tampa Bay against the Buccaneers, November 30th, right after Thanksgiving, Wolf.
Yeah, you know what? The Arizona Cardinals, by my estimation right now, have won 2 games. They've won 2 games in a row. make it 3 games in a row.
All right. So
That's right, because of their ability to develop as a defense. Getting into week 13 of the season and that pass rush starting to solidify a little bit gets to Baker Mayfield.
So you have them at 8-4 right now. I have them at 8-3. I'm going to go kind of with Rick's logic. This is one of those games. Tampa's a good team, so it's not like it would be a huge upset. But I'm going to go loss here for the Cardinals.
Okay.
So that drops them to 8-4 for me. Rick?
Yeah, I'm going to go loss here just because Tampa's good. I'm really high on Tampa most years. I just like their core. Love Mike Evans. I think he's future Hall of Famer, one of the best receivers in the league. So I'm going to go with a loss there.
All right, Jamal?
Yeah, I think Baker gets one over on Kyler. I think the Buccaneers beat the Cardinals.
So we all have them at 8-4 right now.
Okay, interesting.
I am going to
Different
keep
ways,
this sheet because usually for me when I go through these, like if I do it off the air, I usually kind of go through like 3 or 4 game segments. I'm like, they're going to go 2-1 in there. They're going to go 1-2. I'm not sure how good I do with the actual games, but I can usually put them on a decent range as far as wins. All right. First meeting with the Rams is December 7th at home, Week 14. Wolf.
Yeah, you know what? I've got the Arizona Cardinals improving the entire season, getting better, and I'm going to give them a W right there over the Rams at home. I think they split the entire division all the way down. Rams, of course, Seahawks. I think their 49ers are going to split. So I've got them winning that game.
They split with the Rams last year and actually almost swept the Rams. I'm going to go loss here. I'm going to go home loss to the Rams. Cardinals drop to 8-5. Rick?
Okay.
I'm going to go win here as well. I think they're going to win the home division games and lose the road division game.
Okay, so you have them at 8-5 too. Jamal?
I'm going to go loss. I think the Cardinals lose their first game to the Rams at home.
Okay. All right, at Houston next week, Week 15, December 14th in Houston.
Yeah, for me, that's a loss.
Yeah, okay. I also have them losing, which is now a 3-game losing streak in the second half of the season. So at that point, I'll be freaking out on the air. But, yeah, I have them losing to Houston.
That'll be a loss for me, too. I think Stroud's going to have a bounce back here.
Okay. Jamal?
I think the Cardinals going to win.
Oh.
I think the pass rush is going to get to the Texans. And I don't know if the Texans did enough with that offensive line.
All right, so we've got Wolf and Jamal both have them at 9-5. Rick and I both have them at 8-6. Right
okay,
now.
There we go.
And I see. I don't like how this is playing out, but as far as the accuracy, I have them with a second half slump here that they have to break out of. All right, Atlanta at home, final home game of the regular season, December 21st.
Yeah,
Wolf.
the Arizona Cardinals, I think, run the Atlanta Falcons into the ground, literally. In that game, I think they win that game.
Yeah, I have that as a win for the Cardinals, too. Snaps a 3-game losing streak for me, and they beat Atlanta. Rick?
Don't love Michael Penix Jr. That's a win.
Okay. Jamal?
Yeah, I'm along with Rick. I'm not the biggest Michael Penix Jr. fan, but I think the Cardinals going to win that game.
Okay. This is kind of a weird game to have late in the season. Week 17 in Cincinnati.
Yeah. What is my record at right now?
You have them at 10-5. So does Jamal. Rick and I both have them at 9-6.
Okay.
So we all already have them with more wins than they had last year.
Yes. Week 17 at the Cincinnati Bengals.
I'm guessing the Bengals probably need this because they always start slow.
That's going to be tough, too. That's going to be really, really hard. So I have that as a loss.
Okay, so you dropped 10-6. I also have it as a loss. So I'll go 9-7. All right, Rick?
Potential Trey Hendrickson revenge game?
Possibly. Is it more likely he's playing for the Cardinals or the Bengals in that game? I don't think he's playing for the Bengals.
Not the Bengals.
All right. Well, I'm going to go loss because I love Joe Burrow.
Okay. And Jamal?
Again, I think the pass rush for the Cardinals gets there. I think they go to Cincinnati and sack Joe Burrow 4 or 5 times.
Of my thumb. Jamal.
Jamal now has them at 11-5.
Okay, Week 18.
Okay, so
Week
18 at the L.A. Rams.
At the L.A. Rams.
Wolf, you have them at 10-6 right now, so this, in theory, could still, like, the division could be on the line.
Well, and this is why it's 10-7. I think, again, if I'm just guessing as to what is going to happen right there, the Rams, of course, this is a team that might actually be for the division.
Yeah.
That game could be for the division. Who wins it? So I'm going to say the Rams.
They've had a hard time getting over on the Rams in like the last decade, and especially in meaningful games, even if it's John Wofford at the end of the year. I have the Cardinals at this point, Wolf, at 9-7, but they've lost 4 of their last 5 going into the finale. I think they finally put an end to this and actually beat the Rams. They stumble down the stretch, but they win in Week 18 to go 10-7 and sneak in.
Okay, so I have them at 10-7.
Yeah.
You have them at 10-7.
But I have them at 10-7, collapsing in the second half again, then pulling it together right at the end.
Okay.
All right. Rick?
Yeah, my collapse for the second half is going to continue here, and they're going to lose on the road to Los Angeles. However, 9-8, they might still get into the playoffs that way.
Rick has them at 9-8. Wolf and I both have them at 10-7. Jamal?
Yeah, SoFi not only haunts my dreams, but I think the Arizona Cardinals as well. I think they go into SoFi and lose.
All right. Well, Jamal still has them at 11-6, so he can throw a few losses out of it. All right. So Jamal 11-6.
All right.
Wolf and I both 10-7, and Rick goes 9-8. So we all have them with a winning record this year.
I was overly optimistic last year, so I feel like I'm being less optimistic this year, hoping that I'm wrong.
That's fair. It's interesting how the schedule just worked out, at least for mine, the way it worked out with the schedule, where they start strong and they have a hard time in the second half again. But like I said, I think they do still pull it together and get in, because the schedule's tougher in the second half this year.
10-7 could win the division.
Yeah, 10-7 should at least get you in the playoffs. I would hope. All right, we come back over to basketball in the NBA playoffs. Is the Golden State Warriors dynasty finally over? Are we about to see a new guard in not a point guard, but like a new era of teams in the NBA? Because the Celtics might be done for a while too. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Maybe just the big stuff is what you're looking for. Yeah, I'm talking about the Fords, ladies and gentlemen. Santan Ford, man. Business is insane over at Santan Ford right now because they have employee pricing going on now. Employee pricing. Are you asking yourself, what is that? Well, you know what? You're going to pay the same price that employees get to buy a new Ford for. It's the Memorial Day sales event with special offers galore just for you, Basinonians. And the kicker, the big one here, is going to be the selection. Selection is what they like to say. Right now, thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to test drive. The Ford you really want is at Santan Ford, and the time to buy is right now. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I'm Ron Wolfley, and I am Santan Ford.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carol will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Caroline seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed them
model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota, but it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals 2025 schedule is out. They're going to begin the season at the New Orleans Saints, start their home slate in Week 2 against the Carolina Panthers, and wrap up the season at the Los Angeles Rams. For more on the card schedule, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Refi. And the Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a series win with a wild 8-7 victory over the Giants in San Francisco. They are off today before starting a series with the lowly Colorado Rockies tomorrow at Chase Field. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who are some of the candidates the Suns are looking at to be their next head coach? Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, Thunder Nuggets tonight in the NBA playoffs. If you're looking for sports tonight with no D-backs, that's your playoff basketball game. You got a couple potential elimination games in hockey, too.
Yes.
But Thunder Nuggets.
Thunder Nuggets, man.
Has been outstanding. I just hope it goes 7, Wolf. I don't know. I mean, that Nuggets game the other night, you see those games where like Jokic is playing out of his mind and they still lose. And, to be fair, that's more of a testament to how good Oklahoma City is. It's not really a knock on Denver, but it's just, I don't know. That was tough when it felt like they led the whole game, and then at the end, Oklahoma City took the lead and pulled away.
Yeah, I know. Could be coaching right there. I'm joking, of course, based on audience, yet at the same time. My mind was really on the Warriors and watching the Warriors go down. Steph Curry being hurt and missing all the games, that just, I hate to see that once again.
Yeah.
The same thing with the Cleveland Cavaliers. You hate to see that happen where a team is so banged up that it really hurts them and how they're playing. And the Warriors, that was on display for everybody to see.
It was so obvious in the Warriors series because they were up 1-0.
Yes.
Steph's hurt, and then they lose the next 4.
Yes.
The Celtics-Knicks series, Boston won last night by a lot.
Yeah.
And that's another one that has been marred by injury. But to be fair to the Knicks, I don't think it's really affected anything up to this point. The Knicks looked like they were probably going to go up 3-1 before Tatum got hurt anyway. But now the problem is Boston comes back and wins 3-2. I don't know. Do you think Boston can still win that series without Jason Tatum? I find that to be a pretty tough ask.
Yeah, it is a tough ask. Yet at the same time, man, they played super well.
I know. That was like one of those things where Boston was favored in that game yesterday, too. And I'm just staring at it before the game like, why is Boston favored? And then you're like,
I know.
Something weird will happen and they'll win. I didn't think they'd win by 20 or whatever. They won by 25.
Yeah, one of the best things about that was to see them come out, man, in the third quarter. The way that the Celtics came out in the third quarter. It just, I love a team that does that. It's not going to surprise anybody, but it's the truth. Man, how you start a game and how you start that third quarter, whether it's football, whether it's basketball, whatever it may be, it just matters to me. It shows intent. It does. You're ready to play a game. It's going to show in the first quarter, and it's going to show in the third quarter.
Yeah.
If you're ready to play. The Celtics came out and again, they won that quarter. What was it? 32-17, as a matter of fact. Won that quarter, came out defensively, played lights out, and then scored the basketball. Man, the Celtics came out with intent and won that game right there.
Here's Jaylen Brown after the game.
Defense. That's all I'm talking about is defense. It's just nothing easy. Guard your yard, find a way to get stops, dig deep, mano a mano, win your matchups, play defense. And that's pretty much been the emphasis.
Defense. Just listening to him right there. Defense, defense, defense. The Celtics' defense was exceptional. And that's not really going to surprise anybody. They have that capability, as we all know. But they held the Knicks to a season low, 36% from the field. Man, that doesn't happen by accident. That's intent.
Here's Joe Mazzulla after the game talking about Jaylen Brown and his defense.
Yeah, I think his leadership came on the defensive end, just with his physicality and his presence. Thought the dive into the bench kind of changed the game for us. There was other game-changing plays, but I thought that was one of them. So he was just great on all levels. Just took it upon himself to guard Brunson, set the tone, and he did that on both ends.
That's the fastest way to. It's the great equalizer, right? If you can play amazing defense, you can make up for, that's a huge injury, obviously, Jason Tatum. Not just the severity of the injury, but the player that is out. It would have been really easy if you're the Celtics. Hey, okay, we're down 3-1, and Jason Tatum's out, and he's probably out for next year, too.
Yeah.
To kind of just be like, oh, okay, and nobody's going to blame us if we go out there and lose. They come out there, they win by 25. Can you imagine being at that game in New York, that game 6 coming up?
Yeah.
The Knicks have a chance.
I know.
And you have to know, I'm not sure if I would pick the Knicks over the Pacers in the next round. I kind of like what the Pacers are doing, but you have to know if you're a Knicks fan, like, it's right there, man. We beat Boston.
Can you imagine if the Knicks were to fold at this point? Can you imagine that? If they don't win this series, right? I mean, if this goes to a game 7.
That would be
If this is the Knicks' opportunity, this is it right here. I think they got to go out and they got to win this game. They have to win game 6. They have to.
I want everybody to think of the biggest New York Knicks fan that you know.
Yeah.
And then envision how they would react if they blew this 3-1 series lead to a Jason Tatum-less Boston Celtics team when it's all open after that. Like, again, all respect to Indiana, I'd probably pick, but they can beat Indiana. And they can beat Minnesota if it's Minnesota. And the Knicks could win the title this year. It's possible.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Yeah.
And they blow a 3-1 series lead to an injured Boston
Here's
team.
the one thing about it is I know Jason Tatum is a huge piece to what the Boston Celtics do.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of my favorite players in the association because he is a two-way guy. But when you think about it, think of what the Boston Celtics are thinking right now. They're a very good team, Basinonians. They play on a string together, especially on the defensive end of the floor. They're a very good team. Now, all of a sudden, can you imagine the desperation that you're feeling inside that Boston Celtics locker room right now with Jason Tatum out and your back is to the wall? It's one of the reasons why I think, I know it was game 5 and I know it was in Boston. Yet at the same time, it's one of the reasons why they came out swinging in this. The desperation level is there for the Boston Celtics. Can they ride this one out? Will they be able to do that? Get back to Boston, get back to game 7 and win it.
Wow.
Can they do it? Yeah, I think they can.
Knicks fans would be an absolute mess,
But
unlike
the
any mess we've
desperation
seen
level's
from
off
a
the
fan
hook
base.
right now.
I do like the Boston won last night. I mean, they're the defending champs. They shouldn't just fold. You know what I mean? We're seeing this in hockey, too. The Florida Panthers were down 2-0, and they were down 3-1 in Game 3, and now they can't lose. They're on just an absolute tear. I at least like to see the defending champ put up a fight. And it would have been weird if the Celtics were just like, okay, they're out in 5 to a team that they were supposed to beat, And oh, by the way, Jason Tatum's probably out all next year, so they're just done. Now, it does raise the question. I mean, you can't say the Celtics are done because they're still in the playoffs right now. But, if the Warriors, are they going to be title contenders next year? Or the Celtics? There's going to be this new guard of teams. And maybe it's already Oklahoma City. Maybe Oklahoma City just wins the whole thing this year, and that's the team everybody's chasing. I don't know.
Come out to play.
Right now, if you had to pick one team to win it all, it would be OKC, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I just think that they are substantially better than every team left as currently constructed, except maybe Denver, but they could take Denver out tonight,
Man, it's just their defense is what I love to watch OKC play the kind of defense that they do when they have all this raw athleticism and talent on the offensive end.
Think about this.
I love that.
If Denver loses tonight, and let's assume the Celtics don't come back and win this series, your champion's either going to be Oklahoma City, Indiana, the Knicks, or Minnesota. I understand Oklahoma City would have been a pick before the season. I get that. But the Pacers, Knicks, and T-Wolves, I'm not sure I'm ready for any of them to win the whole thing.
Indeed.
All right, we come back. We'll talk to Dave Pasch, voice of the Arizona Cardinals and voice of pretty much every other sporting event you watch on TV. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Il Pajaro.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Scale of 1 to 10. How important is Devin Booker in this coaching search? 10 being the most important, 1 being not important at all. How important is it to find the right coach for him? How important is it for him to be, okay, I'll say it, aligned with the next head coach? Scale of 1 to 10.
I don't think it's a 10. I don't think it's a 1. I'll probably say 7.
Okay.
You got to rebuild around Book.
I was going to say 8. I think it's not quite a 10. It's close.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the perfect place to celebrate National Hamburger Month. That's right. It's here, and if you're searching for the best burgers in the game, find them at Twin Peaks all month long. They've got an excellent selection of high-quality, seasoned, smashed, and seared burgers like the Smokestack, the Avocado Smash Burger, the Billionaire Bacon Burger, and more. So get to Twin Peaks, and while you're there, enjoy the wall-to-wall TV so you don't miss any of the baseball that's going on. Lots of big games now picking up around baseball or the hockey playoffs or the basketball playoffs, both hockey and basketball, trimming their field of potential contenders down to 4 probably by the end of this weekend. So you don't want to miss that. Plus, while you're there, you get an entire menu made for MVPs. It's not just the burgers. They've got tacos, wings, flatbreads, salads, and the great scenery and environment that Twin Peaks is known for. With 5 convenient Phoenix locations now, there's one nearby wherever you are in the valley. So never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
My name is Allie Kuhn. I've been a Fulton Home resident for 30 years. The reason I purchased a Fulton home, I lived in a neighborhood very close by. My dog and I were walking past the new Fulton development. He pulled me inside and I fell in love with the house. I have 2 dogs, a Siberian Husky and a German Shepherd. We walk the neighborhood every morning. The Siberian Husky loves to walk through the little park nearby once the water's on the grass. That's his thing. My Fulton home has lasted 30 years. I've had no problems, no structural problems. There's been nothing that I've had to call a workman out ever. If you would walk through our neighborhood and not know that it is a 30-year-old neighborhood, you would never guess. I would definitely recommend a Fulton home. to friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445. It includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
Hello, mon ami. This is Remy Boudreau-Lavron, and I'm going to eat some gumbo, some étouffée, and some beignets, because, woo, I heard the New Orleans Saints are starting the season with the Arizona Cardinals. Well, baste me with butter and call me a crawfish. We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata.
All right, we were just talking about the NBA game tonight, the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Denver Nuggets. Kind of feels like champions coming out of this series, maybe. I don't know. But Dave Pasch is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line.
David.
Dave Pasch, I believe, is calling the game tonight. What's going on, Dave?
Hello from Denver, guys. How we doing?
We're doing good.
David, how are you, my brother?
I'm great, Wolf. It's a great time of year, man. I can't wait for tonight. Hopefully Jamal Murray can go. I don't know if you guys heard, but he just got added to the injury report with an illness. He's listed as questionable.
Wow.
If I'm Denver, I'm pretty concerned if for some reason he can't go. I have no idea. We have not gone over that or gone over to the arena yet or met with anybody, but I assume, closer to tip-off, we'll probably have more info. But certainly something to keep an eye on because Denver obviously needs to play better in the fourth quarter. They need to shoot the ball better, and Jamal Murray has a history of major performances when the moment matters the most. His numbers in the playoffs have been traditionally better than the regular season. They weren't the other night. They kind of blew it in the fourth quarter, but they're going to need him tonight.
Dave, how much of an uphill battle is this for Denver? Just watching this series, it and for me has been the most entertaining series, but it really feels like the margin for error is so small for Denver and specifically Jokic, because if you make any mistake, it just feels like Oklahoma City goes on a run.
It's a testament to just how well coached Oklahoma City is. They're a team, Wolf, in particular, I think you would really like because they're all grinders. They're all tough physically, mentally. They're all about team. It reminds me a lot of a football team in terms of just how they handle their business and the level of accountability, and Mark Daignault, the type of guy he is. I'm really impressed with just their whole operation. And they do see blood in the water, and they usually pounce on it. And you could tell in the fourth quarter of Game 5 early, Denver's struggling. They have the lead. They're not making shots, and then all of a sudden Oklahoma City capitalizes. And they get out and run. They are fast. They're one of the fastest teams I've seen in a long time. They kill you with points off turnovers. They kill you with fast break points. And, they've got, in my mind, the MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So, yeah, look, Denver's got to play. It's so cliche, and I can't even believe I'm saying it, but they got to play four quarters. The fourth quarter in their losses hasn't been good. And, look, Nikola Jokic has 2 games in this series where 40-15-5, 40 points, 15 rebounds, 5 assists. First time that's ever been done.
Man.
And he may have to do it again, and maybe twice for them to win this series.
Yeah, you know what I love about OKC is just the fact that they're so talented. They are so athletic and so talented offensively, and yet they ball out on the defensive end of the floor as well. I absolutely love that. But, David, I want to get your thoughts on the Arizona Cardinals schedule for the 2025 season. Where do you begin, my brother?
Well, it's so funny because, well, we never in January go back and look at what the strength of the schedule was going into the year.
Yeah.
We always base how difficult the Cardinals' schedule was on how good the teams were when you played them. So to answer your question, I have no clue. People try to say, well, this team's got a hard schedule or this team's got an easy schedule.
Yep.
We have no idea. It's the NFL. Now, with that said, would I rather be playing New Orleans week 1 with a new head coach and the quarterback situation there? Yeah, I'd probably rather play that game in early September than maybe in December. But, what if New Orleans has a bad year? And then maybe you want to play them in December because maybe their season's over and they're already thinking about the postseason. So I obviously start there. Week 2, Carolina, I said, and you've heard me say it, Wolf, a number of times, I am not giving up on Bryce Young. And that's a big game for him. Obviously, it's a big game for the Cardinals, but that's a big game for Bryce Young. Look, I like where the bye is. I think there's a chance that the Cardinals start well, that some of those games later in the year will get flexed and we'll see them more in national TV windows. I do love the Monday game in Dallas. But, overall, it's really hard to predict and really hard to gauge whether it's a great schedule or a bad schedule.
Talking to Dave Pasch. Dave, are you aware of how much Wolf has talked about gumbo since he saw the trip to New Orleans was week 1?
Well, Wolf won't get to taste any since he bailed on us.
David, seriously, I was
I'm
looking
kidding.
at that. That is quite possibly my favorite game.
You might see him in New Orleans week 1.
And yeah, I know. I might actually take my own play. Anyways, listen, you know why I love that, David? Number 31 in rushing yards per game allowed, the New Orleans Saints last year. And number 31 in rushing yards per play allowed last year. That is going to be a flat boot, scrape up the knuckles game. I could see the Arizona Cardinals coming out and running the ball 40 times in that game. Seriously. And I think they're going to win that game, too.
Well, first of all, Wolf, if you do show up in New Orleans, just know I'm not getting you a credential.
But, David, you will have some gumbo with me, will you not?
I would, of course, Wolf. You know that I would do that.
you.
And obviously I'm just kidding and busting your chops. But, look, again, that's last year, though. Who knows? We can base some things off of last year and guys that are back and personnel changes, but man, sometimes there's one player that's been added, and we have no idea how that's going to impact the team until we see them play. So again, New Orleans is the one I think that you can say, that's a game that I like the Cardinals have week 1, as opposed to maybe later in the year when they kind of figure out exactly what they're doing at quarterback, and once Kellen Moore gets comfortable.
Well, Dave, we appreciate the time as always. We'll be looking forward to the Nuggets Thunder game tonight
Thank
with
you,
you on the call.
David.
All right, my friends. Take care.
Okay,
All right,
man.
too. That's Dave Pasch joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. He is calling in from Denver. And my co-host, Wolf, even though he's sitting next to me, his mind is already in New Orleans with some gumbo.
Yeah.
Heading into.
Boy, it kind of feels weird, Basinonians, right now. Can I just say that? David is one of my closest friends in the world, Dave Pasch. And yet at the same time, to know that I'm not going to be doing the game with him. Wait a minute, somebody give me Michael on the phone. Somebody give me, I'm just kidding.
Oh, you took me seriously when I said that? I didn't know you were playing
What
in
am
New
I doing?
Orleans.
Could have had gumbo? It just seems weird talking to David, knowing I'm no longer going to be working with him. Man.
Is that like the first time it really hit?
Yes.
Is it?
That is, I'm getting hit with it right now, brothers. Sobering.
Do you think it hit because you were talking to Dave Pasch or because you're thinking about the gumbo in New Orleans?
I'm thinking about the game and the gumbo.
The game and the
in
gumbo.
New Orleans. And I'm not going to be there.
You'll be at home with that fan hat on.
I know. Oh my goodness!
Go
is.
team!
It's all just crashing down on me right now.
We need to get some good gumbo in here on Friday, September 5th. That's what we need to do.
Barbecue gumbo?
Yeah, maybe that's what we should eat, like something related to the city the Cardinals are going to each weekend. That'll help you through it.
Tomorrow's barbecue Friday.
Nice. I like how this evolved.
Right.
All right, then let's get to tomorrow then. That's it for us today. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
And on
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. At your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at Refi. Refi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And Refi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And Refi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YREFI34. That's 888-YREFI34. Or go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing. and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals schedule continues to be digested across the league. That includes our own Dan Bickley and Tyler Drake. Bick tells you why the Cardinals will make the playoffs based on their schedule, and Tyler gives you the biggest storylines for each of the Cardinals' opponents. And you can read both of those pieces right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. And then later tonight in the NBA playoffs, the West's best seed has a chance to advance to the conference finals and meet up with the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Oklahoma City Thunder are up 3-2 in their series against the Denver Nuggets. Game 6 is tonight from Denver. Tip-off is at 5:30. You can listen to that game from start to finish over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Thursday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Pointing and flexing to the cameras on this Thursday.
There you go. We're on like YouTube and we're on everything.
We're
now.
on YouTube. You can watch us on YouTube. You can comment on what you're watching on YouTube.
Found out this week we've got the #1 podcast in Arizona, and didn't really even consider us having a podcast.
Yes.
We're #1.
Said that multiple times, and yes,
it.
Congratulations to us. Lauren, if you could please remind me when your birthday is. When's your birthday? Go ahead, pop on for a second. When's your birthday?
June 20th.
Okay, June 20th. I know what we're getting Lauren for her birthday.
What?
Okay, because I know what I'm getting you for your birthday.
Juno Venti.
I'm getting you a
Juno Venti.
Cam Scattaboo
New
York Giants jersey.
What are you getting her?
We are getting Lauren a copy of the new book, American Kings, a biography of the quarterback. Have you heard about this book?
No, I've not.
Within this book, Caleb Williams wondered aloud to friends, quote, "Do I want to go to Chicago? I don't think I can do it," with former Bears offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. His dad told the author of the book, Seth Wickersham, quote, "Chicago is a place quarterbacks go to die."
Yes.
Close
Quote. Oh, my God, it's so true. It's so true. That's why, I mean, like, in all honesty, you know, when I first started to realize that, the truth is, when I first started to realize that Chicago was a destination for, you know, quarterback purgatory or whatever you want to call it, Jake Plummer, free agency. He had a choice between the Bears and the Broncos. And at that point, it became noticeable, like he went to the Broncos.
Oh.
Because he didn't want to go to Chicago, because nobody wants to go to Chicago and play in that wind.
I don't know when I noticed it.
It was then.
I want to say like Jay Cutler, and he was kind of a, you know what, but like he was a really talented quarterback. I'm like, man, if he can't make it work there, I don't know if anybody can make it.
Jake Plummer chose the Broncos because it's just too hard to play quarterback in Chicago.
So I don't know. I don't know if the book will be out in time for your birthday, but we'll make sure we get you a copy so you can have a little light reading on the beach, right? Like just so you have that, you can find out all about how hard Caleb Williams worked to not be a member of the Chicago Bears.
And you know what? And yet the fact that he became a member of the Chicago Bears still makes me applaud him more.
Okay.
I like reading on the plane. I think it's easy to read on.
Not on the beach? Not
on
the
plane. The plane, boss, the plane.
Really?
Well, I got a wedding in July in Hawaii.
So
I'm going to be on a plane for a long time and the beach.
That's exactly right.
That's your birthday present right there. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show, shall we?
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
So, as we detailed yesterday, the Cardinals' schedule is out. We did our little prediction game. Gambo said 10-7. I said 10-7. Mitch said 7-9-1. And Lauren said 7-10 for the Arizona Cardinals. Predictions are all over the place. I really liked Gambo's idea of how we're going to kind of do a deep dive onto the Cardinal schedule today.
It took a lot of thinking. It did, because I wasn't sure how I wanted to play it out.
So Gambo, after pondering, after going to the mountain looking for answers, the mountain told him, break it up into 3 segments. Break it up into the first third of the season, the middle third of the season, and the fifth. And Gambo came down from the mountain with the tablets and said, I know how we're going to talk about the schedule today.
All glory to God.
We're going to break it up into 3. So that's exactly.
I labeled the third. Labeled the third and final segment of the schedule, the Burnsy schedule. The Burnsy schedule,
and I appreciate that because I have expressed in the past my concern about this team's ability to finish, and quite frankly, the schedule doesn't make me feel any better about their ability to finish.
First 5 games, next 5 games, final 7. When we talk about the final 7, to Burnsy's point, you're going to be amazed at how bad they've been for so long in the final 7 games of a football season. So we'll get into that and just break it down throughout the day. But I think we wanted to start with the first 5.
The first 5 games of the Arizona Cardinals schedule is one in which, and I'm pulling it up right now because I didn't have it in front of me. I don't know why. There it is, right there. The first 5, and we're not going to quibble over this. I would argue you could go like the first 6 before there's like a real like line in the sand where you go, things have changed a little bit.
Well, let's stick.
I
with
don't mean
what
to
we
mess with
decided.
you.
Let's stick with what we
That's
came
fine.
up with.
I don't want to mess you up. I don't want to short circuit your research here. First 5 games of the season, Cardinals are at the Saints to open the year. The Panthers are at the Cardinals. The Cardinals are at the 49ers. The Seahawks are at the Cardinals on Thursday Night Football. The Titans are at the Cardinals in Week 5, October 5th.
Yeah, so I looked at that. I looked at this and took a really deep dive into it, and we broke it down into 3 different ways. And I look at that schedule: New Orleans, Carolina, 49ers, Seattle. Do they need to come out of this 4-1? Would 3-2 be bad? So I'm going to start with that. Do they need to come out of that schedule 4 wins, 1 loss? If they're 3-2. After 5 games, we kind of look at that and say they blew an opportunity. The New Orleans Saints are a very different team compared to what we've seen the last couple of years. They are a little bit of an under-the-radar team, but nobody's expected a whole lot from this team. Last year, they were 5-12. No Derek Carr, no Dennis Allen, no Pete Carmichael, no Sean Payton, no Drew Brees. This is not your father's Saints.
No,
it's a different Saints team. You feel like right off the bat you should be able to get a win there, and then you look at the Panthers, and their defense was so bad last year. They gave up the most points in the history of the NFL in a single season, the most points ever. That's a good game for Kyler Murray and the offense to get right. The 49er game, will be tough. The Seahawks game could be tough. The Titans game, they were a disaster last year. Mm-hmm. They were 3-14. They've got a rookie quarterback in Cam Ward. So I kind of look at the schedule. I could see 3-2 if you lose to the 49ers in Seattle. But I kind of think that they need to go 4-1 in this first part of the schedule.
Well, okay, I think there's 2 things off of that. If they go 3-2, but both of the losses are in the division to Seattle and the 49ers,
the way to look at it.
That's troublesome.
That's troublesome.
That's troublesome. So right off the bat, that's a problem right there. If you're going to tell me, and I don't think 3-2 is acceptable for the stretch. I think they do have to go 4-1 because of what's going to come up later in the schedule and in later months. I think they have to go 4-1. I think if they do go 3-2, they have to win at least one of those divisional games. I think this 5-game stretch is kind of defined by the middle 3. The home opener against the Carolina Panthers, which on the surface shouldn't be that big of a deal. It really shouldn't. For whatever reason, the Cardinals struggle against Carolina. I don't know what it is. You can look it up. They have not had the best of success against them. Every time you think, oh, yeah, that's an easy win. They're playing Carolina. They're no good. It's always a challenging game. It's always difficult. And last year's Carolina game basically was the pin in the grenade, and it kind of pulled it. And when that happened, the rest of the season, you just kind of went kablooey after that. So I worry about that game a little. I think the Cardinals will be motivated. Gambo, this 5-game stretch, though, is defined by 2 division games separated by 5 days. You've got 5. You play San Francisco on a Sunday. You've got Seattle, thank goodness, at home on a Thursday. That, to me, if we're just looking at this 5-game chunk here, that, to me, is the defining stretch of their ability to compete, their ability to win this division, beat a tough division opponent. We don't know how tough in San Francisco on the road, and then turn around on very short rest. Take on Seattle at home. That defines this 5-game stretch.
So the Niners, no Deebo Samuel, no Aaron Banks, Hargrave's gone, Greenlaw's gone, Ward's gone, Hufanga's gone. Much different team than we've seen in previous. So if I asked you, what's the one game in the first 5 games that they have to win, absolutely have to win? Is it Carolina?
No, it's Seattle, I think.
It's Seattle.
I think it's Seattle at
They
home.
have to win the Thursday night game against
They have
Seattle.
to win Seattle at home. Yeah.
What's the most unlikely win?
I think it's also Seattle.
Okay.
I think it's the same.
So
game.
you think the home game against Seattle is tougher than the road game against the 49ers?
Look, the 49ers, I think that they're going to take a step back this year. Now, other people don't. Other people look at the 49ers and say they have one of the easiest schedules in the NFL. Heck, we're going to talk about this later. Cynthia Freeland has the 49ers winning the division based off of her projections. She's got San Francisco winning the NFC West, which we'll see. For now, I don't really believe in San Francisco, given all the losses they've suffered. They're still really good football players there. But I think it all lies with the Seattle Seahawks. I mean, look, I'll fold in the Colts game real quick. I think there's a chance the Cardinals could go 6-0 to start the season, but we'll get into that a little bit later just because I think the schedules – but I think they have to go 4-1 against the schedule.
I think so, too.
Have to.
I think 4-1. I think 3-2 would mean if you split with the 49ers in Seattle, it would mean that you lost to either New Orleans, Carolina, or Tennessee. I got to be honest with you. You can't lose to any of those teams.
Yeah.
The Titans are the Titans are one of the 3 teams that don't have a single primetime game because they think the Titans are going to suck again.
Yeah, no,
you can't lose to New Orleans, Carolina, or Tennessee if you want to go places this year.
I'll preview the next 5 real quick. It's Cardinals at the Colts, Packers at the Cardinals, the bye week, the Cardinals at the Cowboys, the Cardinals at the Seahawks, and the 49ers at the Cardinals. Those are the next 5 games the Cardinals have to face, and that is going to be a tough stretch. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, how do we look at 16 games in 16 days? That's what we're going to talk about with the Diamondbacks next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Cardinals schedule fully dropped, and now we know. The first team they'll face that had a winning record last season, the Seahawks in Week 4 at home. That's also the Cards' first primetime game of the upcoming season. Cards' first game versus a team that was in the playoffs last year, Week 7 against the Packers at home. A Week 8 bye week. Monday Night Football in Dallas, Week 9. Read what Arizona sports hosts think about the Cardinals schedule on ArizonaSports.com. Watch their reaction to it on our YouTube channel. And keep listening for more on the Cardinals and the NFL schedule on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
Ready!
Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota. But it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Can the Diamondbacks feast on the woeful, and I mean woeful, Colorado Rockies? All the fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
By the way, on the text line, 620-620 is where you can text us.
Yeah.
Be nicer to Lauren.
What, your mom's writes on a text line?
First thing I thought of, too. Your mom's texting into the show.
I did check the number right away.
Was it
I
your
was
mom?
like, do I know this person?
Was it Mr. and Mrs. Koval?
I do not know this person.
Okay, you don't know this person.
We're talking about getting your book. Like, what's up? Like, that's nice. We're getting your book.
Getting you a gift. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Here's a book about how Caleb Williams didn't want to go to the Bears. Be nicer to Lauren. Welcome back. It's the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. We will strive to be nicer to Lauren. The Diamondbacks, rare off day, at least rare as of late, 16 straight days without one. Tonight they've got it. They've got the Rockies coming into town tomorrow. We'll talk more about that in a little bit, especially this contrived rivalry weekend thing that baseball is doing and picking the Colorado Rockies as the Diamondbacks' rival. It's like, I mean, I don't know who is, but I know who isn't, and I know the Colorado Rockies aren't. I know that for sure. Let's look at this from like 30,000 feet, and let's take a look at the state of the Diamondbacks right now. They just completed a stretch of 16 straight games without a day off. They went 8-8. And while neither one of us, Gambo, want to champion mediocrity and say, yay, 500, because it's nothing to strive for when you've got the ambitions the Diamondbacks do, when you look at who they played during those 16 games, right?
All teams that would be in the postseason right now.
Right now. Season ends right now. They're all playoff teams.
Every one of them.
Mets, Phillies, Mets again, Dodgers, Giants. How satisfied are we right now with the state of the Arizona Diamondbacks after what we've been through?
It's a fair question. I'm going to say not satisfied.
Okay.
I'm going to say not satisfied. I'm looking at a team ERA that ranks 24th in Major League Baseball at 4.71 when we thought pitching was going to be the strength of this baseball team. They haven't played up to their standards. Their defense has been spotty and shaky. Their bullpen has been erratic and inconsistent. Their starting pitching has been better, a lot better lately, but there is a black hole with Eduardo Rodriguez when he takes the ball every fifth day. The offense has been generally pretty good. Pretty good, but could be better. But pretty good with Suarez's home run and Corbin Carroll. Pavin Smith has been a pleasant surprise. He had a little bit of a dip there for about a week to 8 days where he struggled, but he's swinging the bat better now in the San Francisco series. Other guys, I still want to see guys get going like Gabby Moreno. Gurriel kind of got going again. They put him at third in the lineup yesterday, moved him up. So I think overall, I'm not satisfied because I expected more from this baseball team. Now, we could sit there and say because of all the injuries, they're in a good spot. I'm not going to argue that because I think that they are. As you got to stay within striking distance till you get some of these guys back.
Yeah, I mean,
I am profoundly worried about the state of the bullpen, which is kind of a surprise given how I think we both were pretty passionate about how good we thought the bullpen was going to be, even without like an announced closer or a designated closer, and Tory just kind of, I don't want to say making it up, but playing the matchup game as he announced his intentions to do at the start of the season. And it's not just because certainly their injuries are a reason why to be worried about the bullpen and are a cause for the struggles that we've seen. But even when they start to get guys back, my level of patience and my level of trust with the guys that are, even in guys that I typically have felt good about. When Kevin Ginkel comes into a game, I like Gink. I don't know what to expect. When Ryan Thompson comes into a game, boy, he has been hot and cold. Shelby Miller, I feel like has been good, but I feel like he's been dancing with fire every single time he's out there, where it's just one pitch away from things getting kind of disastrous. And I just don't know, like, the schedule is what it is, and the Diamondbacks played those teams tough, and there is a certain amount of satisfaction in being 8-8 in those 16 games. Even when the schedule gets light, the bullpen is still going to be the bullpen, and I don't know if the schedule is going to help the bullpen be able to get over its own inconsistencies. You know, like I think we all need to get used to being worried about the bullpen until everybody comes back and they go out and address it at the trade deadline. Until those things happen, I think the bullpen's going to be something to worry about every single game.
They went into this week, and I don't have the updated standings. They went into this week, their relievers ranked 25th in bullpen ERA at right around 5. They were 4.95 ERA. They were 29th in home runs allowed per 9 innings. Very troubling. That's how bad their bullpen's been. So they went into the Giants series 25th in bullpen ERA, 29th in home runs allowed. That is really a problem, that their bullpen has been atrocious. Now, here comes Graveman. Hopefully he can help give them a shot in the arm. J Mart's going to be very close, and we don't know about Puck, but we believe J Mart is close. Hopefully that calms things down.
Yeah.
Bumps some guys. Now, I think the one thing you've got to do is I think you've got to realize that, there are certain, I don't know that I first of all, I don't want man-supply pitching ever again in Major League Baseball for any team. He just needs to go away. That's one. Number two is I think I'm ready to bump Ryan Thompson down from a high-leverage guy.
Okay.
I think
Who are you going to bump up?
Graveman.
Okay. Ooh.
I think I'd rather give him an opportunity.
So one appearance, hasn't pitched all last year. You're ready to give him high leverage stuff.
I'm ready to not give Ryan Thompson.
Okay. Well, I'm just looking
much.
for what's the if you're gonna subtract, you got to add. So that's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I've got Shelby Miller. I got Ginkel. I've got J Mart, and I've got who's the other guy I was missing? It's like one more guy, but. I think Thompson's Thompson's ERA this month is 9.
Yeah.
He gave up a run against the Dodgers, 3 against the Mets, 2 against the Braves in April. You just go look at he's just not pitching very well. He's pitched 4 innings this month. He's given up 8 hits. He's given up 4 runs.
Was Beeks the other one you were thinking of?
Yeah, Beeks, the lefty Beeks, yeah. So I trust Beeks and Graveman and Shelby Miller, and I still trust Ginkel. I have no faith in man-supply whatsoever, and my faith in Ryan Thompson is swayed a little bit. I don't have the same belief in Ryan Thompson that I did last year.
Yeah, I feel the same way about Beeks. Graveman to me is a mystery box. I don't know what to. I'm not going to put. He's made one outing. I'm just not ready to say I trust him or I believe in him based off of one outing. I know the track record is there, but I also know he missed all of last year. To update your numbers, by the way, I just looked it up real quick on Fangraphs. The Diamondbacks bullpen is the 4th worst in baseball with a 5.19 ERA.
Oh, wow.
Only the Athletics, the Nationals, and the Angels are worse. If you're going to go home runs per 9 allowed.
1.38 is what I had going into the
It's now
series.
1.47.
Yeah, so
Diamondbacks are the 2nd worst in Major League Baseball. Only the Angels are worse when it comes to the bullpen. And I get it. If you're playing lesser competition, the bullpen, in theory, should do better against lesser competition. I don't know. I just feel until they get whole again, I'm having a hard time trusting anybody down there outside of maybe Jalen Beeks. I get some real
Shelby. No,
Shelby. Okay, Shelby. I trust. I just feel like Shelby's
been worked a lot.
He's been worked a lot. He throws a lot of pitches. He threw a lot of pitches yesterday, and I just feel like everything with him is an open flame near a can of gas. And I just like, if it gets any closer, there's going to be a big explosion, and I don't want it to happen. So
I kind of have faith in Shelby Miller right now and Beeks. But here's the bottom line. Those numbers you just rang off, they're not going anywhere if those numbers stay anywhere close to that.
Oh, no.
They're not going anywhere.
No,
like your season's not going to lead you to the playoffs if your bullpen is giving up the second most home runs and has a bottom 5 ERA. Not going anywhere.
No, you're not at all. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, not Houston, not Golden State, not New York. What about this Philadelphia 76er idea for Kevin Durant? Yeah, is he going to find freedom in Philadelphia? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs at the Giants.
D-backs lead by 1. The pitch. Swung on, a little flare into center. Thomas went out, now he comes in and he makes the catch. The ball game is over and the Diamondbacks survive. They win it by a final score of 8-7. By no means was it pretty, but a win is a win, and that's a series win on the road against the Giants.
A D-backs day off before hosting the Rockies Friday night at Chase Field. The Arizona Diamondbacks play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here to tell you about Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you get a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. It's not a Memorial Day sale. It's not a Memorial Day weekend sale. It is a Memorial Month sale going on at Liberty GMC. Memorial Month savings. It is here. It kicked off strong, and savings all month long going on at Liberty GMC, like $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500, $13,000 off a Hummer EV. Those are just two of the great deals going on right now at Liberty GMC. And don't forget about that service department. Drop off your car by 8 o'clock at night, and it is ready for you the next day. That's how quick they are at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-On-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-On-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
School's out and soccer is in. Celebrate the end of the school year with Phoenix Rising on Friday, May 17th at 7 p.m. as they take on Monterey Bay at home. It's the perfect way to kick off summer, and every fan gets a free Phoenix Rising tote bag at the gates while supplies last. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Class dismissed. Let the celebration begin.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals' schedule continues to be digested across the league as 18 bars pumps through the headphones of fans across the... I don't know what I was trying to do there. Mac Wilson made a great song. That includes our own Dan Bickley and Tyler Drake. Bick will tell you why the Cardinals will make the playoffs based on their schedule, and then Tyler gives you the biggest storylines for each of the Cardinals' opponents. And you can read both of those pieces right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And in the NBA playoffs, the West's best seed has the chance to advance to the conference finals tonight, where they would meet with the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Oklahoma City Thunder are up 3-2 in their series against the Denver Nuggets. Game 6 is tonight from Denver. It tips off at 5:30, and you can listen to the game from start to finish over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the Valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best. Online at sciatica.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Do the Arizona Diamondbacks have to sweep the Colorado Rockies? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, back here on this Thursday edition of Burns and Gambo. For the longest time, it felt like the only team that we were really talking about when it came to Kevin Durant trade rumors was the Houston Rockets, and with good reason. All the young players they have, all the draft picks, the financial ability to match salaries and things like that, plus just where they are right now. There has been a new team that has come into the chat over the last 48 hours or so. And Gambo, we talked about this briefly yesterday. There was a report out of Philadelphia, and actually it wasn't even a report. It was a proposal. It was a suggestion. Okay, no one's reporting this is going to happen. It was just sort of an idea. CBS Sports proposing the Philadelphia 76ers trade Paul George and the 3rd overall pick to the Suns for Kevin Durant. We talked about it yesterday. And at least my initial reaction was I don't think Paul George would be a good fit on the Suns because of Devin Booker. They got beef. They don't like each other very much.
Right.
The counter argument is Paul George is the gateway to get you the number 3 pick in the draft. How badly do you want the number 3 pick in the draft? So badly that you'd be willing to take on Paul George's salary potentially. Because it's a whopper. It's not as much as Kevin Durant's going to make it as an extension, but it's a lot of money that you'd be taking in.
It's a 4-year, $211 million contract that just started this year. It just started. You still got 25, 26, 26, 27, player option for 27, 28. The other problem with this, Burnsy, and I'm just not doing it. I'd rather hold on to Durant than trade him for Paul George. Paul George is 35 years old this next year, 35, then 36, then 37. Like, if I'm trading Kevin Durant, I'm either getting back young players with draft capital or I'm not doing a deal. I'll wait. I'll whatever I have to do. I'll let Kevin Durant walk. If I can't get anything good, I'll just let it play out and I'll walk and I'll get the cap space. I don't know why you want to add another. Every time we talk about adding somebody on a Beal trade or a Durant trade, we're taking back some crap that's going to be tying us down for another $120 million. Yeah. It just, like, you have to get out of that. Here's the thing. Worst case scenario is you don't trade Durant at a year. You let him play out the year and then he's a free agency and $50-60 million comes off your books. That's better than taking on Paul George at 35, 36, 37 years old, making $50 to $60 million each of those years. It's better than that.
I don't disagree with you. I think the counter argument is the number 3 pick in the draft. And what you could do with the number 3 pick in the draft. And sort of the pinch your nose and go, okay, we're going to take on this contract all because we're going to get the number 3 pick in the. That'd be the only be the only reason to even think about doing it. Now, I don't think you can bring back Kevin Durant under any circumstances. Like, I don't think there's a play here where you bring back Kevin Durant, you write it out, and you let the contract expire. You can't sell it. The room can't handle it. I think we would all collectively, our minds would implode if Kevin Durant is on this roster next year. So one way or another, you have to get him off there. And that's not to say that it's all his fault or I'm blaming Kevin Durant for everything that went wrong. You just can't sell Devin Booker and Kevin Durant to this fan base again.
No,
you just can't. And
you
so,
tried it. You tried it for 3 playoff seasons, or what would have been a playoff season this year, but didn't turn out to one. You tried it. It didn't work. It failed. Now you have to move on.
You have to move on.
And again, it's not that Kevin Durant's not a great player. He is. It's just it didn't work. Like, it didn't work. You have to start over, and you have to bring younger players in, and you have to have draft assets, and you just have to move on. And Kevin Durant should want to go somewhere where he has a chance to win and be happy. And I don't think that's Phoenix. I don't think that's the Phoenix Suns. So I mean, again, I'm never going to root against Kevin Durant. I don't dislike Kevin Durant. I hope he goes somewhere and ends up in a good spot and wins. I'm not rooting against the guy. The guy's been it's going to be a sad day when he's not in the NBA anymore watching him play, because he's been such a great player. But the time has just run out on, this team sticking together. They've got to move on.
I agree. The question of rooting for Kevin Durant is a funny one. I'm certainly not going to root against him, but I don't know if I'm rooting for him either. It was just such an odd era. It really was. It was such and again, not saying we keep repeating ourselves. It's not his fault, not at least all his fault. But the era was just so unsatisfying. It was just so. It led to absolutely nothing. And I don't feel like Kevin Durant has earned my fandom because of the last 3 years and how they've gone down. Like, I don't think he's done anything here to make me go, hey, you know what? It's too bad that didn't work out, but hey, good luck, Godspeed. I'm pulling for you, man.
You rooted for Dan Marley when he left, right?
Of course.
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying.
It left me so kind of cold and numb and emotionless.
It left a lot of people angry.
Yeah,
angry with the organization for what was a championship team and what's turned into a team that couldn't even make the play-in.
So root for him. No,
I'm not going to root
against him. No, it's just I'm going to do neither. I'm just going to let's see what you do with your next team.
Sorry ass response.
Fine, whatever. Cheap seats. Go ahead.
I won't miss Kevin Durant going at everybody and anybody. He went after Emmanuel Acho for a hot take when he said, that the Celtics match up better against the Knicks without Jason Tatum. He's right. It's a stupid take. He went after somebody locally for speaking to an astrologer about the Suns' locker room.
Yeah.
And
the funny part about all of this is the NBA announced Kevin Durant as the 2024-25 Magic Johnson Award winner, presented by the Pro Basketball Writers Association. The award recognizes the NBA player who best combines excellent on the court with cooperation in working with the media. And it's just so funny because he does. He's really good with the media
after the games,
and he's there after games, and he's answering questions, and he'll look you in the eye and he'll give you a really thoughtful, in-depth answer.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the Jekyll and Hyde. You look at which is the good side of Jekyll and Hyde, which is the bad side? I don't remember. Whichever the good side of Jekyll and Hyde is Kevin Durant after a game. The bad side
goes home to social media.
Oh my God! He just gets on. He's going after Eric Ruby, or he's going after Dan Bickley, or he's going after Emmanuel Acho, or he's just it's
anybody and everybody.
Absolutely, I won't miss that at all.
No,
I won't miss it. It was fun theater for a while. After it just gets kind of tedious, and okay, we get it.
He cares a lot about his legacy. He cares a lot about what he's built, and he protects that by arguing with people on social media. But and he does call out people that he thinks have stupid bad takes.
Sure.
Again, it's a shame it didn't work, because he was great with the media after games, and he answered every question, and he played really hard. They just didn't build a good enough team around him and Booker to compete, because they had to give away so much to get him. So again, I understand what you're saying. I'm not going to root against Kevin Durant. And I could see myself rooting for him. I don't dislike Kevin Durant in any way. But the time is now to trade him. I don't like the Philadelphia trade. To get back to the point on the Philadelphia trade, I don't like it. The third pick in the draft is, I don't know.
Bailey.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
I mean, that's what most projections are going to be. That it's going to be Ace Bailey. I mean, it's an interesting way to get yourself a high-level young player in this, to get kind of back in the game of finding a young player that you can build around.
Do you need a sure thing? Do you need, like, if I trade with Houston and I get back Eason or Jabari Smith or, even a Jalen, I know what I'm getting. If you end up with, if Cooper Flagg goes 1 and Harper goes 2, Bailey's your likely third pick over the Baylor kid. Do you really know what you're getting? Because my point is, can you take a chance on an unknown?
I think what you need are multiple options in terms of what you're getting back for Kevin Durant. If you're just getting back Paul George and the number 3 pick, you've got, if both of those players go bust, if both of those things go bad, then you've got nothing to show for Kevin Durant, right? Whereas if you do like a Houston trade where you're getting 2 established players, 2 younger players, or 2 established players, a younger player, and a draft pick, right? I'm giving myself 4 chances to make that trade be worth it. If I'm just giving myself 2 chances to make that trade worth it, it feels like you're cutting the margins real
Well,
slim.
I don't think you can win with Paul George. I think his
I don't think you can
best
either.
days are so behind him.
But I'm not. See, and this is where I think you and I differ a little bit. I'm really not focused on the win now guy in this Kevin Durant trade. I'm just not. I'm focused on the who's going to give me that chance to rebuild this thing 3 years from now. And so for me, I'm not thinking
wrong,
at
but you
all.
have to think about the salary you're adding.
Well, of course
you have to think about. Kevin Durant has 1 year left on his deal. Paul George has 3.
I no, but that's not how I'm looking. I'm looking at like Paul George as an asset to help me win basketball games.
No,
I don't really care that much about that right now. I really don't. I'm worried about the Suns team 3 years from now, 2 years from now. I'm not really thinking about next year's Suns team when I'm thinking about it.
But if I'm thinking about a team 2-3 years from now, I want to be offered some money. I want to have some money. Phoenix is a great place to play. It's a great place to live. You've got the best practice facility in the NBA. Like guys are going to want to come here. This isn't Utah. So to me, I want to get off the money so I could start over.
Yeah. When we come back, the Boston Celtics did not hear no bell last night. The Golden State Warriors most certainly did. That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I had to do a double take when I looked at this offer from Sanderson Ford right now. A brand new 2024 Ford Escape active front-wheel drive. Finance it for 72 months for $373 a month. Like, wait a second, that can't be right, can it? Yes. A brand new Ford Escape, $373 a month, $3,161 down at Sanderson Ford. Clicked on the details and I look at it. Now, of course, Sanderson Ford has, from America for America employee pricing. But I'm looking at this deal right now, and there's some retail cash in it and from America for America discounts, and all of a sudden, your price goes way down on that beautiful vehicle. If you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, Sanderson Ford has you covered. Great prices on the Escapes right now. I saw a great price on the Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben as well. Brand new 2024. Finance it for $412 a month for 72 months with $3,168 down. Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Oh, this opportunity comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. 30% off everything in-store and online, and 35% off for all active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey there. I'm Phil Briggs, Navy veteran and host of CBS Eye on Veterans weekly radio show and podcast. And I often think of my old boss in the Navy, Commander Reed, especially when I'm trying to motivate my kids. Now I know how he must have felt trying to motivate me. This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here on this Thursday. She's got today's poll question. You can find it on the X platform at Burns and Gambo. One word is our handle on X. What are we asking the folks today? I don't think I know.
We're taking a trip.
Oh, we're leaving on a jet plane?
Sure.
Is what we're doing?
Peter, Paul, and Mary, love that song.
Yeah, I know you do. That's
Love
why
that
I made the
song.
reference to it. It's as if he doesn't know I've sat next to him for the last 14 years of my life. Yeah.
One of my faves.
All right, well, we're leaving on a jet plane because which of the following road trips would you make to see the Arizona Cardinals play
good question.
this upcoming season?
Good question.
Are you heading to New Orleans to see the Saints? Are you heading to Dallas to see the Cowboys? Are you heading to Houston to see the Texans? Or are you heading to Indy to see the Colts?
I'm going to New Orleans.
Never
down on a bayou.
I've never been to New Orleans. I'm going down to the French Quarter. I'm going to New Orleans. I would really like to see the stadium in Dallas one of these days, just to see, all of its glory, all of its opulence. I'd probably put Houston last on that. There's that famous steakhouse in Indianapolis that was St. Elmo's, I think is what it's called, that everybody says you got to eat at when you go there. So I'd probably, in that order, New Orleans 1, Dallas 2, Indy 3, Houston 4.
Are you okay if you get blinded in Dallas?
If I get blinded?
Yeah, by the window.
Oh, yes, but if I'm blinded by the
Going
light,
on the bayou.
wrapped up like a deuce, another motor in the night. Yes,
Oh, I love
I'd be
that
fine
song.
with that. Yeah. Again, I see. I like that song too. In fact, our buddy Mr. AZ Sports it put out there like what the price might be to go to New Orleans.
Okay.
And I got to admit, I'm thinking about it.
Do it.
I'm thinking about it.
Live your best life.
Yeah, I'm thinking
Live your
about
best
calling
life.
up a couple friends and saying, "Hey, do we want to do
Let's
this?
do it.
Do we want to go to New Orleans for
It's
the
the
Cardinals
opener.
opener?" Yeah,
I say you do it.
never been to New Orleans. We'll see. We're thinking about
You've
it.
never been there.
Thinking about it. Never been.
Listen,
Never
I'm
been.
a big cross things off your bucket list type of guy.
Yeah.
Go to New Orleans.
We'll see.
I'll be doing it. I'll be in Chicago week 7.
Get some
Bears
crawfish.
Saints.
Bears Saints. Oh, you're gonna see. Okay, so you're gonna see New Orleans too. What's the results? What do we got?
New Orleans leading the way with 46% of the vote. Dallas coming in a close second with 38% of the vote. With 10% of the vote, it's Indy, and 7% going with Houston.
All right, that's the poll question. Again, you can find it on X at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Anthony Edwards, Rudy Gobert after the game. Yeah, this isn't enough for us.
Bears no satisfaction.
Yeah, we just got here. We haven't done anything yet, so no, he's not satisfied.
That's exactly how it feels. It feels good to get to that step, but his stomach is not full, not at all. It's just one step.
Second straight conference finals for the Minnesota Timberwolves. They eliminate the very banged-up Golden State Warriors last night, 121-110. Anthony Edwards was 22 and 12. He had 6 rebounds, 3 blocked shots. And in the last 2 postseasons, his team has eliminated Kevin Durant, LeBron James, and Steph Curry. Bang.
He's done it.
Bang, bang.
Okay, I like Anthony Edwards. I root for him. I like him. I also like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I root for him. Not Shai, but Shai. Thank you.
I was going to let it go, but in my mind, I was thinking, bravo.
I got it right.
You did. No, I was going to let it go because I don't, in case anybody missed it yesterday, you've been saying
for perfection.
You've been saying that cat's name wrong for 4 years. So in my mind, I was celebrating with you, Gambo. I was celebrating that you got it right. Yeah.
I sometimes I can remember things and I do try to correct my
You strive for perfection.
I strive to be better.
Good.
I'd have a hard time in that one. I think I would root for the Timberwolves over the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think I would. I just really like Anthony Edwards, man. That cat he's a fun guy to watch. He's a fun guy to root for. I love Jaden McDaniels and Walker Alexander, and I like their coach. I don't dislike Oklahoma City. I like Oklahoma City a whole lot too, but. Man, I just like that Minnesota team. There was a quote. I want to say something. I wanted to bring this up because it reminded me of the Suns.
Okay.
It made me think of the Suns.
Okay. Tell me why.
This is Anthony Edwards. The most together team and the most mature team is the team that wins around this time. It's not about who gets 30 points, who gets the most shots, who gets all the blame for winning the game. It's not about none of that. It's about coming together as a team. Can we defend at a high level? Can we limit the other team to one shot? It doesn't really matter about offense. And I read that Anthony Edwards quote and ding, 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 the light goes on. I'm like, that's exactly what I would say to the Suns. It doesn't really matter about offense. Can we defend at a high level? Can we limit them to one shot? We need to be a mature team. We've got to be together.
Yeah.
It's not about who could score 30 points and who can get more shots. He's basically saying this, and this is what great coaching does to you because – you follow the lead of your coach, and you want your coach to instill that in your guys. And so whoever the next Phoenix Suns coach is, it needs to be somebody that can instill that level of buy-in from the players on the team.
Yeah, and that's something that, does it happen right away? Does it happen over time? And Chris Finch has been their coach for a few years now, right? And so it's the kind of thing that takes time, but also Chris Finch, and I do like him as a coach quite a bit. He's not afraid to call out his guys. Called out Anthony Edwards after game 1. Things got bad and he's just shut down. He's not out there trying as hard as he can. And Anthony Edwards disagreed with it. I agree with you completely. That needs to be whatever the next version of the Suns team looks like. It needs to be built on that and not built on the versions we've seen the last couple of years of star collecting and getting to. And I don't think they'll do it that way.
Offense,
right?
and no defense and giving up all the rebounds and everything. And here's Anthony Edwards, a young kid who's an offensive player, saying it's about a lot more than that.
The other series, and it's crazy to say this, I'm genuinely worried about the New York Knicks. I'm worried about the New York Knicks. I am. I'm worried.
Celtics are deep.
The Celtics are deep. They got contributions across the board. They were clearly motivated by not having Jason Tatum out there, and they took it to the New York Knicks. And now the New York Knicks are thinking, man, if we don't defend our home floor in Game 6, we're screwed. All the pressure, I think, is on New York to win Game 6 and avoid this thing go back to Boston for a Game 7.
You want to go? Game 6? Top ticket price, $28,000.
28,000?
Top ticket price for the game.
3 zeros after 28, not 2?
28,000.
Yeah, no.
Game 6 between the Knicks and Celtics will be the highest priced home game in New York Knicks history.
I don't want to go.
The highest price ticket will be is priced right now at $28,000.
I'd say no.
Yeah, no. Mike Budenholzer, I agree. No, we're not doing that. No. Yeah, have fun, though. Enjoy
your
yourself.
guy from the Bob Dylan movie will probably be able to buy that ticket.
Chalamet? Oh, Chalamet will be there. Yeah, Chalamet
He'll
will
buy
definitely
that
be
ticket
there. Yeah.
for $28,000. He'll happy with that.
Suddenly, my guy from, first of all, the Bob Dylan movie is just not the identifier for Timothy Chalamet, number one. And number two, how did he become my guy?
That's the only movie I can relate him to.
How is he my guy?
What other movie was he in?
He was in Dune. He was
I
in
didn't watch
Wonka.
Dune.
He was in, what else was Chalamet?
Wonka.
He was in Wonka, yeah.
Little Women, Call Me By Your Name.
Yeah, he's a whole
Willy
bunch.
Wonka?
He played young Willy Wonka in the movie that came out a couple years ago.
With Johnny Depp?
No.
The one they made like 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
I would
The
never watch
prequel
anything but the
story?
original. I would never watch anything but the original.
It was like the origin story of Willy Wonka. How Willy Wonka became Willy. It was a cute little musical. It was a
musical?
It was a very harmless little soft, easy musical. Hugh Grant was an Oompa Loompa. He was kind of funny in it. But
I just know him from the Bob Dylan movie.
and from his Knicks fandom apparently. And from his Knicks fandom. I'm worried about the Knicks.
The Celtics have this uncanny ability to, like, when things get tough, the tough get going. 2022, they blew a Game 5 of a second-round series against the Bucks. Then they knocked off the defending champs by winning consecutive elimination games. In the next round, lost Game 6 at home to Miami. Then they knocked out Miami in Game 7 on the road. The following year, they had to come back from a 3-2 deficit against the Sixers. With one of those games on the road, they were able to do it and win the final two games. So they've got this knack of winning these games when it's crunch time.
When we come back, what are the important parts of the Arizona Cardinals schedule? We're going to ask somebody who probably has it memorized by now. Darren Urban of azcardinals.com will join us next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of Get It Nowhere Else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Back here to say about these barbershop locations all across the valley consistently, just about every single year, named the best of Phoenix because they are the best in Phoenix. They opened their first shop just over 25 years ago in Arcadia, and since then they've grown and grown and grown, all while keeping exactly what makes them cool and different and unique the same. No matter how many new locations they open, it all starts with a basic principle: hire the very best barbers possible, the kind of people that when you walk into a V's barbershop, you never have to worry about your haircut. You never have to worry about getting a bad haircut. You never have to worry about, that shameful look in the rearview mirror when you're in your car going, oh man, when is that going to grow out? It never happens at V's. I've been going there for 25 years. I've never once been unhappy with the haircut. It starts there. Then it's all about the experience as well. Experience it for yourself. Next time you need a haircut, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top-quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again for those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures. They can't smile. They can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals schedule continues to be digested across the league. That includes right here at Arizona Sports, where our Dan Bickley and our Tyler Drake have their own takes on the matter. Bick can tell you why the Cardinals are going to make the playoffs based on their schedule, and then Tyler gives you the biggest storylines for the Cardinals' opponents. You can read both of those right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And in the NBA playoffs, the West's best seed has the chance to advance to the conference finals tonight. Oklahoma City Thunder are up 3-2 in their series against the Denver Nuggets. Game 6 tonight from Denver is at 5:30. You can listen to that game from start to finish on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hello, mon ami. This is Remy Boudreau Leblanc, and I'm going to eat some gumbo, some étouffée, and some beignet. Because, woo, I heard the New Orleans Saints are starting the season with the Arizona Cardinals, who will baste me with butter and call me a crawfish. We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata.
I feel like we should apologize to the listening audience and our guests that's coming on the show when we play that stuff. That's just me.
I've noticed that Mitch is actually putting Darren on hold right now, so at least we don't have to apologize to Darren.
Okay,
you know,
good.
like I was thinking this. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, we got to come right out of the gates with an apology.
We spared Darren. Don't worry.
We have to come right out of the gates with an apology to Darren Urban for that. But Darren wasn't on the phone yet, so Darren didn't hear that. So, Darren Urban from azcardinals.com, you will get no apology for Jarrett Carlin today. How about that?
Well, that's really disappointing, and I'm sure at some point I'll find out why I should have gotten that apology.
Well, we could play it for you. Well, we won't because I just don't want to.
We just apologize for him actually being here every day, having a job at this radio station.
It was him attempting to do a French accent.
I would have fired him by now.
Would you really? That's what you would have done? Yeah. Well, it's a good thing more humane people than you are in charge around here. Darren Urban from azcardinals.com. You got the schedule memorized by yet? You committed to memory completely?
You know, it's funny. Once upon a time, I used to, but in my previous life as a newspaper reporter, when I actually had to buy all my plane tickets for the road games, I would usually have the road trips memorized almost immediately because you'd be on all the sites trying to find the best flights, and you kept that in the back of your head until you did them all, and then later you'd kind of figure out what the home schedule was. These days, I know we're opening in New Orleans, and I know the first home game is week 2. Other than that, it's going to take some time to actually really commit it to memory.
We broke the schedule down into 3 different categories: first 5 games, second 5, and then a final 7, where the Cardinals usually tend to struggle at the end of the season. But give me what's your initial takeaway when you look at the schedule?
I suppose the initial takeaway is probably the same that a lot of people have, which is it looks like there's some winnable games out of the box, and the end of the schedule could get tough. But I also look at it like, if this team is really going to take the step that I know internally they're hoping it takes this year, that, that's all very doable. And, I guess that's ultimately what I look at. I mean, it reminds me of the old school conversations of this franchise, and you'd have trouble on the East Coast and everything. And I used to think back to the old school powerful 49ers who, never had a problem going on the road to the East Coast back in the Joe Montana days because they were that good. And that's kind of how I look at the schedule. Like, if you're a good team, the schedule is what it is. You shouldn't look at it and be all concerned because you're a good team and you're gonna win a lot of games regardless.
I was Darren Urban from azcardinals.com, our guest here on Burns and Gambo. I was looking at the schedule again today, knowing we were going to talk about it a lot. And I mean, we talked about it yesterday, but I didn't really think about it until I looked at it again today. Back-to-back divisional games, twice against Seattle and San Francisco. And the first time you do it, it's only separated by 5 days. That early season kind of, okay, here we go, where do you stand? How important of a test is that for them right out of the chutes to have so little time separating 2 such big games?
Well, there's no question it's going to be a test just because of who the opponents are, no matter where that would have come from. And anytime you're playing a division opponent on a short week like a Thursday, and this team's been lucky that it hasn't had a Thursday game in a couple of years, that's going to play into it. But again, I go back, like, we don't know what the Seahawks are going to look like this year. I don't even know we know what the 49ers are going to look like this year. I mean, the 49ers still have a lot of good players, but they lost a lot of good players too. So, it's like last year, if we're looking at the schedule before the season comes out, we're looking, okay, you hope you're in the playoff contention by the end of the year. And, oh, my goodness, you got to play the 49ers in the last game. What if there's something on the line? And by the time we get to that point, not only are the Cardinals out of it, but the 49ers are, and the 49ers don't even play anybody. And so those are the kinds of things that you wonder what could happen between then and now. I mean, obviously, 3rd and 4th week of the season, you're expecting full teams and everything, but you don't know. You don't know what is going to happen. Is Christian McCaffrey going to be playing by week 4 or week 3, whenever the Cardinals get him? I don't know. And same goes for the Cardinals. That's going to be a big test, of course. But I mean, if you come out of those first 6-7 games with 4 or 5 wins, you're going to be in pretty good shape, and you can give yourself some flexibility. If you win the games, you should.
We all loved what they did in the offseason, the defensive adjustments that they made to bring in a lot of good quality players, obviously Sweat and Calais Campbell and Tomlinson, and then in the draft, doubling down and really going strong to just make that defense even better. Give me your thoughts on the offense. They've resisted the temptation to go get, for now, an Amari Cooper, a Keenan Allen, a Gabe Davis, veteran wide receivers a little long in the tooth that are out there. Do you feel like Michael Wilson is better than the guys that are out there, or should they take a look and try to bring in some more help at wide receiver?
I'll be honest. I look at the guys that are out there. I don't know how excited I really am over what that might be. I mean, this team has done that before, brought in some older receivers, and Adrian Green was okay in his that first year he was with the Cardinals, but he wasn't necessarily a game breaker, and so I would pause on that. I mean, are some of those guys, you mentioned Michael Wilson, are those guys better than Zay Jones? I know Zay Jones didn't do much last year, but I think there was a lot that went into that. And again, what are you looking for out there on the field? I understand, like, people talk about Amari Cooper, but I've said this before on my own podcast, like, if Amari Cooper is not going to be a major factor then I don't know why you'd want to bring him in above a Michael Wilson, who's already proven that he can block the way you want. And make no mistake, this team is going to want to grind the football and run the football and do those kinds of things. And I think Michael Wilson fits that kind of thought process. And with what, for instance, Amari Cooper did down the stretch last year in Buffalo, where he wasn't even playing a whole lot or getting a whole lot of targets, I don't know if you necessarily want to add something like that at this point for what only might be an incremental improvement over one small part of your offense.
I know your function is to primarily cover the football team and talk about the football team and talk about football. But I'm curious, from your perspective, having been there as long as you have, how big of a deal has this schedule release competition? Who can do it the most creatively? How internally, as much as you can, take me inside how big of a deal that is for an NFL franchise to really land that when on schedule release day.
You know, it's funny, Dave. I think like this team has not always been at the forefront of that kind of stuff, and we've had some fans that have been disappointed in that. We've kind of had some changes around the building and have some different thought process. And if you're into it, if you're going to be into it, it is a big deal. And as we saw out there, it causes a stir, maybe even more than the schedule itself over what all drops. And I think this organization is incredibly proud of Mac Wilson and his willingness and ability to do what he did and to create 3 rap songs in 2 days and record them and eventually put them out and make this video. And it was not an easy undertaking by any stretch of the imagination. I was around it and a small part of it since this has been going on, and it was an incredibly heavy lift with a lot of people involved and a lot of moving parts, and not everything went perfectly, and you're having to adjust on the fly. And I think the Cardinals are very excited to do that, to be the first NFL team to use Apple Music and Spotify to release their music, and to have Mac Wilson. I mean, I talked to Mac a bunch, and you know, he just started really doing this for real in his mind as a hobby a year ago, and now he's got stuff on Spotify. Like I think he's really excited about this, and I think this has been a really cool thing for everybody involved, and hopefully all the fans like it too. Yeah, it has been. It's been crazy to watch the evolution of just how far these teams will go when it comes to stuff like this. Darren, we appreciate the time as always. I know we'll catch up again in the near future, man. Appreciate you coming on, okay? I need information about Jarrett Carlin. I'm just saying.
Well,
go ahead, play.
Mon ami. This is Remy Boudreau Leblanc, and I'm going to eat some gumbo, some étouffée, and some beignet, because I heard the New Orleans Saints are starting the season with the Arizona Cardinals, who will baste me with butter and call me a crawfish. We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata.
And there you go.
Yeah. And former Cardinal Lorenzo Alexander texted me and wholeheartedly agrees that is really, really bad.
and there you go, Darren. Ask and ye shall receive.
Oh, my goodness gracious. I better let you guys get to break.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate that. Darren Urban from azcardinals.com. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we're looking at this schedule in chunks. And when we come back, the make it or break it part of the Cardinals schedule. Is it the middle of the season? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Yeah, since I moved to the Valley, I've lived in Gilbert and Ahwatukee and a cabin up in Parks. And the only mortgage company I've ever used has been the Lund Mortgage Company. From Stan Lund to Lisa Lund, family-owned business that does a great job of helping people with all of their mortgage needs, refinance, new home loans, pre-approved for a mortgage. They truly do it all. One of the things that's really hot right now in the mortgage industry is that people are looking at the vast amount of houses that are on the market. There's a lot of houses on the market, good inventory, great time to buy. House prices have leveled off and in many areas has come down. and the Lund Mortgage team is going to help you get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. Now, they could also help you if you just want to lower your rate, maybe go from a 30-year to a 15-year, or you want to pull some equity out to pay for a remodel on your home or a child's education. The Lund Mortgage team will absolutely help you with all of that. You can call them at 623-889-0130, and they'll help you get pre-approved absolutely free or help you with any of your mortgage needs. That's 623-889-0130.
Arrive early to the D-backs versus Rockies matchup on Saturday, May 17th and get a replica home jersey courtesy of Avnet. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvi's here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature, and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Here are the top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. After the NFL schedule release, Dan Bickley writes that the Cardinals will be a playoff team. Diamondbacks end grueling 16-game stretch with a much-needed series win. And Tory Lavell was tossed, telling the umpires they're ejected. Those are your top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Refi.
So pre-show, Gambo had the idea of looking at the schedule in three chunks. The first 5 games, the next 5 games, and then the final 7 games, which you've kind of dubbed the Bernsey zone. Because
the Bernsey zone.
Those are the games that they've just failed so poorly on the last few years, and we've got some stuff when it comes to that when we talk about it. When we talked about the first 5 games, we talked about the need to get off to a good, strong start. Those back-to-back divisional games with only 5 days separating them when they go to San Francisco and then have Seattle at Thursday Night Football at home. 5 days separating their first 2 division games. Basically, go 4-1 during that 5-game stretch. And if you go 3-2, make sure you win at least one of those divisional games. The next 5 games after that, the Cardinals are at the Colts on October 12th. The Packers are at the Cardinals on October 19th. Then it's the bye week. Then on Monday Night Football, the Cardinals travel to Dallas to take on the Cowboys. A week later, the Cardinals travel to Seattle. And then the week after that, the Cardinals host the 49ers.
That's the difficult stretch right there. To me, we'll get to the final 7 games. but at the Colts, at Dallas, at Seattle. So you got 3 road trips in 4 weeks. 3 road, and the home game is the Packers, who are a good football team. And included in that is that Dallas game. So when I look at that, I think that this is a difficult part of the schedule that you want to navigate, not get your brains beat in, come out okay. When I look at these 5 games, I think you could survive going 2-3 as long as you take care of business in the first go round. Now, 3-2 would be a godsend. 3-2 would be incredible. The Colts game on the road, I think that's a pretty winnable game for them. They're trying to get back to the playoffs for the first time in the last 4 years. They've got the Berlin game that they're going to go overseas. We'll see how that wears them out. So I think that's a very winnable game for them against the Colts. The Packers game is going to be very difficult because the Packers are really good. And then the Dallas game, to me, is the big game on this slate. I don't think Dallas is a very good football team.
I don't either.
They are 2-7 at home last year. 2-7 at home. They had a 16-game regular season winning streak at AT&T Stadium. Then they went 2-7 at home in 2024. I look at that game and I say that if you could win that game, that to me that's the big game in this 5-game stretch.
I would agree with that because I think that might be, again with the divisional games at Seattle and home against San Francisco. You'd really like to not lose both of those if you could, right? Like if you say 3-2, but those are the 2 you lost, it's kind of the same deal. I'd really like to try to find a way to split those if possible. But I look at this 5-game stretch, and I do think like you're going to beat the Colts, you're going to lose the Packers. The rest of the 5-game stretch is dictated by the Cowboys and
game.
the Seahawks and the Cardinals and in the 49ers game. I'm with you. I don't. And I'm not, it's not because Kyler's undefeated there as a high school player and as a college player and as a pro player, although I do think that's an interesting nugget that he's never lost at Jerry World. I just don't have that much faith in the Dallas Cowboys to be very good. I just don't. I know they're coming off a down year last year, and expectations were way high a year ago because they had a successful year the season before. I just don't have that much faith in them. I don't look at that game as being that tough.
Sure.
Like, oh my God, you got to go to Dallas and play the Cowboys. I think
you're not playing Emmett and Michael.
No. And I do think,
Troy.
Quite honestly, I do think there is a little bit. I just said there wasn't, but I'm going to go back on that now. I think there is a little bit something to Kyler Murray having a little extra juice in the tank when it comes to playing there in that building. I think there is something to that.
I saw this in the Dallas Morning News. They were I was looking at all the different papers and what they were saying about the schedules and the teams and the Cardinals. They had a bold prediction for the Cowboys' schedule. Out of all 17 games, this was their bold prediction. The Cowboys will end Kyler Murray's dominance at AT&T Stadium. The Cardinals quarterback has not lost in Arlington, Texas, going 8-0 as a starting quarterback. Only 2 of those have come in the NFL. He won 5 games while at Allen High School, won a Big 12 championship game for Oklahoma, and is 2-0 as the Cardinals starter. Only Dak Prescott and Tony Romo have more wins at AT&T Stadium than Kyler Murray.
That's cool. That's a cool stat. Yeah,
that was their bold prediction.
Is that will end? Is it that they're saying that will end?
The Cowboys are going to end it? And I was like, okay, all right. I'm gonna put that in the for the show tomorrow. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, and if they're all, and maybe Dallas will be better than I think. I just think Kyler gets a little extra surge of adrenaline being back home and being in that building, and he always seems to play very well there. And I think that's a game that they'll. Plus, they'll be on Monday Night Football, which they were on once last year, but it was a little different because it was only on the streaming service. I don't know. I think that stretch, it's funny. I was thinking about us going through and picking the win-loss yesterday, and I'm not changing anything. We can't change anything. If there was one thing I could change, I would have the Cardinals beating the Colts. This is the first game of this 5-game stretch. The only reason I didn't have the Cardinals beating the Colts was because I already had them 5-0 at that point. And I was looking at them going, do I really think they're going to start 6-0? No, it was just one of those, like I'm looking at it, I'm going, I'm 5-0. Are they going to be 6-0?
I think you kind of went off script a little bit.
I mean, it was just,
did you think they were going to win or no?
You did.
But because of what you did last year, it's in the back of your mind. It's messing with you. It is. It's messing with you, and you didn't want to be the guy that had the Cardinals going 13-4.
Maybe
like you would, yeah.
Maybe a little bit.
I had them beating the Colts.
Maybe a little bit. I think everybody. I put my schedule out on Twitter yesterday, and everyone was like, "You have them losing to the Colts?" I was like, yeah, I had them 5-0. I just don't know if they're going to be 6-0. And everyone's like, yeah, but they're going to beat the Colts. They might lose to one of those other teams, but they're going to beat Indianapolis. Yeah. So, yeah, maybe I cheated a little bit.
I got one more on the Cowboys that Mitch may like. Do you know what team the Cowboys have lost 7 straight games to?
Mitch is not
listening.
Mitch is not paying any attention.
They're like eating
food. They're haggling over lunch about something right now. Mitch,
splitting a sandwich now.
Hey, hold on. We got something here for you.
Do you know what team the Dallas Cowboys have lost 7 straight games to?
Is this a setup for me to say the Denver Broncos?
The Denver Broncos. Yeah. The Denver Broncos have beaten the Cowboys 7 straight times. Kyler Murray's 8-0 in that building. Yeah, they've got the Matt Eberflus game with the Bears. So, I don't know. I just 2-7 at home last year. The Cowboys you're right. The Cowboys are not that great.
That works perfectly, by the way, because I just turned to Mitch and I go, how come I don't get set up for anything good about my teams?
Yeah.
Because Gambo likes to give
Week
the Bears
3
a hard
at
time.
Chicago. Matt Eberflus is going to get to see his former team very quickly.
Yeah, this is a tough. The one in here that would be fun would be to beat the Packers at home. That might be, if they're able to do that, that might be the indicator to go, ooh, okay, this team is a little different. You know?
If they win the Dallas game.
No, the Packers game.
The
Packers game.
Yeah.
So again, this 5-game pocket at the Colts, home against the Packers, at the Cowboys on Monday Night Football, at Seattle, home against the Niners. You beat the Packers in Week 7. I think that sends a signal to them and you and everybody that this team is a little bit different.
I was reading the
year.
Packers. They said they should be thrilled at the first half of their schedule. Just 3 of their first 8 games will be against teams that made the playoffs in 24. And it says, granted, some of the early opponents should be improved, such as Dallas, Arizona, and Cincinnati, but they've still got a nice opportunity to get out in front of the division. They should take advantage of this gift. So they love the Packers' early schedule.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, it was the moment of yesterday's Diamondbacks game. But rather than talk about the funny part of the moment, we're going to talk about the one that kind of raised our eyebrows a little bit and maybe a touch of concern. We'll tell you what it is next on Burns and Gambo.
The Cardinals schedule fully dropped, and now we know. The Cards open the season into Big Easy Week 1. Division games sit early with a trip to San Francisco Week 3. And Thursday Night Football hosting the Seahawks at the Farm Week 4. At Seattle Week 10. Hosting the Niners Week 11. Hosting the Rams Week 14. And finishing the season in L.A. at the Rams Week 18. Read what Arizona sports hosts think about the Cardinals schedule on ArizonaSports.com. Watch their reaction to it at our YouTube channel. And keep listening for more on the Cardinals and the NFL schedule on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I always like telling you about the deals at Liberty GMC. I'm a very happy customer from Liberty GMC. I had a great experience buying an SUV from them 4 years ago now. Great place to buy a vehicle. Also, a great place to have your vehicle serviced. Look, nowhere can you get a GMC for less. That much we know about Liberty GMC. There's also no service drive in the valley where you can get in and out of there as quickly as you can at Liberty GMC. And that includes their late night shift that they've got. You drop off your car by 8 o'clock at night, it's ready for you the next day. Life goes fast. They want you to be able to keep up, and they know you don't want to be sitting around waiting for your car to get serviced. You won't be sitting around waiting for your car to get serviced at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Are you thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers available by making one call? That's exactly what you get with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or Carol will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, Carol delivers. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's CarolHasTheBuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com. Are you looking to build your dream pool? Go with the name Arizona trusts most. That's Presidential Pools. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts. Presidential Pools, they love our military and first responders. Go to presidentialpools.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So, what's that about?
So, let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals schedule continues to be digested across the league. That includes takes from our own Dan Bickley and Tyler Drake. Bick tells you why the Cardinals will make the playoffs based on their upcoming slate, and then Tyler gives you the biggest storylines for each of the Cardinals' opponents. You can read both of those pieces right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And in the NBA playoffs, the West's best seed has the chance to advance to the conference finals and meet the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Oklahoma City Thunder are up 3-2 in their series against the Denver Nuggets. Game 6 tonight from Denver. It tips off at 5:30, and you can listen to the game from start to finish over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefy.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Can the Diamondbacks feast on the woeful, and I mean woeful, Colorado Rockies? All the fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Tory Lavell, after yesterday's game on the now infamous ejection in which he tried to eject all 4 Major League umpires yesterday.
I don't know. I still don't know. What I do know is that it wasn't adding in the heat of the moment. It wasn't adding up to me, and I felt like they were just trying to cover themselves a little bit. But in reality, there was obstruction called. I was trying to do the math, and I didn't know how the third base umpire could be watching a fair foul ball and then the throw get off and still see the obstruction. But he pointed to it, and he had it. When I looked at him, nobody put their hands up. Nobody put their hands out and pointed obstruction. And, that's why I thought they were kind of inventing a call, but they got it right. They were really good. Umpires were good, and I stand corrected.
You're ejected.
You're
ejected.
You're all out of here.
You're out of order.
You're out
And by
of
the way,
order.
man to play.
You're gone too.
It was one of the classic ejections.
Yeah.
All time Tory walking around, getting ejected.
It's just one of those things where you lose your mind. You like for a minute you lose your mind. You don't really know what you're doing. Now there was a point where I kind of thought like he wanted to get kicked out of that game. That game was getting awfully close.
Maybe.
And I think he wanted to get kicked out of that game. This was one of those, you know what? Let me get kicked out of this game, see if I can let a little fire under my team's ass to make sure we come away with a win. We got to win this game.
Yeah, it's funny because Lavell was asked after the game about if the players kind of held strong as a result of the ejection.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't do that very often. But, I mean, I lost my essay, and I just felt like it was unacceptable, and they responded, they're just a bunch of really good baseball players that fight, and I'm proud of what they did. If they did it out of response to what I did, maybe I need to do more.
Tory, you can spell it. We're still going to beep it. I mean, it's just, we still have to beep it.
The biggest at bat of the whole game came after he was ejected with Wilmer Flores up.
Yeah.
And they got him to pop out.
Yeah.
To her, because there was two on base, and Flores is one of the top RBI guys.
It was
best at bat, most important at bat.
It rendered the play before it, the one that got Tory ejected, meaningless because they weren't able to capitalize on it. But I tell you, after watching that game real time yesterday here at the station, because we came on right afterwards, then kind of watching some of it again this morning. My takeaway from the play was, okay, it was funny that Tory got ejected. Ha ha! Look at him trying to run all the umpires. My takeaway was that 2 games into his season debut, and Jordan Lawler looks a little uncomfortable out there. That was he had an error the night before, right? Looked a little uncomfortable there and shaky at shortstop.
Went 0 for 3 in the first game?
Went 0 for 3 with a walk, I think, in the first game. Right. Had the error. And then yesterday coming in a pinch hit situation for Ketel and then playing in the field. Clearly obstruction. I mean, like, clearly. He was in the wrong. He shouldn't have been standing there. He got in Cost's way. Cost fell down, and that can't happen. And look, we all know Jordan Lawler is one of the top prospects in baseball, but 2 games into his call-up, and I don't know if you feel the same way, it feels like he almost looks nervous out there. He almost looks like he's trying to fit in and trying to belong and trying to prove that he's supposed to.
But isn't that normal in some way?
I don't know. Shouldn't we expect more from one of the top prospects, especially when he's not
22-year-old kid?
He's not making his major league debut either.
No,
it's not like this is his first call up. He's been here before,
and he didn't do that well his first time around.
Played a lot of baseball. And if he is nervous, and if we do give him a little grace for being nervous, that's fine. He's got to get over it real quick, especially if Ketel Marte and his playing time is going to get a little spotty here in the next few days.
So he came in to play second base.
Yes.
He doesn't know second base. So when he's going to cover that bag, like, he doesn't realize he's got to break off the bag. He went in front of the bag and Cost ran into him. I think, to me, this is my opinion, I think it's just an experience at that position.
Okay.
That it's just inexperience. Like, he's used to playing shortstop, and he's used to playing on the left side. On the right side, now you go over there, and like, he just made a mistake. He made a mistake from a lack of experience in playing second base on a play like that. He just hasn't been in that situation enough times.
You're probably not wrong, but on a team, first of all, I mean, that's the reason why they played him at second base as much as they did down in the minors, to get used to that. And number 2, had Wilmer Flores done something with his at-bat, you better believe we're looking at that obstruction call as a key play in the game, right? As a key
originally going to
mistake in
send
the
those
game.
guys to second and third base.
Yeah.
Like, whoa, what are you guys doing?
And so I'm just saying, on a team where the bullpen's spotty, the starting pitching has been good but not great all the time, the offense kind of comes and goes, it's another lapse in concentration from a team that can't have too many lapses from concentration. And I'm just saying with Lawler that he's if he's got a case of the nerves or not knowing where he's supposed to be, he's got to figure that out quickly, because otherwise I can't play you. I can't have you in there if you're going to do that.
I don't disagree with it. Pavin got picked off first base. Pavin Smith picked off first base. Like, the little things have really hurt this team this year. A lot of the little things have hurt this team. And that was a situation where they could have been hurt. But Flores, pops out, Herrera makes the catch, and then you get to the 9th, and then you're able to to get by with the bases left, that he had scored a run, bases loaded, by getting Costa pop out to Alec Thomas, and you survived that game. But you survived it, and you didn't play like the amount of games that we could look at and say, did the Diamondbacks play smart baseball here? Too many games where they didn't play smart baseball. Too many games where they made dumb mistakes that they shouldn't have made.
This is Derrick Hall, President and CEO, Bickley Blast today on Lawler.
Well, he definitely deserved the promotion, and arguably even before that. So he should be up here. He puts a lot of pressure, or we do, on him. I don't think he does. I actually think he's got a very slow heart rate. I think he, takes the game at the right speed, and he enjoys playing different positions. The balance is going to be for us to make sure he plays a lot. And I think when we talked about him getting up here and staying up here, that means he's got to play. He can't just sit on the bench. So we've got to find opportunities for him to play.
Now, yesterday I noticed, and I'm not having this kind of reaction. I want to make sure I'm clear about that to everybody. Yesterday I noticed on social media there was already that, you got to send him back down. What's he doing? He doesn't know what he's doing out there.
Social media is
it's like,
the
stop.
number one place in the world for overreaction.
Yeah, it's like everybody calm down. But the Ketel Marte situation yesterday, with him asking out of that game, in essence, because he was starting to kind of stiffen up a little bit, and he was worried about getting hurt. If they're gonna continue to be cautious with Ketel's playing time, and there's no reason to think that they won't be cautious with Ketel's playing time, that's Jordan Lawler time, right?
Yeah.
That immediately becomes and that's second base. So that immediately becomes there's your path to the at-bats, there's your path to making an impact. So whatever uncertainty he has about playing the position, he better figure it out pretty quick, because that might be the spot where he gets maybe more playing time than we were expecting with Ketel.
And that's why they were kind of fast-tracking him to second base, and came up as a shortstop. You kind of look at him as the future third baseman if they don't bring Suarez back. But because of the Marte injury, it's like, hey, you know what? This kid doesn't have a lot of experience at second base. Let's get him some. And then once they did that, now, like the feeling is play him 3-4 times a week. But he could play 5 times a week if there's an injury. Like if Ketel Marte's got to be out for a couple of games, he could play 5 games in a week.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, worried about it, no, but just kind of watching it and keeping an eye on it to see if it becomes an issue, yes. Watching it and keeping an eye on it to see if it becomes an issue.
People wanted to send that kid down. I
didn't
see that.
I saw a few.
You saw social media?
I saw a few.
I get to fire Lavell 75 times a game.
well, it's funny because, all right, so we talk about Ketel.
Yeah.
I was exchanging texts with our mutual friend Jack Summers over at Sports Illustrated.
Yeah, Jack does a great job.
He's like, the amount of people on social media who wanted to blame Tory for taking Ketel out of that game.
Oh, my God. Right.
When Ketel was the one who asked out of the game.
Right.
Ketel was the one. I mean, seriously, if there's a conversation to be had about what happened yesterday, it's not a Tory conversation. It's a Ketel conversation.
Ketel asked out.
Like he asked out.
What are you supposed to do? Say, no, I'm sorry, you can't stay in the game?
Yeah.
Right, but social media just wants to fire Tory right now because the team is just barely over 500. They all want to fire Tory.
I don't want to make it sound like there was a big reaction about sending Jordan Lawler down, but I definitely saw a little reaction like, oh, man, is he ready for the promotion? They might need to send him back down. It's like, okay, everybody, slow down. Slow down when it comes to that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on this Thursday, after I remind you about All Elite Wrestling for the first time ever. All Elite Wrestling brings you one of the biggest pay-per-view events of the year as AEW Double or Nothing invades the Desert Diamond Arena on May 25th. Tickets are on sale now. You can win a pair by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. Of the teams that missed the playoffs last year, who is likely to make it this year? And after the schedule released yesterday, are the Cardinals one of those teams that can make the postseason? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. 1.8% chance for the Dallas Mavericks.
So do you believe it was rigged?
Yes,
okay.
I do. I absolutely do.
Okay.
There was a massive trade that made no sense to anyone. And the parameters of that trade were so fishy, it smelled like that market in Seattle. This is why. Nico Harrison and the Dallas Mavericks made the golden franchise of the NBA relevant for another decade. Now they've got Luka and they can build around him. Wink, wink. Thanks, Nico. Here you go.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back here to tell you about the attorneys at the Berg Simpson Law Firm. You want them on your side because they're the best team to get on your side if you've ever been involved in an accident. There are a ridiculous amount of choices that are out there. All you have to do is drive around our freeways, and you will see billboard after billboard after billboard.
Berg Simpson is just different. In the Best Lawyers in America publication, Berg Simpson has over 24 lawyers that made that publication. In the Super Lawyers publication, Berg Simpson has over 12 lawyers that were named in that one. 40 years of trusted, exceptional service that is just better than what you're going to find elsewhere. One of the most influential law firms listed as such by the National Trial Lawyers. You do your homework, you ask around, and you find out they're just different. Hope you don't need to call them, but if you do need to call them, let them represent you. 602-777-7000, 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Toyota's Summer Starts Here national sales event is going on now. Choose from the best-selling Toyotas like Camry, 4Runner, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. At your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimer.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, it's Wolf. What is the Arizona Cardinals' path to winning the NFC West in 2025? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
At least 4 teams every year that didn't make the playoffs the previous year make the playoffs the next year in the NFL. And so in light of the schedule coming out, people are trying to figure out who those 4 are, right? Like who could make that jump, who could be the leap. Of course, we here are very invested to know whether that team's going to be the Arizona Cardinals because we know how much importance is put on the Cardinals being that team that makes that jump and get in. I don't know if the schedule released yesterday makes us feel better or worse about that, Gambo, but that's certainly the standard that we're going to hold it to, right? Like, is this a playoff team?
Yeah, I mean, I've got him at 10 wins and getting in the playoffs. You've got him at 10 wins, and I think getting in the playoffs, I think 10-7 is going to get you in. So to me, yeah, I think when I look at the NFC, your playoff teams last year were Detroit, Philly, Tampa, Rams, Vikings, Commanders, Packers. Those were your teams. So
you know what's hard about that?
What?
Okay, there's an obvious one. But other than that, there is not an obvious they're not going to make the playoffs team in there. You know?
Lions should make it.
Lions should make it.
Eagles should make it.
Eagles should make it.
Bucks.
In that division with the Saints, the Panthers, and the Falcons, I feel like they're pretty obvious to me. I think they're clearly the best team in that division. Rams, I think, are pretty obvious to make it. Yeah.
Vikings?
They're the one. They're the one that I don't think is because they're switching at quarterback and they're going with the kid. And it's a good roster otherwise. It maybe is one of the best rosters in the NFL otherwise. And that's a really good coach they have.
Okay.
But because of the switch at quarterback, I don't think they're obvious.
Let's go over the teams that did not make the playoffs last year and who do you like at the top? You know what? I'm going to, because you're going to put the Cardinals in. Give me two.
Okay.
Seattle, Atlanta,
okay,
Cardinals, Cowboys, 49ers, Bears, Panthers, Saints, Giants.
Bears and Cardinals. Bears and Cardinals. Those are the two. Bears and Cardinals. Maybe the Seahawks instead of one of those teams.
You're talking about 3 in the NFC West.
But those are I think we've talked for a while about since the NFC West gets the AFC South and the NFC South, that a lot of teams could be very good in the NFC West this year. What teams would you pick?
I would pick the Cardinals.
Okay. Who else would you pick? Would you go?
It's either the Bears or Seattle.
Yeah.
I mean, Seattle won 10 games. I have a hard time knowing. Darren Urban said it when he was on with us. We're all having a hard time knowing what Seattle is right now.
Yes.
We're all having a hard time looking at the Seahawks and saying, geez, second year of Mike McDonald, new quarterback with Sam Darnold, completely new look offense, new coordinator in Clint Kubiak. I just don't know.
Yeah.
Offensive line has been a mess. They did sign Josh Jones, the former Cardinal. So their offensive line has been kind of a problem for them. The Bears, the Bears do make some sense as being a team because they started off good last year and then it kind of fell apart.
They addressed their offensive line in free agency. Yeah. They've got a head coach that everybody just swears he's the real deal. Like he is legit. He's the guy. He's the man. And so those two factors make me think the Bears could. Now they play in a really tough division. I mean the Lions and the Vikings and the Packers accounting for 6 of your football games. That stuff. And the Bears have one of the toughest schedules in the NFL. Lauren was showing it to me yesterday. What, third toughest? Is that what it is?
Fourth
toughest in the NFL according to win percentage against. Now, everybody who says that you don't really know until you know, schedules are you're kind of basing schedule toughness on how good teams were last year, and that's not the most reliable indicator. I'm looking at the 7 playoff teams from the NFC. You ran through them a second ago.
Yeah.
Lions, Eagles, Bucks, Rams, Vikings, Commanders, Packers.
Okay, so if I take 2 out, and I hate to do it, but if I have to take somebody else out besides the Vikings, I'm taking out the Packers.
Is that who you're taking?
Yeah, because I think you could look this up, but I think that they weren't very good in the division last year, the Packers. I think it's one of the struggles that they had. I don't think that they were, and that division's going to eat each other alive. The division's going to, the division, that's what I look at. That's what I would like, okay. I think that they really struggled in the division. Was that maybe their only win was against the
I think
Bears?
Lauren's looking it up to see what their division record was. Because that's the thing.
So that's the thing. Like, they're going to play.
You're right.
What were they? Was there
they
only
were
one
1-5 in the division, and they beat the Bears in Chicago. Chicago beat them in Green Bay.
So they went 1-5 in the division.
Cambo's brain continues to amaze sometimes. It really.
Because he's a Jordan Love truther.
Well, we liked the Packers last year. We remember this. They lost twice to the Lions and they lost twice to the Vikings. I remember that.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure with the Bears if they beat them once or twice, but I remember the Bears beat them.
They're also saying, as we're just kind of looking around the general schedule with the NFL, and we'll talk more about the Cardinals, specifically as it goes on. They're saying in general, one of the biggest losers of yesterday was Monday Night Football.
Yes.
That their slate is not very good. Now I didn't really look at it until you said it to me.
It sucks.
But apparently it's no good, which is like shocking considering how much money these networks pay to get themselves a no good schedule.
is kind of surprising, right? Like I'm looking at it right now. Go ahead.
Okay. Weeks 11 through 13 can safely be described as, this guy wrote, poopfecta for the listeners of the Bill Simmons podcast. The Raiders, Panthers, and Giants all in consecutive weeks.
So it's from week 11 on. It's the Cowboys versus the Raiders, the Panthers versus the Niners, the Giants versus the Patriots, and then in week 14, it's the Eagles versus the Chargers.
Give me some Cam Scatterboo on Monday Night Football. I'll take it.
So for 3 straight weeks, Cowboys, Raiders, Panthers, Niners, Giants, Patriots.
Then it says weeks 15 through 17 can be described as the battle for 7th. Dolphins, Steelers, Colts, 49ers, Rams, and the Falcons are all on Monday Night Football down the stretch.
Yeah, it's funny. I hadn't really thought of it. It's not an ideal schedule at all. Yeah,
Poopfecta.
Poopfecta.
I don't listen. Is that what he says?
Poopfecta. It's the Bill Simmons podcast. Yeah.
When they do their Guess the Line segment on every Sunday night, he categorizes the games into like how watchable they are. So anything in Poopfecta is like, I don't want to look at this at all.
Monday Night Football used to the be-all, end-all, man. Monday Night Football was like the Taj Mahal. Like everybody
ABC with Al Michaels. Go listen in.
Right, but now, the way they do the schedule now with all the Thursday night games, and it's just, I don't know. It's lost a lot of its luster.
Yes.
Monday Night Football has lost.
The quality of play has gone down, and yet we keep watching. That's why they put it on so many days throughout the week.
I know, but there's something about Monday Night Football that doesn't resonate, and I think part of it is because the vast amount of games that are on, all week long, and all the amount and all the different avenues you have to watch games now too. You can watch games on Amazon and Peacock and all these different channels, and even college football. You have more avenues to watch college football games than you ever had before. So I think by the time you get to Monday, people are a little like tapped out. That makes any sense?
I think I can't speak for everybody. I know I am a little bit. By the time I get to Monday night, I'm a little bit footballed out, because it's just been a weekend filled with college games and NFL games, and while I enjoy every minute of it, it almost feels like a little break is kind of in order. But then when you come up with a schedule like this, that's just now there are some very compelling games on Monday night, but there are some that not that are going to be really tough. Like I'm looking at Chicago, Washington. That should be a really good Monday night game. The Texans, Seattle, the Commanders and the Chiefs should be a very, very good one. The Eagles and the Packers. But there's some clunkers in there too. You can't always win when it comes to that. 4:00 reset with Lauren. We'll get you caught up on what's going on in sports. That is next here on Burns and Gambo.
Poopfecta.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Oh, this opportunity comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. 30% off everything in-store and online, and 35% off for all active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
New Harley-Davidson Street Glides under $265 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Try now for under $265 a month on a new Street Glide at Desert Wind Harley. Desert Wind Harley has over 300 bikes in stock. Get on a new Harley-Davidson Street Glide today for under $265 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Finance specialists on site to help get you approved. Good credit, bad credit, no credit, we can help. Visit DesertWindHarley.com.
Payments based on Street Glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, fresh Heritage Farm bone-in chicken drumsticks or thighs are on sale. Just $1.29 a pound with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals schedule continues to be digested across the league. That includes right here at Arizona Sports with our own Dan Bickley and Tyler Drake. Bick tells you why the Cardinals will make the playoffs based on their schedule, and then Tyler gives you the biggest storylines for the Cardinals' opponents. And you can read both of those pieces right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. And in the NBA playoffs, the West's best seed has the chance to advance to the conference finals tonight. The Oklahoma City Thunder are up 3-2 in their series against the Denver Nuggets. Game 6 is tonight from Denver at 5:30, and you can listen to that game from start to finish over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Halfway home on this Thursday afternoon, here is Lauren with the 4 o'clock reset so we can all be caught up together on what's going on in sports. Stuff we've talked about, stuff we haven't. Lauren, the stage is yours.
All right, guys, let's start with something we've kind of talked about, and that's the Cardinals schedule coming out. But the fact that Mac Wilson wrote a rap song for the release itself. He spoke to the media today and discussed making the music video with his teammates.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy to be in the film room, honestly.
shooting a music video, and they had it all like, all these cameras was in there. It was super dark and all this cool stuff. And yeah, it felt like we wasn't at the facility at one point, but it was pretty cool though.
Shining a little background there on shooting a music video.
Did you see like all of the different ways teams released the schedule yesterday?
I actually, ESPN had them all listed. And I clicked on, like, I think it was the Seahawks one. They had, like, toys going at it. And I wanted to click on all of them. I just don't have the time.
Yeah.
I just didn't have the time to do it.
I kind of wanted to as well. The one that made me laugh the most was apparently the Tennessee Titans. Not apparently, I watched it. Set theirs as if it were a pharmaceutical commercial. You know, like instead of Sky Rizzy, it was Schedule Rizzy. And it was really funny. Like, because those pharmaceutical commercials, they're a little over the top, you know, like people dancing in grocery store aisles and things like that. It was funny. But the Cardinals, very creative and very, you know, I don't know how much advance time they have, you know, how early they've got the schedule, but to write a song and produce it and do the video and have it make sense and have it be funny and clever and to do it in a compressed amount of time, it is very impressive. You know, and it's cool that they got one of their own players to do it. It was all great. I think I know some people don't like a big deal being made out of schedule release stuff, but it is funny watching these teams try to outdo each other with how creative they release it. You know,
well, the reality is I probably did stop watching music videos about 35 years ago. Like, I probably did.
Whoa, what was the last music video? I was like, yeah, that's a cool.
I don't think I watched them in the 90s.
It's been a long time.
What was the last music? Raspberry Beret by Prince might be the last one that I remember seeing. She wore a raspberry beret.
I think that's
what was your favorite ever?
My favorite video? Sledgehammer by Peter Gabriel.
Okay.
That's an old one, but that video was the time it was like, wow, that's really cool.
I like that you said that's an old one, and that I listened to on my drive into work.
Did you really see? You're an old soul, Lauren. That's what we love about you.
Robert Palmer's Addicted to Love, while Billy Idol's Rock the Cradle of Love.
Those two I did not listen to.
I used to look at the ones that had the hot girls.
Well, at least you admit it.
I did. Robert Palmer had these four, women playing guitars and rock the cradle.
And the drum and
the drums, like black skirts.
Oh, I can picture it. You don't need to. I mean, I can picture it. Yeah,
Billy Idol's Rock the Cradle Up, where the girl flips her shoe and it goes in the fish tank. And
as someone who hasn't seen either of these descriptions are nuts out of context.
You probably should go see the Robert. The Billy Idol one's okay. The Robert Palmer one's pretty iconic.
Okay.
You should check that one out.
Might as well face it, you're addicted to love.
I know the song.
It's not the video.
The video was pretty cool.
And speaking of videos, the Colts had to delete their schedule release video less than an hour after they posted it. Theirs was a spoof of Minecraft, and in it, during their season opener against the Dolphins, they had a dolphin-labeled hill get arrested in the water with sirens going off. So they pulled it to edit it. Tyreek Hill did come out today and say that he thought it was funny.
He thought it was funny. He didn't mind it at all.
Yeah.
So they thought it was sensitive?
They thought it was just like taking
arrested?
Yep. They thought they were taking an unnecessary shot at Tyreek Hill, which if Tyreek Hill thought it was funny, then.
So they had none then?
No.
If they didn't run it, they had no schedule release.
They edited it, put it back out.
Yeah, some people had downloaded the unedited version before they did away with it, but yeah, they put it back out.
I found it amusing, if we're being honest. And also a shout out to the Rams, who during their schedule release video, they had Brenda Song announce it.
From The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody.
Oh God, I love her.
Yeah.
I love her. But you'd have no reason to know who Brenda Song is. I'm going to be honest.
When my kids were young, they used to watch The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody on the Disney Channel, and Brenda Song was a character. She was an actress who played a character on that show. And she's a huge Rams fan, right? Like
huge sports fan. They mic'd her during a Lakers game, too.
Asian girl?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I do not know this.
Okay, yes.
I do not know this show.
It was the kids' favorite on the Disney Channel back in the day.
Your kids' taste.
Oh yeah, I mean, yes. I'm always watching The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody, and Brenda Song was on that.
I was kind of partial to iCarly.
Nickelodeon.
Yeah, but they watched
Both
iCarly too. Yeah, both good.
Both great. But the reason I bring this up is because when they announced that they were playing the Cardinals, instead of making a spoof and a joke about it, they thanked them for hosting their playoff game for them.
That's cool. That's nice that still resonates. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And your favorite thing happened yesterday, Bernsey. A running back got an extension. Derrick Henry agreed on a 2-year, $30 million extension with the Ravens.
It's fine. That's fine. I got no problem with that.
He doesn't hate running backs the way he used to.
I've come around a little bit on running backs.
You've grown, you've adapted.
Their value in the league has changed the last few years.
Come on, we got Cam Scatterboo.
Come back around a little bit on this one. I'm good with it. I'm fine with Derrick Henry getting his money. Good for him.
Okay, good. And NFL owners will discuss a resolution at next week's league meeting that would allow NFL players to participate in the Olympics.
Oh, so stupid. This is so dumb.
It will include flag football for the first time in 2028. If you're concerned about any, scheduling issues whatsoever, you should throw those by the wayside because it'll happen in LA July 14th to the 30th, which would only happen a little bit over the beginning of training camp for some teams.
Just say no to flag football in the Olympics. Come on.
Kyler Murray said yes to flag football in the Olympics.
It's not football. It's flag football.
But it's the Olympics.
It's not right. It's the Olympics. It should be for the best sports. The hardest sports, the difficult sports. Flag football is not difficult. You don't have to tackle. You don't get tackled. You don't get hit.
I'm actually gonna side with my colleague over here to my right on this one. In that I understand the NFL wanting to get into the whole international competition arena because it's a cool arena to be in.
Yeah.
I don't think this is the way. Like Olympic basketball's awesome. The Four Nations tournament in the NHL was awesome. The World Baseball Classic next year, I can't wait. When Corbin Carroll is a starting outfielder for Team USA
really
next year, that's going to be really
baseball.
cool. But
Not stickball.
It's going to be hard for me to get excited about
We
this.
once used to have flag football games with the Cardinals. They did away with it, but we used to have flag football games we used to participate with the Cardinals.
Really?
Yeah. The Cardinals used to host, with the media.
Oh. I never got invited to that.
And I think I cold clocked Linda Bruin and they canceled all the games.
What?
She was going over the middle. We had to send a message. I'm serious. I think I was the reason why they canceled the flag football game. I was too competitive.
God, you're the reason why they're going to cancel a whole bunch of things if you're not careful.
Can someone from the Cardinals please reach out and tell us if you
it's
stop?
true. Ask
if you
Ash.
don't do this anymore because Gambo ruined it for everybody.
I think it's true. Ash knows.
Did Gambo ruin it for everybody? There used to be a flag football game and Gambo ruined it for all.
Yeah. They stopped playing after
Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
I was running some zone defenses. I kind of took charge.
You can't come over the middle against me. I don't care that you're wearing a flag. I'm gonna nail you to the ground.
We used to have street hockey games with the Coyotes too. I think I had something to do with those no longer being played as well.
And the fact that you used the word clocked implies inherent violence that wasn't needed.
Especially in a flag football game, yes.
Rich Nairn was like, you're not allowed to check.
I got a text from Mark Asher.
Yeah.
Gambo got it canceled. True story.
Yes.
The former co-host of the Gambo and Ash show confirming to me Gambo got it canceled.
When we played street hockey, nobody said you weren't allowed to check, and I think I hurt somebody, so they stopped doing that.
That wasn't implied.
I was street. I thought you could still check people.
So wait a minute. Hold on. Now I'm getting all the facts on this. You wore a bandana? You wore a bandana.
I won some Long Island flag football championships after high school with my buddies. We did win we got to play a giant stadium.
You wore a bandana.
I played against the Pruitt brothers from Cleveland. We won flag football championships in Long Island.
Like
me and my boys.
Like one of those bandanas tied around your forehead.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
It was important to win back then.
And it's not now.
I didn't know you weren't allowed to check anybody just because it's street hockey. You can't check somebody. So some guy got hurt.
There you go.
Because I checked them, and all of a sudden he couldn't play the street hockey anymore.
Ruined it for everybody.
Not just one sport, but two.
Be a little tougher, people.
Okay, and I guess we'll wrap it up with some NBA.
We probably should. Yeah, go ahead.
We'll end on an NBA note. The Timberwolves, they beat the Warriors last night, 121-110. So now they await the winner of OKC Denver, which starts tonight at 5:30. You can listen to that one over at ESPN 620. OKC up 3-2.
And I think I just saw on the scroll that Jamal Murray is questionable for tonight's game with an illness, right? Yeah. So Jamal
He's a
Murray
game time decision.
might not play tonight.
Wow, him some full of some of that
blue juice,
vitamin C, or whatever it takes.
I'm hoping for a Game 7 in this series.
Yeah, me too.
This series feels like it could use a Game 7. Yeah, so hopefully there is one.
Fingers crossed for that one, and that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, right after we see what else Gambo got canceled during his time here, how is the NFC West projected to shake out, and where do the Cardinals fit in now that the schedule is out? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Scheme versus skull. You hear it all the time. Is it the scheme or is it the skull? What matters more to me are skulls, the talent that you have. And that's why Brian Gregory is going to be really, really important in how the Suns build this team.
Brian Gregory has instantly become one of the most important figures in Suns history. Honestly, I mean, the job that he's taking on at this time, when you could make a real strong case this is the most important offseason in Suns history. If it's not the most, it's one of the most.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, ready to help you with all of your financial needs. I'm telling you, nobody does that better than Stuart Willis and the group at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, something I'm a big, big believer in, because my whole life I've kind of looked ahead to the future, planned for the future, always kind of knew that it was going to come eventually, and I didn't want to get left behind. I didn't want to get to be my age and be like, what am I going to do? And I see a lot of financial information on a regular basis, and people are always asking the experts, like, what do I do? I wanted to be able to retire now. I'm 62, I'm 65, I'm 67. I still have to work. People in their 70s still having to work part-time. Why? They didn't plan. Just didn't plan the right way. So much of it is about working with a financial advisor, having a plan, and then executing that plan. It's pretty simple. The sooner you start, the better off you'll be. Now, you may be saying, hey, I'm putting in my 401k, I'm doing all these things. It's a lot more than that. That's why I suggest you make that call right now to 602-877-PLAN and get that free portfolio review from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. 5 locations in the Valley ready to help you get your plan in order. Call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen Report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DIS, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "enjoy life again" or "get back to living." Wouldn't that be nice? DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Something new is happening at Cox.
Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Hey, it's Wolf. What is the Arizona Cardinals' path to winning the NFC West in 2025? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
It's funny because that's what we're talking about here with the schedule release yesterday. And what's so funny about the schedule release is, as we've mentioned this many times, we've all known the opponents the Cardinals were going to have, both road and home, for months, since basically the end of the season. We've known who they're going to play. So
Just
nothing,
didn't know when.
Nothing in that regard really changed, but suddenly the knowing of the win, now everybody's putting out win projections and what they think is going to happen and how many games your team is going to win. And I guess when you're looking at it in schedule form, it's a little bit easier, right, to like project it and predict it.
Yeah, because there are you don't want to do the wins and losses before you know the schedule because of the certain schedule losses, like the Thursday game,
right?
The Monday Night Football games. Do you have two back-to-back road trips on the East Coast? Do you have the travel schedule? Like there are things that you look at with the schedule and be like, okay, this is a reason why I'm not going to pick this team to win that game.
There's no doubt, and I'm only saying it like half mockingly. I get why you wait until the schedule comes out, but there is like you could look at who the Cardinals are going to play before knowing the schedule, and in your mind have a rough estimation of how you think they're going to go against that schedule, right?
Right.
Like you could look at the opponents and go, yeah, I think that's a 10-7 football team. That's a 10-7,
and maybe off by a
schedule.
game or two.
Right, exactly. That being said, everybody with the schedule out, everybody came out with their predictions. You said we did our schedule game yesterday. You said 10-7. I said 10-7. The kids on the other side of the glass.
I almost want to make you 11-6. You would have normally given the Colts a win, but you went against the rules.
Okay,
you went against the rules.
I'll leave it to the group. I will leave it to the group.
He would have given the Colts a win.
If you want to move me to 11-6, move me to 11-6.
Okay. The argument is he would have given the Colts, but then he said, I got him 5-0. I don't want him to be 6. But he believes that they will win the game against the Colts. He just didn't want to make them 5-1.
I didn't want to make them 6-0.
6-0.
I had them 5-0, and I'm like, they're not going to start 6-0, so I need to get them a loss here somewhere. So I'm going to have them lose to the Colts.
But he believes that they're going to win the game. He thinks they're going to beat the Colts.
I mean, look, honestly, I think they're going to win 11 games. So if y'all want to move me to 11, knock yourself out. You'd be doing me a favor because I think they're actually going to win 11
Why
games.
don't you just make it 10-5-1 instead?
Pull a Mitch and have a tie. I didn't. I looked at it and I just kind of had this. Yeah, they're not going to be 6-0. So, but do I think they're going to beat the Colts? Yeah, I think they're going to beat the Colts. But I have them 6-0 and 11-6 on the season. If you want to put me down for 11-6, put me down for 11-6. I'm fine with it.
I think they're going to vote no.
Kids?
I vote no.
I vote yes. I think he wanted 11-6.
The meme was cooler last year. Now it's just not as fun.
Okay. So we stick with 10?
Okay.
You guys, right? We voted.
But I know in your mind you're going to hold this against me all year long.
I know,
especially the week of the Colts game. You are never going to let me hear the end of it.
I don't think that I could sit there and say, I think they're going to win this game, but I'm going to give them a loss. I don't think I could do that. Hey, I'm going to give them a loss, but I think they're going to win, but I'm going to give them a loss. Why? Because I don't know. Because if I picked
Look, I mean, what do you expect from somebody who was kept out of the National Honor Society in high school for plagiarism? I cheat.
Poopfecta.
It's exactly. In your mind, if you want to give me 11, that's fine. You want to hold me to that standard? I'm cool with it. These, broad shoulders, thick skin, can't lose. That's what I always say.
Right there.
If they get to 11 wins, you probably take credit for it anyway.
I might. Sports Illustrated says 10-7. Cynthia Freeland Let's talk about this here for a minute.
The projector.
The projector at NFL.com, Cynthia Freeland, has plugged it all into her computer, and you're not going to like what her computer said. 8 wins behind the Eagles at 11, the Commanders at 10.2, the Lions at 10, San Francisco at 9.9, the Rams at 9.7, the Bucks at 9.7, the Packers at 9, the Bears at 8.9. They've got them okay, there's all your playoff teams right there. Does she have anybody with a
losing record?
She's got the Vikings at 8.7, Seattle at 8.1. She's got the Cardinals in last in the NFC West. Okay, if she's right, and I know it's just a computer projection. With 8 wins, she's got last.
So that's 8 and 9.
Yes.
But last place.
Last place.
So she doesn't think anybody in the NFC West is bad.
She's got Seattle at 8 and 9 too. She's got them at 8.1, just a tick ahead of the Cardinals. So she's
not getting into the playoffs with 8 wins.
No, you're not. No, you're not. If she's right, this season did not. If she is right, there's going to be hell to pay for an 8 and 9 team.
I mean, unless the starting quarterback gets injured and he's out for the year. I mean, I like Jacoby Brissett, but I don't know if I would say Jacoby Brissett is a starting quarterback having to play 14 games are going to get you to the playoffs.
No, sir.
Kyler Murray stays healthy and they win 8 football games. We got problems. We have problems.
Big problems. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we have in one. Now, defense might be great. A lot of other areas might be great, but we have a major problem if this team wins 8 football games based on the job that Monty Ossenfort did in building his roster and a good coaching staff that you have. You've got to do better than 8 wins.
Yeah, and I don't. It's maybe this just fits conveniently the narrative of our show and what we've talked about. I don't think Cardinal fans would have a Monty Ossenfort or Jonathan Gannon problem. I think it would mostly be a Kyler Murray problem. Now, it's unfair to say that because we have no idea how they would even get to this invented record. But I feel like most Cardinal fans are pretty happy with the job. Now, maybe that would change if they went 8 and 9 and people would be like, okay, what do we actually really have here? I think they're going to be better than that. The kids don't. The kids, Lauren has them at 7 and 10 and Mitch has them at 7, 9 and 1.
Well, I know what you're not getting. You're not getting the NFC South and the AFC South next year.
No, you're not. No,
you're not getting that. So this has got to be the year. You got to take advantage of an easier schedule and a good football team. Like sometimes forget about everybody else. Like you got a good football team. Go win football games.
Yep.
And I still think they will. I think they're going to win 10 games. I think they're going to go to the playoffs.
I think they're going to win 11 games.
Oh, jeez.
Or 10, depending on which narrative fits better.
Now you've got like 2 options. You can be right 2 ways. 10 wins. Yep, we stayed with 10. We didn't change.
11 wins. I told you 11 wins. I knew all along it was going to be 11. Yeah, see, Gambo, you figured me out. It took you 14 years, but you figured out.
I think you should have just went with your gut, man.
I see this as an absolute win.
I probably should have. Would it shock you if I told you that when I was driving home last night after the show, I actually felt a little bad about it?
That you didn't pick him to be the
coach?
Yeah,
I'm like, I should have gone with 11 wins. I should have just let it fly.
Okay, one more vote. I say we let him change it.
God, this is really eating you up, isn't it?
Who, me?
No, Burnsy.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
He's retrospectively thinking in the car after his hour and a half show.
I was thinking about it driving home. Colts. I'm like, I should have just beat the Colts. What am I doing here?
You want the win? Take the win. Back-to-back years of 11 wins prediction. Take it.
You just changed your vote?
Sure.
Are you with us? If we had consensus?
I'm with you.
All right. There it is.
Here's what you can't do, though.
11 wins.
Yeah, you can't claim 10.
Exactly.
You cannot claim 10. 10 is officially law.
I will not claim
You have
10.
11 wins.
I have 11 wins.
I have 10.
Okay.
Mitch has 7. And Lauren has 3. That's what we've got. You have 11. I have 10. Mitch has 7. Lauren's got 3 and 14.
I feel like we've righted it wrong today. That's good. I think we've done good work on the Burns and Gambo show.
You
Go home and sleep well tonight.
We have a rule when we do this thing. Like you went against the rules.
Okay, so I've been reprimanded and I accept my punishment.
Okay. I heard now that white smoke is starting to rise from the Arizona Sports Studio.
We're all at peace with this decision. When we come back, is everything good with Ketel Marte? And even if it is, how long is that gonna last? That's coming up next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs at the Giants.
D-backs lead by 1. The pitch. Swung on, a little flare into center. Thomas went out, now he comes in and he makes the catch. The ball game is over and the Diamondbacks survive. They win it by a final score of 8-7. By no means was it pretty, but a win is a win, and that's a series win on the road against the Giants.
A D-backs day off before hosting the Rockies Friday night at Chase Field. The Arizona Diamondbacks play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, so tomorrow, for some of you, might be payday. You'll wake up in the morning, and if you have direct deposit set up with your employer, you'll wake up and there'll be a paycheck waiting for you to do whatever you want or need to do with it. That's the cool thing about direct deposit. There's an even cooler thing that comes with banking with Global Credit Union if you have direct deposit. So you wake up tomorrow morning, and you have your paycheck in your account. If you bank with Global Credit Union, you could have access to that money today. You could have had access to that money yesterday. You could have had access to that money up to 3 days in advance. To me, it's the number one benefit of banking with Global Credit Union. Access to direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance of when it actually hits your account. Everybody knows it's going to be there. Global Credit Union just says, why not? You should be able to use it early. There are so many other benefits. I would absolutely encourage you to check them all out. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is Jill Schlesinger. May is Military Appreciation Month, and I know how much I appreciate the military. I married into a military family. I hear from so many members of the military, and Navy Federal Credit Union wants us to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. If you're active duty, a veteran, or part of a military family, you're eligible to join. At Navy Federal Credit Union, the members are the mission. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes, you both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvi's here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the kids' adventure area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fun, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature, and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
I'm Mitch Vorbeldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals schedule continues to be digested across the league, and that includes right here at Arizona Sports with our own Dan Bickley and Tyler Drake. Bick tells you why the Cardinals are going to make the playoffs based on their schedule this upcoming year. And then Tyler gives you the biggest storylines for all of the Cardinals' opponents. You can read both of those pieces right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And in the NBA playoffs, the West's best seed has the chance to advance to the conference finals and meet the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Oklahoma City Thunder, they're up 3-2 in their series against the Denver Nuggets. Game 6 is tonight from the Mile High City. Tip-off is at 5:30. You can listen to the game from start to finish over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Can the Diamondbacks feast on the woeful, and I mean woeful, Colorado Rockies? All the fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Let's actually talk about that for a minute, then we'll get into Ketel Marte, since Vinny gave us the open path to doing that. So this weekend, Major League Baseball is trying something different. They're calling it Rivalry Weekend, where teams are, and it's, you know, the Yankees and the Mets. Okay, totally get it. The Rangers and the Astros, the Angels and the Dodgers. Sure, yeah, the White Sox versus the Cubs. Yeah, totally get it, right? The Diamondbacks and the Rockies, what are they fighting over the color purple? I mean, is that what's at stake here? Like, who gets to use the color purple in their uniforms moving forward? Hey, winner gets purple. The loser is stuck with red. That's what's on the line this weekend.
There is no built-in rivalry for them.
No, of course not.
There's no built-in, like, if the Rockies weren't so pathetic, maybe you could have one. They did play each other in the playoffs once in a 3-game series, I believe, and then once in a wild card game.
The wild card game was the Archie Bradley game.
That was the Archie Bradley game.
Loudest I've ever heard that building in my life. And I've been there for all the big games. I've never heard that building louder than when he hit the triple.
Rockies actually made it to a World Series, got swept by the Red Sox.
Well, they beat the Diamondbacks in the National League Championship Series. They swept them to go to that World Series. I mean, they share a spring training facility. They're in roughly the same time zone, the same region of the country. But, yeah, ask a Diamondback fan, who's your rival, they're going to say the Dodgers. You know, not everybody can claim the Dodgers as the rival.
But the Dodgers wouldn't say the Diamondbacks.
No, of course they wouldn't. No, the Dodgers would.
Padres right now?
I would say the Padres, not the Angels.
In the past, it was the Giants. I think it could change.
Look, something like this, it's dumb. It's dumb for us because there's no natural fit. It's cool that baseball's trying to do something like this. Okay, it's fun, but it's just not going to fit for everybody. It can't fit for everybody, and so rivalry weekend. Okay, more than that for me. I'm just glad that Diamondbacks get a little bit of a break from the schedule that they've been playing, and they get a team where now we'll probably talk about this over the course of tomorrow a little bit. It does set up this mighty heavy expectation. The Rockies are so bad, you better sweep that baseball team.
Let me ask you this before we get into that. Most heated rivalries: Astros Rangers.
I'd put others before that.
Okay, Yankees Mets.
That's probably close to the top.
Cardinals Royals.
That's probably at the top. Yeah, those are two really good baseball. Well, I mean, so is New York, but yeah.
White Sox Cubs.
That's a medium to high. Yeah.
Okay. They say these matchups are good ones. Guardians Reds.
Sure.
A's Giants.
Boy, back in the day, the A's and the Giants, when they played in that World Series, I know it was a long time ago, but that was a lot of fun. It's different now with the A's not being there. It's a lot different with the A's not being there. So to me, that one's not the same. Mitch, you're a Giants fan. Yes? No?
Yeah, if anything, they're just sad that they're not across a bridge anymore.
Yeah, a little bit, right? Like it's you kind of miss the days when they were both in their heyday and they were both there.
Yeah, that was the 80s, right?
89.
The A's went to like 3 in a row.
Yeah, that was.
And then that was the one they won. The A's had the best team in baseball with Tony La Russa as the manager. They swept the Giants that year. But they had lost like three in a row. The only one that won.
Because the earthquake was that World Series as well.
World Series,
suspended play.
Yeah, it was Canseco McGuire. Will Clark was with the Giants. He was one of my favorite players when I was growing up. Before we had a baseball team, man, I could watch Will Clark play baseball all day.
Nationals Orioles.
Not so much.
Okay, how about this one? I don't know if I agree. I don't like this one. Doesn't scream rivalry to me. Mariners, Padres.
Well, again, it's two teams that their rivals are taken. I mean, the Mariners don't really have one. And the Padres, you'd say the Dodgers, and you're giving the Dodgers to the Angels. They're it's like the Diamondbacks and the Rockies. Two kind of leftovers. What do they got? The Braves and the Red Sox in there too, right? Like I think
Rays,
I saw that
Miami, Pirates, Phillies, Twins, Brewers, Tigers, Blue Jays, Braves, Red Sox.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Braves and the Red Sox are like leftover. You don't know what else to do with it. You got to put somebody in there, right? So the bigger concern is for Ketel Marte. We laughed about it. We mentioned it earlier. We laughed about it. A buddy of ours, Jack Summers, who covers the team, texted me this morning. He said, I cannot believe how much grief Tory Lavell is getting for taking Ketel Marte out of a game in which Ketel asked to be taken out of the game. Now, the issue here isn't whether Tory deserves the blame for that. He doesn't. Ketel said, hey, get me out of the game. I'm not feeling great. Get me out of here. And Tory obliged. The question is this how it's going to be with Ketel all year? Because you remember last week on Sunday, Ketel didn't play. And we were talking about that on Monday. It's like, come on, dude, you're either playing or you're not, right? Like either you're back or you're not. The fact that and I know it was a day game after a night game and it was cold in San Francisco and all of that, and his body started to tighten up a little bit. I'm moderately concerned about Ketel Marte and whether we're going to be on this little roller coaster for him the next few weeks.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you take him out. It's a precaution. You get him out of the game. You got to, I think with Ketel, it's really about just managing him on a day in, day out basis differently than you manage anybody else. He was, he just got back in the lineup earlier because he was out of the lineup and it came back. So to me, like he's just dealing with some issues right now and that hamstring, and you just kind of got to baby him along a little bit, which is why like everybody complaining about, why is Marte not playing this game? Why is he not playing? Lavello's going to give him off days and rest to try to make sure that they get him through the season. But, like, he comes to you and I've got stiffness. I got to leave. Okay. I'm not going to run him out there and then he gets hurt.
Right. Tory can't say, hey, you know what? Suck it up. Be a tough guy and go out there and play. You don't want to do that with one of your friends. But it does make you wonder in the back of your mind, how many more times am I going to have to do this? How many more times am I going to have to sit him? And maybe.
He's had a lot of hamstring injuries.
Yes, he has. Not recently. Right? Like he did a couple of years ago. Wasn't it 2021 where he had a whole bunch?
He's had a few.
Recently he's been in a better spot, but it does make you wonder, like it's been talked about, it's been written by Bob Nightingale, and it's been talked about that maybe one of the potential solutions for Ketel Marte one of these days is to move him to first base. And kind of not get him off his feet, but not have him play a position that requires so much athleticism as second. And maybe that's in part why Jordan Lawler got so many reps at second in spring, because you could slide Ketel over to first next year and have Jordan Lawler be your everyday second baseman.
I mean, like, second's not short. We talked to Jordan Lawler about this the other day, how demanding shortstop is. Second is, I mean, you still got to cover a lot of ground, but, I mean, maybe the answer is you make him. Naylor's a free agent after this year. He's a free agent. He can leave. Yes. Josh Naylor.
Yeah.
Then you don't have a first baseman.
Unless you want to put Pavin over there.
Now, if you wanted to keep. Unless you want Pavin to be your first baseman.
You put Pavin over there, yeah.
But say you wanted to go Marte. You could put Marte at first. That would open up second base for Lawler.
Just need a third baseman.
And now if you wanted to keep Suarez, you could keep Suarez.
You could. It seems to me that the solution for now is I bet you see Ketel at designated hitter a lot these next few days, just to make sure he's okay. This is just a guess. You see Ketel a lot at designated hitter the next few days. And this is, okay, Jordan Lawler, here's your moment. Go get him. Go get it, right? Like this is
give him a 5-day run.
This is your run. Go ahead. Ketel's a little banged up. He's feeling a little stiff. We want to take now. He might get an off day in there too, mixed in to make sure he's okay. I bet this starts a mini run of Jordan Lawler playing a lot over at second base to get Ketel off his feet a little bit.
I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense, and they're fully aware that that's where Lawler would be able to play a lot more, as if somebody had to get moved to regular DH duties and. You could, if you have listen, you can have Marte as a DH over Pavin, and Pavin's had a good year. I don't want to not have Pavin get at bats, but if you could mix in a day off and 2 DHs for Marte, that's fine.
Yeah, and Pavin's, his numbers over the last 3 weeks or so, 4 weeks ago, not so much. So we'll see. We'll see what the lineup looks like tomorrow, and we'll see what decisions Tory Lavell makes. And we'll have Tory Lavell on the show tomorrow at 2:30 for his usual segment. When
Hope he doesn't throw us off the show.
I've ejected you, Gambo. I've ejected you, Burns. Lauren and Mitch are hosting the show now. I'll answer their questions and their questions only. When we come back, the 29th pick for the Phoenix Suns. What are the chances they're going to get somebody who sticks at that pick? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
In Arizona, air conditioning isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. And when it breaks down, who can you trust? At Precision Air and Plumbing, we take the guesswork out of AC repair with our revolutionary technology, Precision Link. Precision Link performs a complete diagnostic, grading every part of your system. No opinions, no guesswork, no upsells, just honest answers. For AC service you can trust, make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Oh, this opportunity comes around once a year, so you better take advantage of it. It's the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. 30% off everything in-store and online, and 35% off for all active duty and retired military. The sale ends Monday, May 26th. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
The Bobcat National Sales Event is happening now at Bingham Equipment. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 60 months. Or choose cash rebates or low lease payments on select models. Visit one of 12 Bingham Equipment locations today for these limited-time offers during the Bobcat National Sales Event. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
The The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Lauren is our travel planner. She's calling around to the hotels. She's looking at flights right now, trying to figure out where we're going to eat our
excursions,
our Cajun food. Ooh.
Our beignets.
Our beignets. Oh, yeah.
Crawfish.
Sure. Yeah, you bet. Lauren's got the whole French Quarter excursion planned for the Burns and Gambo show.
Just call me a travel agent.
That's absolutely. What is our poll question today? Travel agent.
With all that in mind, we're asking which of the following road trips would you make to see the Arizona Cardinals play this upcoming season? Are you headed to New Orleans, Dallas, Houston, or Indianapolis?
New Orleans.
I think most people pick. What would be your second favorite?
Of those, I would say Dallas.
Indy.
What's the date of the Dallas game? I might be able to go see Cooper Flag play.
November 3rd.
Oh. Might be able to double dip.
You could.
Go see
Actually,
Cooper Flag.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, probably. To see that stadium, I think, like in all of its excessive, hey world, look at me glory. I think I'd kind of like to see it. It's probably Dallas. Yeah. You?
Dallas or Indy?
Yeah. Houston, no. I went to Houston. My son and I went and saw a couple baseball games there. Fine.
Hey, listen up. But you might be able to see Kevin Durant play. I go to Dallas. I can see Cooper Flag.
Maybe. But as we've already established, I'm really not that interested in Kevin Durant's next chapter of his career. I'm not as much as you are.
I go to Indianapolis. I might be able to see the Eastern Conference champs and
Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah,
Tyrese Halliburton.
Then I am going to Indy.
Yeah,
I go see KD in Houston. Yeah. The Rockets.
Yeah, maybe Saints for me, please, on this one.
And Saints is leading the way with 46% of the vote, 37% going with Dallas, 9% going with Indy, and 8% going with Houston.
I got to admit, having made the trip, and this is like the first time I'd done this in forever, having made the trip last year to Green Bay with a bunch of friends of mine,
right?
It is really cool just seeing fans travel with a team like that, right? Like walking through the parking lot, even in a place like Lambeau, and hey, there's a little pocket of red there, and there's a little pocket of red. There's not a lot, but you really do bond on trips like that with strangers and people that you've never met before, right? Like you just go, okay, hey, we're Cardinal fans and we're here in enemy territory, and let's just kind of hang out and
let's be friends.
Let's be friends. It's us against the world because we're in. I can see why people like to do a lot of that. It's fun.
Yeah,
it's fun. It's a lot of fun. When
you're even talking about going to New Orleans.
Thinking about it, I'm actually kind of thinking about maybe making that trip. Because I've never been to New Orleans, and it would be a lot of fun.
Live your best life.
Yeah, well,
that's my motto. I live by it. Live your best life.
We'll see. I don't know. Maybe we'll see that. But I agree with that motto. People, live your best life. Absolutely. Thank you, Lauren. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where that is at on social media. The NBA draft still a month and a half away. A long way to go. Let me ask you this question before we talk about what's not there at number 29 for the Suns.
Okay.
Do you think the 29th pick will be the first one the Suns make on draft night?
Yes.
Okay. Like there won't be a deal, a Kevin Durant deal that gets them in earlier?
Like a good question. It's a good question. I'm going to tell you that I would prefer future draft picks.
Okay.
The West is. I want kids that have. I want draft picks in 27, 28, 29, 30.
Okay.
I prefer I have 2 draft picks this year.
Do you though? You got 29 and 52. You're not. I don't know how impactful they're. I know. I get what you're saying.
My point is that you're not catching any of these teams in the West in the next year or two. So why not? Why? I'd rather have some future picks that have really good chances down the road of maybe hitting to be better picks.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I just think that I'm not. Like, let's say it's the 16th pick in the draft. Okay, let's say somebody trades the 16th pick in the draft to the Phoenix Suns in a Kevin Durant deal. Okay, I'm just picking that number arbitrarily. I think even at 16, the guy you pick there probably isn't going to be ready to contribute to your team for another 2 or 3 years, right? And so even that kind of fits with the we're looking down the road kind of timeline for the Phoenix Suns. And I get what you're saying about a 2028 or 2029 extra picks, but even then, if it takes those picks a couple of years to really develop into impactful players, now you're talking about, what, 2032, 2031 before those players matter, at least with
it's going to be a while before this team can compete again.
Oh,
I think you could do it in Booker's
why I have
timeline.
that bet with you, yeah, because I think it is going to be a while.
I think that they could compete for a play-in spot, and I think they will be better than what they finished 10 games under 500 this year. I think they'll be better than that.
36 wins, yeah.
So I think they'll be better than 36 wins next year. Again, addition by subtraction. I mean, just getting rid of the uncertainty with a lot of these guys like Beal and mainly Beal. Just getting rid of Beal because he's in the lineup, he's out of the lineup, he's in the lineup. You just got to get rid of Beal.
Do you think 29th will be the first pick they make in the draft, or will they move down?
I think they'll take the pick.
You
at
think
29.
they'll just stick at 29 and take a pick and not move down and get a bunch of seconds or do something like that?
No, I think that they'll take the pick at 29 and add a player. They have to. Think about the free agents that they're going to lose. Think about all the players that are going to be off this roster. They're going to lose 6 or 7 guys.
Which is why maybe you
need players.
I know, but if you trade down and get multiple seconds this year for trading down, that's what I'm suggesting.
Multiple seconds.
Yes, that's what I'm suggesting.
I mean, maybe.
I don't know. I just when you've got to pick as low as
it's less money. It's less money on the books.
When you've got to pick like 29 on the books, I just kind of think like you're open for anything. You know what I mean? Like
it's true.
You can move down the board, get rid of 29 to somebody who wants it, move down to the second round, get extra picks, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know.
It's a different contract.
Yeah.
It's the non-guaranteed. It's not the locked in at a certain price for the year, for 4 years. You don't have to worry about that if you make a second round pick over a first round pick. And so for a team that's really trying to get under the second luxury tax threshold and the apron, like that could, every little bit helps.
Our friends over at Brightside took a look at the history of the 29th
nice piece.
pick
I enjoyed this.
With the Phoenix Suns. It's not great
John
history.
Boyd did a really good job.
But it's the 29th pick, Yeah. It's not great history, but it's the 29th pick, so what do you expect?
Joe Dupree in 1970, 29th overall pick, 12th selection of the second round. Didn't ever play a single minute for the Phoenix Suns. 1994, this guy wasn't half bad. You'll know him a lot more than me. Antonio Lang.
Backup center on that team.
29th center, 29th overall pick in the 1994 draft, which was the second pick of the second round. He was actually packaged in a trade that sent Dan Marley out to get Hot Rod Williams. So he was part of that trade that brought in Hot Rod Williams for Dan Marley. 2007, I remember this one. I remember Mike D'Antoni telling me I was actually there, Mike D'Antoni telling me that it was going to be Alondo Tucker in 2007 that the Suns picked, and he didn't play very much for them at all. Over 3 seasons, he played in 47 games for the Phoenix Suns. And then in 2021, Day'Ron Sharpe. In 2021, they had the 29th overall pick. They selected Sharpe, but it was on behalf of the Brooklyn Nets, not on behalf of them.
Yeah, and
that's the history of the Suns with the 29th pick.
And that's where it's got me wondering about, will they be selecting on the behalf of somebody else that night at 29? Will somebody be selecting on their behalf earlier in the draft? I don't know, but I'm not. Whoever it is at 29, I'm not counting on a lot. I'm not counting on a lot.
They're going to need players. That's why that's why they made the 3-for-1 draft pick with the Jazz. They're going to need players because you're going to lose guys. You're going to lose a bunch of these guys. So now you can go sign veteran minimum guys. You could try to include some more younger players on the roster.
Can this year's Cardinals team do what previous year Cardinals have failed to do?
Here we go.
That's coming up next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, Team Eye Doctor. For me and my family, we've trusted the Schwartz Laser Eye Center since the 90s, since we came to Arizona. My kids, my family, my wife, everybody. Now my kids are all young adults, and they've all been going to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. That is the only eye doctor that they trust is Dr. Jay Schwartz. My own daughter, who's a doctor herself, goes to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Even though she lives in Tucson and is at Banner University Medical Center, She'll come all the way out here to go see Dr. Schwartz to take care of her eyesight, check her, get her eye exam, get her glasses, contact lenses. That's who she trusts. She doesn't want to go to anybody else. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center specializes in vision correction. I had mine done. Vince Marotta did. LASIK surgery for both of us. Kevin Ray, the clear lens exchange. So a lot of us have gone to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for a vision correction procedure. You don't have to stay nearsighted or farsighted. There's great technology available that can correct your vision. Call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, 3 locations in the Valley, Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa at 480-483-EYES. He's also the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Online for more information, teamidoc.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
Entrepreneurship, that was always the dream, right? The American dream. I guess I instilled that in my boys.
My name is Gary Lee. I'm one of the owners at Moving Team 6. I would say my dad taught us dedication and discipline. If you have these attributes, you're going to be successful at no matter what you do.
I'm JT Lee. I'm owner of Moving Team 6 too. We want to make you successful. I heard this ad about Moving Team 6. They take care of our vets. That's what we want.
MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Disturbed. Live. Oh, the 25th anniversary of the 5-time platinum album, The Sickness. 2 sets, 1 show, The Sickness in its entirety, and greatest hits with special guests, Daughtry, and nothing more. May 15th, PHX Arena, formerly Footprint Center. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. Disturbed. Live. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals schedule continues to be digested across the world. well, maybe not the world, but at least the country, definitely the state, and right here at Arizona Sports, where our own Dan Bickley and Tyler Drake have offered their takes. Bick tells you why the Cardinals will make the playoffs based on their schedule, and then Tyler gives you the biggest storylines for each of the Cardinals' opponents. You can read both of those pieces right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And in the NBA playoffs, we're a half hour away from tip-off in the West, where the Oklahoma City Thunder, up 3-2, have a chance to advance and meet the Minnesota Timberwolves if they can beat the Denver Nuggets. Game 6 from Denver, again, tips off at 5:30. You can listen to coverage of that game starting right now on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder by volume in Arizona, and with summer around the corner, you could be swimming in 60 days or less and add major value to your home. PresidentialPools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hello, mon ami. This is Remy Boudreau-Leblanc, and I'm going to eat some gumbo, some étouffée, and some beignet. Because, woo, I heard the New Orleans Saints are starting the season with the Arizona Cardinals. Well, baste me with butter and call me a crawfish. We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata.
Poopfecta.
That was Gambo on tape. Out of context, but it applies.
I don't really listen to podcasts, but I guess that's what Bill Simmons says on his podcast.
It is indeed. It is
Poopfecta.
Indeed. No doubt. Welcome back. 5 o'clock hour of the Burns and Gambo show. Jarrett's gonna Jarrett, that's for sure. As 5 o'clock hour here on Burns and Gambo. So we've been looking at the Cardinals schedule all day. It came down during our show yesterday, exactly this time. As a matter of fact, we all really liked the idea Gambo came up with as to how to look at the schedule, like take a real deep dive into it. We've broken it up into thirds. The first 5 games of the season, the second 5 games of the season, and then what Gambo's email kind of referred to as the Burnsy stretch. I think you could call it the Burnsy zone if you wanted to.
The Burnsy zone, the Burnsy stretch right here. 7 games begin November 23rd against the Jacksonville Jaguars. And you say, okay, so we broke it up. 5 games, 7 games. Say, well, why that? Because the 7-game mark right around the end of November is where the Cardinals usually, falter out.
Yes.
Where the blank hits the fan.
Usually, fall apart. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. I had something else with something hitting the fan, but I'm not allowed to say that.
No, you're not.
So we take a look. Okay, we always talk about the Cardinals and the struggles down the stretch. So I got 4 road games, 3 home games in this 7-game stretch. This is the important stretch. Tough road games too. Tampa, Houston, Cincy, the Rams. That's the 4 tough games. It's likely the Cardinals are going to have to win 4 of these games to get in the playoffs. Probably have to go 4-3 in this 7-game stretch. I don't think 3-4 or 2-5 is going to do it. But I took a look, and before we get into it, I took a look at what they've done and tried to see if we can get 4 wins. When you look at if you start looking, last year they went 2-5. Okay, 2-5 last year.
Okay.
I go back to the year before, 2023, 2-5. I decided, let me take a look a year before, 2022, 0-7. All right, let's go back to the year before that, 3-4. That was the year they were in the playoffs, and all they had to do was win 1 stinking game against a bad team, and they went at home field advantage. They lost, they went to the Rams, and they got killed. Want to go back another year, 2020, 2-5. How about 2019? Let's go back one more year, 2-5. You got to have 2018, 1-6. Here's my point. They have not done well in this stretch in a long time. Mm-hmm. 1 win, 2 wins, most seasons. You got to go back to 2017 when Adrian Peterson was the running back. The last time they had a 4-3 record, at least a winning record. So to your point, you pointed this out quite a bit, so I'm going to let you take the reins here. This is the do or die part of the schedule for the Cardinals.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it.
No doubt. And not only their past experience is the reason why, their past record is the reason why. I've got them winning 11 games this year, But I am worried, very, very worried, that they need to make all kinds of hay at the beginning in order for them to get to that number and get into the postseason. Because here's what I don't like about these final 7 games. What I don't like, number one, is that we didn't get any resolution to the final 7-game problem last year. It was still a problem a year ago, and it cost them a playoff spot because of it, because they fell off. What I don't like about this 7-game slate, I don't like that the Bengals road game falls during this 7-game slate. I don't like that both the Rams games are during this 7-game slate. They're winnable.
Both of them.
They're both of them. And I think they're the number one competition for the division. I think they're the team to beat in the NFC West. I don't like that you don't play the Rams for the first time until, week 14, December 7th? A week and a half after Thanksgiving is the first time you'll look at. I don't like that. I don't like that the team that I feel like historically is going to give you problems is scheduled twice during the time of year, which historically gives you problems for the Cardinals.
And you'll be coming off of a game on the other against the Bucks in Tampa, and then you come back, you play the Rams.
And the Bucks. Look, there are 4 games. There are 5 games in this stretch that could undo the Cardinals season. The Bucks game, the first Rams game, the Texans game, the Bengals game, and the second Rams game. We identified the second pocket of games as the toughest part of the schedule with Green Bay and Dallas and Seattle and San Francisco. Maybe. But I'm looking at this. I'm looking at those 5 games during this 7-game part of the schedule and thinking that's it. The season is in those 5 games and how you do in those 5 games. That is the season.
You cannot, under any circumstance, have a late season collapse. Because I think going into these 7 games, we all have the Cardinals with at least a winning record. I don't know about Lauren. She had them at 3-14. But outside of that, most of us I had them at
10-7.
5-1.
Oh, in this stretch.
Then I had 3. I think I had them at, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it starts with when does this stretch start? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Starts with the Jags, right?
Yeah, starts with the Jags. Yeah.
Starts with the Jags. So I think I had them at 6-4 going into these 7 games. 6-4. And then I've got them going 4-3 in this stretch. I think most of us will have them no worse than 6-4. I think going into that. What do you have them at after the first 10?
7-3.
So you have 7-3.
7-3. And that includes the change of the Colts game.
Yeah,
so 7-3 after the first 10 games.
Okay, so you've got him 7-3. A collapse for you would be 2-5.
Yeah.
2-5 might keep you out of the playoffs at 9-8. You might not get in. And if you look at it like, okay, could you see them losing to the Bucks? Yeah, I could see them losing to the Bucks. Could you see them losing both games to the Rams with that ferocious defense? Yeah, you probably could. Matthew Stafford, Devontae Adams, so much better than Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua. And that defense, geez. So, yeah, you could see that. Houston, good football team. On the road at Houston, good football team. Cincinnati, if they're playing for something, yeah. So none of these games outside of the Jaguars to start it, maybe Atlanta, are like games you lock in a win right there.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll even go so far as to say the Atlanta game in a way makes me a little nervous just because I look at the Atlanta game the same way I looked at Carolina a year ago. Like, okay, that's the one they'll win. I mean, they're not going to – Carolina's awful. They're not going to lose to Carolina. What they do, they went and lost to Carolina. It undid the rest of the season. Even the Atlanta game during this stretch, I kind of think, okay, we'll see. Now, I've got them going 3-4 in the final 7-game stretch of the season. I've got them going 3-4 with wins against Jacksonville, wins at home against the Rams, and wins against the Atlanta Falcons. But
you have a little wiggle room with that 7-3 start.
Well, and actually,
you got a little bit of wiggle room there.
Since we changed my
8-2?
8-2. Yeah, I've got 8-2 to start.
8-2.
Yeah.
So 8-2 start, 3-4 finish, 11 wins.
11 wins.
If you're right on the 8-2 start, they could even go 2-5 and be okay.
Probably. But
then you're backing yourselves into the playoffs.
That's just what I was going to say. If let's say they go the way I think it's going to go, and it's going to be 8-2 to start. Okay, even if they go 2-5 and still back their way into the playoffs as a 10-win wild, is anyone going to have any faith in them? Is anybody going to have any confidence in a football team that lost 5 of their last 7 games against playoff-like teams and believe it's going to be? Because
there'll be a lot of doubts.
There will be, and rightfully so. And I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves here by looking this far, but I also think that's where getting into the playoffs is not the sole judge of success. I think you've got to have success in the postseason. I think Kyler has to have success in the postseason for this to be a successful season. If he doesn't, it's just going to be another year where he didn't.
I don't know about Penix Jr., but I like your thoughts on the Falcon game. Bijan Robinson, Drake London, they've got, for some reason, they got 5 primetime games. 5 primetime games. What do the Falcons do? Ooh. What are people seeing about the Falcons that we're not? What do we say? Last year, the Falcons lost 6 of their last 8 games. They fell apart like the Cardinals do. They fell apart at the end of the season. The year before that, they lost 4 of their last 5. Man. The Falcons have a similar issue to the Cardinals in not playing well at the end of the season. But Drake London and Bijan Robinson are studs. And if Michael Penix Jr. can figure this out, they might, and I loved him in college, they might be okay.
Gambo, I'm glad you alerted me to this. This is crazy.
They have 5 primetime games.
Primetime games this upcoming season. Kansas City's got 7. Dallas has 6. Okay, I understand that. Teams with 5. The Eagles, sure. The Lions, yes. Washington, absolutely. The Bills, absolutely. The Niners, the Chargers, the Dolphins, okay. Big markets, whatever.
5 for the Falcons.
The Falcons are in that club, too.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't...
5!
Yeah, 5. Doesn't make any sense. That what are they seeing that we're not? Why are they being given all those windows? What is it about the... Just play better in those final 7 games, and this ceases to become an issue. It's like what Darren Urban was saying when he was on with us earlier. Like, remember for years... It was always the Cardinals can't win on the East Coast. The Cardinals can't win on the East Coast.
Yeah.
And then they started doing it. Now that's not really a narrative anymore. Now nobody really
remember they used to go like, we're
going
to go stay 2 weeks at Briarcliff or whatever it was called.
Just to try to figure out how to win on the East Coast.
Did I get it wrong? Yeah, close enough.
What was it?
Greenbrier.
Right, but here's the thing. You knew what I meant. You knew exactly what I meant.
I'm good at deciphering these things because my mother had several sorts of, it's blah, 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 this, blah, 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 that. And
you play charades.
I got it.
West Virginia, right? Is that where it was?
Mountain Mama, Take Me Home, Country Road.
Or New Jersey?
No, it's West Virginia.
I think it was West Virginia.
The Greenbrier?
The Greenbrier, where they would stay for a week.
Paul would know. He'd always reference it when he was on
Wolf
Paul's
would
call.
know. Yeah, no, they
do whatever it took to try to win a game on the East Coast because they struggled so much.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, do you think the Diamondbacks are extreme when it comes to giving their guys days off? And should they give them more after the Ketel Marte thing? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Cardinals schedule fully dropped, and now we know. The first team they'll face that had a winning record last season, the Seahawks in Week 4 at home. That's also the Cards' first primetime game of the upcoming season. Cards' first game versus a team that was in the playoffs last year, Week 7 against the Packers at home. A Week 8 bye week. Monday Night Football in Dallas, Week 9.
Read what Arizona sports hosts think about the Cardinals schedule on ArizonaSports.com.
Watch their reaction to it on our YouTube channel. And keep listening for more on the Cardinals and the NFL schedule on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Tell you about Christian Brothers. You all know to go to Christian Brothers for your AC tune-up. Get that done for $129 right now. Condenser coils clean, condensate, drain line flush. That's a great way to go. But did you also know they specialize in a plumbing tune-up? Because there's a lot of people out there that are having some plumbing issues, and they do a plumbing tune-up for just $129 as well. You say, okay, what do I get? Well, a lot of you have clogged drains, slow-moving water, toilet bowl not flushing properly. You've got issues. You got issues with your plumbing. Just the slow running water is the worst. Water not getting hot fast enough. Well, they're going to come out and check out everything for you, but they're also going to do a complete water heater flush. They're going to flush out your water heater, get rid of that hard water sediments, help preserve your tank. They're also going to check all the fixtures, including the hose bibs. They're going to give you a free water quality test as well, so you know exactly what type of water you have. Hard water, soft water. What's the levels coming into your house? The levels that you're using in your washer machine. The levels that you're using in your shower when you're washing dishes. All of those things, you're going to get a free water quality test because we have terrible water here. They'll get the water heater flushed for you. That's big. You need to do that. And they're going to do it all for $129. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. At your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimers.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Luke. Do the Arizona Diamondbacks have to sweep the Colorado Rockies? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
That's a lot of pressure to put on a baseball team. I mean, I know the Rockies are bad.
Oh, can't wait till tomorrow. We can talk about how bad they are. They're
How
bad.
bad are they? They're bad.
Oh.
They're really, really bad. It'll make for a nice break
Fecta.
for the Diamondbacks. I'm sorry? A
Poofecta.
Poofecta. I had no idea that was going to be the word of the day on the Burns and Gambo show. When I woke up this morning,
Me either.
I didn't know, especially the guy
No
who
idea.
doesn't listen to podcasts.
Not
That one was
time.
unexpected.
It was unexpected.
I don't have time. Like I used to go to the gym with like headphones on, but now I don't.
I can't listen to talk when I'm working out. It's got to be music. It just has to but
then I told you I would count songs when I go for like a 5-mile run.
Oh, see, then
then I start counting songs, and then I'm like, I just want to run and not know how far I am.
Have you tried counting crows?
Remember like when it's pretty good. Remember when Forrest Gump just ran until he stopped and he just stopped running?
Yes.
I like to do that. Let me just run and then I'll stop. And like, is it 4.5, 5? Whatever. How many miles did I just run? But if I listen to music, I'm constantly like, okay, 4 minutes, 8 minutes, 12 minutes, 16. 12. I start counting the music.
I would
start
suggest to
counting
you that
songs.
maybe you're listening to the wrong music and you're not getting lost in the song. You know, that's the whole point of listening to music is you're just kind of lost in the song and you're not thinking about counting the song. That's me though. I like,
Okay.
like maybe try different music that you don't normally listen to, and you'll be thinking about the music and not thinking about
how many songs
have gone by. Yeah,
okay. Worth a shot.
I don't know, but like
I
like to hike, and like I can't imagine listening to like a podcast when I'm hiking. It's got to be music. I just kind of get lost in the music, and it's like that. Not at all what we were supposed to talk about here, but we'll dive into D-backs Rockies anyway, and we'll talk about the series a lot tomorrow. We'll have Tory Lavell on. We'll get updates on Ketel Marte. Might even get an update on Pavin Smith. He kind of limped off the field after the
getting picked off first base.
After getting picked off first base.
What's going on
and
here?
He was limping around in the dugout. We might get an update there as well. See what's going on with the bullpen, et cetera, et cetera. Tory has, and we talked about this earlier in the show, when Ketel Marte gets lifted from that game yesterday, Tory's the one who gets all the crap for taking Ketel out. Even though Tory made it very clear after the game, Ketel asked out. He wanted to be removed from that game. He asked to be removed from that game. And so I was just doing what he wanted, basically, is how Tory kind of explained it. I was doing what he was asking me to do. It caused some people before that to look into this idea of, do the Diamondbacks rest their players too much? Do they give them too much time off?
Interesting.
You know, and it references our old friend Jack Summers. We've called him out a couple of times on today's show, and he did a little research on this, and he said
it's not too bad.
It's league average.
Yeah, it's league average.
It's about the average amount that you would expect.
One team was way above everybody else in playing their regulars. Was it the Braves?
The Atlanta Braves play their regulars.
They play everybody
a lot.
Yeah,
all the time.
If you talk to any old Diamondback from 2000, 2001, they're shocked at all these like rest days and things like that. I mean, look, like if you went to Luis Gonzalez back in 2000, hey, you know what? We're going to give you a day off today. Why? Because we want to rest you. It's like you go to Matt Williams. Hey, Matt, listen, we're just going to give you the day off today. You're not going to. Those guys would have never went for it.
Well, of course not. No,
you would have never went for it.
Campbell, you don't even need to go that far back. Remember when they acquired Gino Suarez a couple of years ago? It was like, oh yeah, he plays every day.
Every day.
He ain't here. He ain't gonna play every day here.
Right.
He's gonna get in. You know, how's he gonna react? Well, we'll figure it out because he's not gonna play every day.
There's a lot more information available now, protecting guys, keeping them healthy, trying to get them through a long season that may not have been available back then. You know, when you start to go back 25 years ago. But I don't know. I mean, I'm more of like play him every day. If the guy needs a day off, you can give him a day off. But regular rest for guys is more of a norm now. But it was an interesting read. The Braves are very old-fashioned.
Yep.
And so it was like Bobby Cox is still managing them. You're going to play every single day, Chipper Jones. And, it's and now it's more and more teams are like the Diamondbacks where periodically you just give a guy a break. Give a guy a break. Mental break as well. And people think it's just a physical break. It's also a mental break, not having to think about the game.
Yeah, look, I wasn't happy when Ketel Marte wasn't playing last Sunday. Because it was like you were going for that series win against the LA Dodgers. I wanted the series win against the Dodgers. I wanted to take the 3 or 4 against LA. We came in here on Monday and we talked about it a little bit. Like I was disappointed he didn't play. But context matters, and in this conversation, in context when compared to everybody else, and you say, okay, they're doing it about the same that everybody else is. What you don't want to do, and this is a reason why we're keeping track of every game early in the season. What you don't want to do is get to the end of the season and have those half dozen to a dozen games where you think you should have won that game or you should have won that game. And the more you give guys off in those crucial games, the more it kind of feeds to this idea, hey, were you trying your very best to win those games in May or win those games in April, or were you setting yourselves up to basically say those games don't mean as much then, I'd rather give the guys off so they're fresher throughout the season? You know what I'm saying?
I think there are certain guys you got to manage everybody differently, right? Like you've got to treat Ketel Marte differently than Corbin Carroll.
That's what we're learning about this season.
You have to do it differently.
Is that Ketel Marte, for whatever reason, this season, 2025, I think he's got to be managed differently than some of the other guys. They're not doing this with Corbin Carroll. They're not doing this with Eugenio Suarez. For the most part, they're not doing it with Geraldo Perdomo or even Josh Naylor. For the most part, those guys
did sit the other day for Lola Short.
But it was rare. It was like if I go back and look at Geraldo Perdomo's games played this year, I bet he's only missed a couple, maybe at the most. Ketel's in his own little category. And Justin Martinez kind of was in his own little category too, because nobody knew what the hell was wrong with him. Everyone's just like, the shoulder's fine, it checks out okay, but he's not throwing as hard. We need to put him on the IL to figure out what's wrong. Those two guys and how Tory has handled those two guys is where all the scrutiny is coming from. Everybody else, I feel like, is playing a fairly regular amount of time for the most part.
I think part of it was too, like, people don't understand. Like, you had Tim Tawa on the roster and Hampson on the roster, and you have to get these guys some at-bats. Like, you can't have a bench guy and not play him for a month, and then if somebody goes down, hey, let's get you in the game. Guys haven't played in a month. So there is a responsibility by a manager to look at your role players and say, I've got to figure out a way to get you in a game here or there. I'm going to play a lot, but I can't just not look at you for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I can't. You can't do that. So that's why, that's why some of these guys got some extra. Now, a day game after a night game, perfect opportunity. There are opportunities to do it. But you've got to get guys at bats that are on your roster that you may have to count on sometime if somebody gets injured.
I mean, look, I'm just looking at this just off the top of my head. The Diamondbacks have played 44 baseball games so far this year. They're 23-21. Eugenio Suarez has appeared one way or another in every game they've played this year. Corbin Carroll has appeared one way or another in every game they've played this year.
Wow.
Pavin Smith is at 41. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is at 40. Geraldo Perdomo is at 43. Josh Naylor is at 43. Like, it's Ketel Marte and it's Justin Martinez. It's those two guys that have increased the scrutiny on Tory Lavell and how often he rests guys. It's nobody else but those two players. Whereas Ketel Marte, he was injured for a lot of it. He's played in 20 games.
But what I would say about that is it will change now with Lawler being expected to play 3 to 4 times a week.
Yes, it will.
Now it will change.
Now it will change. No doubt about it. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, stay with us because the Suns could look to get back the 10th overall pick from the Houston Rockets in a Kevin Durant trade, or they could aim bigger and better and get even higher in the drafts. We'll tell you how next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Wherever Giannis ends up going, and the fact that he's exploring possibilities now, he's gone. You don't make that step if you're going to stay. If you're going to stay, it's because you're going to be that guy. You're going to be forever loyal to one market, and that's antithetical to being loyal to one market if you go out on a dating circuit.
Isn't that his brother's name? Antithetical?
Gumbo. Yeah, that's him.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Homeowners, listen up. There's going to be a time you need a new roof. There is. You will. You'll go through a couple of roofs that you'll have to replace as a homeowner. You need to do it because you need to protect your house. You need to protect your house. That's why I tell you about JLC Roofing every single day. A terrific local company right here in Arizona, roofer-owned roofing company, third-generation roofers, grandfather to father to son. They service the entire valley, tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing, best underlayment out there, great warranties, financing available. There's nobody better to replace your roof or repair your roof than JLC Roofing. What a lot of people don't know is how old your roof is. Maybe you bought the house from somebody else and you really didn't check on it. You just knew at that time you didn't need a roof. Well, your roof may need to be replaced or at least repaired. The longer you wait, you may end up with a lot of damage and insurance claims, and what could have been a $200-300 repair is now $5,000 in damage. Not worth it. Call JLC Roofing and get a free estimate at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go to jlcroof.com.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
When you think of hot, you might think about the tragic time you ate too much wasabi. Or about getting into your car on a summer day when it feels more like stepping into a sauna. But heat can work in your favor, like during Verizon Red Hot Deal Days. Get hundreds of hot deals on all your favorites, like iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad on any plan. Only until May 28th for new and existing customers. Offer available on My Plan. Only at Verizon.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals' schedule continues to be digested league-wide. That includes right here at Arizona Sports by our own Dan Bickley and Tyler Drake. Bick tells you why the Cardinals will make the playoffs based on their schedule, and then Tyler gives you the biggest storylines for each of the Cardinals' opponents. And you can read both of those stories right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And in the NBA playoffs, it's just about to get underway from the Mile High City. Oklahoma City Thunder are up 3-2 in their series against the Nuggets, a chance to advance and meet the Minnesota Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals. Again, that one's about to tip off. You can listen to the game over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefy.com. That's YREFY.com.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Arizona Sports. Suns. A new horizon.
We got to do stuff different and change to be better.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
By the way, just real quick, not for nothing, as my friend John Gambadoro would say. All quiet on the Western Front when it comes to the Suns coaching search. There's not a lot out there in terms of, I would expect it by now, you, or I'm not trying to hold like you accountable for this or anything. It's just been real quiet. There have been no names. There have been no, hey, I heard a report that this guy might have interviewed or that guy might have had a conversation. I would have thought by now an agent or two would have floated a name or two just to get their guy out there.
I mean, I think what's happening is that, you know, as the agents, yes, you want it known that your guy interviewed, but you also don't want to hurt your guy's chances of getting to the second round. So the names will start to come out maybe by tomorrow. Or right after that, the names will start coming out. The first round is done. The second round's probably beginning now. But I think that's what's happening. I do believe that that's the reason. The agents want to put that out there. Hey, my guy got interviewed for a job because it helps them. It helps them get their name out there.
That's why
but you also don't want to get it out. If they're saying, hey, let's keep this quiet, you don't want to put it out there and then all of a sudden now your guy doesn't get a second interview because you can't shut your mouth.
Well, that, and you also kind of want to get your guy's name out there because you want to drum up interest for other jobs. There are no other jobs for
no other jobs.
I mean, so in that regard, if the coach goes to the agent, hey, keep it under your hat. I mean, the agent has no reason to leak that his guy had an interview with the Suns because there's no other job he's trying to get his guy an interview for. You know, it's the only job that's available. So that might have something to do with it, too. Either way, the Suns' offseason, yes, the next step is going to be to hire a coach. And when that gets done, sometime in the next week or two is the timeline. The timeline that you've suggested might be like as late as like the first week of June, right? Like still a couple weeks away potentially.
I mean, I'm going to look this up, but I think they hired Frank Vogel around that time. Suns hired Frank Vogel.
I think that was around this time, I think.
June 2nd.
Really?
Suns hired Frank Vogel as the new head coach on June 2nd.
I stand corrected. Okay. So it could be that late then if that's about the timeline we're on right now.
My report was nothing would happen this week, and it's unlikely that anything will happen next week, that it'll likely go into late May or early June. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm expecting, and I think that kind of fits.
Frank Vogel was earlier than that. I don't know why I thought that. Either way, the Kevin Durant stuff. Houston has been the focus of the rumors. Houston has been the focus of the speculation for all the reasons that we know by now. They've got the picks. They've got the young players. They've got the salaries to match. They were the team that was bounced in the first round of the playoffs, so they might have the motivation to do it. The suggestion that really was interesting and I don't think super credible it wasn't even a report, wasn't even a rumor. It was a suggestion by CBS Sports that the Philadelphia 76ers trade Paul George and the number 3 pick overall in the draft to the Suns for Kevin Durant. Daryl Morey, their GM, likes to star chase, right? Like he did it in Houston. He doing it with Philadelphia. And so here's a star. The Suns might be looking to move. And yes, the Paul George contract is a monster. Who on earth would want it?
3 years. So if he picks up the player option, 3 more years.
Yeah, it's like $51 million, $54 million, and $57 million. It's basically the Bradley Beal contract.
No, thank you.
On. The incentive would be you get the number 3 pick in the draft. It's not an incentive enough for me, but that would be the incentive. Take Paul George off our hands. We'll give you the number 3 pick in the draft to do that if you give us Kevin Durant. I don't think that's enough incentive to do it. But somebody over at CBS Sports thought it was enough to make that suggestion.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if Philly would want to, and Durant has a say in this because I think if you do trade for Durant and give up something of value, the 3rd pick would be value. You're going to want Durant to at least play out his final 3 years in the NBA, sign a 2-year extension, play out 3 years, give you an opportunity. The Philly thing, that team is completely falling apart. And there are teams right now that are desperate. Like, you look at Golden State, like, okay, Steph got injured, but we went out in 4 games. Like, Steph's going to be like 37 years old.
I know.
Or 38. It might be 37 now. Like, do you have another run in Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler? Do you have, if you're Philly, would Kevin Durant get you over the Knicks, Pacers, or Celtics in the East? Now, in the East, I might look at the Celtics being without Tatum. If Tatum can't come back in a year, if that's a bad injury, that Achilles. Mm-hmm. If he can't come back, I might see a little bit of a window opening in the East. I might see that. If
you're Philly or if you're Miami,
and if Giannis
maybe
is going to leave Milwaukee, and go west.
Yep. If you're Miami, if you're Philly, you might look at the East and say it's Cleveland,
the Pacers and the Knicks in Cleveland.
Yeah, and Cleveland kind of an underachiever. Not kind of an underachiever. They are an underachiever with the 64-win team getting bounced in the second round. Yeah, maybe those. I guess that's that's kind of the filter you have to look at it through. Is what teams feel like they're a Kevin Durant away from making a run, and part of me when I say those words coming out of my mouth, part of me worries that might hinder the Kevin Durant market a little bit. Like, he's a good player, but has he gotten to the point where he is no longer the get you over the top guy? Because he wasn't the get you over the top guy in Brooklyn. He wasn't the get you over the top guy in
Brooklyn. Was hard. They were injured all the time.
I know, but
he barely played together. Him and Kyrie, and
he wasn't the get you over the top guy in Phoenix. I don't know.
Not here. No.
I just don't know if Kevin Durant. If that's more of like false advertising with Kevin Durant. Hey, get Kevin Durant. He'll put you over the top. Are you sure?
Well, that's why teams have given up so much. But I think the lesson here was that if you don't have a good roster around him, it's not going to matter. As good as he is. Nobody watched Kevin Durant play this year and be like, oh, this guy's he's lost it, man. Oh, my God, he's still good anymore. Nobody said. But he doesn't do a lot of the intangible things that you need to win a basketball game. You need other guys to do those things.
Yeah, and that, I mean, Minnesota, the quote you had from Minnesota earlier, after they eliminated the Warriors last night, the quote from, was it Chris Finch or Anthony Edwards?
It was Anthony Edwards.
Anthony
You want
Edwards.
me to read it to you?
Yeah, please do. Read me this quote and tell me if Kevin Durant is a put-you-over-the-top kind of player. Go ahead.
He says the most together team and the most mature team is the team that wins around this time. It's not about who gets 30 points, who gets the most shots, who gets, all the blame. It's not about none of that. It's about coming together as a team. Can we defend at a high level? Can we limit the other team to one shot? It doesn't really matter about offense. That's Anthony Edwards, the direct reflection of who his coach is.
Sure.
Saying all of the things that are right about how you have to win basketball games.
But take that quote and apply it to Kevin Durant and then ask yourself, will teams look at him and say, he's the missing piece I have to get me over the top in today's NBA?
If you have the other pieces around, that's where Houston fits in. Houston has a load of defensive players. They just don't have a shot maker at the end of a game.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just, little voice inside my head is telling me that the Kevin Durant market isn't going to be as robust as we hope. I guess that's my long-winded way of getting to that point.
Okay.
Is a little voice inside my head is telling me that the Kevin Durant market is going to be, it'll be there, but it's not going to be there the way we think.
Are you saying it's not going to be there with the amount of teams that want him or the offers to get him?
Both.
Okay.
Both. And I know you've been saying for a while you think there'll be plenty of Kevin Durant suitors.
I think there will be enough.
I'm not sure in today's NBA if he's as good as he is and as qualified as he is. I just don't know if there's going to be that much of a marketplace for him with this kind of different way of winning this time of year, to reference that quote specifically.
And then how many teams, if Giannis does want out, how many teams are going to say, listen, I'll take Giannis over him. I'd rather have him. He's a lot younger.
Mm-hmm. I'd rather have him. I would think there'd be a few of those as well. When we come back, in kind of a related conversation, is the old guard of today's NBA, is the sun setting on them? Has the sun set on them after what happened last night? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs at the Giants.
D-backs lead by 1. The pitch. Swung on, a little flare into center. Thomas went out, now he comes in and he makes the catch. The ball game is over and the Diamondbacks survive. They win it by a final score of 8-7. By no means was it pretty, but a win is a win, and that's a series win on the road against the Giants.
A D-backs day off before hosting the Rockies Friday night at Chase Field. The Arizona Diamondbacks play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center with 3 locations in the Valley, Mesa, Glendale, and Scottsdale. And everybody knows the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, Team Eye Doctor for the Suns and the Diamondbacks, is your go-to place when somebody in your family needs an eye exam, when somebody in your family needs glasses or contact lenses, someone's got dry eye, cataract surgery, your cornea needs to be checked, your vision correction, you're looking for a vision correction procedure. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center handles all of that. Dr. J. Schwartz, Team Eye Doctor for the Suns and D-backs, did my LASIK surgery, Vince Marotta's LASIK surgery, and also recently did a vision correction procedure on Kevin Ray, the broadcaster for the Phoenix Suns. He does a great job of helping you see the best that you can see. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center offers interest-free financing for your vision correction procedure. You can pay it off over 2 years without paying any interest. What are you waiting for? Call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com.
Life can be stressful, but selling your home doesn't have to be. I'm Carol Rice with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I make home selling easy by properly pricing your home and getting it in front of thousands of my exclusive qualified buyers. Do what Jackie and Mark did, selling in just 5 days for full market value. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value or I'll pay the difference guarantee. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. The little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work, or you meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. That's life, and it's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, too. And that's why your checking account should be helping you, not working against you by charging you fees. Well, that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account's going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's big. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date. So just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs, bank ranking, and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Locally, nobody in action tonight. The Arizona Diamondbacks, first time they've had a day off in 2.5 weeks. We do, however, have NBA playoffs on tonight. One game.
Jamal Murray's playing.
Jamal Murray is playing. Game
Jamal Murray's playing.
6 in Denver between the Nuggets and Oklahoma City, and it's tied 6-6 in the first quarter. Game just got underway. Oklahoma City can advance to the Western Conference Finals to play Minnesota. With a win, Denver can force a Game 7 with a win tonight against Oklahoma City.
Think the Timberwolves just want a Game 7, so these teams press themselves, they get a little extra rest?
I would imagine. Yeah, I would imagine. Boy, I hope there's a Game 7.
I just saw Dario Saric celebrate a basket for the Nuggets. Dario Saric!
My favorite son.
He was your favorite son? You loved him.
Of that
Hello,
side.
Dave.
Hello, Dave. This is Dario. Happy birthday.
Does he even play anymore? He barely plays.
So. I don't think he plays at all.
He's only 31 years old. He played in 16 games for the Nuggets this year with 4 starts.
Wait, say that again? I'm sorry, I was watching the game.
He played in 16 games for the Nuggets this year.
Okay.
He started 4.
Yeah, I mean, he was, before he blew out his knee, he was a very important role player on that team. He was a very important role player on that team.
He's played for 3 teams since he left Phoenix.
Yeah, I believe it.
Oklahoma City, Golden State, Denver. 3 teams.
I think with Golden State, he kind of had a moment where he played
64 games
for them. Yeah.
Started 9, averaged 17 minutes a game.
Okay, so he was a contributor
8
on those
points,
teams.
4.5 rebounds.
Yeah.
He was a little role player.
He's a little contributor.
Decent
on that
role
team.
player.
That's what's on tonight. The games that we're going to watch this evening. There's also NHL playoffs on tonight. I don't have that score in front of me, but that's on. I think, is Big Red Rage coming on after us? Yes, Big Red Rage. And then 1 hour of Arizona sports at night after Big Red Rage. With the Warriors, speaking of the Warriors, with them getting bounced last night, it's kind of fair to wonder with their star player, 37 years old.
Yeah.
Is that it? Are they done? Is it over for the Golden State Warriors? They got that great injection of juice when they traded for Jimmy Butler.
Right.
Steve Kerr last night said, look, there's no question in my mind that if Steph Curry is healthy, we had a team that could have gone all the way. we had a team that could have won the NBA championship. And I think he largely believes that because of the defense. They were the number one, I think, defensive rated team in the NBA since the trade deadline and getting Jimmy Butler. But with him getting hurt and him not being available, it gives rise to the question whether there'll ever be a time where he can stay healthy long enough over the course of an NBA season and NBA playoffs. And I got to admit, my gut reaction is that we've probably seen the last of the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry. That's just my gut. I don't know what yours is telling you.
They were 23-7 with Butler and Curry on the court. They did beat the Rockets in the first round.
Yep.
I understand why, hey, if we had Steph Curry, we would have won this thing. And I get that. And it's the hardest thing to do, and I totally remember this from the Knicks with Patrick Ewing. One of the hardest things to do is when you have a generational star that's getting older, you can't really rebuild around that star. You can't really rebuild until that star is gone. So you almost want to keep trying to double down and trying to give that star another opportunity to win. It's one of the most difficult things that happens in sports. Mm-hmm. These teams have these iconic players, Karl Malone and John Stockton with the Jazz and Patrick Ewing with the Knicks. And you get to a point where you're not going to win anymore. But you've got this star player. The fans love him. He sells jerseys. You don't want to just discard him. So what do? You don't want to go to a complete because you can't really rebuild.
Yeah.
Can't really rebuild around one of those players because he's good enough to win you enough games to keep you out of a top 5 pick in the lottery. So do you just keep trying to win with him until the time is? It's very, very difficult. These guys that want to play longer and longer and longer. The guys 38. Steph Curry can still play. 37, 38 years old. He can still play.
Mm-hmm. Kind of in a way. It's not a perfect comparison. It does sort of remind me of the last couple of years of Steve Nash with the Phoenix Suns, where it was. It's
a good comparison.
I think not. I don't want to say true Suns fans, but I think that a lot of Suns fans who kind of could see the big picture 2 years before they traded Steve Nash were like, they need to trade Steve Nash. It's done.
Right.
It's over. It's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to work. You keep trying to rebuild on the fly around him, and it's just not going to happen anymore. Now, when Steph is already surrounded by Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, are they there? Maybe they're not quite there yet, but with a team that is that old, you have to, and I think it's fair to wonder how much you can expect them to get better as everybody gets a year old. Draymond Green's going to be a year older. Steph Curry's going to be a year older.
Yeah, they're not going to get better.
They're not going to get better.
You got to hope that Kuminga and the Podziemski guy improve and around them. It's just, but it's hard. I mean, like the Jazz, the last year of Malone and Stockton, they got knocked out in the first round of the playoffs by the Kings. The next year, Karl Malone went to the Lakers to try to win. You almost feel like you're better off if that guy just decides to go and leave. You're almost better off. Like the Knicks, I think Patrick Ewing went to Orlando and Seattle. It was because you can't really start over as long as those guys still want to be on your team.
Yeah.
Because they're iconic and they're legendary, and you don't want to kick them to the curb and discredit them, and you don't want to have a bad relationship with them going forward. But there comes a time when it's like, okay, we're actually better off if you go.
If it is it for Steph Curry, now that we're saying he's going to retire, just if the window is slammed shut and the door is closed on their title aspirations because of their age, what a hell of a run it was. And for in particular, I know what they did kind of the first time through. For that team to rally and win a championship a couple of years ago was a borderline miracle, right? That to me is almost the highlight of the dynasty. I know what they were when they had Clay and Steph and Draymond and they got KD, but for them to then come the other side out of that and still win a championship later, amazing.
Probably meant the most to them, that one.
Big Red Rage is next. That's going to do it for us. We're going to see you tomorrow, straight up 2 o'clock, right here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.